An ordinary-looking guy who was no different from everyone else began to express his complaints. He was definitely dissatisfied with something. The boss scolded him because he had clearly done a great deal and received what he deserved for his actions. This guy didn't understand why he was fired so quickly because he was serious about his work and always did everything that was needed. Then he heard a call and realized that someone very important was calling him, and he urgently needed to pick up the phone and talk. It was his girlfriend, and she said that they were breaking up because she couldn't do this anymore, and they wouldn't be able to continue living together. It was very painful for him to hear this and accept it, because it is very difficult when a very close person passes away. At that moment, my whole life took a bad turn. The guy didn't know what to do and how to proceed because it was his worst day ever. He had never heard so much bad news at once. Then this guy decided to go to the system of all professions and see if there was an opportunity to get a new job or something like that. He was given a choice so that he could think and choose a suitable profession for himself. After all, without work he will not be able to survive and exist. He was very happy because he understood that this was a legendary system and luck was on his side. The main thing now is to make the right choice. But this work is given only for a week and you can't work more. But this didn't bother the guy. He was ready to try himself in something new. He was ready to accept everything that was right because he wanted to earn more money. And this time he was lucky with his job. Then the guy was offered to go and see how to work and what needs to be done. This is very important before starting a new job. Then I received a message on my phone that the Pagani Zonda car was parked in the parking lot of the Chaoyang Corporation in Zone C at place number 22. You need to take the key. He went up to the second floor of the parking lot and realized that it would be difficult to find the car because he didn't even really know what it looked like. Then he saw a girl standing and trying to repair the car. She definitely needed help because she couldn't cope on her own. Lin realized that the girl's car had broken down, and she definitely needed help because she couldn't cope with this problem alone. It turned out to be Director Z. Lin realized that the car wouldn't start and continued to let the director down because she wouldn't be able to handle it. She agreed because she had to go to the construction company. But she was already very late and she wouldn't be able to cope without Lin's help. But then, some guy appeared and began to be very rude and interfere with Lin and the director's conversation. He wanted to drive the director himself in his supercar, but the director made it clear that she did not want to go with him, and in general, that this guy should not approach her at all. Lin said that his car was in 22nd place and he could quickly take the director away and everything would be fine. Everyone thought that Lin had a very old car and that he did not have the money to buy a good and really fast car. But when everyone saw Lin's car, they were simply shocked. They didn't expect that he had such an expensive car and that he could afford to buy a car for 30 million. Everyone around thought that he was just a hard worker, but it turned out to be different. After all, not everyone has such a car and you need to work hard to buy it. Lin opened the door for the director and said that she could calmly fill up and go with him to the construction company. The guy began to apologize to Lin, but he no longer wanted to listen to him because he understood that they only wanted benefits from him and nothing more. As they were driving, the director began to ask where Lin got such a lot of money and how he was able to earn it. But he said that he comes from a rich family, and this simple job is just a cover and nothing more. Lin had just started learning to drive, so the director was his first passenger. And it was very cool for them, and fun to drive at such high speed. Then they were able to quickly rush to the construction company, and the director was very pleased that they drove so quickly, and she managed to get there. For completing this order, Lin receives 50,000 skill points. And before all this, he receives a reward of 50 million yuan. Lin was very happy when he saw such a large amount on his bank account. And now he realized that he could earn big money. Lin's ex-girlfriend had already found a new rich guy and was ready to do anything for him because he had a lot of money and opportunities. She loved her boyfriend very much because of money and knew that he would definitely not leave her because she loved him. But when she saw her ex-boyfriend, she was simply shocked because she thought that he remained poor and was walking around in the trash heaps. She started calling security because she thought that her ex had come to ask her for money, and she decided to kick him out as far away from her as possible. The security suddenly became disrupted and began to act quickly to solve everything and ensure that there were no problems. The security did not kick Lin out, but began to bow to him and ask for an apology. Veli was the chief director of this hotel. The ex-girlfriend did not understand what was happening and how it happened that now the security began to run out of Lin. The administrator immediately began to report everything and tell Lin so that he would be aware of all events and know everything about the hotel. The ex-girlfriend no longer knew how to behave and what to do, because she realized that now her ex had become different and she had missed the chance for a bright future. After that, Lin sat down in his chair and began to sort out all the problems that were in the hotel and try to eliminate them, because this is his responsibility. It was difficult for him to figure it out because he was new to this business, and in order to quickly learn everything, it all takes time and effort. After this, Lin was told that one resident from the calving was complaining very much, and they needed to solve the problem and understand why she was so unhappy. When he saw her, he realized that she was just a harmless girl who was a little unhappy, and she needs help. This girl needed a car. She was promised one, but it turned out that plans changed and the car was not delivered. This made the girl very angry. She thought she could get a car and go to her appointment, but now she's late because they couldn't give her a car or drive it. But Lin said that he could help this girl and take her where she needed to go. He has just the right car for this. A couple of minutes later, the girl was ready and painted for her meeting. It was unexpected for Lin that the girl got ready so quickly. The ex-girlfriend thought that she could bring Lin back and they would be together again, as they were before. A friend said that this was impossible, but the girl did not want to listen because she thought that she would be able to return everything and make it the way it was before. But then Lin comes out of his office with a very beautiful girl. The ex-girlfriend was shocked by this and didn't even know how to behave. She began to beg him to forgive her, and she would not behave like that again. But he realized that it was all a deception and was not going to listen to her. Lin already had other plans and he knew what he wanted, so he no longer needed the ex-girlfriend, and he definitely didn't need her. The girl who was in a hurry to the meeting realized that she needed to help Lin because the ex-girlfriend did not want to leave him behind, and she pretended to be Lin's girlfriend. Lin pressed this girl tightly to him and they almost had a kiss. It was quite an awkward moment because they had only recently known each other. Lin confidently left with this girl, and it was all in front of his ex. She was hysterical because she didn't know what to do and how to get Lin back. Lin made it clear that his ex would never be with him because he chose a different path, and that's for sure. Lin got into the car with this girl, and they began to talk more openly and learn more about each other. Val realized that they wanted to meet. Then they arrived at some hotel that the girl named. It was Lin's first time here, so she still doesn't really understand or know anything. Everyone was waiting for the girl near the entrance, and no one understood where she could be for so long. After all, everyone wanted to see her new boyfriend. Then suddenly a fast car flies up very quickly. The girls noticed her immediately and were shocked that she came here. And then that same girl gets out of the car. Everyone was simply shocked because they didn't think that she was so rich and had such a boyfriend. She asked Lin to also play along with her so that she could feel calm in the company of her friends. After all, they don't need to know the truth. Then Lin came to his apartment where he lived before and wanted to pick up his things. He knew that he needed to move, and he would definitely take his things with him. The owner thought that he wanted to run away from her and immediately began shouting at him so that he would pay her all the money that he had to pay. He said that he would gladly pay for everything and give away as much money as needed. The main thing is that the hostess is not evil and everything is fine. When Lin sent her the money, she was simply shocked and didn't even know what to say. After all, the amount was not small and really large. Lin quickly said goodbye and said that he was leaving and could not stay here any longer. He now has a different life and other opportunities. Everyone started escorting him straight to the door so that he wouldn't steal anything. The owner was afraid that Lin might steal something from her, so she watched him. When they got out, they saw the car Lin arrived in. This surprised them greatly, and there was no longer any question regarding Lin's money and capabilities. Only he was no longer afraid of a poor life, because now everything was different for him. He got what he wanted for so long and was able to achieve it. The hostess began to ask Lin how he managed to become so rich. After all, he worked at a simple job and suddenly he has a friend's life. But in response, he said that he was from a rich family, and that's all. This was the exact answer he told the hostess. After a good dinner at my expensive and very expensive hotel, he realized that a rich life is very cool and comfortable. After dinner, he picked up his director because she wrote to him and asked him to come pick her up, and he could not refuse her this. Lin asked the director to make an order directly from his phone, because if she didn't make it, he wouldn't be able to get money for the trip. The director couldn't understand where this guy got that kind of money, how he was able to earn it by doing such a simple job. The director accepted the order that came from Lin. He tried to treat the detector very politely, despite his money and status. The director turned out to be a very beautiful girl. Assistant Lin rated it 4 and said he could get a reward for it. The director thought that Lin had some problems. He began to behave very strangely and show himself from the outside in an incomprehensible way. Lin quickly came to his senses and they drove off. He didn't want to act weird around the director, so he started acting normal. The director bet with Lin that they would not be able to get a place in the most expensive hotel in this city. If the director loses, she must do 10 squats. They quickly turned the car around and drove towards the hotel because they had an argument and they needed to end it and deal with it to the end. The director was a little afraid because this was not just an exercise, but she realized that the main thing was to win the sport, and then she wouldn't have to squat. The director was confident of his victory because she had already called there earlier, and there was no place at all for such a banquet and event. The director began to inquire about the opportunity to hold events at this hotel, and in general, what is needed for this. To discuss such issues, we need an administrator who can definitely solve this problem. A couple of minutes later, the administrator himself came and agreed on the event. The director began to ask whether there would be places for a certain number, and they turned out that there would be. Because of Lin's capabilities, places miraculously appeared. The director was very pleased and grateful to the manager for such help. She did not expect that she would be able to find a place in such a hotel on this date. After some time, the director realized that he had lost the argument. And now you will need to do 10 full squats. Lin thought about starting everything in the car, but the director suggested that the lady drive there and continue fulfilling wishes there. They arrived at the cottage where the director lives, and there they must continue the dispute and finish this matter. Lin was already waiting to see everything with his own eyes and get what he had been waiting for and wanted for so long. The director was a little shy, but she understood that she needed to keep her word and do what was needed, although she had never done this. And the director began to do this completely and try as best she could. It wasn't easy, but she liked it. She was very relaxed and did everything very slowly and focused to ensure she got everything done right. But then Dad comes in and he simply doesn't understand what's happening and why they are in such a strange position and looking at each other. The director was simply in shock and did not know what to tell Dad and how to explain all this to him so that he could understand their situation. He was very angry and did not even know how to behave in such a situation. He understood everything, and it was difficult to control his emotions. The director immediately began to say that Lin is a yoga instructor and nothing more. He just teaches her to do yoga. But Dad didn't want to listen to his daughter, and he himself understood what they were doing here, and he really didn't like it. Lin did not know how to behave in this situation and simply sat down and remained silent. After all, he understood that it was better for him not to get involved in this because this was a family squabble. Then the angry and very aggressive father sat down next to Lin. He was frightened by the behavior of the director's father because she had changed dramatically. The father began to ask Lin what he was doing and where he came from in general. After all, his father didn't see him hurt. But when the father found out about the car in which Lin arrived, he immediately changed his face and realized that this was a good guy for her daughter. But the father did not stay long and quickly left the room. After that, Lin calmed down a little and was no longer so nervous. The director realized that they were simply misunderstood and that was all. But no one wanted to be left behind to blame for this situation. Lin knocked the director straight to the floor and Roz threw her legs in different directions. She didn't know how to behave or what could happen next. After all, there were no such situations in the life of the director. Then Lin carefully began to touch the director's leg with his hand. He thought that this way he could make her fall in love with him. But she pushed him away and made it clear that this could not be done and that she was not ready for this. Lin felt a little awkward at this moment. He said he just wanted a massage so the director could relax and take a break from doing squats. But Lin had urgent matters to attend to, and he told the director that he had to leave her and leave. He can't be with her for that long, so he leaves. Lin came to a large meeting of those people with whom he worked. They wanted to talk and communicate with him and discuss some issues. But not everyone in the company loved him, because he became much better than others, and this greatly infuriated some of the guys. But Lin knew how to respond to the guys who constantly teased him and gave him no peace. He just wanted to prove that he could get out of poverty. None of the guys believed him and thought that he had invented wealth for himself. Everyone knew that Lin never had money, But one guy from the company decided to make amends for the conversation and offered to drink to the meeting. But Lin didn't drink because he works as a driver, and he shouldn't drive drunk on the roads and carry clients. And then suddenly, a guy shouted and asked for tea, the trash standing at the entrance to the building. After all, it needs to be transported to another place. Lin immediately reacted and wanted to understand what the problem was and what needed to be done. After all, he was afraid for his expensive car. But none of my friends believed that it was Lin's car and that he came here in it. It didn't take him long to think that he showed everyone the keys so that everyone could see in his words and that he was not lying to them. He wasn't a braggart, but everyone around him teased him. After that, everyone immediately believed him and realized that Lin really told the truth and it was not a lie. Everyone around him began to speak to him very carefully and carefully. Lin no longer fell for their provocations and did not want to talk to them because he understood that they were simply jealous of him and nothing more. He told Ying that they were going as a lady and that she should get ready. He didn't want to be at this event anymore because it was boring there. Some guy tried to stop Lin so that he could stay a little longer and sit and talk with them, but he clearly said that he had no desire to communicate with them and generally be in them together. He put the girl in the car and they went to see her as a lady. After all, Lin wanted to take her straight to the house quickly and without traffic jams. The girl was shocked by this car. She had never sat in such a fast supercar before. For her, it was like flying in space. Ying worked with Lin for a very long time, and she did not think that he was so rich. After all, not everyone will be able to save up for such a car at a young age. Lin asked her to confirm the order so that he could receive his reward for traveling with a beautiful girl. She didn't mind this and was ready to do whatever Lin said. After all, now he has completely changed his life. Ying was a very beautiful girl, and Lin noticed this and was very fascinated by her. Only to complete the task, it was necessary to add more attractiveness to the girl. And for this, Ying put on stockings, and in this image, she became even more beautiful, and this was perfect for Lin's task. Not much time passed before they arrived at the girl's house. It turned out to be very fast on such a supercar. Ying wanted to invite Lin to her home for tea and spend some time with him. After all, I haven't seen him for a long time. But Lin could not go to Ying because he had his own business. Therefore, he said that next time, he would definitely go to her for tea. The next day, Lin came to the store where he used to work, and he wanted to know some points and nuances. The manager was quickly able to find Lin and immediately inform her of how and what to do. After all, Lin wants to buy real estate, and everything needs to be discussed in detail. The manager quickly made it clear to the secretary that she should go to work and not interfere with the manager doing his job. The secretary was simply shocked because she had previously worked with Lin, but now everything had changed dramatically and gone in the other direction. The manager introduced Lin as a good and highly respected customer. He wants to buy a lot of real estate, so he's a very valuable client. The secretary was simply shocked by how many villas Lin had bought and how rich he had become. It was simply impossible to imagine. Lin was interested in the number of villas because he wanted to get the most beautiful and largest villa. The manager changed a lot in front of Lin, and she didn't want him to see that again. After all, everyone really valued Lin as a client. Lin didn't wait long, and they immediately brought him his keys to the 9 villas. He thought it would be longer, but it turns out it won't. He was able to put all the documents in his new car. Now he has more real estate as before. As soon as Lin left, they immediately fired the secretary who pestered Lin. It was very fast and unexpected for him. Then Lin went and gave the director a ride to get a good bonus for the trip, and 5 stars from the director for a comfortable and fast ride. But the director wanted to exchange her 5 stars for squats, which Lin bet on. Veli understood that she did not want to do this again. But Lin did not want to exchange and agree to this approach. He realized that it was not profitable, and he would rather watch 9 squats than get 5 stars. He kicked the director out of the chair so that it would be easier for her to get out and go about her business. But when Ying was walking down the street, she saw the director getting out of Lin's car. And then she immediately understood everything, and it dawned on her how and what. When Ying approached, Lin immediately said that the director just called a taxi and that's it. After all, I didn't want to spoil my relationship with Ying through the director. But Ying didn't even want to listen. She immediately understood that the two of them were having an affair and they wanted to be together. The director quickly told Ying not to forget about her work because she would still need to work. Otherwise, work needs to be done strictly according to schedule. At the same time, Lin received his 5 stars for the trip and was very pleased with it. After all, He knew that he had won the director's heart with his charm. Then Flint received the order and realized that he would have to travel far. After all, the mark is not as close as he thought. But the girl wanted Lin to pretend to be her boyfriend. And then she would give him 5 stars for the trip. These will be her terms and agreement. Lin was ready to make such an agreement. He is not afraid to meet and help the girl with this matter. Lin didn't think long and arrived at the specified address and was immediately met by a nice girl who was ready to immediately meet his parents. The girl was shocked when she saw such a handsome guy, and she couldn't even think that he would look better than in the photo. Lin was very kind and immediately began to get acquainted with the girl's parents because he wanted to make a good impression of himself. The parents saw that the guy looked pretty good and immediately asked what he did and where he worked. But when Lin said that he was the driver, the girl's parents immediately changed their faces and began to look at Lin very sternly. They thought that because of his profession, Lin had no money or savings at all. The girl's parents were already getting ready to go to see friends, and she asked Lin to give them a lift to their destination. But Lin said that he has a 2-seater car and he won't be able to take his parents, they simply won't fit. The parents thought that Lin actually had a moped and didn't have a normal car. After all, a driver cannot earn much per month. But when they saw the car, they all immediately realized that Lin was not just a guy and that he was clearly doing something serious. He had such a car. He said that the girl could sit down and ride with him calmly. It will be much faster because the car in it is not ordinary and not at all simple. After the parents saw this guy's car, they themselves began to push the girl into his car. After all, they understood that there are very few such guys in the world. The girl was very pleased that she was able to get into Lin's car. After all, no one has ever driven her in such a fast and beautiful car. But the girl wanted to ask Lin for something else, but she was a little afraid and embarrassed to do it. The girl asked if she could go live because she is a blogger and has long wanted to increase her audience with such a reflection. The girl immediately started broadcasting and wanted all her fans to see what kind of car she was driving. The girl began to be asked very strange questions by fans, which made the girl feel uncomfortable. The girl gave it 5 stars. Lin was very pleased that such a beautiful girl was not so easy to negotiate with. Then the two of them went to choose a new phone for Lin. After all, his old phone is no longer working well, but he still has the opportunity to buy a new and expensive one. He chose a good and ahead of schedule expensive model among others. But he didn't care what the price was. The main thing was quality. The girl was very worried about Lin because the phone was very expensive and she had never seen a person who bought everything so easily. Lin wanted to reassure the girl so that she would not worry and no longer be afraid for him. After all, Lin knew what he wanted and understood that he would definitely have enough money. Lin didn't even want to buy a case because he wasn't afraid of breaking the phone, and even if something happened to it, he would buy a new one. The girl couldn't watch how Lin easily spent such large sums. This was a lot for a girl. The consultant was dumbfounded at how easily Lin bought phones and computers from the store. The girl couldn't even imagine how much money Lin spent in a couple of minutes. This was difficult for her to believe and understand. Because of how easily Lin spent the money, a lot of subscribers began to grow and watch the broadcast that was live. Then Flint wanted a good watch for himself and began to look for a good store that he would like. The girls who worked in this store thought that Lin had no money because the girl who was with him was broadcasting live. Lin went and looked for good watches for himself, but it was difficult for him to choose something for himself in this store. The girl thought that these people had come here to rob or steal something from the store. There were a lot of watches, and Lin thought for a long time about what kind of watches he needed and what he wanted to buy for himself. The girl felt bad about the prices and didn't know what to do with herself and how to react to all this because it was too much. Lin asked to see one of the watches that was on display. He wanted to look at them in more detail and take a look at them, but the girl said that you can look at the watch only after payment. Lin was shocked by such information and could not even imagine such a thing. But then a couple came into the store and they obviously wanted to look at the watch because their gaze was confident and accurate. They quickly made their choice and already knew what they wanted because they came immediately with money and were ready to spend it. The girls who worked in this store immediately ran up to these clients. They knew that these were old clients and they had been buying watches from them for a long time. They chose a women's gold watch for the girl. It was not a cheap watch and quite expensive. The girl was shocked when she saw this watch because it is really very good and beautiful. The consultant immediately began to talk about this watch and how it generally works. After all, such a model is not sold everywhere, and it is not so easy to find it in stores. Lin watched all this with the girl as these people were given these watches to try on and look at them. Lin didn't understand how it's possible for one to not the other. Lin immediately went to complain about why they weren't allowed in and weren't shown a normal watch. After all, they are exactly the same clients as that couple were. But to Lin's question, the girl replied that they cannot provide all services if the client's status does not meet the store's requirements. Lin didn't like it, and he realized that he wouldn't come to this store again because he had nothing else to do here. Lin left this store very angry. He doesn't like this attitude towards himself, and now he won't have it. Then they went to another store which was not far away. It was a much more expensive store, and the watches here were better than those in that store. As soon as Lin entered the store, they were immediately greeted by a young and very friendly girl. She immediately said that she could help with anything you needed, but it was difficult to understand and choose a watch, because Lin didn't understand anything and didn't know how to choose it correctly, or what kind of watch he wanted. People began to advise Lin to buy the 175 model. As soon as the consultant heard this model, he received a big shock. Lin began to think about what he should do and how best to handle this situation. After all, he had never bought a watch like this before. And Lin decided to look at the 175 model and immediately buy it. After all, he knew that he could afford it even if it was very expensive. All the people in the store were shocked by this because very few people buy this model for themselves. But here the guy decided to buy it in 2 minutes. Lin took out his black unique card, which was only for those people who had a lot of money, and it had no limit. But Lin was told that this model is currently out of stock, but they deliver it at any convenient time directly to Lin by lady. There were very few of these watches, and there were only 6 copies in the world, which is why these watches are so expensive and very rare. Everyone admired this guy because he really was very cool, and not everyone can buy such a rare watch. The consultant from the previous store was simply shocked when she saw this. She had no idea that this guy was so rich. Lin was very pleased with himself that he was able to buy and give himself such a good gift. And then the girl who kicked Lin out decided to lure him into her store. But it was already very late to do this, and it made no sense. He replied to this girl that this store was not of his status and he could not afford it. The consultant was simply shocked by it all, and she didn't feel comfortable with what she had done before. Then Lin gave the girl a new phone that he bought and a couple of others of the same model. This was very unexpected for the girl. She had a good time with Lin and liked him very much. But he quickly went about his business and didn't talk to the girl for long. Then Lin came to one very interesting place. He had long wanted to visit here and buy the whole building, but it only came to him now. As soon as Lin entered this building, he was told that it was closed today because this building was rented entirely for 1 day, so no one should be there. But Lin didn't come to visit, and he came to find the general manager and talk to him. After all, Lin has a business proposal. The girl understood and immediately began to look for a manager for Lin, because apparently he came for a reason, and there is a serious reason for this. And then some guys in identical suits burst into the buildings. They were not happy that a permanent person was located on the territory of this large building. But the girl explained that Lin came to the manager to talk and he was not a visitor, but a particularly important person on the territory. Lin was interested to know what kind of person he was who could afford to close an entire building for himself and his friends. This is very large scale. The girl said that this is a very influential man, and there are many who are afraid to cross the road and do not dare to do so. The manager was already waiting for Lin and wanted to talk and communicate with him. They had long ago agreed to meet. The manager said that Lin bought the entire racetrack and he is the new boss of the racetrack. He is the most important and only owner. The manager immediately began to give a tour and tell us what was where and how it worked. And he immediately familiarized me with all the documents. The manager began to tell us what tracks there are at this circuit and what it looks like in general. Then the two of them went to the racetrack to see what it looked like and what kind of tracks there were. Lin had never seen these tracks before. When the guys noticed Lin, they were very angry because they asked not to let anyone outside into the racetrack. They wanted to drive alone. The manager introduced Lin to the guys and told him who he was and what his relationship was with this racetrack. The guys realized that it was in vain to start being aggressive towards Lin. Everyone was simply shocked when they heard that Lin was the new owner of the racetrack. They couldn't even imagine this. Then Lin wanted to drive a couple of laps around this circuit to understand and feel the power of his car on a prepared road. One guy offered to light a cigarette for Lin because he wanted to make friends with him and establish contact. But their first meeting was not very good. Lin did not refuse a cigarette and decided to smoke. After all, he hasn't smoked for a long time and he really loves it when he has the opportunity. When the guy saw Lin's car, he was simply shocked and didn't even know what to say or how to proceed. The guys began to be very jealous of Lin that he had such a cool car and very fast. They haven't seen such cars for a long time. The track was not small, and there were quite a lot of turns. But the guys were ready to start and fight between themselves and their cars. As soon as the girl waved the flag, the cars immediately began to drive and pick up speed. They were very fast, but Lin's car was faster. Lin drove the car decently well and took corners smoothly at high speed. He realized that this way he had an advantage. The manager was shocked by the way Lin entered the corners and how he did it all. This is a very dangerous way of driving. Even the guys who had been driving for a long time were shocked by how Lin drove the car. They thought he would get divorced or something would happen to him. But Lin was successfully able to win this race and defeat everyone who doubted him and did not believe in him. All the guys realized that Lin is a very strong opponent and difficult to fight with, and now everyone wanted to be friends with him. The guy couldn't understand how Flint could overtake him so quickly because Lin's car was a little weaker in terms of performance, but he was able to win the race. But the problem was not in the car, but in the fact that the guy started incorrectly. It was necessary to press the clutches at 4,000 to reduce engine power and change gear. Lin gave his contact to the guys because he really asked for it. This way, he was able to show everyone his skills, but Lin had to go, so he had to leave the guys alone. Therefore, they could have fun at his expense and not worry. But the guys had a question. Where is Lin in such a hurry because he has a lot of money and may no longer work? But in response, Lin said that he was a driver and let them continue to have fun. But he needed to work and try to continue earning money. Then Lin came to the director as a lady and was ready to pick her up and take her to the right place. But she didn't expect Lin to arrive so quickly, so she asked to give her time so that she could get ready and dress properly. The director said that Lin could watch a movie on her laptop for now and keep herself busy while she got ready. Lin realized that the director would not come back from the bath soon, so he immediately went to the laptop to entertain himself a little. But some strange letters began to arrive on the laptop. Lin didn't read them, he just said it out loud so the director could hear. Lin began to read a little and find out what was in these messages in order to understand where they came from and why they were needed at all. But the director immediately ran out to close the laptop because these were personal messages that Lin should not have seen or found out about. She tried to take the laptop so that Lin would not find out or suspect anything. After all, this is very important information for the director. But the director's robe got a little caught on his arm and began to slide off. This was due to the fact that she ran to the laptop very quickly. Lin saw the director completely naked from head to toe. It turned out not very convenient, and the situation was embarrassing. Lin immediately handed the director his robe. She quickly took it in her hands and began to cover herself with it so that Lin would not see her naked. But he wanted to say that there was nothing like that on the post. It was just spam and that's all. But he didn't even have time to say anything. 20 minutes passed and the director was completely ready and dressed. She wanted to know and hear from Lin how she looked to him and whether he liked her. Lin really liked the director's outfit, but he wanted her to keep her promises and do squats. But the director asked to close the curtains so that no one could see her squatting and doing this in her room. Lin did everything as the director asked and was ready to watch her crouch and fulfill her wishes. It was a little difficult for her, but she tried to do everything as Lin asked. After all, she herself lost her argument. The director kept her promise and did the required number of squats that Lin asked and thus needed. But then Lin urgently needed to go to the restroom after that, so he couldn't look at such a beautiful sight for so long. As they left the room, Lin stopped abruptly and was a little scared. He was frightened by a familiar face that he had already seen somewhere. It turned out to be the director's parents, so they were very dissatisfied with something and were clearly angry with someone. Lin was a little stunned and didn't know what to say or how to proceed. After all, he sees his parents for the second time. But the parents understood everything perfectly, and they had no complaints against Lin and their daughter. They saw them closing the curtains and just didn't want to disturb them. The director's parents approached this situation with understanding and did not want to think anything or disturb them. The director felt very embarrassed in front of her parents and did not want to say anything because the situation was difficult. The parents realized that they should not be disturbed and decided to leave so as not to interfere with their time together. The director's mother invited Lin to his grandfather's birthday, which will be the day after tomorrow, and he will definitely need to come. He agreed and said that he would 100% congratulate his grandfather on his birthday and come up with a gift for him. Dean was interested to know if the director would go to his grandfather's birthday, and she said that she should come to him. Then he took the director to where she asked. Lin moved very quickly through the area, so the journey did not take much time. When Lin said goodbye to the director, he asked her to give him 5 stars for the trip so that his rating would become much higher. With each new trip, the percentage of shares in Lin's company grew, and with this, his financial capabilities grew. Lin realized that with each new order, his rating and profit were growing, and he accepted that he needed to fulfill more orders. Then Lin received a new order, and he quickly got ready and started driving to it in order to quickly deliver the car to the client. And the client turned out to be a very beautiful girl who was standing and waiting for the car. She was dressed quite elegantly and very provocative. When she saw the car, she was simply shocked and immediately wanted to meet the driver of this car. As soon as the girl said her name, Lin realized that this was exactly the girl who called the taxi. The girl was ready for anything and wanted to find out more about Lin and who he was. But she didn't realize that it was a taxi, and she was very lucky with the driver. But when the girl found out that it was just a taxi that had come to pick her up, she was very angry and immediately changed her face. After all, they thought that they could find themselves a rich guy. She didn't like that this guy turned out to be a taxi driver. Even though he had money, the girl didn't believe him. Lin accelerated his car very quickly, but the girl did not give the opportunity to drive quickly because she was taking photos in the car. But Lin got tired of it and said that this is his car, and he can do and drive as he wants. He does not have a person who controls him. But the girl didn't want to believe Lin that it was his car. She thought it was some kind of prank. The girl behaved very uncivilly towards Lin. She allowed Lin to be insulted and say bad things to his face. But Lin did not tolerate this and began to shout the same thing in response to her, so that she would feel everything and would not bother him anymore. Then the girl began to say that Lin was not worthy to carry her and that he had nothing of his own. Then he braked sharply, and it was so unexpected that the girl almost flew through the windshield. Lin began to voice his complaints to her and why she behaved this way. If she's so cool, let her buy herself a car and drive around. Lin kicked her out of the car and told her to go look for another taxi because he wouldn't drive her any further. The girl began to threaten and say that she would leave a bad comment and generally complain about the fumbling line. But Lin said that he has a video recorder in his car, so he won't get off that easy. But then when Lin arrived at the right place, he saw how he was given a bad review, which lowered his rating. Then the manager called and started yelling at Lin very hard for giving him a bad rating. He tried to discuss this and come to an agreement with the people who hired him here and managed the orders. And then after that, Lin was completely dismissed from his position, and now what should he do next? Lin had a lot of misunderstandings because he was fired so quickly because of such a trifle. Then Lin met with people who were property and document managers. The manager immediately began to tell how and what works in the house and where everything is located. The manager talked a lot about the furniture, which was designed by leading intercity designers. This is very expensive furniture. Lin appreciated the furniture and said that it was very comfortable and very pleasant to sit on and even lie on. Also, a personal servant was selected for Lin, and he was asked to choose one candidate for himself who would constantly work and clean this house. As soon as Lin walked in, he saw the same girl who gave him a bad rating and wrote a review. It was because of her that Lin was kicked out of work. The girl immediately started screaming towards Lin and saying all sorts of bad things. But Lin didn't really react to this and just looked at her providences. Lin asked the manager why this woman was taking such a position. She was very unpleasant for Lin, and he did not want to talk to her. This girl very angrily and aggressively began to point her finger at Lin and ask if he knew what kind of place this was. But then, this girl gets hit in the face with the manager's hand, so that she calms down and doesn't say such things anymore. Lin was very unhappy with this girl's behavior and attitude towards himself. He realized that he needed to quickly resolve the issue with her. Otherwise, she would continue to behave this way. The manager forced the girl to ask Lin for forgiveness because he is the boss here and the most important owner. Therefore, it must be treated properly. The girl began to ask for forgiveness and apologize very much for her actions. She tried by any means to show her innocence. But Lin realized that he would not forgive her anything and told her to be thrown out and not allowed here again. They quickly took the girl by the hands and began to lead her straight out into the street. It was very fast, and in this way they wanted to please Lin. After this incident, there were only 4 girls left who wanted to work in Lin's house. But Lin did not like either one, and he said that each one should be paid and sent home. He needs another cleaner. Then Lin had some work to do, so he told the manager to choose a housekeeper of his own choosing. After all, Lin doesn't have time to do this. The director was waiting for Lena with her friend. She had a very good rest and wanted to go home. But their mutual friend offered to stay longer, and then he would personally take each girl home so that no one would worry. But the director had already called a taxi, so it was too late to stay. Plus, it was her friend, so everything was very safe, and there was no need to be afraid. When Lin entered the building, the director's friends were a little shocked because Lin turned out to be very handsome to them. One girl thought that Lin could become a star and looked very beautiful and elegant for a guy. But the director's friend found out that Lin worked as a driver, so he thought that he was not very smart and generally weak in development. The friend said that he doesn't understand how Lin thinks because they don't communicate very well, and in general they don't understand each other a little. But the director protected Lin so that no one would offend him, because she knows what he really is like and how he can behave. The girl began to boast that her boyfriend's car costs $2 million, and it's a new Mercedes that just came out. Lin said that they should not stoop to their level because they don't really understand what they are saying, and in general they behave in a very provocative manner. The guy got very angry because he took it as an insult and didn't want to lose in this. But he realized that he needed to show his car and prove his result. Then they all went to the parking lot and wanted to get into their cars to go about their business. They showed their car and said that it was very cool and comfortable. But when her boyfriend gets rich, he will buy himself a Lamborghini. Then the director asked what her friend's dream was, and he replied to buy a Pagani Zonda car because it is very cool. But when they saw the car that was behind them, they were simply shocked. No one expected that this dream car would be right behind them. This car was parked right next to the car of the director's friends. It was clearly a little cooler and prettier than the director's friend's car, but no one could even think that this was Lin's car and that he came here in it. Everyone thought it was someone else's car. But when Lin opened the car, the director's friends were simply shocked, and they didn't even have anything to say, because words were superfluous. Lin said that Baba drivers can also afford such a car and buy expensive things. Then Lin and the director left to do their own business because they were busy with other things and they needed to be done in time. The director was very apologetic for his friends because they did not behave very well and correctly towards Lin. The director wanted to go to the beach and relax a little and get some fresh air because she was a little drunk and tired. Lin said that without any problems, he knows where he can go and have a good time, and it will be safe to be there on such a night. And this order that Lin is carrying is very good at increasing his rating as a driver, and that's very good. So they began to drive closer and closer to the sea and the shore, where they could have a good walk and breathe fresh air. Lin also got out of the car and they began to walk together along the seashore. It was very cool and unforgettable for the two of them. Lin really wanted to pretend to be a guy for the director because he really liked her, and he would like to be better friends and communicate with her. But the director didn't know what to answer Lin to this question because it was very uncomfortable, and after that she was very worried. But not far away there was a very expensive property that the director was talking about, and Lin continued to go there and see what was going on there. The director dreamed of going there and seeing what was there and what kind of pools there were, because they say that mineral water is poured there. But Lin insisted that the director see what was in the middle and what kind of pools there were and more. They drove up to the main entrance, and the director was afraid to even approach this property because it was very expensive and difficult to get there. Lin noticed the reaction to the director when they first arrived at the gates of this property. The whole range of emotions was visible on the face. But the director was only curious to see what was there and whether what people were saying about this expensive real estate was even true. Lin took the director's hand and began to lead her straight to the property. But she began to be a little afraid and didn't want to go there in such a hurry. But Lin said that he could see her through and negotiate for the director at the entrance. Therefore, there will be no problems with this. The director said that if she gets into the territory, she will put on a swimsuit and go swimming right at night. After that, Lin immediately began to put the director into the car and said that they should definitely try to go there and try swimming in the pool. When they arrived, everyone greeted them and bowed to them. After all, before this, Lin bought a house there, and now he is the owner of a larger house on the territory. The director was shocked that they were let inside so easily and didn't even say anything. It was very strange for her. Then they began to walk around the territory, and it was a surprise for the director to be there and consider it all on his own. Then they saw a pool that was filled with the very mineral water that the director spoke for. And then it was the turn to fulfill the desires that the director promised. After all, Lin had been waiting for this for a very long time and wanted to see it. But the director didn't have a swimsuit, and she doesn't know how to swim well. This was a problem that prevented me from swimming with Lin in the pool. Lin was very upset about this and realized that today they would definitely not be able to swim and have a good rest together. But Lin said that next time they should definitely go swimming in swimsuits, because this is the director's obligation, and she must keep her word. Then they began to come closer and closer to the entrance to this large building. The director asked not to go further because she was very scared. But then Lin runs her hand along the wall and the door begins to open, and the director realized that Lin is the dirt of this house. They went into the middle, and Lin began to show what was there and how it all worked in the middle. But Flint hasn't really studied everything himself yet. The director did not understand where Lin got such a lot of money and how he earned it. She thought that money just came to him or was brought by the wind. But the director asked why there were no other residents anywhere on the territory. After all, someone else should definitely live and relax here. But the director was simply shocked by the answer, because Lin said that he had bought everything that was in this property. At this moment, the director did not know what to say. The director thought that Lin's money was coming from the air and he was just getting it for nothing. But in reality, everything is much simpler. The director noticed that Lin had a very comfortable sofa, and it was pleasant to sit and relax on it. She had never sat on such a comfortable sofa. Lin said that he wouldn't take the director with the lady because now it was very late, and it would no longer be possible to get to her house. The director began to find out if Lin had pajamas so that the director would have something to sleep in. Otherwise, she was used to sleeping in clothes at home. She thought that Lin had women's pajamas in the house and she could easily go to bed without being naked. But Lin lives alone, where he can get women's pajamas, especially in the director's size. But he has solutions to this problem. After their conversation, the director went to wash and get ready for bed. She went to the bathroom to cleanse her skin and clean herself up. Lin was reading a book at this time and gaining knowledge, and he was wondering what the director was doing in his room. Then Lin heard a strange sound and began to ask if everything was okay with the director. She said that she had fallen and needed help urgently. Lin immediately caught himself and began to run towards the bathroom. He wanted to help the director and find out if everything was okay. The director twisted her ankle and asked Lin to help her take a shower and wash herself because she could no longer stand on her feet normally. Lin realized that he needed to act and took control of the situation. After all, he simply had no other choice. Lin began to help the director wash himself and relax a little because he knew how to properly treat a girl in the shower. The next morning, the director began to wake Lin up so that he would get up and wake up because she had to go to work. She can't be late for her work. Lin immediately gets out of bed and begins to come to his senses so that he can start getting ready and take the director straight to work. The director told Lin to give her answer to the robot and she would give it 5 stars. After all, she might be late for her work. Lin quickly took the director to work, and he decided to go eat and rest a little because he couldn't go to work on an empty stomach. Lin came to an expensive restaurant, where a man had already met him at the entrance and decided to help him and lead him to a separate breakfast room. But Lin decided not to stand out and went as an offensive visitor without unnecessary pathos. The main thing for him was to eat deliciously. Lin came and sat down at the table and began to place an order immediately. When he chose the desired dish, he shouted to the waiter. But when the waiter came, Lin was shocked when he saw his old boss from his last job. He didn't expect their meeting to be like this. This girl began to be rude to Lina and said that she did not expect to meet the scumbag again. But Lin didn't like the attitude towards the client because the girl started to be very rude to him, and this is not acceptable in the workplace. The girl began to ask him where he got the idea that he deserves to be in this restaurant and generally order food there. After all, he doesn't have money for this. This girl's friend began to say that this was an unusual visitor and that it was impossible to talk and communicate with him. Lin told her to call the administrator because he wanted to talk to him and communicate in person. The girl said that Lin cannot know the administrator. Perhaps he saw him on the news. After all, such a person cannot waste time on people like Lin. But Lin said since they were former colleagues, he would teach this girl a good lesson so that she would know how to behave in the future. The administrator very quickly started running to solve the problem and find out what happened there and why the visitor was so unhappy. The administrator immediately started yelling at the girl and wanted her to understand who she was now yelling at and calling names. Lin is a very valuable customer for the restaurant. But this girl was very quickly taken out of the restaurant and sent straight to the street. She no longer works at this restaurant. Lin was very much apologized for this incident, but he realized that everyone makes mistakes. The restaurant is not to blame. For the future, Lin gave advice that one should not hire people with bad character. This is a very big mistake that can cost your reputation. The administrators said that they would try to work better and for results, so that such incidents would not happen again. Then Lin received a call and he sharply picked up the phone because he wanted to understand who it was and what they wanted from him this time. It was the vice president who wanted to contact Lin and talk. He said that he would be free after lunch and would call before. The vice president hung up and realized that they would have to wait for a call from Lin. They had no other choice. The assistant said that she would call a car for her boss so that she would not have to walk and could quickly get to the desired point. Lin just arrived to the vice president for this order. It was a very big coincidence. The president was shocked when she saw Lin. She didn't think that their meeting would be so unexpected. Lin suggested getting into the car and driving, and talking and chatting along the way. After all, the president wanted to schedule a meeting. Lin said that he was really the driver and told the president to get in and lead the door, which might then close and not open. The president quickly got into the car and began to fasten her seatbelt to make the trip safe and comfortable. The vice president was surprised that Lin drove such an expensive car and worked as a taxi driver. This is probably his hobby, she thought. Lin asked that the driver simply couldn't drive a car as expensive as this. But the president responded very sharply that every Baba employee must follow all the rules and be very polite to his passengers. After all, this girl is the vice president of the Baba company where Lin works. She is practically the most important person in the company and solves very big problems there. But in response, Lin said that he had Bab shares, and he bought them well for himself, and in order to earn a little money in the future. The director showed her business card and wanted to prove that jokes with her would be very bad. Lin was in shock. He didn't realize such a turn, and that everything could happen so quickly because he was seeing these IDs for the first time. Then the president realized that this was the same Lin with whom she wanted to meet and talk about something. She was very scared and asked for forgiveness because she didn't think that this was the same Lin she had been looking for so long. When the president asked if he could go for coffee with her after the trip, he said he needed time to think. Then the president began to thank Lin very much for the trip because it was very fast and the president was very pleased with it. Then Lin had some problems with the program and could not pay properly. Then Lin realized that he was simply fired and he no longer worked in the company and could not take orders. Then the president brought Lin to his destination and began asking why here. But there is one girl working in this company who has a very bad effect on the company's reputation. Therefore, the president came to find out everything and understand what the problem really is and how to solve it. Lin decided to go with the president in order to also find out everything and understand the whole situation that is in the company at the moment. Then Lin found the office where the main meeting was taking place and realized that they definitely needed to come here to find out all the details and understand how and what works. Lin came and immediately said in plain text that he was here to solve his problem with dismissals and understand why he was fired. They immediately started shouting at Lin and kicking him out of the office. After all, they had a conference, and he burst in and started downloading his license. Lin called the girl he came with and asked her to figure out why he was fired from his job and what caused it. The girl immediately started screaming at these guys because they didn't even understand the situation and immediately started screaming. She immediately fired them from her position. People were shocked when they found out that this girl was the vice president of the company. They could not even think about such a thing. Then they saw a business card on which everything was written, and it was clear that this girl was indeed the vice president of the company. Then people began to argue among themselves and sort things out, who was to blame and who was the first to start shouting at the vice president. People didn't understand why the vice president was so worried about the drivers because he's nothing like himself. He's like everyone else. She fired all those who behaved very arrogantly towards Lin. After all, these people should work differently. The director told his subordinate to apologize to the one whom he attacked so strongly and aggressively. Well, if they don't forgive him, they'll simply fire him. The guy fell to his knees and began to ask for forgiveness from Lin so that he would return him to the job and not fire him again. He would not behave like that towards ordinary people. Lin kicked him right in the Lyceum and made it clear that he would no longer work for this company, and that was the end. Lin understood that a lot of people had suffered because of this guy, and so that this would not happen again, he removed him and fired him completely. Lin supports the choice of vice president, and she did everything right by firing this guy. Then Lin received a call and asked the vice president to resolve all issues while he spoke on the phone. As soon as Lin finished the call, the vice president had already decided everything and said that Lin would be able to work as before without problems. Now Lin will have new opportunities as a driver, and it will be much easier to take good orders. After all, he now has VIP status. Lin was shocked when he found out about this, because he had long wanted to be able to take on more orders and have more opportunities as a driver. Then Lin asked if it was possible to buy good antiques. His grandfather's birthday was coming up and he wanted to please him. The girl offered a painting by Zhang Daqian, and this is a very famous Chinese artist whose paintings are impossible to get. Lin was shocked that such a girl had such capabilities. After all, Lin could not even think of such a picture. Lin wanted to pay the girl and find out how much the painting would cost. But the girl said that she would not take the money, so she asked where she needed to be taken. But Lin doesn't like to be in debt, so he will give 1% of his shares to the girl because he doesn't want to be a debtor to anyone. The girl was shocked that Lin was so generous because 1% of the shares is 500 million, and that's really a lot for a girl. Lin said goodbye and began to leave because he didn't want to waste his and other people's time in vain. He had his own business to do, so he had to go do it. But the girl said that the director wanted to invite Lin to Yangcheng as a guest and wanted to know if he could come to this event. Lin said that he would contact the girl and they could arrange a meeting, but now he had to leave on business. Lin immediately went to fulfill orders and receive stars because he wanted to improve his rating as quickly and efficiently as possible. The girl called a taxi and was waiting for him right next to the road, talking to her boyfriend on the phone. Then Lin drove up and said that the taxi had arrived and you could get in. He is ready to take the girl to her destination. The girl noticed that it was a very good marketing move to pick up a client in an expensive car. But when Lin said that this was his car, the girl said that a person of great wealth would never work as a driver. Lin realized that this was a very stuffy girl, and it was better not to communicate with her anymore because she might later give a bad review and write a complaint. They rushed very quickly, and Flint wanted to quickly take this girl to her place so that she would no longer disturb him or interfere with him. The girl was very scared when she saw that Lin had turned and started driving along another road. She thought that he wanted to steal and kidnap her. Lin tried to tell the girl that he often visits this hotel, so he is a frequent guest there. But the girl did not want to believe Lin's words. Lin also noticed that the girl had a lot of underwear, and he realized that perhaps this girl was selling herself for money. Lin quickly took this girl to the right place because he said that he knew the secret path. The girl came out very angry and dissatisfied. But when Lin went to check his phone, he saw that his rating had dropped because they gave him 1 star and wrote a bad review about the trip. But Lin accepted the situation as it was and realized that there was no need to dwell on it and just move on and work. Lin brought the director and asked her to give him 5 stars for the trip and write a good comment. But the director said that she would see how Lin would behave and what kind of behavior he would have today. Lin understood everything and decided to help and took the packages and carried them so that it would not be so difficult for the director to carry them, and she would not get tired again. Lin said that they could go buy a swimsuit and then the director would be able to fulfill her promise, which she had been betting on for a long time. Lin's cunning amazes the director because he constantly tries to circumvent the rules and find a loophole in the system, which is very alarming. But Lin did not force him to make promises about swimming in the pool in swimsuits. This was the director's initiative. They found a store that sells different swimsuits that just suit them, and there they can find a suitable option. But the girl didn't like something and it didn't fit because she started to feel awkward and something happened to her, and Lin wanted to find out what was wrong. Lin decided to find out what was wrong because the store seems to be decent, and there is a large selection of different swimsuits for girls and good material ahead of schedule. But Lin said that if the director doesn't want to buy a swimsuit for himself, then Lin will do it himself and choose one to suit his taste and buy it. But the problem was not in the store, but in the fact that there was no suitable size. After all, I needed a swimsuit that would fit my breasts in it. They chose the swimsuit that Lin wanted because why buy a swimsuit in which nothing will be visible? It's not interesting. While the director was buying clothes, Lin waited and tried to take a break from shopping. Because in reality, it's not so easy to just go shopping. The director chose a very beautiful dress for herself and was ready to buy it. And Lin also said that it looked very beautiful on her figure. The seller also said that the dress is very cool, and it looks stunning on the girl. This dress is not suitable for everyone and must be individually selected according to size. But then a couple came up and they saw how the dress fit on the girl, and the girl also wanted to buy such a dress. After all, it is very beautiful. But this dress was no longer on sale, and only one copy remained, and it is now being measured. Therefore, the seller could not help. The guy said that let the girl take it off because he saw that the dress was expensive and the couple couldn't afford to buy it. The director heard what that guy said about her, and that they did not have the opportunity to buy this dress for themselves. The girl said that this dress costs $13,000, and it is very expensive for them, and they definitely won't be able to buy it because you can see it from them. But the director said that, unlike the girl, he could buy this dress for himself without any problems or extra help. The guy was ready to add another $3,000 to the cost of the dress in order to definitely buy it back for his girlfriend, and no more questions would arise. Then Lin came up and said that he was ready to bargain some more to definitely win this fight, and he was ready to add another $3,000 on top of the cost. But the saleswoman said that she was ready to help with the purchase and order another dress for them if they really wanted to receive it and buy it. The director was very grateful to Lin that he stood up for her in the store and was willing to bargain for her dresses. She will thank him for this. Then Lin decided to try on a suit for himself to understand what suited him and how he would look in it. After all, he doesn't have any suits in his wardrobe. After trying on the suit, Lin realized that it went very well with what the director was wearing. They realized that it was better to buy it all. Then Lin was already waiting near the director's pool for her to fulfill her promise that she could not fulfill for so long. Then the director comes out completely in the swimsuit that Lin bought for her, and it just fits her figure perfectly. Lin was simply delighted and didn't even know what to say, because he couldn't even think about such beauty. Lin saw how the director looked at her and realized that she definitely fell in love, and she definitely liked Lin as a guy. The director abruptly turned her head away because she didn't want to embarrass herself and Lena, and tried not to pay too much attention to it and not get hung up on it. Then Lin tried to teach the director to swim so that she would no longer be afraid of water and would not limit herself to it. There were different attempts, because you can't learn to swim right away. It's not so easy. The main thing is to learn to trust, and then everything will work out. Then Lin decided to help his orphanage, and went to negotiations to find out what the needs of the orphanage in which he grew up were. Then he saw a large round table at which some people were already sitting and waiting for him to discuss important points about the orphanage. Lin said hello to everyone and wanted everyone to know that he had come to help and was ready to find out what the needs of the orphanage were. But then everyone was skeptical when they found out that he was a working taxi driver and drove people for money. Lin wanted to make it clear that the money he earns and receives is enough for him to live. People thought that Lin wanted to deceive them so that they would give all the savings they had to him. No one could believe that Lin could earn good money on such a simple robot. It is very difficult for a person. But the girl said that if he loves her, then it will be forever, and he will definitely be able to pay for the girl's life and help her in the future. Then Lin asked if there were any other requirements regarding him and what might be needed from him to help the orphanage. Lin was offered to buy the girl $80,000, and this is very expensive for a tower. Lin was a little shocked when he breathed, and he understood this price for the ransom. What is it expensive for? Then they began to figure out who was right and who needed to talk about issues that needed help to be resolved. 100 Aya 7. No one could even imagine what kind of arable land Lin came to and what opportunities he had. Everyone thought it was just a guy, and then it's clear. After he did this or that, he didn't even blink, and that saved him because he didn't want to die so quickly. Then Lin was kicked out of the office completely, and he understood. I want to understand that this is not his enclosure, how he does it all. He didn't understand why everyone was yelling at him so much and why such a relationship was still good. And it's not clear why this happened. Then people saw the car Lin arrived in, and immediately everyone understood who he was and what his capabilities were. After all, the doubts were already unnecessary, and the relationship immediately changed. Lin saw that the car had been scratched and asked who would pay for its repair, because now it must be done by those who scratched it. The girl was shocked when she found out what the price of this car was, because it takes a lot of money to pay for repairs. As soon as Lin wanted to leave, the girl immediately clung to him and began to say that she was ready to give a second chance and start all over again. But Lin said that he does not need such a girl, and he is waiting for his money. If it does not come within a week, then he will go to court, and everything will be according to the law. Then he got into his fast and very expensive car and went about his business. and the people who crashed the car were given a deadline of 1 week. Mom hit the girl and started screaming at her very much because she behaved very badly towards this guy. In this situation, the girl was to blame because she didn't see that this guy had a lot of money, so she had to hold on to him. Then Lin came to the port, where there were a lot of expensive cars, and he really liked them. But he came on an important matter that should have been resolved long ago. Then Lin saw a guy standing with some girl and talking about a broken chair. Lin heard that the girl had broken a chair on the yacht and had no money to pay. But Lin realized that it was best to find out what happened and help solve this problem, because he couldn't leave it all behind. Lin suggested and said that let the girl pay for the broken chair. It would be more correct and best for those who work on the yacht. But in response, Lena was simply rude and told to mind his own business, because it is not he who decides who pays for a chair on a yacht. Then Lin went and wanted to find out if everyone was ready for his arrival, because he came for very important negotiations, and it was necessary to be prepared for this matter. The girl said that everything was ready and she could take Lin into the hall, where all the representatives were waiting for him and were ready to begin negotiations. When Lin arrived, everyone was already waiting for him and ready to negotiate. The chief director immediately met him and began to say that everyone was already prepared. Only Lin noticed that one guy was missing because obviously not everyone was on the fence. And it turned out to be true. One person was missing. After 5 minutes, he enters the hall and apologizes very much for being late, because he didn't think that he would get this before an important meeting. But when this guy saw who was sitting behind the main chair, he was simply shocked because it was really unexpected for him to see. Thus, Lin made it clear that he is in charge here, and all important decisions are made by him and no one else. Lin said that he didn't want to see this guy in front of him anymore, and told his bride and groom to kick him out so he wouldn't work for the company anymore. The guards took him by the arm and began to lead him straight out into the street, because this man no longer worked for the company and was unlikely to work in his profession at all. Lin sat down at the negotiating table and began to watch how people behaved, and in general how they reacted to Lin. He was interested to see who these people were. Lin said that he was ready to make the best port in the world and would be able to allocate a lot of money for this and would be able to raise everyone's salaries. All the people were very happy when they heard that their salaries could be raised and they would earn more. Then someone called Lin, and he could not understand who it was and what this person wanted from him. It turned out that it was people who called about the watch that Lin ordered. Then Lin said that they should send the painting to another address because he did not have time to go and pick it up personally in his car. But the product turned out to be too expensive and people cannot deliver it directly to the address that Lin said. Therefore, he needs to come up with something else. Then Lin came directly by car to the girl's birthday because he was invited and he couldn't refuse. That's why he came on time. The director was already waiting for him and was ready to accompany him on her grandfather's birthday, because it was through director Lin that they invited him there. Then they walked into the middle and everyone was shocked when they saw the two of them together. No one understood what kind of guy came to his grandfather's birthday. The grandfather really wanted to meet the person his granddaughter brought. After all, Grandpa doesn't know Lin yet and who he really is. He was very welcoming and kind towards others and wanted to get to know Lin well and find out who he was in general. But then suddenly, the girl whom Lin had recently given a ride started running up, and she gave him bad stars. She remembered Lin. The girl began to slander Lin about everything that was not true, and began to lie very strongly towards Lin. She wanted to humiliate him in front of his grandfather. The director was simply shocked when she heard what that girl said about Lin and how she started calling him names. She knew it was a lie because Lin was not like that. The girl was very angry after hearing what that girl said about Lin. He couldn't understand who he was then. The director began to save Lin and told the whole truth, because the girl only heard lies and nothing more. It turned out to be the director's sister, and she had a very bad attitude against Lin and didn't want her sister's boyfriend to be just a taxi driver. The sister's boyfriend works in a company where Lin is, and he has the opportunity to find out who Lin is and where he got such a car from. The director was shocked as everyone pounced on Lin and began to discuss him. At the same time, he just stood and listened. No one understood what was happening. Grandfather watched and did not know what to say or how to behave in this situation. After all the words said, Grandfather said that he was not welcome here and let Lin leave because everyone had already said for him what was necessary. Then, unexpectedly, people in black suits with some kind of box drove up to the restaurant and were looking for Lena because she wanted to give him something. He was in the middle and heard someone calling him. He realized that perhaps his very expensive purchase had arrived and needed to be picked up. This is his 175 watch model, which he recently ordered. This is the most exclusive model in the world. Only a couple of people in the world have this model of watch, and now Lin also has it. He was surprised by its design and its beauty. Everyone was simply shocked when they saw this model because they realized how expensive and rare it was. After all, a very small percentage of people can afford these watches. Everyone realized that they were very much mistaken about Lin and his condition. In fact, everything is different and not as they thought. Lin put on his watch and told the people that they could go, and they were completely free and he didn't need anything else. The people who brought the watch praised the grandfather very much that his daughter was not a mistake and had found a good guy because there are very few like him. Grandfather said that they should apologize to Lin because they are to blame for this situation, and there is no need to solve it quickly. Another girl began to discuss Lin, that he likes to show off his wealth and wants to prove and show everyone something. When the director heard what her aunt said, she was simply shocked because she definitely did not expect this from her. Everyone continued to find flaws and opportunities to call Lin names. Auntie began to tell Ching to open her eyes and look at who she came with for her grandfather's birthday. She doesn't understand who she's dating. Then the sister said that they had prepared a very valuable gift for the little girl and would like to give it and hand it over right in her hand. They gave grandfather strange coins because he loves them and they bought them for him. This gift costs about 300,000 and is very expensive. Grandfather was very pleased with this gift and didn't even know what to say. After all, no one had ever given him something like this before. Then Ching began to prepare a gift for her grandfather and began to deliver it from the box to immediately show what she gave. It was a ring that Lin and Ching gave as a gift, but Ching sealed it up on purpose so as not to embarrass Lin. Grandfather appreciated the ring and said that it didn't look bad and was really beautiful. He is pleased with the gifts and is very grateful to everyone. My sister said that it is very strange that Lin has a watch worth 10 million and a car worth 20 million, but gives such a cheap gift to his grandfather. Grandfather was very pleased with this gift, even though it was not very expensive, but the price is not as important to him as attention. Lin said that there is no need to give gifts for him. He has a gift for the girl, so it will not be good, and Ching does not need to worry. There is no point in arguing with them, because Lin prepared a gift for grandfather and there is no problem. No one needs to be shielded and saved. Lin hands over the very painting that he was able to get through his friends. It was impossible to buy it because no one was selling it, only through people, and that's all. Then the grandfather opens the picture and begins to look at what kind of art it is and, in general, whether it is valuable in our time. When Grandpa saw Zhang Daqian's peach spring before his eyes, he was simply shocked by it and didn't even think that Lin was capable of getting it. The value of this painting is 30 million, and not everyone can understand this art, but some people understand it and know a lot about it. The grandfather's daughter could not understand anything about what was so special about this painting, that it was so expensive. But the essence of this picture is that not everyone will be able to understand it, because the author hid its essence, and only a few will be able to see and understand it. My sister's boyfriend said that he knows a person who has the original of this painting and can prove that it is not an original, but a fake. But Lin did not react to this vision and was simply next to Ching because he wanted her to be happy and he didn't need anything more. Then my sister's boyfriend took this painting and tore it up right in front of everyone. After all, he thought that it was a fake and said that if he sees a craft, it must be immediately destroyed. Lin was interested to see how the guy who wants to prove that this painting is not original and is a fake will behave further. Ching was simply shocked because she had no doubt that Lin could give a fake. But then something happened that no one expected. Lin told Ching not to be angry and just let Lin solve the problem. He knows how to solve this issue. Lin told the guy who tore the painting that he was fired and no longer worked for the company. But this guy didn't believe it and said that Lin didn't have the authority or ability to do this to him. What Lin says is complete nonsense. Ching told Lin that now is not the time to joke because it is not appropriate here, and it is best to remain silent and not provoke a conflict. Lin said that let the guy call the CEO of the company and find out the truth about Lin. After all, this is the only way he can trust him. Everything Lin said was true, and he owns 20% of the company's shares, so he can fire an employee without reason as the owner. Lin paid 1% of his shares for the peach source painting, so he was able to get such a rare painting as a gift. After everything was decided, Lin said that the guy was fired and this was not discussed. Now everyone understands what capabilities Lin has. All the relatives began to shout at Lin not to do this because he needed family connections for the future, and in general for life in Qing. But Lin said, if only Qing asks, he will definitely do it and help. But as it is, he has no need to help others and needs family connections. Grandfather was very sorry that the painting was torn, and it no longer had any value. After all the value was gone in a couple of seconds. The guy started asking Lin for help because he wanted to return to work and work where he worked. After all, there is no other way out. But Lin didn't even want to listen to him. And then he went to his girlfriend and started asking her for help. But she clearly didn't want to help. Lin tried to appear to him so that he would get up and not be like a rag. Let him show himself like a man and not act like a girl. Lin then decided to approach Papa Qing and talk. But the conversation is not easy, and you need to get away from unnecessary people and be left alone. Lin gathered everyone, and they started asking him what he wanted to talk about and what to discuss with everyone. After all, everyone is busy, and there is no time to communicate with anyone. Lin remembered that yesterday he dropped Sister Qing off and Sister Qing had some adult toys. Lin has an interesting video that he wants to show everyone. It's very strange that Sister Qing uses adult toys. Lin thinks it's very strange. After all, in the video, you can see and understand everything. When my sister heard this, she was shocked and didn't even know what to say to herself, because it was the truth. She didn't think anyone would find out about this. Lin said that the best way for everyone to believe him is to watch the videos he has. Then everything will be clear to everyone. When the grandfather saw the video, he was simply outraged. He did not expect that his daughter could do such a thing. There was no end to his rage. My sister tried to explain to my grandfather that this was not true and that it was not a setup. But he realized that it was really his daughter in the video and it was not a fake. He hit her right in the face and said that now his attitude towards her would change once and for all. After all, she's the only one to blame for everything. Lin realized that he no longer belonged here, and he began to leave because he didn't want to say anymore. He had already said everything he wanted and needed. Qing was very uncomfortable about that incident with the gift. But Lin said that now she should place more orders, and that's it. The next day, Lin received a new order, and he immediately went to fulfill it. He needs to improve his rating as a driver. He drove up to the right place to pick up the license plates and saw a girl standing near the road. Lin realized that this girl was definitely waiting for him. The girl was simply shocked when she got into this car. You know, she's never been slow in such a fast car. The girl immediately asked Lin why he drives such an expensive car and works in a taxi. After all, it is not profitable and barely enough for gasoline. The girl immediately began asking Lin to add her to his phone book and give her his phone number. Lin couldn't understand why a girl who was studying at school needed an adult guy's phone number. After all, she is still very small and she doesn't need it. The girl began to tell Lin that it was love at first sight. It's like she exists and this is happening to her now. But Lin let the girl go and told her not to say such nonsense to strangers again, because it was rude and dangerous. Then Lin happened to be driving through the city and met Qing. He realized that she urgently needed to be taken somewhere because she was in a bit of a hurry and was running. Qing said that she needed to go to the racetrack because she needed to film there, and she was a little late, so she needed to get there very quickly. They arrived at the racetrack and began to communicate with each other, and Lin said that he wanted to go with Qing together to help her with the live broadcast. When they came in, there were two strange people who were arguing among themselves and had some kind of conflict that was incomprehensible. These turned out to be very popular bloggers whom Qing knew. She said that they also want to film a live broadcast, but they are fighting for passes. Qing came and wanted to understand what the problem was, why they had such a big conflict with each other and what happened. But the essence of the problem was that they wanted to kick them out of the arena and not allow them to attend events. It was very offensive for them because he tried hard for them and prepared very hard. Qing tried to say that there is a lot of space in the arena, so there is no need to be offended or nervous. Everyone will be able to fit. But no one even wanted to think about measuring and for someone to come to an agreement. They were very opposed to each other and did not want to listen to anyone. Then the girl was given a pass, and she went to film the broadcast because she wanted a lot of subscribers to her channel, and for this, she needed to make content. But then Lin appeared, who could definitely solve this problem with the entrance, and he would definitely be allowed in as an honored guest. Lin began to ask the girl if she was taking on too much, because this is not the right way to behave towards other people. Lin made it clear that he was in charge here. Ching tried to calm Lin down so that he would not be nervous or angry, but he knew what he was saying because he had such opportunities and powers. Lin said that he would not leave it like that and would definitely deal with it and think something about it. After all, he promised that he would let them in and lead them to the territory of this event. Lin said that it was best to trust him, and then they would definitely be able to get to this event. The main thing is to stay close to Lin. The girl thought something bad, because she thought that they just came in like that and they were ordinary people. But in reality, everything is different. When the girls entered the territory, they were shocked because the cars there were very expensive and valuable. They realized that this could bring them a lot of subscribers. Everyone immediately started asking Lin if it was possible to film and start the broadcast. They wanted to do it as quickly as possible and show everyone. Then came the manager of this airfield, and with him, the same girl who received entry to this event. She clearly had a plan against Lin. Then she immediately started talking and slandering Ching that she came here for free and without any pass, and that it is not urgent to expel him because this is not according to the rules. But as soon as they saw Lin, she immediately began to bow to him and greet him. After all, he is a very important guest at this event. The girl did not understand what was happening and did not know how to behave towards Lin because such important people bow to him. The girl was very surprised that they all knew Lin and communicated with him so well. She didn't know what to say in her defense. The guy started shouting at her because she started pointing her finger at the owner of this racetrack. He made it clear that she could not do this or she would be excluded from the event. But Lin said that this girl should be completely expelled and that she should not appear at this event again. Lin doesn't want to see her. The security quickly took her and began to drag her straight out into the street because it was an order from the owners. And now no one will bother Lin. Then this guy invited Lin to try to drive around in a race and prove who has the better car and who is the better driver. The girls had their cameras ready and were ready to film this race to see which of them was faster and had more skills. The guy said that 1 second would cost 15,000. The one who has more seconds will pay the winner. After the start, they started the race and immediately tried to overtake each other. They wanted to prove which of them was stronger and faster. Lin began to overtake the guy who was in the Lamborghini. Lin had more skills and could drive his car faster. Lin was still able to defeat the guy and won this race. He overtook him ahead of schedule and took the victory for himself. The race turned out to be really difficult and not easy. Lin had to put in a lot of effort to win this race. The guy gave the money to Lin and he took it with a very pleased face. After all, everything was fair and the one who lost had to pay for his loss. But Lin immediately gave this money to his manager so that he could spend this money on the needs of the circuit. After all, you need to take care of your business. But Lin needs to leave because he has his own needs that need to be fulfilled and tasks that lie ahead of him. Lin still needs a little more to move to the next level and receive more orders through applications. Then he can earn more. Lin came to eat with his old friend, his grandmother, who constantly feeds him delicious noodles. He had long wanted to come to her, and only now was able to find the time. But this grandmother needed to pick up her granddaughter from school, and then he could cook noodles for Lin. But at that moment, Lin decided to help his grandmother. He told the grandmother that he would pick up her granddaughter and bring her to the grandmother. So Lin went to the school to pick up her granddaughter. Lin was quickly able to find the right office and immediately realized that something had happened, and he needed help solving the problem with that grandmother's granddaughter. When Lin entered the office, he saw his granddaughter being scolded by someone else's mother, who was clearly not herself and was screaming at her very much. Lin immediately saw a guy with a scratched face, and Lin noticed this and made fun of him. Everyone was very happy when Lin came to the office except the angry parents. Only 2 people in the office knew Lin and hoped that he could help. He patted the little girl on the head and said that everything would be fine and there was no need to be nervous. Lin can solve all problems. All the girls' clothes were completely scratched, and they were clearly not in good condition. She needed fucking help. When Lin began to blame the mother's son, she began to defend him and tried to accuse the girl that it was all her fault. But in fact, Lin realized that the girl was not to blame, and that only the guy himself was to blame for this situation. A girl can't do that much damage to such a big guy. Then the mother told the girl that poor children are now destined to be bullied. This is their problem and they need to come to terms with it. Lin slapped this girl who called the girl names and insulted her very much. He made it clear that this is not the way to behave towards a little girl. The girl was very angry that Lin hit her right in the face. She realized that things couldn't continue like this and began to think about other options. But in response, Lin said that what kind of mother is he and his son? He has nothing more to say. This girl began to turn to the teacher for help because she said that this was already disgraceful and it was impossible to behave like that. The teacher said that Lin could not be guilty in any way. It's all this girl's son's fault, and there can be no other way. The teacher was also on the girl's side and knew that she was not to blame. The guy who started it all is definitely to blame for this. Then an evil man pours in through the door who obviously appeared there for a reason. He was quite large and very aggressive. As soon as he entered the middle of this class, he began to blame the girl that it was her fault and only her. And this guy started threatening Lin that he was a worker at Baba and he could create big problems for Lin. At that very moment, Lin called his man to find out why he was being threatened. Lin asked to deal with this as quickly as possible because this is not a joke, and it needs to be resolved as quickly as possible. After all, the man behaves very unethically. The man asked who Lin called because this obviously won't help him heal and he'll definitely have problems. This guy thought that Lin was lying to him and he couldn't call this guy's boss. But in reality, everything is different. But then this guy got a call and he got scared because it was his director. And then this guy realized that everything would not be so simple. Then he was told to pack his things and leave the company. He doesn't belong there and is completely fired. The man was simply in shock because at one moment his world simply collapsed and he lost everything. He didn't even think that everything would be so bad. The wife wanted to know why her husband immediately fell to the ground and what happened to him. After all, before that, he was ready to kill Lin and defend his own. Then he said that he had indeed been fired and would no longer be able to work at that job. His entire career is now over in a second. He tried to apologize to Lin because he understood his guilt and wanted to fix everything so that there would be no such problems. He begged Lin to take him back, but then Lin kicked him right on the back and he flew to the side. Now everyone understood that it was better not to touch Lin and not to anger him. It's very cool that Lin was nearby and that he managed to save the girl from these evil people. Lin picked up the girl and took her straight to her grandmother's house. After all, he promised that he would take her safe and unharmed as promised. Only Lin told her not to say too much and to remain silent, because in this way she might let it slip and it would be bad. The main thing is to remain silent in time. The girl said that she understood everything because she didn't want Lin to have problems, so she was ready to remain silent and not say too much in front of others. Ching came straight to the office for Ching to find her and find out why she was still on the job for so long. It's already very late. Lin is religious to come in and see if everything is okay and why she's been gone for so long. She should have left work by now. As soon as Ching heard the steps, she was very scared because she didn't understand who had come and how she should react to all this and how to act. Lin decided to play a trick on her and scare her a little. He hid and started making different sounds so that Ching would definitely be scared. But then the door slammed and Ching became very scared. It was her first time in such a situation, and here she was in a complete stupor. Then she started calling Lin so that he could save her because she was in danger and didn't know what to do. She asked him to come and save her. Ching told him to drop what he was doing and come urgently because she couldn't live without him for so long. She is in danger and needs to be rescued urgently. But then Lin appeared, and she immediately calmed down because she realized that there was no more danger and everything would be fine. But Ching wanted to know how he could end up in her office so quickly after he called. Otherwise, it looks very strange. Then Ching realized that it was Lin and he scared her so much. She started hitting him on the head because you can't do that to people. But Lin wanted to teach her a lesson so that she should not work so late because it is very dangerous for her. That's why he decided to teach her a lesson in this way. Ching asked not to do this again because she was very scared. She can't tolerate this all the time, so there's no need to do it. Lin brought fried rice with egg, which he often ate at an old establishment. That's why I brought Ching to try it. It looks very appetizing and tasty, so you could safely eat it and enjoy it. Ching was surprised that Lin would do such a thing for her. After all, the best gifts are those that are unexpected. Lin told Ching to eat it while it was still hot and while it was still tasty. After all, the longer it sits, the faster the food dries and gains air. Lin fed Ching directly from his hands and made it clear that he was ready to take care of her and give her joy and happiness. Then Lin's phone started ringing and he couldn't figure out who was calling him so late during non-working hours. It was an acquaintance of his who found very beautiful girls and wanted to invite Lin so that they could all relax and have fun together. But at this time, Lin was sitting with his girlfriend and eating, so it was not relevant for him to listen to this, and in general, Lin did not need it. Then Lin took Ching straight home. It would be safer, and he wouldn't worry. He wanted to spend time with her in such a short period of time. Then Lin continued Ching to go on a business trip with him because he would be bored alone. But with a girl, it would be much more fun. Ching said that she would see how she could do it. Otherwise, she might be busy, so she doesn't know exactly how and what will happen. Then Lin received rewards and increased his rating as a driver. Now he has the best rank and can easily take the best orders in the city. Then he received some kind of drink that could improve his brain, and he would become much smarter. That is, this will give him new opportunities. But Lin was curious to know how it worked, so he drank it. He didn't know what awaited him, but he hoped for the best result. He began to feel strange changes in his body and did not understand what was happening to him and how to react to it all. Lin has better abs and is much stronger. He realized that this gave him enormously new opportunities in the simple world. Lin bought a first-class ticket to fly comfortably and without any problems. After all, he wants to do everything at the highest level. Lin sat and played on his phone without bothering anyone. Behind him were a guy and a girl who also entered first class. The girls were very beautiful, and they really liked Lin. They wanted to get to know him better and understand how he behaves and reacts to them. But the guy who was sitting next to Lin wanted to show off a little in front of him. And he said that appearance is not the main thing, but the main thing is money and status. The guy decided to ask the flight attendant who she would get contact details from, because in this way it would be possible to understand who is more attractive and richer. But the guy started showing off his watch and thought that this would help him show how cool he is and how much money he has. But then the girl saw Lin's very rare watch that costs a lot of money. For this money, you can buy an entire plane. After she saw the watch, she started asking Lin if he had contacts, because such a guy doesn't lie around on the road. Then Ching came and sat down next to Lin, and that guy was simply in shock because he didn't expect that Lin had such a beautiful girl. Lin flew to the orphanage to help those who need money, and he wanted to give some of his money to charity. Everyone was very happy when they saw Lin and his girlfriend. They were surprised that he came to them because he didn't say anything and came very unexpectedly. The girl Lena was very warmly welcomed into the family. She was already like family, and everyone was very happy that she came with Lin. Grandfather went about his business, and grandmother began to talk to the guests because they very rarely come to them. Therefore, you need to pay attention to them. Lin invited Ching so that she could take a look at what the shelter looked like, and in general, so that she could understand where Lin used to live and how it was for him. Then Sister Lin arrived, and she also decided to visit the kids and see how they generally live and how they are doing now. Then the sister saw Lin and decided to go up to her boyfriend to say hello, because they had not seen each other for so long and wanted to talk. Ching was very happy to meet Sister Lena. She heard a lot about her because Lin said that he had a sister. My sister's boyfriend said he wanted to donate 100,000 to the shelter. He is ready to give this money right now. Grandma didn't want to take that kind of money, but Lin insisted that she take it and spend it on an orphanage. It wouldn't be superfluous. But the guy also wanted to know if Lin could donate money to an orphanage because he earns good money, he knows. Lin said that he would donate 100 million because he had long wanted to help the orphanage and was ready to take this step. This is not very much money for him. The guy didn't believe him and said that if Lin donated that amount, the guy would double it and send it to an orphanage too. Lin called the right person and told him to transfer the amount to the right address that Lin would say. The man said that everything would be done without any problems. When the money arrived, my grandmother was simply shocked. She didn't know how to behave because it was a lot for her. As soon as the guy saw this, he immediately said that he had something to do and couldn't talk, and he quickly ran away from Lin and never fulfilled his promise. Then they all went to eat together because they were all hungry and needed a little refreshment. Lin just missed this kind of food. Then Ching came to the company to check if everything was in balance. Otherwise, without verification, there can be big problems. She sat down at the chair and began to carefully study everything and find out whether the company had debts or not. Ching didn't like that the company had 39 million in debt. This is a very large amount, and you need to act quickly to solve it. Then suddenly, people in black suits burst into the office. They were very angry and impudent. No one knew why they were there. They came for the money they were owed. They are supposed to receive 1 million from the company, and they came for it. People were beaten and ready to lose money at any cost. They have a problem that needs to be solved, and that's it. But then Lin stood up and said that no one owes anyone anything. The guys are clearly confused about something, and they need to get out of here. One guy immediately started shouting and threatening him because he was determined to get the money he came for. Lin realized that the situation was complicated and needed to be solved somehow. Otherwise, there could be a big problem and then a fight. Lin offered 2 million for the person who came up with all this. And these guys immediately began to leave and run away to get the one who started it all. Lin decided to go to the police and tell everything so it would be much calmer and better. 3 hours later, Lin was able to catch the one he wanted to find. The police did their job and everything worked out. The man began to apologize to Ching because he understood that he had already been caught and there was no way he could escape the law. He begged for mercy and wanted not to be touched again. He didn't think that they could get him so quickly. He wanted to try to save himself, but it was in vain. Ching no longer wanted to stay in this city and wanted to go home. Therefore, she asked Lena to say goodbye to her grandmother and buy tickets back. The next day, Lin flew to his city and immediately got dressed in the morning and went to the university because now he works there. Then Lin went to meet the staff with whom he would work. He wanted to make a good impression of himself, so he dressed well. He went straight to the dean's office and wanted to meet everyone who was there and who worked there. You had to be very attentive and careful to little things. To start work, Lin needs to complete tasks. These tasks are mandatory in order to be accepted for a position at the university. Lena immediately began to introduce him to his workplace. After all, everything is new to him and you need to show him everything. Then Lin came up with a plan that would help him get an internship quickly. It won't take him much time and will bring a lot of benefits. Lin brought a person who will do the internship. This will help speed up the process much, and everything will be done quickly. Lin had a proposition that was difficult to refuse. That's why he brought a person to negotiate in the dean's office. Lin's plan worked, and his wedding partner settled everything with the dean. Therefore, Lin let him go, and now he can work in peace. Lin was given the task of creating schedules so that children could attend his classes. After all, teachers all do this, so you need to take this into account. After Lin spoke with the dean, he immediately went to the parking lot to his car. And then he heard a sharp sound from one side. Then some girl appears who almost beat Lin to death. He was wearing a black suit and had a confident gait. The girl ran into the middle, and they immediately started shouting at her. After all, she was late, but she was lucky that Mr. Lin had not arrived yet. Then Lin came into the office, and the girl was shocked because before that she had been rude to him. And now it turns out it's her boss. Lin didn't expect the girl to work in the company with Lin. He clarified who she was and why she was here. Lin said that these guys were fired. He is not welcome here, and he does not want to see them in the company. They must treat people well. Lin left them no choice, and they left the office because they no longer worked there, and they needed to try to talk, but it didn't work out. Lin immediately began to discuss what kind of port he wanted to build and what should be there. Lin began to think how much money he would need to give so that they could build a port that would be the best. Lin said he was ready to give 800 million for construction. After all, he needs the best port. The next day, Lin came to work and was ready to work and teach physical education to the children. He had everything with him. The director was very strict with Lin because this was his first day on the job, and he had to get ready and learn everything. Lin must teach his subject well, otherwise he will fly out of this job and will not be able to continue teaching. Therefore, it must be taken very seriously. Lin went to his first lessons to get to know everyone and understand where and what was there. After all, you need to study everything first. Lin should have his first lesson in which he gets to know those he will study and teach. There were a lot of people walking. No one expected that so many people would gather in one hall. It's been a long time since there were so many people in one audience. The director was shocked and did not know why this was so. The director was very angry that so many people came to Lin, but no one came to her lessons. Lin decided to take a roll call to see if everyone had arrived or if perhaps someone was missing. After the lesson ended, Lin received new opportunities and now he can understand microcircuits. The entire administration came to the office and they wanted to talk about very important matters that had happened over the past week. As it turned out later, someone was able to buy out the entire university, but no one understood who it was or how it happened. The owner of all this will come very soon, and it will be clear who he is and what this guy can possibly do. He bought Lin University, and then everyone will understand how they work there and what they do. The main thing is that now there are no complaints against him. Everyone was very happy about Lin and the fact that he became the most important person in this building. He is now officially the owner. Lin began to notice that the equipment was very old and had not been working for a long time. He realized that new equipment was needed. But this was understandable, because the university was built a long time ago and all the equipment in it was very old and unnecessary. Everyone started talking about some kind of project. Lin wanted to see what it was and try to solve it herself without the help of others. He was told that he could not solve it himself, only with the help of the professor. This is a very complex project that is not easy to do. Lin sat down at the computer and began to study everything to understand how to complete the project so that he could complete everything himself without any problems. Everyone was shocked when Lin was able to solve the problem of these guys, because some of them studied for a long time to gain experience. But Lin did everything very quickly. The problem went away, and they no longer needed to hover over it, and then they already understood what was best for them to fix and how. Lin said that he had solved their problem. Now let them solve his problem. He has one need that needs to be fulfilled. He said that they would check the old equipment and it would need to be completely replaced. The professor said it was expensive, but Lin has money. Lin said that he was ready to give even more. The main thing is that this be done, he really asks. After that, Lin went to work and built new processes and tested them. After all, you must first study everything and understand how it works. A guy comes from Roth and starts threatening Lin and screaming at the top of his voice. He was very angry and aggressive at this time. They tried to calm him down, but he was clearly not able to speak and communicate calmly. He wanted to find Lin and communicate with him. Lin began asking and talking to these guys to understand who he was and why he behaved this way. This guy Linu began to say that he was causing a lot of trouble and was creating unnecessary problems, and that he needed to be removed from the university. Then the girl who was the reason for the conversation comes in. She was quite busy and did not have the opportunity to talk much. This guy should not have come to this office. He was definitely not expected here. But he was very persistent and did not want to listen to anyone. The girl made it clear that it was better not to touch her because she did not have time to talk and communicate on such topics. But the girl did this on purpose so that the guy would not pester her anymore. After all, she wanted a quiet life and doesn't want to be together with this guy. For the girl, Lin turned out to be not as bad as she initially thought. After all, he is actually very kind. Then Lin was called to the vice rector and had to go to his office. Everyone was very scared because they didn't know what would happen to Lin next. When Lin entered the office, they were already waiting for him and wanted to talk to him. He realized that something would happen and he might be fired. Lin wanted to know why he was being fired and what the reason might be. After all, he did nothing wrong and always tried to work efficiently. But the vice principal said that Link did not have enough classification and could not work at this school. He needs to go look for another job. Lin wrote to the person from whom he bought this school. He said that this issue would be resolved very quickly and without any problems. This man came into the office very angry and wanted to understand what was happening and why Lena wanted to fire them from his position. The projector began to explain that everything was fine. They were just talking to Lin and there was nothing wrong. The man began to explain who Lin really is and, in general, what role he plays in the school. In fact, he is the most powerful person in this building. The vice rector began to beg not to be fired because he would not do this again because it was a mistake. He didn't know who Lin really was, but the vice rector was fired and will no longer work at the school. After all, he had many punctures throughout his time at the university. Then they came to that sweet girl who was alone in the office and took a little rest from work. The girl was fed up that the projector was completely fired and it no longer works. When the girl heard this, she was simply shocked and did not know what to say. For her, it was very unclear and spontaneous. After this situation, everyone understood what was needed and where. After all, there was a lot of work and it was tedious to get everything done. Then Lin Roses chipped in right in his office and felt confident. People asked what was his promotion. Lin didn't want to. How quickly to tighten everything, he just wanted to know the skin to make tea for him. Lin made an appointment, and he will earn money because perhaps he will need to find a line about the amount and platform. The next day, Lin went to a very nice and expensive yak restaurant for Web. He couldn't understand how it was Bara. Ching wanted to talk a little with her friends and relax, but when I saw Dean, everything changed immediately. She waited for him for a long time, and in the end, Lin was able to come on his own. This was very commendable of him. Then suddenly, a girl approached Link and started asking for phone contacts. She wanted to get to know Lin more closely. Then Lin heard about some project that has a balance of more than 800 million. This is a lot by modern standards. Then a guy approached Ching and also began to inquire about the project. He wanted to develop and understand how it all works and what problems there are and how much money is needed for this. Then Lin saw how this guy began to get closer and closer to Ching and flirt with her. He didn't like it very much. Then he decided to fix something on Ching's shoulder and began to sharply reach for it in order to understand and help the girl with this. But then Lin immediately intervened and made it clear that it was a bad idea to behave this way. After all, Ching has a guy who is clearly against this communication. The guy was very indignant that Lin stood up for the girl, and he did not want to give Ching to Lin just like that. He was ready to resist. But Lin made it clear that this makes no sense because he is strict and this is his girlfriend. This can no longer be an excuse. Lin said his company is also suitable to work on the project. After all, this makes no sense. Two companies are very good. But the guy didn't agree with him and didn't even want to talk about it. After all, he thought that Lin was talking complete nonsense. This guy decided to call the main person for the project, who could tell the guy whether there was a suitable candidate or not. But then the guy found out that Lin bought the entire port, and he now manages it. Therefore, he makes decisions in this project. The guy was very scared and didn't know what to do or how to act. After all, in fact, he could now be fired or his position taken away. But Lin simply kicked this guy out and told him not to come back again because emus were not welcome there, and he had nothing to do there. The next day, Lin came to do his own business because he had a business meeting and he wanted to go to negotiations. Then he met his classmate, whom he had not seen for a year. She was interested in chatting and generally finding out how Lin was doing and what he was doing. Lin said that he works as a physical teacher at school and does some things, so he is an offensive guy and works a little. Lin wondered why so many people had gathered. After all, this is usually not the case, but there are just a lot of people here. All the people who are standing near the entrance are waiting for the mysterious rich man, and then this girl's boyfriend came up. He was also in that company. Lin did not expect such an acquaintance, and the girl said that let her boyfriend find a job for Lin. Perhaps if he goes to dinner, they can come to an agreement. But the guy said that it was a waste of time and all this was of no use. The main thing is that I met that same rich man. The girl said goodbye to Lin and said that she needed to leave because she couldn't communicate with Lin for a long time. All the people were waiting for that same mysterious rich man who was supposed to come and say hello to everyone. After all, this is a very valuable person. Yilin began to walk confidently towards the entrance to the buildings. After all, everyone had gathered to meet him and get to know him better. That couple was simply in shock because they could not even think that this guy could be so rich. They wanted to know if it was true that he had that kind of money. But when the girl ran up to Lin, she said that he did not belong here. After all, they can now remove it or simply throw it out if they call the security. But then the general manager of the hotel came out and was very angry because he saw how some people began to pester Lin. He didn't like it. But then, a guard appeared and started shouting loudly for Link to be taken to the other side. He was behaving very strangely. But then the manager made a mistake to the guard who told Lin this. After all, in fact, Lin is a very important guest whom everyone has been waiting for. But the guard didn't understand why he got hit in the face because he was just doing his job and nothing more. And then it hit him right in the face. Then they said that this is the same guy who bought it. Towers, and these are the secrets of a rich man whom everyone was waiting for near the entrance. An old friend asked Lin and Ad if it was that he bought these towers because they were really very expensive and it was impossible to buy them. Then the guard tried to make amends and asked Lin for forgiveness. But he in turn said that this was unacceptable because Lin did not deserve to receive an apology from him. Lin began to finish all the tedious papers that were given to him. There were enough of them, but it was necessary to fulfill all the requirements and reread everything. After Lin signed everything, the manager said that it was necessary to find a candidate who would directly control the processes in these towers. Then Lin met the girl who had studied with him for a long time. She wanted to talk to Lin and find out how he was doing and what his plans were for the evening. But Lin did not want to talk to her. Lin got into his car and drove off about his business. He had no business communicating with that lady. He was full of his own plans. After that, Lin's friend was riding her moped and accidentally crashed into a curb, And after that, the moped ended up under someone else's car. The girl was a little confused because they immediately started shouting at her, but she was ready to pay for the car to be repaired so that there would be no problems. But this man grabbed the girl's hands and began to squeeze her very tightly. She was in shock and did not know how to act or what to do. She started screaming at the men who were hurting her so much that he was tired of her and didn't do that again. After all, physically the girl was much weaker. Then he began to cover her mouth with some kind of rag so that the girl would not scream. He held her hand to prevent her from running away and began to gag her. The girl didn't feel very good about this and wanted to get some air, and this man did not give her the opportunity to breathe at all. But then, Lin suddenly appeared and realized that something was wrong here and decided to help the girl in this situation. The girl was very glad that Lin appeared and began to save her from this man who wanted to kidnap her and take her with him. But Lin could not understand what was happening and why the girl was so scared. After all, he had never seen her so frightened. Lin began to think about how to find out the original reason, who was to blame for this situation, and understand why this all happened. Then Lin saw that there was a camera there and said that you can see everything there and see how everything really happened. After that, the guy was ready to go to the service himself and not bother Lin so that he wouldn't go anywhere with the girl. Lin did not let him go because he wants to bring this matter to an end and sort it out so that everything is fair and just. He began to ask for forgiveness from them, that there was no need to call the police and watch the cameras. Everything is fine. He is ready to pay for the repairs himself. But Lin thought and said that to let this man go out of pity because he really asked and begged to let him go. Therefore, Lin agreed to give him the opportunity to leave. The girl felt bad and Lin decided to take her straight home to make the girl feel much better. After all, he understood that he urgently needed to help her. Lin brought the girl home, and she immediately began to run away because it was not convenient that Lin came, and her house was not tidy and clean. The next day, Lin came to his ancestral place and saw that it was empty. It was not clear to him where his desk had gone because it was so big. But Lin met the guy, and he told him that the deputy rector is now Lin and he will be in the same office. All his things are already there. But Lin said that he didn't want to be there and let the rock help him take the table to another company and another office. Then, there was an unexpected call to school, and it was said that one girl from school wanted to jump from the roof. We need to save her urgently, otherwise it will be the end. Everyone got into the car and started getting ready because they urgently needed to get to the tedious point where all this was happening. As soon as they arrived, they began to find out what was happening and how, in order to have time to save the girl, and so that she would not get hurt because there was no other way out. The girl stood on the edge of the roof and was ready to jump so as not to think about problems ever again. Everyone didn't know what to do or how to act. Everyone was very afraid because the girl could fall at any moment, and this is really not the case, and it's easy to save a person in such a situation. When they all ran out onto the roof, they saw the girl, and she was already standing at the very edge. It was clear that any step in her direction could cost her life. Lin said to let him jump and not waste their time. After all this is not so easy to do. If she wants, let her jump. Lin said that if the girl dies, it will be in vain because the problem will not be solved. After all, the girl was harassed, and that's why she's on the roof of the house. Everyone wanted justice, and everyone was ready to help the girl so that she would not fall down. Lin tried to get in touch with her in order to win her back and talk normally. Otherwise, the girl behaved very impulsively and strangely. But she threatened Lin that she would jump, and that's it, and he would never see again. But Liminen did not give in to emotions and did not want to react to her provocations. Then, unexpectedly for everyone, he grabbed the girl at the trotter and held her right in his arms. It was very fast and bold. Lin was able to save the girl, and it was very cool and fast. As for such an act, Lin was great, the guard said. And Lin told the guard to figure out why the girl was harassed and what was the reason for the man's behavior. He began to calm the girl down and asked her not to do this again. It's not normal for a child that age to want to die. After that, Tink immediately began to go about his business because he didn't have time to wait until everything calmed down. He realized that he had better go mind his own business. But Lin wanted to find the very person who molested the girl. It's not normal for her to go through this at that age and not be punished for it. But the girl didn't want to let Lin go there alone because she was afraid that someone might be with him, and maybe someone could harm him. They got into the car and quickly started driving to find the very person who was molesting the girl. They arrived at the place and started asking if they could get into his office. After all, they are having an important conversation. But it turns out no one can come in without an appointment. After they didn't want to let Lin in, he called his friend and asked how he could get into Cui Bin Lun's office because he had important business to do. Lin was able to find out the number of the office and said that now he could be given a prison bouquet because he definitely deserved it. This guy was just sitting and talking about his business with his partner. He clearly had no idea that they were already coming for him. But then Lin opens the doors with his foot, and everyone realized that this was clearly not a worker or a client. Everyone was scared and didn't know what to do. Lin immediately began asking questions to this guy who was molesting the girl. After all, he is guilty, and he must be punished for this. But this guy started saying that this was all nonsense, and this couldn't happen. This is all a made-up story. The guy began to say that the girl herself began to pester him, and it was not his fault. She seduced him and harassed him herself. The girl wanted to hit him, but he quickly pushed her away and made it clear that this was not the best idea for an attack. After that, Lin immediately went on the attack and began to attack this guy because he definitely deserved it. First he kicked and then began to reach with his hands. Lin had enough strength, so the blows were very strong. The guy flew far after the first kick. After he moved away from the blow, he began to shout to the guards because he understood that he could not cope and he needed help in this matter. When the guy realized that the security would not come quickly, he would have to fight himself. Otherwise, Lin may have time to put him down before the guards arrive. Lin did not wait for the security to arrive and began to continue kicking him directly in the face. Lin wanted this guy to feel all the pain that the girl he bullied felt. Everyone was shocked because no one could have thought that such a thin guy could have such strong and powerful blows. This is very impressive. When the guards came running, it was already too late, because practically Lin completely beat the guy who was molesting the girl. Then the lawyer came and started shouting at Lin that he would close him down and destroy him. After all, he has such an opportunity and such powers. But Lin hit this lawyer on the head so that he would say less unnecessary things and not interfere with him. After all, Lin has her own goal. Everyone began to threaten Lin that this was his last day on this earth. No one will see or hear from him again. It will be a complete end for him. Then the same guy appeared who should smear Lin on the wall and put him in prison for a long time. The guy who harassed the girl immediately began to snitch on Lin, saying that he had beaten him and wanted to kill him. After all, he didn't do anything to him, and Lin came and started a fight. After these words, the guy himself received a punch in the face. After that, he had even more questions. This guy immediately ran up to Lin and started asking if everything was okay and if he had any problems. After all, everything can be resolved peacefully and calmly. Then Lin told the truth that this guy was harassing a university student. He acted like a creep, and the girl almost died because of him. After Flint told everything, they began to ask the guy if it was true and why he did this. After a short conversation, he himself hit the guy who was harassing the girl. He realized that this was true, and the bastard needed to be punished. The guy immediately started bleeding, and he could no longer speak normally. He received an early slap in the face for meddling with a girl. Lin realized that his friend would figure it out and whether he could go about his business. But he promised that he would put this guy behind bars. He took the girl he came with and began to leave because he had already done everything he wanted and he didn't need to be there anymore. The next day, Lin came to resolve the issue with the company. After all, his company is not registered, and this needs to be done as quickly as possible. As soon as he entered, he immediately began to look around to understand where to go and who could help him. A very nice girl appeared who was ready to help Lin with any question. After all, she realized that he definitely needed help. Lin gave a package of documents and said that he wanted to register a company and he needed help in this matter. Otherwise, he could not cope on his own. Lin began to try to fill out the form for registering a company. Everything had to be done very carefully and slowly, so as not to make a mistake. No one wanted to accept the form that Lin filled out because he indicated that the company's value was 500 million. Everyone thought that he was lying. The girl who accompanied Lin insisted that this form be taken and approved. After all, Lin is a serious person and he doesn't joke. But Lin had confirmation from the bank, and thus made it clear that everything was fine with him, and there was no need to worry. After that, Lin was given an appointment, and he quickly got into the car and started driving to it because he didn't want to be late and waste time. When he arrived, everyone was shocked because such a young guy got out of such an expensive car. No one could understand where he got such a lot of money. Lin found the right table and realized that everyone was waiting for him and he could calmly sit down and chat. They talked with the same guy who broke up with the girl who wanted to throw her off the roof of the house. After all, he is also to blame for this. He was very angry and did not want to answer some questions. Lin realized that he needed to be on the alert. There might be a fight. He didn't want to sit with them and just got up and left. This was very strange from the guy. After all, the conversation never worked out. Then this guy got into the car with his friend, and they went to a meeting with a very important person in this city. A comrade called and said that they were already in place and ready to meet and talk with each other. Lin said okay, he can meet and talk about the business they want to do together. When the guy saw Lin again, he was simply shocked. He thought that he would specifically follow him and take care of him. The partner began to find out and ask what happened because the guy who injured him didn't behave like that. But now he became very aggressive. Then this guy got punched in the face for his words. After all, he started calling Lin names and insulting him. They quickly put things in order with the guy and made it clear that such behavior would definitely not end well. 100%. Then Lin was asked if these two guys needed to be escorted out. After all, they see themselves with dignity and are not very ethical. But when Lin said that he would do it himself, he is the owner of this hotel. The guys were simply in shock and didn't know what to say. After all the events, they all sat down and began to chat amicably. And this man turned out to be the father of the guy who broke up with that girl who wanted to bend her out of the roof. But Lin wanted to talk about why his son was so promiscuous. After all, the things he does are not normal. The father apologized very much for his son because he didn't want this to happen again. He realized his problem in education, but Lin was still able to agree that everything would be in order and without any problems. After all the completed work, he went to eat with the lady. He hadn't eaten for a long time, and so he came to his new girlfriend for lunch. It was very tasty, and he was glad that he chose the right girl. After all, in this way, I received a lot of pleasure and benefits. Lin promised to buy the girl a car, and he will fulfill his promise so that it doesn't cost him. After all, a real machine keeps its word. After he ate, he got ready and went with his girlfriend to buy a new car. They agreed that Lin would buy her a car. They were immediately greeted by a young man in a suit and began asking what they were interested in and what they wanted to buy for themselves at the car dealership. The girl said that she wants to buy a car for $30,000 and is looking for a good option for herself. Maybe someone can help her. The guy was very surprised when he found out that they had such a budget. After all, he thought it was more than $100,000 but not 30. Then he told his assistant to serve the client. Otherwise, he cannot work when the amount to buy a car is so small. Lin was very angry when he found out that the guy didn't want to work with them because they didn't have much money. It was very offensive to be perceived in one's favor. But then some guy came into the car dealership and asked why I had an automatic car near the entrance. Otherwise, he can't drive his car normally. Everyone was shocked when they saw what kind of supercar the people arrived in. It really impresses people. The guy who rejected Lin wanted to know whose car it was and who drove it. After all, perhaps this is a very rich man in this city. Lin said that he would now recycle the car so that it wouldn't blink at anyone, and everything could go to the car dealership normally. Everyone tried to stop Lin and prevent him from leaving the car dealership because he is a very valuable customer. That's why everyone wanted to talk to him. Then Lin went to another car dealership to choose the best option and understand what the girl liked. After all, it is very important to take her wishes into account. Then he was able to find a very beautiful car that the girl liked, but she was not comfortable because she is very expensive. But Lin said that if a girl likes them, then they buy because that's the most important thing. Lin immediately said that he would buy using the card. The car was very beautiful, and the girl liked it very much. Lin was pleased to give such gifts because they convey very positive emotions. When Lin woke up, a new profession opened up for him, and he realized that this was a new opportunity to try something and earn money. He has completed 70% of his current profession, and he has the opportunity to immediately switch to another, and then he will be able to start working in another profession. A new career as a courier has opened up for him, and at the moment he has 0% in this specialty. Therefore, he can start working any day. The bike on which Lin would ride and work on delivery was already waiting for him in the parking lot. This is a completely new motorcycle with great power and maneuverability. When Lin saw it, he was simply shocked, because such a bike costs more than $6 million, and it is very fast for delivery. Lin put on a suit and helmet and got on the bike. He was completely ready for work and began to study the motorcycle to understand how fast and powerful it was. Now Lin traveled only on a motorcycle, and he really liked it. This is great speed, and the adrenaline charged him greatly. The girls were shocked when they saw Lin on such a fast machine. They were very surprised and did not understand how his transport changed so quickly. Then Lin said that he wanted to quit, and the girl was very scared because she thought that he wanted to do this because of yesterday. But the girl had a question. Why should Lin work if he is already decently rich and wealthy? But Lin said that he wanted to try something new for himself and therefore changed his job to another. He's always interested in trying something new. Then he received a new order, and he realized that he needed to deliver it urgently because he was just beginning to develop his career as an employee. He takes the parcel to the specified address and goes straight to the person who needs to deliver this parcel directly into his hands. Lena was greeted by a nice girl and was ready to pay for delivery and goods immediately. She saw that Lin was a very handsome and well-groomed guy. Lin quickly unpacked the parcel, showed what was there and that everything was in order, and went about his business. After all, he wanted to be kind and understand his rating, like a courier. The girl was very grateful for such fast delivery because you always have to wait a long time. But here everything is in a couple of minutes, and that's it. Lin met the girl because he realized that he wanted to buy a beach, and he needed to find out how much it costs and how he can buy it. Lin was given a folder with documents about the very beach that he wants to find out about. This folder shows that the beach is completely fine. Lin was interested to know why this beach was put up for auction and for what reason it all happened. After all, before that it was a public beach. But this beach is not so simple. It has a fee that needs to be paid. Lin wants to know in more detail what is wrong with the documents. Lin called his friend and said that he should come and pick him up now and talk to him about the beach. After 20 minutes, they arrived at the right place, completely ready to talk with people who were having problems. Two guys were sitting not far away, and they found out that Lin needed them because they were standing there for a reason. They always cruise their area. Lin, with a very angry look, said that he urgently needed a manager because there was a very important conversation. They said that they do not know where their boss is, and it is not clear who is licking whom and who is wrong in this situation. Then they found out who Lin really was and what he did. He wrote everything like a guy. With City Tom, Lin just wanted to check on everyone because you need to keep them under control and not let anything slip out of sight. Then Lin came to the hotel and wanted to check the bills to see if everything was in order, and maybe there were some problems or expenses that he didn't know about. The manager said that he would find out everything and let Lin know, because such information must be accurate and truthful. Lin thought that the hotel owed money, so no one wanted to show him the bills. He started to get really angry about this. But then it turned out that it was true that the hotel was owed money and a large amount ahead of schedule. It was about 3 million. What angered Lin the most was that no one told him anything about this. After all, debts are very bad and hotel owners should know about them. Lin immediately began to act and wanted to find out where these debtors were so that he could immediately collect all the money and not be in the red. Lin was able to negotiate with the guy to repay the debt and repeat it with him personally. After all, this is not how things are done if you check into a hotel and you have to pay. Then, unexpectedly, Lin received guests who had long wanted to talk to him. They were clearly prepared to do very bad things. Lin sat and waited for them near the entrance and wanted to understand the reason for their appearance because Lin did not want to meet them. Then they came themselves and even took a gift. They threw the gift on the table and said that it was for Lin. Let this gift begin from their joint work. But Lin said that they are unlikely to work together because it is not as simple as it seems to him. Lin has already suspected a lot of things for himself. This guy started threatening Lin because if they couldn't come to an agreement today, then Lin's business would be completely over. After all, this man has nothing to fear, but Link should think about what he will do and what he will say. After all, words can kill him. Lin didn't listen to this for a long time and hit the man right on the head with a mug. He made it clear that he would not obey anyone, and it was not that simple. As soon as he fried the guy, his men immediately began to run and scream in his direction. After all, they acted as guards. But Lin, with his deft skills, was able to quickly put them down and repel the attack. After all, he understood and knew his capabilities in battles. This guy's security was very scared because no one expected this to happen. The guys were very scared at this time. The guy started bleeding from his head. This was a sign that Lin would not joke and that he was serious about resolving the issue with them. But Lin knows this person well, so he resolved this issue in this way. After all, it was very important for his life. When the guy went to the window, he saw a lot of prepared guys who were ready to attack and fight right away. It looked very dangerous and evil. Lin said that this guy knows what will happen to him if Lin puts a high price on his head. After that, he will definitely be killed and simply destroyed. Then some people appeared who wanted to understand what was happening there and why one guy was covered in blood. But they didn't focus their attention on this much. Then Lin was asked directly if that guy in business had anything in common with Lin. After all, they are all different and have different interests. But Lin told the truth that these guys wanted to cooperate with him, and so they came to his office and began to dialogue about it. Then one guy wanted to understand who could have come up with such a bad idea regarding cooperation in business. But without hesitation, they were able to find the very guy who started it all. He was definitely a moron to say that. Then they were told that he should leave them and not come again and not disturb them. After all, they only cause problems, and that's it. The guys could not understand who this Lin was and what he was doing, that he had such a powerful influence. After all, they could not even think that he was so influential. Lin was interested in knowing when he should pay the money that was owed to him. After all, he doesn't like to wait, and the debt must be repaid. After that, they immediately ran for the money because they realized that it was best not to joke with Lin because there would be big problems. An acquaintance asked Lin if he needed to keep an eye on these guys so that they wouldn't run in and leave with the money. Lin said that he should take over the debt as well, but he said that it would not be right. After all, he solved Lin's problem. Now let Lin solve his debt problem. Lin agreed because he saw that everything was fair with them. This is a business and you need to be able to negotiate with each other. Then his girlfriend called Lin and wanted to know how he was feeling and if he wanted to come pick her up. She misses him very much. He said that he would come up with something and fix it. After all, there was a lot of work during the day, and he cannot give up everything so easily and quickly. But he is ready to come for her sake, because she is more than a robot to him. He said goodbye and went about his business. Lin came to the girl with a full package of groceries and was very pleased to meet her. He knew that she definitely had something in mind for him. Lin turned out to be very fast. He was able to deliver such a large package of groceries in a couple of minutes. The girl was simply shocked by this. The dinner turned out to be very tasty. The girl liked it. She had not eaten so deliciously for a long time. Therefore, I was grateful that Lin did everything so quickly. Lin took the girl to the port in the morning because she had to leave, so she had to be escorted. It's safe for her. Lin talked a little with the girl because they wouldn't see each other for a long time. Therefore, they are residents to stay alone and enjoy the sea a little. When they said goodbye, Lin said, "Let her be careful, because there is only one life, and there is no need to act like a fool. The main thing is to take care of yourself and be careful." When the girl left, Lena already received a new order for delivery. He realized that the Yeti needed to work urgently, otherwise he would miss all the orders. Lin went to the point to buy circles for the people who ordered them. He realized that it was best to do everything quickly so that there would be no bad review. The seller turned out to be very kind and smiling. He immediately noticed Lin's beauty, but could not understand why he worked as a courier and not as a model. Lin bought 2 circles and quickly rushed to the people who bought this circle. He knew for sure that he would have time to deliver the circle directly into their hands. When Lin arrived, it was difficult for him to understand where the person was and how to find him among others. After all, it turns out that it is not so simple. But then the girl saw that Lin couldn't find them and wanted to help, and started waving her hands so that he could see for sure. Lin looked around and saw a couple waiting for the inflatable rings. He realized that he had come to the right place and that he could safely carry their order. All the girls were simply shocked by his beauty. After all, he really looked very handsome, and everyone wanted to meet him and talk to him. But the guy who was with the girls was very angry that the girls reacted to him like that. He didn't like it very much. Lin immediately pulled out the inflatable rings and handed them to the girls because he wanted them to give a good rating for the delivery. VAD needs to increase the courier rating. Lin asked to pay for this order because this should be according to the regulations of the application itself. They must give exactly what it all costs. But the guy said that he was not going to pay anything because he wanted to fool them with money, and Lin would not receive anything. But Lin said that this is impossible because he bought the goods and the goods must be paid for. This is not how things get done. But the girl said that she herself was ready to pay money for delivery and for the goods. She doesn't want to watch this conflict. The guy took the money out of his pocket and gave it to Lin, but when Lin counted it, he realized that it was missing and asked why that was. But the guy said that he wanted to buy the circles for 400, and he bought them for 400, so it's Lena's problem that he bought 2 circles for a little more. Lin gave the money and said that he did not need such handouts. In such cases, he does not want to take money from them. It is very low. After that, Lin simply turned around and began to leave because he had nothing to do there. All people turned out to be very evil and bad, but the guy started shouting various bad things at him, and it was very offensive for Lin because he did nothing like that to him and his girls. But Lin said that it was very strange that a rich guy like him couldn't afford such cheap inflatable rings. The guy told Lin if he was ready to accept another order, because then it would be possible to understand who is richer and who is not. Lin said that he is ready to accept another order. He is not afraid of anything, so he can calmly accept this challenge and prove who he is. Then Lin received a new order that he must fulfill, and it was from the very man who stood in front of him. And Lin received an order to purchase a new Ferrari 812, which is very expensive in their city, but the guy said as soon as he brings it, he will pay for it. Everyone started laughing because they realized that the offensive courier could not buy a new Ferrari 812. This is simply impossible in the modern world. Lin said he would buy the Ferrari he ordered, no problem, but he will need to pay it then, as he promised. They shouted after him and wanted to teach him a lesson in this way. But in fact, Lin was just doing his job and nothing more. After that, the guys went on to drink and relax because he was sure that Lin would definitely not be able to bring the Ferrari to them. Then, at one point, the guy vomits and he doesn't understand what happened. Before that, everything was fine and he rested and felt calm. Lin came to the same beach, but already in a suit and with some kind of black suitcase. Nobody understood what was happening or where he came from. The guy started shouting at Lin about how he had the courage to return to the beach and so brazenly come to them again. When the girl heard that the guy was threatening Lin, he said that it was too much to do. You need to think about what you are saying. Lin opened the suitcase and poured everything out right in front of this guy. He did not understand what kind of papers they were or where he got them from. Then a truck pulled up and there was a brand new Ferrari 812 in red. A very beautiful car. Everyone was shocked and couldn't even find words. Lin said that this guy is rich and can afford to buy a brand new Ferrari, which costs a lot of money. The guy apologized because he realized that he couldn't buy this car for himself. She is very dear to him and he doesn't have that much money. Lin said that if the guy is ready to admit defeat, let him kneel. Then Lin will understand everything and there will be no problems. The guy was very angry and started calling some number and threatening Lin. But at this time, Lin just stood and looked at it all. Lin had already been through a lot and was interested to see who this guy was going to call. After all, many people know Lena in the city. The guy said that he would pay 15,000 if they brought a couple of strong guys. There is one problem that needs to be solved quickly. Lin was told to wait because people would come and he would deal with them. This way, everyone will understand the power of this guy. The girl told Lin to let him run because he couldn't handle them. They are very strong guys, it's not so easy. Then people with knives and large weapons began to approach. It was very scary to watch because there were a lot of them. The guy started laughing because he saw how many people came and what they were willing to do for money. Lin turned his head and wanted to find out who came there. Otherwise, he didn't understand, and he really wanted to find out. When the guys saw that it was Lin, their hair stood on end, and they didn't know what to even say. They were very frightened and in fear. They began to bow to Lin and immediately changed their behavior. The guy who called them did not understand anything and did not know why this was so. Lin recognized these guys and asked that they didn't have enough. Why did they come and want more problems or what? He didn't understand where they got such courage from. These guys started to apologize for their behavior. The Ori didn't want to do anything. It just happened that way. And the guy who called these guys began to disappear because he really set them up in front of a respected person. The girls themselves received a big shock as Lin quickly turned this to his advantage. They couldn't even imagine that everything would be like this. Lin was asked what to do with the guy because there is an opportunity to be very strong and destroy him. But Lin asked just to let him kneel. This guy knelt down and began to ask for forgiveness because for him it was a matter of life and death. If he had not done this, he would have been killed. This time Lin said that he would forgive him. But if this happens again, then let him think about what will happen to him after this. The guys were also grateful that Lin forgave them and let them go, because that guy would definitely be in the hospital. Then Lin received a call from an old acquaintance from the university. They had not seen each other for more than a year, and he would like to meet Lin. After all, there is something to discuss during this time. Lin picked up the phone, although he was not very happy to hear this guy. Lin had his own things to do and was not very comfortable talking. Then Lin learned that a certain company was able to circumvent him in some matters, and Lin didn't like it very much. Then Lumini arrived at some company and was met right at the entrance by a beautiful girl in a white robe. She had a blue folder in her hands. Lin was interested in learning about the control unit program, how it works, and in general, what it is and our time. When they opened the doors, they were immediately greeted by a man in a white coat. He was clearly some kind of specialist. Lin came to find out about Cisco because they had developed the final program for the control unit. When Lin said this, everyone was shocked. How could this happen? And why did this happen now? Lin realized that the other company was able to get to progress precisely because they had a very smart professor. When they found out who the professor was, they were more dumbfounded and did not understand why this was so and how he became so smart. But the girl said that there is no need to worry because she can guarantee the quality and will try to ensure that they have the best system. The professor admitted that they had weakened their grip very much, and they had less strength to continue fighting and fighting with other companies. Lin looked at it all and said that he should stop looking and go to work. There is no time to just stand and think. Lin said that they stole technology from them, and Lin needs to surpass and become much better than it was. Lin began to think and his head began to turn blue. It was quite strange to watch from the outside. Everyone was simply shocked how Lin did it all so quickly. No one could even think that this guy could do it. Lin created and coded a new chip and a scheme for the second one. You can sell things. The league began to ask if he had finished because there wasn't much there that needed to be filled. Lin realized that he would need to change the desktop because the one that was there was very old. Everyone started promising Lin that they would fix everything and everything would be good and wonderful. Lin said that now they are making history and want to make the best chips that can be invented and made in this world. Then Lin received a new order, and he realized that he needed to leave and go to work. After all, orders always need to be fulfilled and made. He went to the right place and bought what the person who ordered it needed. He wanted to do everything as quickly as possible and give the order. But the client turned out to be not very kind and, on the contrary, very angry. He was not happy why it was so expensive because there should have been a discount. But Lin wanted to clarify that this was relevant yesterday. Now the discount cannot work. It's possible that the system broke down, and the person thought that there was a discount today too. But Lin had a check so he doesn't lie to the client, and besides, what's the point in lying to him? Everything is clear and clean. The man realized that they didn't want to deceive him, and it really turned out to be very expensive. He had no idea that prices had risen so much. The wife came out and said that let her husband calm down, because it wasn't as expensive as it could have been. Therefore, there is no point in swearing at the delivery guy so much. When Lin left, the man told him to take out the trash and not forget about it. After all, there are 2 bags there. Lin turned around and said that he did not have to throw out the trash because it was not his job. He did his part, so there should be no more complaints against him. The guy said if Lin doesn't throw out the garbage, he won't give him 5 stars for delivery and will write a bad comment and his rating will drop. Lin said that he should give it to him, and anyway, he won't let it go so low. After all, this is not his responsibility. When Lin began to leave, the man shouted that he would complain about him because this is not normal, as he thinks. Lin said that he should complain. It's his right. No one forbids him. Lin didn't care what he would do there after he left. Then Lin saw the guy carrying trash and old furniture. He wanted to understand why he was doing this himself and for what purpose. He came up and wanted to help the guy because he saw that it was very difficult for him and urgently needed help. Not everyone can wear something as complex as this courier. Then Lin asked why this guy was doing this because it was not his responsibility. There's no need to strain yourself in this way and carry such heavy loads. He said that he couldn't do otherwise because then he would give him a bad grade. He doesn't want that. That's why he wears all this junk. Lin said that he is also in the same boat with him and understands him as a person. But these are very pointless actions. When the man saw Lin from below, he was very unhappy because he didn't want to see him. There was no end to his anger. The man began to repeat once again that he would not give 5 stars and said that he should look for another job because now he would be fired. But Lin replied that he was just an arrogant idiot. This angered the man even more, and he said that he works for a chemical industrial company and he can make sure that Lin is definitely fired. Then the man started asking where the junk on which he delivers food was located. He wants to take a photo of her and then complain. Then, Lin shows his car, which was parked right next to the entrance to the large house. Everyone was shocked by this supercar. They started asking him why he worked as a courier if he had such an expensive car. This is very strange and incomprehensible. Lin said that he is gaining life experience and thus wants to become smarter and know more about this world. Lin said that with this attitude towards people, this guy would soon be fired from his job and would no longer work for that company. This upset the guy very much, but in fact he himself is to blame for his stupid actions. Therefore, he got what he deserved. Then Lin received a new order that he had to deliver. From the first minutes he realized that the order would not be easy and ahead of schedule difficult, he felt it. He came to the specified address and a girl opened the door for him. He was a little worried and didn't even know what to say. It turned out to be Lena's acquaintance, and he handed her the package she ordered. And he said that he should just give the money and he would go. The girl started asking that he lost all his money and now works as a courier, isn't she right? But Lin said that this does not concern her. She should just give the money and he will go about his business. He doesn't want to talk to her about this topic. The girl began to tease Lin that he had no money and was now working as a courier. She wanted to prove that Lin could not afford anything. The girl said that he should run in and take the medicine, she doesn't need it anymore, and let him take him back to where he brought him from. Lin picked up the pills that the girl had thrown away and began to leave. The girl started shouting at him so that he wouldn't rush. The girl told him not to rush. She wanted to take pictures of him in different poses to send to his classmates so they could see who Lin was working with. Lin said he didn't want to be photographed because he didn't like it very much. Let him take pictures of himself, but he is not needed. But the girl was already trying to take a couple of shots. But she wanted to publicly humiliate the guy in front of everyone. Then her boyfriend came out and didn't understand what was going on there and why his girlfriend hadn't taken the pills yet. He was very angry with her. When he saw Lin, he was simply amazed and did not even know what to say or how to react to all this. He was speechless. The girl said that she wanted to make fun of Lin and put him in the general group so that everyone could see who he really became. But the guy went and hit his girlfriend right in the face, making it clear that this was a very stupid decision. She herself doesn't know who Lin is. The girl did not understand what was happening and why the guy hit her so hard. He can't afford this. It's not good. He started yelling at her for making Lin laugh. She has no idea who he is or what power he has. The guy began to apologize to Lin and said that this would not happen again and he did not want such a situation to happen. Lin threw the pills to the girl's boyfriend and told him to keep his girlfriend away from him. He doesn't like her as a person. Lin saw that if he worked for a couple more days, he could complete the tasks completely. This will be very good for him. Then a girl called Lin and asked where he was. After all, she wants him to come and pick her up because she won't be able to get there herself. The girl was very glad that Lin followed her. She had not seen him for a long time and wanted to spend more time with him. The two of them went shopping to see what and where they could buy. After all, the supermarket is new and it was interesting to see what was there. The next day, Lin took his girlfriend to work, and he decided to also work a little and increase his status as a courier. The girl said goodbye and Lin drove off in his brand new Ferrari in red on a black interior. Then Lin received a new order that needed to be accepted, but he could not understand why he had to travel so far. For him, this order was very unclear. Lin arrived to order and did not understand what was happening there. After all, the man behaved very strangely and everything was very unclear. He called many couriers to help pull his car out of the hole. He cannot do this himself, so he called many couriers. Then this guy started telling everyone what to do because then he wouldn't give anyone 5 stars. And thus, everyone must do what he says. Lin didn't see any point in this because it was a waste of time for him. It's best to go do other things. But the guy repeated to him that if he doesn't help him with the car, then he won't give him 5 stars in the delivery app. Lin said that he doesn't care. Let him give the stars he wants. He doesn't have to do it and no one cares. The guy with the camera said that Lin would never be able to get rich again with this kind of thinking. This is a big hole for him to fall into. Then the guy saw a Ferrari and was very surprised because he had not seen such a beautiful car like this for a long time. He didn't know what to say in his own defense and how to react to all this, because before that he called Lena names. But now, the guy started to apologize, but then he saw his views start to drop and he realized that he had completely screwed up. Lin had prepared a lot of food at home and wanted to surprise his girlfriend with a delicious dinner. Therefore, I prepared very hard for all this. She was very pleased with this because Lin cooks delicious food. But it takes time to do everything. It's not so simple. Then guests arrived whom they had not seen for a long time, but they came for a reason, namely to Lin, as to a barefoot lady. The girl began to find out who he was and what the guy was doing in the kitchen. For a girl, he turned out to be very handsome and attractive. But then the girl realized that this was the Ching guy because he was very worthy and very handsome for her. The girl praised Lin that he cooked so deliciously. She immediately understood this as soon as she tasted the first piece of the dish. Then when the girl found out that Lin was the founder of the stock market, she was simply shocked and didn't even know what to say. They imagined a completely different person, but not an ordinary guy who prepared dinner and treated everyone. They were simply amazed. The girl began to apologize, but Elemen said that everything was fine, and there was no need to apologize because he was just checking on them. Lin said that in his company he is willing to pay people generously as long as they work and are disciplined. People really liked it and were ready to start working to start earning money for themselves. They drank all the happy wine because these are grandiose plans that need to be made, and all the more resources are needed for this. Then Lin brought them to the towers so that they could see which company they would be working with. The main thing for them is to find good and quality workers. The girl thought that Lin had rented these buildings to work for a while, but in fact, he just bought them all and two at once. People simply didn't know how to behave anymore because it's really very cool that a person was able to buy such buildings. The girl was very glad that she would work in such a cool building. The main thing is to learn everything and get to work right away. Lin relies on them because he wants to trust them completely, so he is ready to pay a lot of money for professionalism. Lin wanted to show that Ching was her girlfriend, and thus she couldn't just hit on him because he was already busy. The workers began to discuss general issues. What would be located and where, because everything would need to be installed and arranged. Ching asked if Lin had any tactics or perhaps a plan for his actions. After all, you can't just start a company without a plan. Then Lin delivered the last order, which he wanted to receive those very stars to increase the courier's rating. And finally he did it and received his reviews in the very races that should have come to him. Then that girl appeared who gives him various jobs. When she appeared, Lin realized that now he would have a different title and possibly a job. This girl gave a powerful card to Lin, which can bring a lot of luck if used correctly. Lin realized that this was a cool opportunity. Then Lin went to meet his old acquaintances at the airport, whom he had not seen or heard of for a long time. Although Lin himself did not want to go to it. The friend's girlfriend was very angry and said that they should calm down because there are people around. What are they doing? A friend introduced Lin to his girlfriend and wanted them to get to know each other and get to know each other. After all, Lin is my best friend. Lin said that he would take them to eat at a good restaurant that he knew. This is an expensive but very good restaurant. At first, when the guy found out what kind of restaurant it was, he didn't want to go because it was very expensive for him and it wasn't convenient for him. When they were walking to the parking lot, a friend's girlfriend met an old acquaintance whom she had also not seen for a very long time. They began to communicate with each other and talk about various interesting things. After all, so many years have passed, they still remember each other. Then Lin opened his car and showed that he had a Bentley. When everyone saw it, they were speechless. The friend couldn't believe that Lin had such an expensive car because it cost a fortune. Not everyone can afford such a car. The girl couldn't understand where Lina got such a car and how he earned it because he works as a courier. But then, without hesitation, she said that she would go with Lin to eat street food. Although before that, she had said something different and did not want to go. Everyone was shocked by the interior of the car and didn't even know how to behave. After all, it was their first time in such an expensive car, and they couldn't think that everything would be like this. Lin led them to the very restaurant where they had eaten when they were studying at the university. Those were very cool student years. When they started choosing, the guy's girlfriend began to be capricious that she wouldn't eat anything because it was all very fatty. But then they started communicating with each other and wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk. After all, so much time has really passed and everything has changed. Lin asked the guy how he was even here and where he lived. But the guy resents the company, so he's completely fine. The girl said that she really wanted her boyfriend to go spend the night with Lin, and she would go with her brother to her home to rest. The guy was very excited because Lin has a girlfriend and he doesn't want to interfere with them and try to create discomfort. Lin said that this is not a problem because he can find a place for his best friend. Moreover, his house is full of space and rooms. Lin called a sober driver and said that he should take them directly to him as a lady, because he drank a lot and doesn't want to get behind the wheel. When the friends heard in which area Lin said the lady should go to him, everyone was shocked. After all, this is the most elite village in the city. Then, they all got into the car and began to wait for Lin to get in. But Lin did not understand who would go and who would not. Then Lin decided to ask the girl why she got into the car because she said that she was planning to leave with her brother lady. It was very strange, but she said that she wanted to stay because she saw that the guy himself would not be able to get to the hotel because he had too much to drink. Lin didn't like this and said that even if his girlfriend went, she wasn't a very good person. As soon as they arrived as a lady to Lin, they were in complete shock because to their surprise, there was no chapel. They wanted to understand how Lin earned such a house. They were immediately greeted by the building manager and began to greet them to make them feel comfortable and at home. Lin was told that his fried meat had already been delivered directly to the house and would be cooked immediately as soon as Lin entered the room as a lady. Lin went to get drinks for his friends so they wouldn't get bored and have a good rest. Otherwise, the meeting needs to be noted. He began to think about what was best for him to choose and what wine to take. After all, he hasn't drunk it for a long time and doesn't really know himself. When Lin was left on his own, the girl began to pester him and was not afraid of it. She tried to seduce him and began to undress. When the girl realized that nothing was working out, she began to threaten Lin that she would rat him out and tell her boyfriend everything. When the girl started screaming, her boyfriend, who was not far away, ran into the room. He couldn't understand why such sounds were coming. When the guy ran up, the girl began to complain that Lin tried to rape her and harassed her, and she didn't know what to do and started screaming. But the guy realized that this was not true and he simply kicked her out of the house. After all, Lin could not do such an act and he has a girlfriend. Then he went to the place to eat fried meat and have a heart-to-heart talk. They wanted to have a good time without women. Then Lin received some kind of order for his thesis, and he realized that he needed to find out why someone needed it and how to make it. They gave Lin the address and told him to drive there so he could place this order and fulfill it for the best ball. Lin was able to find Spruce as an office where he needed to come and help do his thesis for someone. The girls were already very tired, and it was difficult for them to write their thesis themselves. He understood that they could no longer do this. Then Lin appeared, and he had to help them finish this thesis. After all, it is very important for them to do this today. Lin began to study everything that needed to be written and done. After all, you first need to get up to speed and start acting and writing work. When Lin read the text, he saw a lot of errors and realized that it needed to be redone or replaced in some way. When Lin read the text, he saw a lot of mistakes that needed to be corrected. He realized that the text was written in haste and it was simply not clear what. Lin realized that hardly anyone could help him in this matter, and he needed to do everything himself. He began to think about how to write all this. Lin began to write and create everything himself. He realized that he needed to write correctly and without errors. And for this, it is better to do everything yourself. 2 hours later, Lin wrote his thesis and everything was done and written. The main thing was to reread everything, but there definitely wouldn't be a gap. But one guy decided to say that Lin did not write high-quality work and no one understands it. It seems to him that this is complete nonsense and not a thesis. Lin said that they could not take it to their teacher so that he could look at it and say whether it was well written or not. After all, everything will be clear. The girl said that this was a good method to check the value and quality of this work. Therefore, the girl ran to take this work to the teacher. The girl went into the professor's office and asked if she could show her work. She wants to understand whether everything is fine with her or not. The teacher immediately began reading this thesis in order to understand what and how it was written and what information was there. As soon as he started reading, he was simply shocked and did not even know what to say or how to explain it. He began to ask who wrote this work and how. The girl could not write this work herself. The further the teacher read, the more surprised he was and did not understand who could write such a work alone. The teacher's words began to frighten the girl very much, and she began to be afraid of it all. After all, perhaps the work is very poorly written. The guy started laughing because he thought that Lin's work was very bad, and he simply didn't know how to write dissertations. The professor asked Lin if he wrote this because the work was very interesting. He had not seen or heard about it for a long time. The guy kept saying all sorts of nasty things and that Lin couldn't write a good paper. He's just a courier, who cares? But in fact, the teacher began to praise Lin for the work he had done. After all, it is simply excellent and very difficult for an ordinary student to write. After these words, everyone was shocked and could not even think that everything could turn out this way. And Lin is really a smart guy. The teacher was surprised by how Lin writes his thesis. He doesn't have a standard approach to it, and it's really cool. The teacher began to pass this work on to her colleagues so that they too could see it all with their own eyes and understand what it was. The guy who called Lin just quietly looked at it all and realized how much he was wrong in his words. All the teachers were speechless when they read what Lin himself wrote. For them, it was a real, very rare masterpiece. After all this, the girl wanted to add Lena to her phone book because she constantly has problems writing her thesis. Lin said goodbye to everyone and just left because he didn't have much time to stand and talk to them there. He must go about his business. Then Lin got a call and was told that there was a problem with the lithography machine and it needed to be fixed. The Research Institute has problems with international credit. Lin couldn't understand what the main problem was and how to solve it because he didn't even have any ideas about where or what to do. Then, Lin realized that maybe someone wanted to secretly ruin their plan and break everything in the middle of the company. And to do this, you need to figure out how to remove competitors. Then Lin received a new order, and he wanted to immediately find out and understand what kind of order it was, and where it needed to be delivered, and to whom. It turned out that a bookshelf needed to be transported, but Lin called immediately afterwards and said that his car couldn't do it. Lin advised them to rent a van so it would be easier and more convenient for them. Otherwise, he would physically not be able to fit a bookshelf into the car. Then, when Lin refused to go behind the bookshelf, the client said that he would complain because he did not want to fulfill the order. Then Flint received messages that, after a lot of bad reviews, he had received a ban by the end of the day. Therefore, let him correct his position and attitude towards work. When Lin read this, he was completely shocked and didn't even know what to say or how to behave. He hasn't received any blocking on his account for a long time. Then his friend met him, and they started talking about how each other was doing and what they managed to do that day. Then Lin's friend asked him to play PS3 because he hadn't played it for a long time. Lin said that without problems, there is nothing wrong with it. Lin came to his company to talk and he urgently needs to solve one matter. So you need to talk to someone. When he came in, he saw how the girl was arranging everything and making sure everything was beautiful and well-groomed. Lin wanted to know how things were going and if there were any problems at all. After all, it is important for him to know what is happening in the company and how things are going. Lin also wanted to find Sanjiao because he has a very important matter to deal with and needs to be discussed. Lin gathered everyone and said that they would need to pretend to be customers and go to Cisco to help Lin with one thing. The girl asked why they should pretend because they could just go and see how everything worked there. And in general, why does Lin need this? Lin said that there is really no need to buy anything. Just go and see how everything works there. After that, they immediately began to bombard him with questions about why he needed it. After all, maybe the company made some actions towards the Lin company. The guy said that perhaps the company could look for information and direct all its forces against them, and it will be very loud on Lin's part. But Lin said that they would use another company as a cover and thus be able to find out all the information about the competitors. The guy had a lot of questions because he didn't understand Lin's train of thought. It was difficult for him to perceive and understand it. Lin has 20% of the company Baba, so there should be no questions about the two interim leaders. Lin gave the keys to his house so that his employees could take the best car and drive it to the deal. After all, you need to look very good. Lumni explained to them how to get into the house and where to go. After all, not everyone will be able to understand how to get into such an expensive quarter in the city. Lin's workers were a little in a stupor because they didn't really know how to proceed and what to do. There were a lot of people near the entrance to the buildings. Lin didn't understand what kind of people they were and what they even wanted. It was all very mysterious and incomprehensible. All these people must undergo training and they really need it. That's why they all gathered here to visit him. All the people gathered in the large hall to hear information that was important to them. After all, it will be easier for everyone. The girl began to introduce everyone to the manager who would teach everyone all the information and show everything in practice. Then the guy noticed that Lin was without a uniform and realized that he needed to be punished and made clear that he was wrong and that he'd change clothes or leave the class. Lin said that he did not disturb anyone by doing this and did not want to spoil the classes with unnecessary conversations. After all, his clothes are normal. But in response, he received only insults and complaints about why he was dressed like that and what he allowed himself to do. The manager said that you need to pay $3,000 down payment. This was very strange for everyone to hear. Lin heard what the manager was saying, but he didn't really show it all. After all, I didn't want to interfere with others listening to this lesson. The manager started demanding deposits from students and was very strict about it. He didn't even give them a chance to think and started shouting at them very loudly. Then Lin stood up and said that the manager had gone too far and it was too much. There is no need to do this to students because they are not to blame. The man began to angrily shout at Lin so that he would be calm and not say unnecessary things under his arm. After all, he will be punished and will be kicked out of this room. Lin said that he would go himself and would not wait until he was asked to leave. He doesn't want to sit and listen to this gossip anymore. Then Lin said that he recorded the entire conversation on a voice recorder, so everyone will soon be able to find out what the manager said and asked during the lesson. When they found out about the recorder, they were simply shocked and could not even think that Lin was capable of such actions against them. But the guy began to threaten Lin and say that he would not be able to leave this building alive, because now he will have big problems. Lin said that he also recorded the threats on a voice recorder, and now he has all the information and will be able to put it on the internet. The man was very angry and said that now he would definitely be a corpse, and he should give up his phone anyway. He won't be able to get out alive. Security surrounded Lin, and he realized that getting out would be a little difficult and not very convenient for him. Lin was ready to fight and deliver his blows. After all, he simply had no other choice and needed to act urgently. Then suddenly a girl came in and everyone stopped attacking Lin. Perhaps she scared everyone with her presence and everyone stopped fighting. The girl came in and couldn't understand what Director Lin was doing there among the guards. It was a very strange picture for her and incomprehensible. The girl began to explain herself to the girl, but no one wanted to listen to her. After all, everyone has already understood everything and there is no need to understand it anymore. The girl said that they were both fired and they would no longer work in this company. After all, they have already done enough and got what they wanted. They started saying that it wasn't them and that they had been set up. But it was too late, and I had to think with my head first. The girl asked what Lin forgot in this department because he was not supposed to be here and ended up by accident. The girl was interested to know what would have happened if she hadn't walked past the doors. Perhaps they would have made a bun out of Lena, and he would never have been able to do anything. The girl approached Lin's car and asked how he was behaving and why he recorded everything on a tape recorder today. But he did this on purpose to cause fear and regret in people. After all, they should know their place and not be very arrogant. The girl had not finished speaking yet, but Lin had already gone about his business. He did not allow the girl to properly discuss her dismissal. Then suddenly a girl appeared who constantly changes Lin's work and his career. She hugged Lin tightly and he got scared. She showed him that now he has received a reward of $2 billion and he has new opportunities. And now he will have a new job. Now his job will be as a doctor. Lin has long wanted to try what it is in practice and understand. Lin received his motorcycle back and said that he should have the lady drive his car. After all, he wants to try out his motorcycle and how it rides. A girl was already waiting for Lena near the entrance, and he came straight for her on a motorcycle. She was pleased to see him again. Lin immediately noticed the glasses the girl was wearing, and he asked what they were for a motorcycle. The girl dressed them especially for this purpose. They sat down and drove together to the right place. After all, they wanted to get to their destination. While Lin was sorting out the motorcycle, Ching was talking with business partners and wanted to talk to them about important matters and money. When Ching extended her hand, she did not want to shake it because she has a boyfriend, and this is strange. After all, she doesn't need these formalities. The guy really didn't like it that the girl didn't shake his hand. After all, on her part, it is very rude and uncultured. Lin said that she only has purple talk and attitude towards work. Therefore, she does not welcome it and she does not like it. Lin heard that something was going on and decided to find out what was wrong there. And he realized that they were starting to attack his girlfriend. Lin wanted to understand who he should show his respect to because someone really wants this. When Lin took off his helmet, the guy realized that this was not just a delivery man, but a real Lin who was not happy with what he was told. He was wary of the guy's relationship with his girlfriend and immediately noticed it. After all, now the attitude towards him will immediately change. The guy immediately began to smile and apologize for his behavior. He didn't want this to happen because he was all on edge and it was a bit difficult for him. Lin said that he no longer needed this man's services. They can find a new one and it's better, so he told the guy to leave as a lady. He was simply shocked by what Lin told him. After all, he just arrived, and they immediately kicked him out and told him to leave and not come again. The guy began to try to ask Lin for them to cooperate because they really want this, but Lin sternly told him to leave and not appear before his eyes again. Otherwise, it will have big problems. Ching told Lin not to pay attention to such people because they only take time and energy and nothing else. Lin got ready to go about his business because he had a lot of them. He urgently needed to solve everything and sort everything out. Then a friend called Lin and said that they should meet because his business trip was coming to an end and he wanted to talk at the end. Lin got on his bike and went looking for his friend. After all, they had already agreed to meet together. There were two guys who were waiting for Lin and wanted to talk to him about cooperation. This was an important matter for which everyone had gathered. They met with managers of companies that are their direct competitors. These competitors are trying to dig under them. A friend was very interested in why Lin Moments Transport, because before that it was a very cool and fast car. But now, after Lin's friend met with the people, they said that they would not be able to supply the goods now, only in 6 months. This made Lena very upset because yesterday they were talking about something completely different. But now people simply refused to cooperate. They got on a motorcycle and went to the sea, because there they would definitely be able to come up with something and already do it for their company. Lin's friend went to other negotiations to understand and find out how other companies behave and what they are ready for and what conditions they have for cooperation. The guy started asking leading questions to understand what the company is and what opportunities they have. The general manager confirmed everything and said that he was right, and he had all the reports regarding the manufactured products. The manager began to tell everything very nicely and make it clear that their company is the best for cooperation, and they have guarantees for this. The guy asked him to give them guarantees that there was truth in their words and let them prove it all. The manager began to behave reluctantly and realized that he urgently needed to come up with something. Otherwise, there might be big problems. After the person could not say the argument that they have the best company. But this is all just my opinion. The guy really didn't like it, that the company turned out to be not very good and even a little shady. After all, they cannot properly prove their words. He started showing off all the cool skills in the classroom and telling him what works and how it works. After all, it was not immediately clear. They began to persuade Lin's friend to stay so that they could find good conditions for the employee. After that, Lin's friend simply began to leave to show his decency and the fact that his attention costs money and is not free. The partner was very frightened by this and did not even know what to say because this was his first time and it was not clear how to proceed. The guy said that he had doubts because the guy was not decisive and thought for a very long time. That's why he realized that he needed to leave this cooperation. To catch up with them, they started shouting that they would make concessions and were ready to offer good conditions and even better than they had before. The guy was interested in what they could do to make his opinions and relationships change for the better. They are ready to offer 5 times more than initially. After all, they want to continue the best conditions for cooperation. They shook hands and agreed. These were good conditions for cooperation, according to Lin's friend. They signed an agreement and were ready to cooperate. After all, they had all the documents on hand and it was done very quickly. They shook hands and were very pleased that they were able to come to an agreement and find a common language. This helped them, and they are now in a winning position. They began to say goodbye and leave. They had already fulfilled the main requirements. They didn't need anything else. The main thing is to have fruitful cooperation. Then they came to the office and everyone began to report to Lin what they had done and how the communication with their partners went. This helped them a lot. The girl brought the contract to Lin and gave it to him so that he could look at it and understand it. After all, this is very important to study and understand. While Lin was talking about the contract, his friend walked away a little and started talking on the phone. He was clearly busy with other things. Then the guy shouted sharply towards Lin and they all turned around. Apparently, the call was not an easy one and was very important. The guy said that we need to make an advance payment of 500 million. After all, this is the only way the company will start production and sales will begin. Lin began to think about these approximations in order to understand how best to act in this situation and what to do. But Lin said that without any problems, he can pay the amount they want to start production under the contract. It is important for him that everything is as they agreed. The girl was a little scared and shocked because this is a large amount for a down payment, and indeed not everyone can give that kind of money right away. Lin said that everything will be fine. He has a clear plan according to which he will act. The main thing is to do everything on time. Lin then began to leave because he still has meetings, so he cannot talk and handle them for a long time. He needs to go out on business. Lin got on his motorcycle and rode to his destination. While standing at the traffic light, I thought about whether he had done well with the deal. And then suddenly some grandmother on her moped crashes into Lin and starts screaming and calling for help. Lin did nothing at this time. Tink took off his helmet and began to watch what would happen next and how this grandmother would act. After all, he didn't do anything to her. This old woman began to shout at him and say that he beat her, and she demands that she be compensated for the damage and given money for it. Then the sheriff saw them and began to approach because they needed to figure out how and what was happening. The old woman began to say that it was Lin's fault and that he had killed this grandmother and that money should be demanded from him. He wanted to run over the old woman, but when the sheriff saw the motorcycle Lin arrived on, he was shocked. After all, it is very expensive and you need a lot of money to restore it. Then he showed a video from this grandmother's video recorder so that she could understand who was to blame for this situation. Then this grandmother called her grandson and told him to come and solve everything because she couldn't figure it out alone. Then the grandson of this grandmother arrived and was very scared when he saw Lina because he knows him and understands what power and strength he has. The sheriff asked if his help was needed in this matter. Lin said that everything was fine and there were no problems. Then Lin came to his office and was surprised that his girlfriend was there. He didn't expect to see her there. He was interested to know what she was doing there and, in general, how she got here in such an unexpected way. The girl just wanted to please Lin with her presence and that she really wanted to see him. That's why I came to work with him directly. Lin started asking how the fun situation was going and what was going on there. He needed clear information regarding this. Lin was told that they are now looking for people and hiring them because they need specialists in different fields for the fund to develop. Lin wants to appear very loudly at the fund and tell everyone that he is ready for everything in this matter. Then Lin met with his partners for dinner and wanted to find out how things were going and how the cooperation processes were going. Then Lin came up with an interesting idea, but began to think about how best not to implement it and what would be better to use for this. He called his girlfriend to talk to her and agree on his new business plan and understand whether it will work or not. Lin decided to invest another large amount of money through the girl. But he himself cannot do this because then his plan will not work properly. The girl was very surprised by Lin's reaction and actions, but she held him because Lin knows better what to do and how to do it. Lin instructed his girlfriend to be at home and wait for him. He would bring her money and tell her what to do next and how to act. Lin thus wants to create a false impression in the company so that they think that other companies are also interested in them. The guy noticed that it was a good idea to circle them and test their strength. After all, they won't even guess that Lin will do this. Then they called Lin and said that he urgently needed to come to the place where he was offensively eating noodles. After all, something bad happened, and you need to come urgently. Lin quickly got into the car and started driving at full speed in order to be sure to get to the place and understand what happened. Lin arrived and immediately began to look at what happened and how to solve this problem. He was very worried about the girl and her mother. She ran up and started crying a lot because she was in big trouble and they needed urgent help. She said that some bandits came and started tearing up their restaurant. They said that they were competitors for them and bandits, thus making it clear that they were stronger and more powerful. Lin asked where these bandits came from and how they found them in the first place. After all, before this, no one sharpened their grudge against them. But now, this happened. The girl told Lin that these were people who opened their establishments across the street. They look so brazen about themselves and do complete chaos. Lin immediately called his friend to find out complete information regarding this establishment. It's not normal to behave this way. When the police arrived, Lin realized that he needed to write statements so that they would definitely take action and punish them according to the law. Lin said that he would go to that bar and see what was there. He needs to deal with this personally and put everyone in their place. The girl was very afraid for Lin that he would not be able to solve this problem and would also suffer. But he said that there is no need to be afraid. He will solve everything. Let the girl go to the hospital to visit her mother, because this is very important for her now, and he will take care of those people who did them wrong. Lin decided to go see what kind of sconce it was and who could even afford it. After all, this is really chaos towards ordinary people. Lin was recognized at the entrance and asked if he wanted to have a good time. After all, there is a good opportunity for this. But Lin pushed the guy away and told him not to touch him. He didn't have time to communicate with him. He was in a hurry and went about his business. The girls were just relaxing in the club, and there was the same owner of the club who opened it to visitors. Lin opened the doors with his feet and walked into the interior very loudly. Thus, he made it clear that he would not joke. The owner did not understand what kind of repair this was and why he was behaving so brazenly. He wanted to teach him a lesson and hit him on the head with his fist. Lin said that if the guy even touches the people opposite him one more time, then Lin will simply smear him across the wall. The man thought that Lin was the boyfriend of the girl who had spoiled him, and I realized that he needed to be calmed down and calm down. The guy didn't think that Tench was such a delicate flower and that he would be such a cute and gentle guy. Nobody is afraid of him. Tink took a bottle of water and smashed it on the guy's head so that he wouldn't talk too much, and he hit me right in the face because the man deserved it. As a result of the blow, the guy had a large wound on his face, and it was clear that he was not very well and needed help. The security began to run to the boss to save him and help him, because he was just lying there and not moving. But no one paid any attention to Lin. One guy tried to attack Lin to stab him completely with a knife, but he failed to do this and was neutralized very quickly. Then the Tench began to finish off that guy so that he would definitely not be able to attack him and do something bad and bloodthirsty. When Lin finished off one guy, many others appeared who also began to attack him and fight against him. Then Lin's friend appeared, whom he had called recently, and he wanted to understand what happened and why such a strong fight started. The owner of the club was very surprised when he saw who came to him, and he got scared because the people were very unhappy and very angry. But the guy knew why the fight started and told the owner that he was cutting off his hands and he couldn't do anything more. The owner of the club was very scared when he heard this, because he realized that the capabilities of these guys were very great, and he simply could not resist them. Then this owner fell to his knees and began to ask Lin to let him go and just forgive him. After all, he won't do that anymore. Lin said that let them go and let him let them in. He doesn't want to waste a lot of time with them anymore. They definitely didn't deserve this and let them go through the forest. Now everyone understands who Lin really is and what opportunities he has in this world and city. He said goodbye to his friend and left as a lady, because he was still full of important matters that needed to be resolved. Then the girl wrote to Lin and asked him to come and feed her something. Otherwise, she was very hungry and did not know what to do. The girl met the guy and said that she had prepared the food and let him make her dinner because she couldn't make it so tasty. A couple of minutes passed and Lin made a wonderful dinner that really looks very appetizing and tasty. Lin studied his girlfriend very well, so he knew what he could come up with for her so that she would lose weight and not gain excess weight. Then a worker came who wanted to say very useful and important information for Lin and her girlfriend. The girl wanted to say that the paperwork had already been completed and that work could calmly begin according to the plan that they had discussed. Lin said that they could cope without him because he should not take part in all the processes. He trusts and delegates his responsibilities to others. The girl agreed with Lin that not all processes should be controlled by Lin because he has many opening projects and businesses. He physically won't have time to do everything, and the company they invested in had no doubts about the investment Lin made. For now, Lin's main goal is to focus on the technology industry, focusing on big cloud data. The girl left because all the information and documents need to be prepared so that everything goes exactly according to plan. A charity ceremony began, to which a very beautiful model arrived. It was really difficult to meet her in the city. Everyone started taking pictures of her and filming her. She really was very famous and cool, and this model was in very high demand. Then Lin came to this charity fund to see what was there and how it was. He said that let the girl go separately, and he would come up to him later because he still had matters that needed to be resolved. The girl said, well, she will wait for him, so that everything will be fine and normal. When Ching came out to her, other models immediately noticed her, and this was a very survival appearance for them. The other model didn't really like it, so she wanted to understand which of them was better and more beautiful. After all, this is the main question that interests her. They did not expect that reporters would also start taking pictures of that girl. For them, it was very strange and unexpected. The girl was very angry that another girl took her attention. She said that she would get her attention back by any means necessary. Then the girl approached the guards and began to ask that the girls be kicked out and removed from this event. After all, she came in without an invitation. When the guard did not want to listen to her, the girl began to shout loudly about herself and threaten because she is not the last person. The girl said that if they don't survive that girl, then she will simply leave this event. Therefore, they have a choice of whom to kick out. But the guard said that let the girl leave because they couldn't kick her out. The girl was shocked when she found out that she was the director of the company. It simply amazed and frightened her. They began to apologize to her because they didn't want to be kicked out of this charity show just like that. They wanted to go there. The girl really wanted to meet Mr. Chin and did not want to lose this opportunity. The girl said that it was a misunderstanding and that everyone should forget about it. She was very uncomfortable in front of such important people. Lin was immediately approached by his friend, whom he has known for a long time and who often helps him out in difficult situations. The guy went to meet other guests because there were a lot of them there, and he wanted to talk to everyone and see who was there. Then Lin met a friend of the teacher and wanted to talk to her because he had not seen or heard from her for a long time. The girl didn't talk to Lin for long because she came with her husband and she didn't want to be placed next to Lin. Veli's husband can be very jealous. Lin's friend was shocked because he knows the vice president and this is very cool for him. But this girl needs to be treated with special respect. But Lin didn't like the fact that his friend was always talking nonsense. After all, Lin is a businessman and he doesn't like this. Lin stood eating, and in the background stood the same model that everyone knew. She was one of the best and most beautiful women. Then a friend said that she saw the same guy who took the dress from her and she couldn't buy it. She was very upset about this. The girl said that she could take out her anger on this guy so that he would no longer touch her friend. After all, he needs to take revenge for the dresses. The girl prepared a glass of wine and wanted to see it directly at Lin so that he would definitely understand his mistake. Lin understood and felt that they wanted to pour the wine on purpose, and it would not make him any better. Therefore, he realized that he needed to dodge very quickly. He managed to dodge so that the girl would definitely not be able to spill wine on him, and so that nothing would fall on him. The girl was very angry that she was unable to carry out her plan and fell to the floor. This upset her very much, and she was angry. Then Lin began to receive complaints about why he didn't help the girl if he noticed that she was falling. But Lin should not be involved in this. The girl began to behave very aggressively because it was not at all in her plans to fall like that and even screw up out of the blue. Lin said that he did not owe this girl anything. Let her go and ask for help from those with whom she sleeps. After all, they will definitely be able to help her. The guy began to stand up for the girl, and it was very noble of him. He told Lin that he was not the last person in the city and he wouldn't just get away with it. Then his friend appeared, and he wanted to understand what was happening and why such a conflict was emerging. After all, this made him very wary. The girl began to very much slander Lin, saying that he tripped her up and she just fell. They started pointing fingers because everything was Lin's fault, and they wanted him to fully answer for everything. But the guy understood perfectly well that a guy like him would definitely not care about such a girl. Therefore, it was all a lie that was spoken straight to the face. The guy explained to them if they continue to behave like this, then they will definitely get caught with their lives and more. Lin is not the last person in town. They were simply speechless and did not know what to say or how to proceed. After all, they were immediately stopped and told not to touch Mr. Lin. Everyone began to apologize to him and realized their mistake, because it was no joke to screw up so badly in front of such a person. They just ran away after everything and didn't want to come back. After all, they were simply afraid of the consequences. Lin's friend said that everything will be fine and there is no need to worry because these people, in fact, do not carry anything serious about themselves. The girl Lena was relaxing on the street with her friends and having a good time. She was very pleased with her holiday. Lin was at odds with his friend and wanted to go to his girlfriend to see how she was doing and whether everything was fine with her. Lin overheard how the guys who wanted to approach one girl were communicating, and they were preparing very hard. Lin heard how one guy wanted to approach his girlfriend, and he realized that he needed to act quickly. Lin quickly caught on and realized that he needed to pick up his girlfriend because later there would be problems. He didn't want to give it to anyone and realized he didn't have much time. Ching introduced Lin to her girls and said that this was her boyfriend and she had only recently met him. Then Lin simply takes her away and doesn't even turn around. Because this is the only thing a real man can do in this situation. The guy was very angry and didn't even think that the guy would trick him like that. He didn't like it very much and he won't forgive himself for it. The guy said that he must take revenge on Lin for this because this is not a joke and he needs to show who is the boss. Then the girl and Lin went to the middle of the hall and began to look at what was happening there and what everything looked like. After all, everyone was interested in understanding how and what. Lin started dancing with his girlfriend and wanted to show how beautifully he could dance and control his girlfriend. Lin was able to dance very beautifully and it looked very impressive, as if for a joint dance. The guy who wanted to make a sequel was very angry about this, and he simply couldn't find one for himself locally. He didn't know how to get this girl. Then Lin received a call from some number, and he immediately picked up the phone and started talking to understand what they wanted from him. This is very necessary for him. The guy asked Lin to replace him because he would not be able to go to work and give the children a couple. Therefore, he very strongly asks Lina to do this. Lin said that to help the guy out, the main thing is to let him tell him where to come and what needs to be done for this. After all, he doesn't know either the building or the class where he needs to come. Everyone was already waiting for him in the morning and couldn't wait for the couple to start. They were fully prepared to comply with all standards. Lin began to get acquainted with everyone who was in the building and wanted to communicate and get to know more closely how and what was happening. He began to notice different guys who did not behave very well, so he was interested in understanding and figuring out how to behave with them. Lin quickly finished the lesson and simply left because he understood that he did not have time to sit and just chat. He needs to go out on business. Lin walked to his car to go to his desired destination. After all, important people in the metropolis will be waiting for him, so he needs to have time to do everything. Lin came to this place to apply for a card for one business. That's why he needs help, because he doesn't know how to do it. The girls needed to understand which card Lin wanted to design, because there are different quantities and here you need to look at yourself. Lin wanted the Imperial one because he needed the best and safest. After all, Lin's speed is not small and you need to have a similar card. The Imperial card turns out to be worth a lot. It is one of the most expensive and best there is. Lin said that let them pack it. He is ready to buy it at the price indicated. After all, he has no other choice, and there is no point in buying a cheap one. The seller was shocked because no one had bought such an expensive card for a long time. This was something new and very shocking for them. Lin was accepted as a good and very private person. After all, he had long wanted to have such a card and treated everyone well. Lin came to the very meeting for which he had been planning for a long time and was even a little worried. After all, I haven't been here for a long time and haven't communicated with people like that. Lin met his friends' friends because he gathered them together so they could sit and talk. Lin was very glad to meet these people because they are all very influential and well-mannered. Lin drew up the cards as needed, and a friend said that they would be needed for business. They should serve as a good tool. When the girl came in and brought fruit, she saw her teacher, Lin. She was simply in shock and did not expect to see him. The friend didn't think that Lin had such good and beautiful girlfriends and students. He didn't think that Lin also taught classes. But no one would have offended the student because she was still very young, and the people were all very decent and calm. The girl was invited to drink, but she refused because she didn't need it. She simply doesn't know how to do it and doesn't understand what it's like to drink alcohol. Lin was very angry. Why does this girl work here if she doesn't even know how to drink? It's just very strange for Lin and the other guys. She asked not to tell anyone because she didn't want anyone to know about it. After all, this could affect her reputation. The guy gave her some money so she could drink as much as she wanted. After all, no one will drink herself to death on purpose. And she began to choose a glass from which she would drink wine and enjoy it. It was difficult for her because she had not drank alcohol for a long time and did not understand how to do it correctly. After all, you need to know your limits. But then the guy told her that she should leave because she has nothing to do if she doesn't know how to drink and relax. Therefore, the guy asked to leave immediately. Believe me, he said that this is all because she is not yet successful in this matter. That's why it happened. Then someone started calling Lin, and he didn't immediately understand why they were calling him so late because he was at work. But as it turned out, there were urgent matters that needed to be resolved urgently, and he had to leave this building because he had all the time for that. Lin also began to leave because he cannot stay for so long and wait until he says goodbye to everyone. He waved his hand to everyone and began to leave. When Lin came out, he saw how the girls wanted Uxie and some guys, and the man who was looking after her appeared in time and saved her. The girl felt very bad and she didn't really understand what was happening to her and what to do next. She had a severe headache and could not walk normally. Lin realized that those guys were harassing the girls and that was not a good thing. After all, such actions must be accurately taken into account. The crowd was very large, and it was necessary to somehow intercede so that these guys would leave behind the little harmless girl. It's not normal to behave this way. The guy began to roll up his sleeves and said that he would not run anywhere. He doesn't have time for all this. He will figure it out now. An acquaintance of Lena began to attack this crowd of guys who were pestering the girls. They behaved very arrogantly and not very well. The guy was so angry that his eyes turned red and he began to move faster to accurately deal with these guys. Dean's friend hit one guy right in the leg and made it clear that he would not joke and would fight to the end as best he could. As soon as the boss was injured, everyone began to stand up for him because it is their duty, and they cannot do otherwise. He was no longer afraid of losses with a sword. He was ready to fight with everyone. He understood that no one else could repel the attack except him. The gang boss was very angry, and he said that he was ready to kill the guys because they had already crossed all boundaries. They need to be dealt with properly. When the owner of the club came, he began to apologize to Lin because his guys and security guards are very stupid and he apologizes deeply. Lin said that he did not like the behavior of those who did this to him. They could have killed him, so the guys must be punished. He wanted to make sure the girl was okay and not hurt. After all, she is still very young and needs to be handled very carefully. The girl began to apologize because she didn't think that everything would turn out like this. This all happened very unexpectedly and quickly. He began to walk her straight to the car because he wanted to take her straight to the lady so that she would definitely be okay and not feel bad. But the girl continued to feel sick even when they were driving in the car. Lin did not understand and did not know what to do in such situations. Lin realized that the girl needed to be brought quickly before she vomited and the inside of the car became dirty. The girl didn't understand why Lin brought her straight to some hotel because she didn't want to come here and didn't even think about it. She thought that Lin wanted to do something with her, so she didn't want to go to this hotel and was very afraid of him. Lin said that she should not be afraid because in this form she would not be able to go as a lady to her parents. They just won't get it right. The girl said that she urgently needed money for an operation for her mother. Otherwise, it will be too late and very sad. Then they bring a large amount of money directly to Lin's room. He called the man and he brought the amount he needed. He gave the money to the girl so that she would pay for the operation and her mother would not need anything. This is very important, so let the treatment go well. Then Lin said that he would take her where she was needed because she herself would not be able to cope, especially with that kind of money. Lin said that he was glad to help the girl because he didn't mind doing it. After all, it is a good deed for him to help her grandmother. Then the girl paid her debts to her relatives who asked her for money because they remembered what she asked from them. All the relatives were very angry and greedy for money. After all, they only thought about money and that's all they knew. The grandmother was surprised where so much money came from, because the girl must have done something bad. It was impossible to earn such a sum. Lin explained everything and everything is fine, and since then there are no more problems with this. The main thing is that the treatment goes well. Lin also went to visit his grandmother because he wanted to find out what condition she was in and how she was feeling. Without Lin's help, nothing would have happened. It turned out he helped a lot, because if it weren't for the money, everything would have been very bad. Lin, immediately after helping the girl, immediately went to find out how his work was going in the laboratories and in general at what stages his project was at. The girl said that they have everything under control. They are doing a little and fulfilling the plan that they wanted to complete. The main thing is to get everything done as planned. There was no way they could get the lithography machine project off the ground. After all, it turns out to be not as simple as at first glance. Then Lin began to study the documents of one guy who would take a very important role in the project they had planned. But it turns out that not everything is so simple, because for this, the parent will need to go abroad. And there are many more different nuances about this. Then Lin received a call and was told that there were big problems at the company that needed to be solved urgently. Otherwise, they won't be able to decide anything themselves. He began to quickly get ready and go because he had to save his company from trouble. He simply has no other choice. Lin arrived and wanted to find out what happened and why there was such a reaction because he simply didn't know what happened and was scared. Lin has received a court summons and must appear and save himself from trouble. This will be very difficult for him. Lin was interested to know why he received the summons today and for what reason they decided to send it to him. Then Lin sat down and began to study it in more detail to understand what it was and how it worked in our time. Then Lin began to think what had happened and who was sharpening the knife against him. After all, he didn't seem to cross anyone's path, but this turned out to be a problem. Then Lin remembered that this was the guy who wanted to confess his love to his girlfriend. He simply fooled him and now he is digging under him. Lin will have a trial soon, and he understands that it will not be easy to get rid of all this and solve these problems. Lin said that he would go to court with his assistant, so she should dress well and then everything would be fine. After all, you need to dress provocatively. Lin also asked for information about one person who started this war against him. After all, Lin also needs to have a couple of trump cards in his pocket. Lin needs to know every detail of his life so that he is exactly in the know and knows where this guy is from and who he is in general. The guy asked if Lin wanted to look around and see what was around, but Lin is busy and doesn't have time for this. Lin went about his business because now he is busy with other problems, and in order to solve everything he needs to act quickly. Lin went to the school to see what was interesting there, to understand how his group was studying, and what difficulties they were having now. Then some girl noticed Lina and was very happy with him. After all, he is a very good teacher of his subjects. Then Lin brought food to the girl because he promised to help her and came for this purpose. After all, you need to keep your word. Then the girl introduced Lin to her parents so that they knew each other and understood who is who. But Lin noticed that the girl was beautiful and well-groomed ahead of schedule. She obviously liked her. There are very few girls like this. Then Lin met the brother of a girl whose grandmother hit her car. They met for the first time. The seed was very grateful to Lina for her help in this difficult matter. After all, not everyone could give that kind of money. Lin began to find out information for the money he gave the girl. After all, he is interested in understanding where they will go. Then the fight started, very strong. It broke out. It was not a very pleasant sight. But even for this, the girl realized that she could extract money from Lina and thus get great benefits from this whole business. They signed the document and discussed everything. So Lin now definitely got what he wanted and agreed on everything. Lin realized that he had to leave and began to say goodbye to the girl. After all, he had already managed to do a lot of things during this time. The girl was very grateful to Lin that he helped her so much and gave her the opportunity to cure her mother. This is a very noble act. Lin said that let the girls take care of their parents. After all, she has only one of them and nothing else. The next day, Lin arrived in a new suit and drove his new car. He hasn't looked as good as he does today for a long time. The scale of this miracle was very great. After all, many people were able to find out about it on the internet. At one point, there was a lot of attention not only for Tench, but in fact, they have become very popular. I just didn't know what to tell him and how to generally agree so that he wouldn't be filmed the way they were doing it. Lin is respected by everyone in the city, and although he would tell him why his life became such a bad one, but Lin didn't say that and didn't know what to say in response to this difficult question. He tried to show a different side of himself. Lin did not want to give answers to all the questions because many questions were not very convenient for him, and he didn't want to answer them and was trying to figure out what to say. The guy was afraid that if Lin continued to talk such nonsense, would it be a problem? After all, this is not good for the company. The guy who sharpens the knife against Lin gathered his people and said that it was very urgent to talk and communicate. The guy said that if he did what they needed, they would get a lot of money. After all, this is not an easy task and not everyone can do it. Then they were all called because the trial was about to begin, and for this it was necessary to prepare, to definitely win Lina this time. Lin came to the trial and was completely ready for it because he had no other choice. He needed to win the trial and prove he was right. The guy walked up to Lin and said that he didn't expect to meet Lin in such a place. After all, no one could have thought that they would have another meeting. Lin said he was doing great and didn't need to worry about it. He is ready for trial, so there is nothing more to say to him. But the guy said that he had never lost a single lawsuit, so he could definitely put Lin in prison and share his rights. The trial began, and everyone came to it and began to prepare for it in order to understand who was right in this matter. The lawyer began to tell the whole story of why it was worth putting Lin in jail, and for what reason it could be done this time. Then the floor was passed to Lin so that he could tell everyone his opinion about this and give reasons for his answer. The lawyer continued to say his own thing and try to blame Lin for everything, so that he would be to blame for this whole matter. Then, when the guy's witnesses stood up, they turned out to have been lying and not telling the truth all this time. The girl who was with Lin began to tell the truth about those people. Then Lin himself began to say that all information regarding the fund is in the public domain. Therefore, there is no secrecy in this. Lin managed to convince the court that he was not guilty in this case and was definitely not involved. His entire company is clean and transparent. All the correspondents were shocked by the speech Lin would make. They realized that the guy who was waging war against Lin would soon be shut down. Lin was able to prove his case, and the court believed it and said that he saw nothing wrong on Lin's part. Lin began to leave because he already had to do it there. He was able to win the trial, and he can calmly leave. The guy was very angry because no one had fooled him for so long. And Lin did it very well and also with money. Then the guy told his guard to go and deal with Lin and made it clear that he was definitely wrong. The guy wanted to be left very much because the girl was taken away from him right in front of his nose. A healthy guy came up and began to find out who LMN was and what he looked like in real life. The boss told his guy to quickly start attacking Lin and act according to plan. The guy started hitting him on the head, making it clear who he really was. But he quickly calmed him down and made it clear that there was no need to do this and that it was bad. After all, Lin knew his strength capabilities and understood how to behave. He didn't want to fight with anyone. He wanted to remove those people who were fighting against him and did not allow him to live in peace. He wanted to finish off the guy so that he would no longer bother him or torment him. Because first, he had to completely deal with him. After a couple of blows, the guy felt very bad and even his stomach was twisted and he could not move normally. This was very unexpected for him. Thus, Lin showed himself as a man and what he is capable of to defend his honor. The guy who started all this was very scared and did not know how to act and what to do in such a situation. He was already starting to worry a lot. The guy who was beaten by Lin clearly could not stand up anymore because the blows were clearly not weak and light. Then Lin started calling the guy who came up with all this. After all, he was not afraid to fight and was ready for difficult challenges. But the guy got very scared and started to leave and said that he could next time. Now he doesn't have such an opportunity. The girl who works with Lin noticed that he fights very well and at a high level. The main thing is to be able to read your opponent. Then Lin was able to discover new opportunities for himself because he was able to successfully fight and receive a new title. Then Lin was able to find a factory that was at the stage of bankruptcy, and he realized that he needed to study and understand what and how they work there. And perhaps in the future, this plant will be able to bring money to Lin. After some hesitation, LMN bought the company, and after that, they immediately called him and wanted to know when to send documents for signature. As soon as they arrived, Lin immediately said that he had bought the company and he needed help with this. That's why he invited his employee. Then the girl went to sign all the documents to understand what was there and what the requirements or conditions were in the document. The girl arrived very quickly and was immediately pleased. Perhaps this was a sign that everything went well. Then Lin decided to go look at another plant and understand what was there and what opportunities there were for development. At the factory, everyone had a job, and everyone did what they wanted because there wasn't really any space. It was just full of work. It turns out that this company stole Lena's technical achievements, and he didn't really like it. Lin was very vigilant about the trucks and what was being loaded there and how. After all, you need to conduct a detailed analysis. Then a man came out and started screaming loudly and asking what was happening and why there were so many people at his entrance to the territory. Then they showed their passes that they had and they were easily allowed into the middle without any problems. First, you need to inspect the new territory and understand what is better and what is not so good, and figure out what and how it works. Then they found equipment that was of impressive size. No one could even imagine that there was such a large piece of equipment in the middle, but Lin said that it was better for them to go further. There they could find something new and truly amazing for themselves. They went on to explore the territory to understand what was there and what other inventions and equipment could be seen. Then Lin abruptly stopped the girl and told her to wait and not go. You need to hide and wait. The girl did not understand anything. Then they started watching a couple who were near the car. It was not clear why Lin paid so much attention to them, but Lin said that he saw them in front of the company when they first entered. And he became interested in finding out who they were and what kind of relationship they had with this company. Lin was very interested in understanding what kind of people they were and how they related to the company. Lin quickly took a photo of the license plates and asked his friend to find out the owner of this car. After all, you need to have more information about these people. After that, they got into the car and began to drive away because other people shouldn't have seen them. This could end very badly. Then Lin came to another point to find out information and suddenly saw his girlfriend and could not understand how she ended up there. Lin was very pleased that his girlfriend cooked him food right at his home. He thought she would be on the robot. Then they called Lin and told him who the owner of the very car that Lin was interested in was. He was a little shocked, and his face immediately changed. But Lin didn't understand how to find out the guy's position in order to understand who he was and what opportunities he had. Then they called Lin and said that they wanted to cooperate, and they would not mind trying to sign cooperation papers. Lin had decided all his affairs and wanted to spend the rest of the time with his girlfriend. Because of work, they rarely see each other. Then in the morning, he packed his suitcase and headed to the airport to take and send one person to another country. There they saw one not very good person who clearly did not wish them well and positivity. They've encountered it before. Lin approached this guy and began to humiliate him a little because he tried to remove Lin. But as a result, he did not succeed. The guy didn't understand why. Chin chose Lin because he really doesn't have anything interesting to love him for. But in fact, he beats the guy in all respects, and there is a big difference between them, and each has very different results. But the guy said that he had to leave for landing, and he didn't have time to communicate and talk for a long time. He said goodbye and just left. When they left, they also noticed that Lin was going to the same country they were going to. But the guy doesn't want to waste his time on him. It's better to go to a meeting with important people than to sit and waste time on Lin. But he decided to make sure that they couldn't get on the plane and had problems landing. Therefore, they simply will not be able to fly using their ticket. As soon as Lin approached the girl and gave her his tickets, she said that they were not suitable at all, and there were some problems with them. This scared the girl very much, and she did not know how to react to this. After all, before that, everything was fine with them, and she bought tickets on the official website. Then the same guy appeared because of whom the problems with tickets began, so they understood why this was so. The girl started shouting at him why he did this because they weren't planning to do anything bad, but here it turned out to be a setup. The guy showed off his tickets and began to leave for the plane to land. Thus, he made it clear that he would definitely not be able to fly. Lin was very angry and he didn't like it that the guy did such a thing to them. It was a very bad job. Now we need to quickly solve the problem with the plane. The guy was very pleased with himself that he was able to outwit Lin in this way and do such a dirty trick in his direction. Lin said that the plane couldn't be watered without him because he was registered as a passenger, and it was impossible for the plane to take off without him. The guy didn't want to believe Lin because a delay on a plane is a common thing, and it happens to everyone. So there is no problem, and Lin will not be able to fly. But Lin was sure that without him, the plane would not be able to fly anywhere. After all, he is a very important client of the airline. After some time, the flight was delayed again and there was no time for jokes. After all, it is possible that the plane will not water the truth through Lin. The guy already realized that something was wrong here, and that perhaps Lumni had the ability to influence the landing of the plane. But the guy didn't believe in it. People had already begun to behave aggressively because they were in a hurry to get on the plane and they needed to take off. But they can't do it through a guy. Everyone started telling the guy to change in front of Lin because then they wouldn't be able to parent on this plane. Every minute, people became more and more angry and aggressive. They wanted Lin to land already so they could fly. Then the CEO of the company came and wanted to understand why Raimi wasn't taking off and what the problem was. Lin said that through one guy, he could not get on board the plane, and let the director figure out what's going on. Then the general director said that he should apologize to Lin because then no one would be able to get on the plane. The guy became hysterical and was simply shocked by how many people were against him. He just started running away because he realized that he simply couldn't cope with all these people. The airline director praised Lin for putting this guy in his place, and he won't behave that way again. Lin and his girlfriend came to another country on important business. They were very surprised because they discovered a lot of new things. Then Lin decided to go to the discrimination park with the girl to see what there was interesting there. The discretion park was large enough and they had plenty of things to do and places to go at this time. Then Lin decided to go buy food for himself and the girl and wanted to take a lot at once so as not to have to go back and forth. But then a girl turned to him who noticed that Lin was taking a lot of food and told him that this was not a canteen and that you couldn't do that. Only VIP clients can take a lot of food. People started teasing Lin that he doesn't know the rules and thinks that he can do anything if he came to the Park of Distinctions. But Lin said that he bought 105 VIP tickets, so it doesn't matter to him who says what to him. He can do what he wants and eat whatever he wants in any quantity. People were simply shocked when they found out how many tickets Lin bought. They never thought that a guy could spend so much. When Lin was eating, the couple who had pestered them before accosted them. Now they began to prove that they have a lot of money and are young majors. But Lin noticed that these people are very self-confident, and they only want to show off their status and nothing else. The guy began to tell me that a fairly large company was investing in him, which Lin had never even heard of. Lin was a little surprised when the guy named the companies he plans to work with. After all, Lin has also known them for a long time. But people thought that Lin didn't understand what they were talking about and what investments were all about. They took them for fools. Lin decided to call his old friend to find out about investments. After all, you need to be aware of everything that is happening. Then Lin said that he would talk to a friend and see who else has connections in this world. But Lin had a plan that he wanted to carry out and prove to these people that they shouldn't behave like that in a public place. He told his friend to cancel his investment in the new company because Lin had not just recommended this to his friend in the company. The guy who showed off in front of Lin definitely doesn't do that anymore. He just wanted to understand who this Lin was. Lin said that he is the director of the company and he can decide what to do in the company and what investments to make. The guy immediately began to apologize and asks for forgiveness for his behavior. He didn't want the situation to turn out this way and didn't want to be rude to Lina. Lin does not intend to change anything. He made his choice and that's it. He doesn't want to talk to this guy anymore. The next day, Element arrived on his own business to resolve some issues, and he wanted to get one position, but for it, he needed to have certain skills. He came to the girl who was in recession to find answers to his questions. First, he needed to show his skills. Lin was given a form to fill out to understand what position he would like to receive and what salary. But when Lin gave this form, the girl was shocked because he wants to receive about $3 million a month and take the position of deputy director. Lin said that everything was correct, and he did not see anything wrong with it. He wants to receive exactly what he deserves. But the girl said that she couldn't make decisions right away, and she needed to talk to her assistant, and then they could make decisions. When the manager arrived, the girl said that Lin wanted to go to the deputy director's office. The girl tries to explain to him that this is impossible, but the girls were very embarrassed by Lin's age because he was too young for such a serious imprisonment. But Lin didn't understand why, because the company was large and there was definitely a place for him. Moreover, he is ready to undergo tests that can determine his skills. The girl said that first, in order to make the final choice, you need to pass a test that will show and tell everything. Lin was happy to take any test. The main thing was to show his skills as a true professional and knowledgeable person. Lin was given a laptop and told that he had a couple of minutes to get everything done. The main thing is to get the right result, and that's it. Lin decided to call someone who knows more about this and who can definitely help. Otherwise, you need to be a good professional in this matter. But in response, Lin was told that he talks a lot and does little. Let him start doing something and acting. Lin immediately got to work and began to act in order to accurately do everything that he was told. No one understood what kind of code Lin was writing and where he got such a set of lines from. After all, they had never seen anything like this before. When Lin finished, he showed his code and was told that it was not correct and that it would definitely not work, so he can leave. But one girl noticed something and remembered that the director of the company uses similar combinations, and she thinks it's best to show this work to the director. A couple of minutes later, the director comes and asks who did the work. He was very interested to look at this man. When the director saw the code closer, he was simply shocked and did not know what to say. After all, he sees such combinations for the first time in his life. The director himself couldn't figure out this program for a very long time, but Lin did everything so easily. He's just a genius. The girls were shocked because the guy was only 20 years old, and he already had skills that would be difficult for an experienced person to understand. After that, they looked at Lin completely differently and said that all the details could be discussed right in the office. Lin said that he had heard about this company for a long time, but he had no burden to come to their work and apply for a vacancy. The director said that he would first arrange for Lin to become deputy director of global marketing, but the deputy general should know about Lin's abilities. Then the director offered to show Lin his new project, which is currently at the development stage. The director showed a monitor on which the development of a new project was visible. He wanted to show at what level their company is currently operating. Now they are working on a new security system and want to improve it and make it high quality. The director's main activity is related to computer perception, and it is very closely connected with steppers. Lin said they agreed and he knew which project was best for him to work on. This way, they can work together faster. The director was very pleased that he was able to find Lin, because he is both a reasonable and a good family man. Such people are very difficult to find. Lin was very pleased with himself that he was able to negotiate and get a good position. After all, his goal was in fact fulfilled. The next day, Lin sent his girlfriend off to run errands and got ready to go about his own business without changing important matters. He was going to a meeting with important people, and then suddenly someone called him from behind. He couldn't even think about it because this is a foreign city and no one knows him here. This turned out to be the same guy who constantly does all sorts of bad things to him. Yi Lin is constantly suffering because of this guy. The guy didn't even want to talk to Lin because he simply couldn't stand him. That's why she doesn't want to communicate with him anymore. Lin said goodbye and began to leave this guy because he had other plans for that day and didn't have much extra time. The guys couldn't understand what Lin forgot in this room because they couldn't even think that their meeting would be right there. But Lin came to a meeting that was assigned to him by people and the director with whom he had already met. Now they should talk in more detail about Lin's candidacy. Lina was introduced to the guys who work in the company at Posada, the chief marketing manager. It is this person who is responsible for all the most important marketing issues. Lin was immediately introduced to his work colleagues so that it was clear who was who. After all, in the future, they will work closely together. They grew apart a little and wanted to understand each other better. And in this matter, the main thing is not to make mistakes and present yourself correctly. Lin agreed to work for this company, and the director was pleased. After all, until recently, he didn't think that Lin would agree. Lin said that he was very touched by the speech the director made, and he could not help but remain in this position. The girl wanted to immediately register Lin as an official employee so that everything would be legal and strictly according to the rules. After all, you can't bypass them. Lin said that there was no need to rush anywhere because he needed to somehow prove himself on his first day of work. So it's best not to rush. The guys were already sitting in the office and waiting for people to pass by so that they could sign the contract. So they waited for the right people. But a new deputy will come to them to sign the contract. And this alarmed the guy a little. The guys were ready to meet the new deputy and understand who he really is. After all, it is a great honor for them. As soon as the doors began to open, they were ready to take a look and understand who was there. And then, unexpectedly for the guy, Lin comes in with his employees. He didn't know who he was going to, but he was ready for anything. The guy didn't understand how Lin could end up on this landing so quickly. It is simply not possible for an ordinary person to rise so quickly. The guys didn't like it when Lin showed up because he is very intelligent and knows a lot of things. The guy was simply shocked by this turn of events, and he also did not come to life. But this is how he realized that he needed to be a widow. Lin was sure that no one would doubt his ground. After all, he did really good things and was a gentleman. The guy felt very bad and he couldn't even get up and move normally. It was very strange and spontaneous. The guys started calling Lin names, saying that he was a scoundrel and was able to open and eat at this company by deception. But Lin said that this does not concern him because he himself became deputy director and no one needs to know how he did it. Lin wanted to look at the documents that the guys could submit for cooperation. After all, questions may arise about them. This scared the guy very much because he definitely didn't expect to hear something like this from Lin. Now, they will definitely have difficulties regarding cooperation. The guy felt so bad that his assistant started calling an ambulance so he could save his director. Lin looked at this with a very calm look because he understood that they got what they deserved. These guys started to run into problems themselves. Then Lin was shown his workstation so that he knew where he would be working and with what. This is very important for the employee. Lin said he needed a good committee to work with and fast internet. Then he can immediately begin his obligations. After 7 hours of hard work, Lin finished and was very tired. He worked a lot ahead of schedule and was not distracted from the process at all. The director was very surprised that Lin could work so hard and not get tired. This amazes and surprises him because not everyone can work like that. In a couple of hours, Lin was able to complete a volume of work that would take ordinary people 3 months to complete. This is very surprising for the director. Lin said that there is no need for any bonuses for him. He already wants to fire him. After all, he realized that he needed to move on. When the director heard that Lin wanted to quit, he was thrown into a stupor. He couldn't even think of Lin's decision like that. Lin said that he was returning back, but in China he thought such solutions would be much better and more effective. The director thought that Lin had received the best offer that he could not refuse, although the director tried to keep Lin in the company. Lin, under the pretext of some company, began to offer the director good conditions that were difficult to refuse. And as soon as the director agreed a little, he immediately shook his hand. Lin introduced himself as one of the largest companies in China. That's why he came to invite the director to his place of work. The director was very surprised that Lin specifically took the job in order to get closer to the director and accept him into his company. Lin began to say that two of his employees used to come to him and they wanted to meet him, but it didn't work out. Therefore, Lin took control of the situation. Lin said that he was giving an agreement on financing his company and that he was ready to finance all the people who would work with him. The director asked for some time to think and make the right decision. He cannot say the final answer right away. Lin said that there was no problem. He would give the director time to think about it. After all, these decisions are not so easy to make. Lin said, as soon as the director is ready and gives the final answer, Lin will immediately send a plane for him. Then they can start moving calmly. The director said that he does not know when he will give a final answer, so he needs a little more time to think. Then when he came home, he was very surprised that they were already waiting for him at home and discussing a very important topic. It was Lin, and they were talking about moving to another country. He came to the director's home and decided to talk to his wife. The director immediately had a question about how Flint was able to find his house and wife. After all, he never invited him, and it's not at all clear how or what. Lin said that he came for a reason and talked to his wife about the move. After all, if the director agrees, then everything will need to be quickly prepared and done. Then, when Lin returned, he immediately went to his office to check how the work was going and whether everything was fine with them. In his hands were gifts for his workers. He bought them a lot of good and tasty chocolate. The workers were very happy that Flint was able to return from his business trip so quickly. He said that he was able to lure that same director from another company. After all, he is one of the best people in this business. They began to ask Lin how he was able to lure such an intelligent and professional person because it's not so easy. Lin said that he knows how to work. This is not the first time he has done this. The main thing is to have a clear goal to achieve. The man said that soon all the equipment that was purchased and paid for would be delivered. But Lin said he would not change the company's name for now until some problems were resolved. Now he has other plans. Lin added that the professor he was able to lure will also lead his team, so he will need to show himself well and learn to work together. The girl said that she didn't care. She was ready to give up her place to the professor and be a secretary. The main thing is the success of the company. Then Lin said that they had agreed and everything would be a little different. After all, a new team will come. You need to be ready to accept everyone. But then someone called Lin, and he immediately picked up the phone because he didn't want to miss this possibly important call. It turned out to be a good friend of his, and he wanted to communicate with Lin personally. So he called him. So the best thing he wanted was for Lin to come directly to him. Lin said that he will be there soon, so he is ready to come and talk because this is also very important for him. When Lin arrived, the large table was already set, and only him was waiting. After all, Lin had to be met in a special way. Lin's acquaintance was very glad to see and hear him, because it had been a long time since they had communicated or seen each other. The guy invited Lina to have a little snack and chat because he would obviously be able to find a topic for conversation among themselves. Lin sat down and began to choose what he would eat because he had not eaten good and high-quality food for a long time. The guy was a little shocked because Lin ordered a lot of things, and the guy understood that he would have to pay for it all. But he couldn't do anything. Then Lin also ordered very expensive wine, and the guy was simply amazed by it. After all, no one had ever ordered so much food from him at a meeting. The guy was interested in the production line at Lin's plant because everything had stopped for him, and this guy had a lot of work piled up on him. Therefore, he wants to negotiate cooperation with Lin. Lin immediately wanted to know what he could get from this and what kind of money we were talking about now. After all, he doesn't really understand what and how. The guy offered his price for which he was willing to work, but Lin didn't like it, and he realized that he didn't want to negotiate at that price. For Lin, this is very little, and he is not ready to agree. But if they give him more, then it's okay. But when the guy named a large amount, Lin realized that this was a profitable investment and he could agree on cooperation with this guy. But the guy needs to think about Lin's approach because he can't immediately invest so much money. Everything should be profitable. Lin needed to be given guarantees and money so that he could be sure that he would not be fooled and that he would get what he deserved. The guy threw a bag that was full of money and thus wanted to show that he was not just throwing words into the wind. Lin's eyes immediately lit up, and he was almost ready to sign an agreement so that strangers could work in his factory. The guy said that then they reach an agreement and they can get to work and act. Lin also thinks that this is a good idea. The main thing is to start the company correctly. Lin began to leave with his bag and say goodbye, because he already understood that there was no point in communicating anymore. But the guy asked that they need to sign the contract because then they will officially sign and everything will be documented. Lin said that there were no problems. He was ready to quickly sign all the necessary documents and go about his business. After that, Lin began to leave and did not speak with them for a long time because he was full of his own things and did not have time. The guy underestimated Lin and thought that it would be very difficult with him, but everything turned out differently, and he was not at all what he was told. But Pereno fooled Lin a little because in the contract he indicated that there would be a delay in payments so they would already be in the black. But then the girl brought a check to pay for dinner, and he was clearly not small but quite large. The guy was simply shocked when he found out how much the check ended up being. After all, he doesn't understand where so much came from. But the girl said that when Lin left, he also took 2 bottles of expensive wine. And this is precisely why the price came out so high. The guy was very angry, and he was simply furious and did not know how to behave and what to do next. Lin came to his office and began tasting the wine that he could still pick up from an expensive restaurant. And he gave it to his employees to try. Lin had not been at the company for long, and he wanted to find out what had changed during this time and understand what his employees were doing in general. Lin said that before investing in any company, you should definitely check it and understand whether it is good or not. Link was interested to know why the major investment was made in the PR company. After all, according to the idea, everything should have been different. Then Lin noticed that the main person in the company was not very good for cooperation. Lin said that he himself would sort out these investments and understand what and where to move next. The workers were very worried that Flint would not be able to cope with this on his own, but he said he could easily cope. Then the phone rang. Lin picked up the phone and heard that someone was feeling ill and needed to quickly come and sort it out. At first, Lin wanted to understand why this reaction was happening and what the person wanted from Lin. After all, everything is not so simple. The main thing for him is to solve his problems and satisfy his needs. And then he doesn't have much time. Near the hospital in the city, there was some kind of incomprehensible situation in which it was difficult to understand who was right and who was wrong. There were a lot of people who just looked at it. The girl was very angry and screamed very loudly, but I didn't really understand why she was doing this and who she was screaming at so much. The guy started yelling at the girl because the bag was very expensive and she needed to reimburse the money for the bag because there was no other way. But the girl didn't have a lot of money, and so she was ready to give everything she had. At this time, a blue supercar arrived, which was ahead of schedule, bright and surviving in the city. Lin came out and wanted to understand what happened to the girl and why she called all on her nerves. After all, he was very worried about her. The girl immediately ran up to her teacher and began to ask for help. After all, she couldn't solve this problem herself and needed help. The girl began to ask to return her money for an expensive bag. After all, there is no other solution to this problem, only this can help. Lin arrived and immediately asked where the money should be sent, because he was ready to solve this problem right away, as long as the girl was normal. The girl was very pleased because the payment was successful and everything fell into place. And there were no more problems because of the bag. The girl was very grateful that Lin was able to solve her problem. Otherwise, she herself would not have been able to do anything and solve it. Lin said that he doesn't need to return the money. The main thing is to complete his task, which he will entrust to the girl. After all, it is very important for Lin that the girl learns information about one man. The girl said that she would do everything in her power because she understood her duty to Lin, and she would have to try hard. The main thing is that the girl studies everything in detail and knows all the information. Then everything will be fine, and Lin will be happy. The girl said that everything would be at the highest level, and Lin would definitely be satisfied. Then Lin realized that he would need to go pick up Ching, because she said that she would be free soon and they would need to come for her. Lin came to his girlfriend's reunion. He didn't think that everything would start so quickly and there would be so many people. Lin was introduced to the teacher and classmates. They were very friendly and kind to Lin. All classmates also wanted to get to know Lin better and find out what kind of guy Ching found for herself. Lin also didn't mind talking to fellow students and getting to know each other better. After all, they will be able to find common themes. Ching was praised that she was able to find a good and very handsome guy. Otherwise, the other guy was very bad, and he didn't suit Ching. They all sat down and started talking and drinking because they hadn't seen each other for a long time and wanted to relax a little. Then the guy decided to show his skills in playing the accordion because he really loves playing it, and I would like to show everyone my skills. The guy began to think that it was best to play so that everyone would like it and everyone would be simply shocked. After all, he has been doing this for a long time and knows a lot of songs. The guy was offered to play Lake Baikal. Maybe this guy would be better able to play this song than others because it's not so easy. The guy started trying to play this song and it worked out well for him. People liked to listen to his performances because it sounded really cool. Then Lin was asked how he liked these songs and whether he liked them or not. After all, his opinions are also very important to people. Then the guy started teasing Lin if he wanted to give him some advice because he also understands this and probably knows how to play. Lin said that he only knows how to play other instruments and his talent lies elsewhere, so he can't play everything. But everyone already wanted to listen to how he played and understand what Lin could play on musical instruments and what songs. Lin said that the guy made a lot of mistakes and he doesn't know what advice to give him. After all, he still needs to learn and try. The guy got very angry and wanted to prove that he was better than Lin in musical instruments. The guy wanted to continue playing, but the girl said not to rush and starts playing a little bit. There is no need to behave aggressively. Lin began to tell what the guy's problem was and what part he didn't get into rhythm with. It was just the truth and he didn't want to hurt the guy. Then the guy offered to play Lina and show his skills, how he could cope with all this and how he got into units. Everyone was really looking forward to this and wanted to enhance how Lin would play and show his skills in this. After all, everyone was really interested in seeing this. Lin said that he could do it at a high level without any problems, so that everyone understands how to play correctly. Lin began to play and try himself in order to show the best result in melody. Everyone really liked the way Lin plays and performs this tune. It sounded very beautiful, and no one had ever heard it before. Everyone around was delighted and didn't even know what to say or how to behave because it was very pleasant to listen to. Link was very pleased to hear such kind words addressed to him. He hadn't played this instrument for a long time, so it wasn't perfect. Then the guy decided to say a toast and have a little drink because he had long wanted to thank everyone for these wonderful years of studying together. After all, he is happy with everyone and wants this evening to be simply unforgettable and very cool. They wished the guy success because he is promoting his company and trying to work for the benefit of himself and his employees. Then the guy continued to invest in Lin's company because he has money as an investor, and he is ready to do it. Lin said that there is no need to invest money in his company. He does not need it. Let the guy find another company to invest in. Then another girl came, and it was also Ching's classmate. She was a little late and was the last one to arrive. The guy immediately found a place for the girl to sit comfortably and relax. He acted like a real gentleman. But when the girl saw her boss Lin, she was simply shocked. After all, I didn't expect to be able to see him right at the alumni meeting. Lin was also surprised and a little surprised to see his employee at the alumni meeting. He definitely didn't expect this. The guy was very surprised when he heard what the girl called him. After all, no one would have thought that their classmate was working for Lin. Lin immediately apologized with a face because it was true what his employee said. He really is her boss and she works for him. The guy became interested in what this Lin was doing, and in general where he got the money for the company, because he seemed like an ordinary guy. The girl said that Lin has a very large company in circulation, and he owns towers that cost 24 million. The girl was not comfortable seeing her boss at such an event. After all, she felt very awkward and very pressed. Then everyone began to say goodbye to their teachers because they had checked the time well, and it was time to go home. Then the guy decided to invite Lin to play golf, but Lin clearly didn't want that. After all, he understood that they simply wanted to use him. The next day, Lin answered his girlfriend directly at work because she shouldn't be late. She had a very important appointment. Then Lin met an acquaintance and wanted to understand why she was here and in general that she forgot here because he had never seen her before. But the girl didn't have time to do her business, and Lin decided to help her so that she would definitely get where she needed to go. Lin called strong guys who should help the girl because she is owed money, and she herself will not be able to get it from people. Lin said that you would only need to come according to his instructions. As soon as he says, then you can come. Lin came to the reception and said that he needed to hurry and urgently needed Director Lee. After all, this is very urgent. But the girl said that the director was very busy and could not receive anyone. Therefore, you need to come another time, now it's impossible. Lin said that if they don't want it in a good way, then one will do it in a bad way. He will go and deal with all this himself. The girl didn't know what to do and began to threaten the guards, but Lin didn't care. He didn't pay attention to it. After all, he had other plans. Director Lee was just sitting and writing out a girl's check for 600,000. It was quite large and large. The girl was very strict with the director and said that the money should always be on time because she doesn't like it when they don't come at the right time. The director said that without any problems, he would not make similar mistakes in the future. After all, this could cause big problems for him later. Then the doors suddenly opened and Lin walked in with a smile on his face. No one expected to see him right here at this time. Lin asked the director that he should pay the girl the debt he owes. After all, he may have problems if he does not give the required amount. The girl started screaming because she didn't come here for no reason. There were reasons for this, which the director himself knows about. The girl made it clear that she was ready to solve this problem peacefully. But if they did not want to repay the debt, then it would ruin the company's reputation. But the director said that now trusted people are working for him, and he does not need to be afraid for his reputation. Now everything is different for him. Lin looked at the director with a very stern look because he didn't like what he said to the girl's face. Then, the guy decided to call security to remove Lin from the office. After all, he himself will not be able to cope with this in any way. The guy began to accuse Lin that he couldn't do anything. He now had other options. But then the doors open and the guards simply fall out of the office and simply cannot get up. Behind them was a crowd of strange people. These were the guys whom Lin called, and they worked very quickly and arrived at the right point. The main thing was to get everything done quickly and efficiently. The guy immediately recognized them and began to smile at them and offer them a cigarette so that they would not do anything to him. After all, he didn't understand how they ended up in his office. The guy said that everyone who crosses Lin's path should pay well for it. After all, the director must return what he took. When the director realized that Lin had invented it all, he was simply in great shock and did not know what to say in his own defense. Lin began to speak very aggressively so that the guy would understand and immediately give the money. Lin said that he should pay back the money with interest. When the guy heard how much interest he had to pay, he almost died. After all, this is a lot of money for him. People were already ready to confront this director so that he would definitely return the money. After all, he doesn't mean it for good. But Lin received a check for the required amount, and they began to leave because they didn't need anything else. They already took everything they wanted. The director was very angry and said that he should let his assistant put maximum pressure on the company of those people who took his debt. Then the girl arrived at the most expensive hotel in the city. She must have negotiations with the investor there. But when she approached, she was a little shocked because she saw Lin. And he turned out to be an investor. It was a bit of a shock for her. Lin helped the girl sit down to make her feel comfortable. After all, it is very important to be a gentleman in any case. The girl confessed to the misunderstanding that happened recently and immediately gave the requirements that should be the amount of the investment itself. Lin said that he will invest 6 million more, but he also has his own conditions and requirements for the company. The girl thought that Lin wanted to hit on her in this way, and so that she would pay attention to him. After all, she is a survivor girl. But Lin said that the girl was wrong. He just wanted to get 36% of the company's shares, and he didn't need anything else. For this, he pays more. But the money that Lin gives you can only get 32% of the shares, and 36% is quite a lot. But since Lin buys right away, the girl agreed to 36%, because it would also be more profitable for her if Lin invested more money in the company. Then the girl unexpectedly received a call and was told that she urgently needed to come. She didn't expect this to happen right at a business meeting. The girl left because she was in a hurry, said goodbye to Lin, and quickly began to leave. There was no time. Then, Lin received information that a company he knew wanted to expand its foundry, but when it would be was not clear. Lin arrived at the facility where the warehouses are located and took another assistant with him. After all, without her, it will be difficult to do something. Lin said that let them demolish the warehouses and that nothing else is needed. They will be able to stop in time anyway. The main thing is that the builders start doing this. The girl quickly explained the work to the guys so that they understood what needed to be done and how to proceed. Lin shouted, and they immediately ran to work because they understood that everything needed to be done very quickly while they had time for it. Lin sat and looked at it all because he knew that soon the right people would come to him anyway. All that remains is to wait for them, and that's it. A couple of minutes passed, and they started running to stop Lin so that he wouldn't have time to do or break anything. After all, everything can end quickly. Lin was glad to see him because he had been waiting for so long. But they were able to get to him and come to him with dignity and speed. The guy couldn't understand what was happening and why there were excavators there. They were not here and everything is happening very strangely. Lin said he wanted to dig a big pond to raise carp for transportation. He thinks it's a good idea and wants to implement it. Then the guy asked Lin to hand over control of the warehouse. But Lin said it was a bad idea and he had no plans to do it. When he spoke to Lin, he made various signs to his secretary from time to time. This made it possible to understand and act quickly. Lin was offered to rent his warehouses so that he would not simply demolish them and they would be used. They will contain the company's products. But Lin said that if there are problems with the products, it will not be his problem, but the problem of those who rent warehouses. This deal suits the guy, and he is ready to rent these warehouses for a small fee in order to use them for his own purposes. The girl immediately ran up and wanted to help with the contract because it was her responsibility and she needed help with the documents right away. The guy immediately took the contract in his hands and gave it to Lin so that he could look at it and sign it. After all, this is very important for signing a lease agreement. But Lin immediately asked to pay him for this agreement so that the money would be on his card. Then he would be calm and would not be nervous. But the guy transferred this money because he understood that there was no other way to solve this issue and deal with it all. Lin saw that he had received the money and was very pleased with the deal. After all, he immediately received the money on the card as needed. Lin said goodbye to this guy so that he would not cause any more problems for him. Because Lin doesn't like it lately. When Lin was asked why he did this, he said that it was all for the money and that's it. He has only interest in money. Then the guy came as a lady and said that he had good news for his father. They need to talk and communicate. The guy was surprised when he saw that his assistant was sitting right in his house and talking to his dad. He clearly didn't expect this. The guy said that he was ready to hear the news that his son wanted to tell him. After all, he knows for sure that his son will definitely not lie. He spoke about the deal with Lin and the fact that the containers are now in his possession for some time. And he is very proud of it that he was able to do it so quickly. Dad was very pleased when he heard this, but everything needs to be checked and found out to make it easier and more reliable. Under the contract, people will be able to do whatever they want with the containers, and there is a document for this that confirms everything. The father was very pleased that his son was able to make and settle such a good deal. The father was proud of his son that he could do it himself. The guy said that he will continue to try to work for results. The main thing is perseverance and work, and then everything will work out as it should. When this project is completed, the guy will be able to return to work in the company. So he will have to try hard to get everything done. The girl tried to explain that she was deceived and that's not how it works. But it seems they just didn't want to listen to her, and that's all. The guy said that she doesn't understand anything about business and how it works. That's why he's trying to find a catch in this matter and the agreement. The father said that everything is fine as it should be. The main thing is that the dog is a document that will explain everything and show it clearly. The girl said she didn't want to listen to it and just started leaving. After all, people simply don't understand what they are doing and that's their problem. At a very late time, the phone rang and Lin immediately picked up the receiver to figure out who was calling so late at night. It was the director whom he lured into his company, and he called him that he was planning to go to him. So I wanted to tell Lin this personally. Lin said that this was very good and he would provide transportation for this trip so that the director could pick up all his people. Then Lin realized that the director would need to live somewhere and urgently needed to come up with a place for him and his family to live. A nice girl met Lina and immediately asked what he needed and what kind of apartment he wanted to have. She can help him. The girl began to tell what options they had at the moment and what she could offer. But Lin doesn't need apartments. He wants to see villas because he knows that this company definitely has them. The main thing is to find them now. The guards began to laugh that Lin would not be able to afford to buy a nice and expensive villa. But everything was not as simple as they thought. Lin asked to show him the villas they have so that he could understand whether it was suitable for him or not. But the guards continued to laugh because the villas were very expensive and they thought that Lin would definitely not be able to buy them for himself. The girl expressed her gratitude for those guards who were rude to Lina because they shouldn't say that. She said that now she will quickly show everything. When they got up, the guards still didn't believe that Lin would be able to buy a good villa. For them, it was an opportunity to mock. Lin began to look at the villas that the girls showed him to understand what he liked best and what he didn't. The guards continued to laugh, because they did not believe that Lin would be able to buy any of the villas that were for sale. Lin said that he buys the best one they have. After all, he doesn't have time to talk for a long time. He's busy with other things. After this, the guards were completely shocked and didn't even know what to say. After all, this is their first time. The girl said that just a few minutes and everything will be ready. The main thing is that the payment goes through and that's it. So they have very fast service. The security guard was very angry because he didn't understand where this guy got such a lot of money. After all, he is young enough for that kind of money. Then the girls brought everything they needed for confirmation. They paid for the villa card and gave it to Lin and immediately brought the documents. After this, the guards realized that Lin was not an ordinary person and that he was definitely very rich. After all, not everyone can repeat what he did. The administration fined the security guards for treating clients this way. And they got what they deserved because they didn't have to behave like that with clients like Lin. Then Lin went to the airport to meet people who should come to him and he should accommodate them. He drew attention to a very beautiful girl who was standing next to the mute man. He was interested in taking a closer look at her. But when the girl saw that Lin was looking at her, she immediately moved away and said that she was not getting acquainted. And that's all. Then the director himself came, whose Lin had been waiting for so long and wanted to take them into his property and settle them. As soon as the girl saw the director, she immediately began to move in his direction because she wanted to talk to him too and perhaps help with something. The girl thought that Lin was following her and wanted to do something to her. That's why she was on Chiku and eats them and is immediately ready to fight. But the girl was the first to approach the director and began to talk and communicate with him. She wanted to learn a lot of new things from the mute. Lin didn't understand what kind of woman this was and why she was even talking to this guy. After all, he had to meet them. The girl knew the director because he was a very tall inventor of the year, and everyone knew him in the city and was really waiting for him. But the director said that he was on a completely different matter and not because of what the girl thought. The girl even organized a banquet, and it was very interesting and beautiful. After all, she had longed for this moment for a very long time. The guy pointed his finger at who he came to and why. After all, he had a goal, and he didn't just come to visit his homeland. Lin immediately began to wave his hand and smile because he was really looking forward to this meeting and wanted to get to know each other better. Lin was very happy about this meeting and wanted to take people through and show how they would live and, in general, how their lives would turn out. The girl was interested to understand what kind of guy he was and who he was in general. After all, she doesn't really know anything about him. Then the girl decided to meet Lin and make it clear who she was and what she was like. After all, the girl hangs her jaw for the city economy. Then the girl realized who Lin was and why she was so influential. After all, at first everything was not clear at all and the girl was in a stupor. Lin didn't think that such a young and beautiful girl could be the mayor. After all, this is a complex rotor and not everyone can get there. Lin made it clear why he took the professor and invited him to work at his place. After all, it's not just like that, and you need to have a strong team to win. Then the professor began to tell what Lin wants to do and what plans he has and what it's all for. The girl was pleased to listen to Lin because he said very cool and truthful things, and she really liked it. Then they arrived where they needed to go in various large river vehicles. This made it much easier to move around the city. Lin wanted to negotiate for the hotel so that the professor would be in complete comfort. After all, such people need to be placed in good conditions. Lin said that there would definitely be no problems because this was his hotel. He knows exactly what needs to be done and how to properly mark out so many people. The girl was in complete shock because she couldn't even think that Lin had such financing opportunities. Not everyone can afford it. Lin began to show what kind of properties he had and how big his hotel was. After all, they have never been there. A man immediately met them and said that everything was ready and they could welcome guests. They have prepared a banquet table and everyone will be happy. Everyone began to say hello and communicate with each other because there were a lot of people and it was necessary to meet them in this way. Everyone was very kind and private and wanted to be on a positive note. But it was necessary to study and understand everything first. The professor said that there is no need to strain because they will be colleagues anyway. The main thing is to have a good time. Lin was pleased that everyone had gathered so well and he managed to bring such a smart man and his team to China as his lady. I was just pleased that the girl took everything that was happening well and was well placed before Lin. This put the girl in a bit of an awkward position, but she understood everything and then was able to move on from it. Then Lin offered to go in his car, and he could easily take him to the right place and do it very quickly. The girl said that she could not accept such an offer because she did not want to be seen in such an expensive car. She can walk home herself. Then the girl came home and decided to tell everything to her dad. After all, Dad was interested to know whether that same professor would stay in town. She said that she would stay, but this was all thanks to one very influential person who influenced this very much. Lin was very pleased with himself that he was able to do this and turn his plan into reality. It was very difficult, but he was still able to do it. Lin realized that he could choose a new career for himself because now he had such an opportunity. He has already finished the old one and completed all the tasks. Lin was in great anticipation to understand what he would get and what kind of career he would have this time. Lena had a box waiting right in the trunk and needed to understand what he would fly me to do in the future and what profession he would have. There were some tools in the box that were not clear. Lin didn't know what they were for or what he would need to do with them. He began to think about what to do next with this and how best to act. After all, he was full of questions about all this, and it was not clear what to do next. Then Lin was told to come to one lactation the next day in the morning. Everything would be explained to him there, and he would know what to do. In Lin's company, everyone worked very hard and worked hard. After all, there was a lot of work to be done and everything to be completed. Then Lin came in company, and no one understood what he had forgotten and why he had come. But he said he bought the remaining 80% of Baba's shares, and it has now become a subsidiary of Lingyun Corporation. The workers were shocked when they found out that Lin had bought all of Baba's shares because it was a lot of money, and they couldn't even figure out how he did it. Lin said that they should prepare because the main office of the Ori will be moved to another city. Therefore, everyone must be ready. The guy said that he would do everything, whatever Lin said. The main thing is that he is completely satisfied, and that's all. The girl was shocked because Lin does everything very quickly, and his workers do not have time to do it all. Therefore, it is very difficult for them to perceive everything. But Lin said that he likes to give someone else the job so that they can do everything for him, and he will just check everything himself. Then Lin decided to take his girlfriend to work, because she shouldn't be late. And along the way, they met interesting people. Lin immediately pressed his girlfriend so that the guy wouldn't fall behind. But he said that he should not provoke him. He already doesn't care about her. He immediately told Lin that there was no point in taking part in the tender. After all, they won't be able to get anything anyway because it's not that simple. Lin said that it is not yet clear that it will be necessary to see who else will win and who will be able to take over the tender. After all, these are battles, and anyone can win. After Lin left, the guy was very angry and did not know where to find a place for himself. After all, his nerves simply had no end. Then they came up with a plan that after the tender they would do a big dirty trick on Lin so that life wouldn't seem like raspberries to him. They said that this time they would need to think through everything and understand what and how best to do. After all, this time they want to make Lin's life worse. As soon as Lin entered the building, a guy immediately noticed him and realized that he needed to help Lin with this matter. He recognized Lin and said that he could help them and take them to Kotor's VIP room located in this building. This way they won't wait long. Lin didn't even think that there was such a company in this building. It was new to him. But he wasn't against this because it would be quick. The guy showed him where it was best for him to go to get into this VIP room. This will make it much easier for him, and everything will be comfortable and very convenient. Then the deputy detective saw Lin and he started calling him because he knew Lin well and wanted to talk. Then Lin introduced his girlfriend because she would be performing as part of his company. The deputy immediately recognized the girl and realized that this was a good choice because the girl was very talented. Lin said that we need to give way to young people because we all deserve to have a chance to choose and the opportunity to develop. Then a guy came out and said that the tender would start soon and we needed to be ready. After all, someone will definitely win it, but who is not clear. Then Lin noticed his girlfriend's strange behavior and wanted to understand what the problem was. After all, you need to be careful to definitely win the tender. Lin thought maybe Ching needed help with something because she was starting to worry, and this was not very relevant during the tender. After all, Ching was responsible for the auction, and she needed to do it quickly and solve this problem. But Lin said that he would help Ching and try to find someone who could solve this problem. Well, he knows who can help. As soon as Lin came out, his comrade immediately noticed him and began to follow him so as not to lose him. He asked him where he wanted to go because if he needed to find a back exit, he could help Lin with this matter very quickly. Lin said not to say much and just follow him. Val, they don't need to make a lot of noise, they can scare people away. But Lin saw a guy very familiar to him and he was interested to know what he wanted and how he got here. He stood with a bouquet of roses and was clearly waiting for someone because the bouquet was very beautiful and the guy clearly put on the suit for a reason. Lin didn't understand why this guy was standing there and what he wanted to achieve with this. After all, he won't just get away with it. The guy said that they knew about the floor and were unlikely to be able to get their tender. After all, he was practically already taken away, and there was no point in fighting anymore. But this didn't scare the guys. They were wondering if this guy had invited Mer on a date, because he didn't just buy a bouquet of flowers. The guy said that in this way he will definitely get the tender because he has his own plan for this, and apparently he understands it. The doors opened, and the girl saw a bunch of people and was simply in shock because she couldn't even think that so many guys would be waiting for her. The guy immediately started giving flowers and licking himself according to his tactics. After all, he simply had no other choice. But Lin abruptly grabbed the girl by the waist and began to press her to him to show that the girl was already busy. The guy was shocked and didn't know what to say. Lin pressed the girl by the waist and simply began to leave, and the guys had no idea how to behave or what to say in this situation. The guy, in a desperate state, began to call someone because the tender would be difficult to win, because now Lin has more chances. He started saying what happened and what he thought of to do next. Otherwise, he is simply confused because everything is not going according to plan. The girl did not expect Lin to come up and begin to squeeze her closer. She doesn't have such close contact with him to behave like that. Lin said that he showed the guys where their place was, and he didn't want to do anything bad just from the good awards. The girl immediately began to ask why Lin began to behave this way and what the reason was. Well, Lin said that he wanted to win the tender and began to ask for help. The girl began to get very angry because she said that this is not how it works, and she will not abuse her official capabilities. But Lin said that he should give him some time and the girl would understand everything herself. After all, he does some things for a reason. Lin noticed that the girl had a very soft waist and a very complex character. There are very few such girls nowadays. When Lin left the girl, it really pissed her off, and she didn't know how to behave after that. After all, no one had ever told her that before. Then the guy began to explain to Lena's girlfriend that he was ready to sleep with the mayor of the city for the sake of his girlfriend. This is a very big deed. The girl didn't understand what the guy meant, and what kind of girl he was talking about who slept with Lin was very strange. The guy began to prove that he saw everything with his own eyes, as Lin walked with another girl. He can confirm this. The guy said that they walked in an embrace, and he saw it with his own eyes. This is not a made-up story, and he immediately came to tell it. But the girl didn't want to believe it because she understood that the guy just wanted to get her emotional and nothing more. Then Lin suddenly appeared, and the guy immediately fell silent after that. After all, I realized my mistake and that he had said too much. Lin took his girlfriend, and they just walked away from it all because she didn't want to believe the guy's words. Lin just calmly walked away. When they finished, the girl suggested they go and have a delicious meal because she was very tired and wanted to take a little break from it all. But since Lin's first day of work is tomorrow, he doesn't think it's the best idea to go to a restaurant and relax for a while. When Lin passed by the hospital, he heard some strange sounds and was interested in understanding what was happening there. The guy immediately saw the picture and began to help because he is a doctor and knows what to do and how to act. He wanted to understand what was wrong with the person. The guy said that this man has stomach problems, and he urgently needs help because he could die and then it will be too late. The girl was shocked when she heard that her relative could simply die, so she didn't know what to do next. The guy screamed very loudly and said that he couldn't be mistaken. These were signs of the disease he called, and it definitely couldn't be anything else. Lin calmed the girl down and said that now he can help his grandfather so that he doesn't feel bad, and he knows how to save him so that he feels better. But the guy who also helped save the grandfather did not agree with Lin and said that the guy did not understand medicine and there was no need to interfere with a professional. Lin said that let the girl buy the medicines that he plants. After all, they will be able to quickly help grandfather and save him. The girl quickly bought what she needed and started running back because she really wanted to save her grandfather so that he would be healthy. Lin gave medicine to grandfather so that he could take it and come to his senses. And then the situation was very critical. Then grandfather began to come to his senses and come to life. After all, the medications almost immediately began to work and help my grandfather. The girl was very pleased that the guy helped save her grandfather and he began to come to life. After all, she was very worried about him and did not know what to do. Grandfather began to thank Lin for his help, because without him, he certainly would not have been able to come to his senses and recover so quickly. The guy was simply shocked when he saw that Lin was really able to cure his grandfather, and he began to behave normally and no longer felt bad. Grandfather told the guy to study more and be experienced. After all, he draws incorrect conclusions regarding the treatment of a person. Lin said that the grandfather was from birth, and he also told his granddaughter to take care of her grandfather. After all, life is very unpredictable. Then the girl started shouting to Lin how much she should pay because he didn't take anything from her. Lin said that he didn't need anything. The main thing was that he was able to save his grandfather, and this was the best that could have happened. The girl was amazed by the kindness of the guy because she had not met such people with such a big heart for a long time. After all, it was unlikely that another person would have acted like that. Lin came to the hospital and started knocking on the door because he wanted to come in and didn't understand whether someone was there or not. When Lin came in, he saw the same guy who wanted to help his grandfather, but he didn't succeed. Lin was surprised when he saw him. The guy's jaw also dropped from such an unexpected meeting. After all, no one could have thought that their roads would bring them together again. But Lin didn't react much because he is exactly the same doctor as him. Therefore, there is nothing surprising here. The girl immediately began asking Lin who he was and how he got here. After all, she knows that a new doctor must come. The girl said that first they should go through the nutritional period, and if everything goes well, they will be able to work as a full-fledged doctor. Lin said that he was ready because the main thing for him was to help people. He has long wanted to work as a doctor, so he really wants to get into this position. The girl was pleased to hear this because now there are very few people who really want to help ordinary people. The guy who was watching all this made him very angry. After all, now he has a competitor and he needs to fight with him. Then a woman came into the office and she was clearly a doctor because she was dressed in a white coat. She said that all the trainees should follow her. She will show and tell everything because she must inform everyone what and how it works. They all went straight to the deputy to show and tell everything, and the deputy must immediately see when he can be accepted and allowed in, and who he can't. The deputy immediately began to study everyone in order to understand who and how they work and how they behave. But the girl will do the main work. She will inform them and make it clear what to do and how best to act. One guy immediately began to say that he could help give advice because he was experienced in this matter and knew what and where to do. But the guy had his own plan, which he did not want to voice or talk about, because for now everything should be a secret and no one should know. The guy was told that he should be alone, and the girl would go and guide the other two cadets. It will be much easier this way. The guy didn't understand why they were leaving him and he couldn't go with everyone. It wouldn't be fair on the part of other chimes, and he began to ask to join them because he understood that he did not want to stay on his own and would like to spend a little time with them in the group. But first, you will need to go to one department and visit there because everything needs to be done gradually. Then they will be taken to emergency departments. Lin was confident in himself, so he walked and was ready to work and learn a new skill for himself. Then they began to introduce them to the patients so that they understood what they would be working with and what they would have to do next. The guy was pleased that he would have to get to know the patients because he also wanted to understand and figure out who would behave and how. Lin introduced himself and wanted to show what he is capable of and what opportunities he has as a doctor. The girls said that they would finish their rounds and go to other wards to explore the hospital. After all, this is very important for trainees. Everyone followed the girl because she was in charge, and everything had to be done very carefully so that the chief doctor would like it. Then the girl told Lin not to go into the wards where the girls were. After all, they simply cannot stand Lin's beauty. The girl understood this very well, so she immediately told Lin to be more careful. There are a lot of hungry women now. But Lin didn't want to do anything bad. It just happened that way. In any case, he didn't want to do this. Then they started showing the equipment so that they could become militarized and understand what and where to be. It will be much easier and more convenient. Then some mother started asking for help because her son was feeling bad, and they didn't know what to do with him and how to treat him for all this. The girl said that his mother should go away because she needed to examine him and understand what was wrong with him and why he felt so bad. Lin immediately began an examination to understand what the reason was and why this happened to the boy. The main reason for the task was to understand the situation. The guy's mother started screaming very loudly because she was very worried about her son and didn't want anything to happen to him. She wanted the head doctor to help her son. Lin said that he would help him sleep and sew up the stitches because there was nothing serious there, and the main thing was to do it quickly. The guy said that he was ready to help this mother's son and could sew up his wound very quickly without any problems. She said that if something happens to her son, the guy will be punished because he will do everything. Therefore, he must understand this. The guy was very scared and didn't know what to do, because these words simply scared him terribly, and he didn't understand how best to act. The doctor asked the guy if he could do this operation, because this is a very serious and important operation, and here you need to act very boldly. Then the girl started asking if Lin could help with the girl. After all, that guy can't do anything because he doesn't have enough knowledge. Lin said that he could help the girl and cure her son and give the necessary help. After all, the situation is very critical and complex. But the girl said that she would not allow anyone to operate on her son, only the chief doctor. After all, you need to have experience to do this. Lin wanted to explain to this mother that if she wants her son to live, then without their help, her son simply cannot live, and that's all. The girl began to scream and be indignant, because she would sue Lin, and he would regret that he did this to this mother. But then the girl showed her document and proved that today she is the chief doctor on the duty department. So she decides what to do next. But the mother told the girl that if something happened to her son, she would sue and do everything to ensure that the one who did harm to his son was imprisoned. Everyone began to prepare for the operation so that everything would be sterile and of very high quality. We had to get ready first. One guy offered to become an assistant to the head doctor in order to definitely show his best side. But the chief doctor told him to step aside because he was just getting in the way. In this matter, you need to be very attentive and careful. The guy immediately got scared and didn't know what to do or how best to act. After all, he understood that he would definitely not be able to help. The girl turned to Lin and said that they would be assistants and would help in this operation. After all, they simply have no other choice. They began the operation, each doing their part to make sure they could save the guy's life. Otherwise, everything is really very tense. The guy just stood aside and looked at it all. After all, he was not allowed to do anything. And at that time, Lin helped in the operation and did his part of the work. Then my mother came and began to worry and ask what happened and how the operation went. After all, she wanted to know how it all went. Mom started screaming at the doctors why the scar was so big because it would take a very long time to heal. She doesn't really like this. But the chief doctor had nothing to say to the woman because they did everything they could and they simply had no other choice. They wanted to clarify that this is normal for such a large frame. In any case, you will be left with a scar because of all this. But the mother could not learn from him and continued to shout at the girl who was operating on the boy. She was completely hysterical and talking all sorts of nonsense. The girl began to threaten her husband because he is very influential. In this way, she wanted to show her power and influence. After all this, the girl left and it was such a big scandal, and the people who took part in the operation were simply in shock. But one girl filmed all this, and now they have evidence that this girl is not normal, and thus she can be fired. The girl asked that the video was sent to Lina and he knows what to do next. He just has a good plan. Lin kept the video and said she knew what to do with it and who she could take it to and show it to, so that the girl definitely has problems. Lin wrote to the right people so that they could deal with the girl and be able to influence her profession. After all, she behaves very badly and this cannot be done. Another guy called his father so he could influence Lin to get him fired. Val is his direct competitor. He called his dad so he could solve the problem with Lin. After all, he really didn't like him and needed to come up with something very quickly. Lin was sitting and already working in his office because it was his responsibility. But he was still getting used to everything in order to understand what and how it worked. Then the vice president of the hospital came and he was clearly dissatisfied with something. After all, if he has already arrived, then something very unpleasant will happen. They began to ask and find out what was happening because they were told that they had a big problem. That's why they arrived at the scene. The girl began to tell the truth, that she had done nothing wrong and she did not go against the law. Therefore, she had nothing to hide, and she did everything legally. But they didn't come to fire the girl. But they didn't like Lina and they wanted to eliminate him because he would make a very bad doctor. Lin was then asked to show the patient's chart to make sure everything was okay. After all, anything can happen. But the guy didn't even want to listen and immediately said that Lin should be fired because he is a very underpaid doctor. He has no business working in this hospital. Then suddenly the same mother of the boy they were operating on appeared. She was very scared and ran like a horse. This alarmed everyone very much, and no one knew what to do or how to react to this woman. She was very excited. She began to beg the head doctor and ask for forgiveness. After all, if she is fired from her job, then she will be finished and she does not know what to do. Then the head nurse remembered Lin's words. He said, "Let's see who else gets fired." And she realized who influenced it. Lin sat and laughed silently because his plan worked and he got what he wanted. Now he just watches how and what happens. After all, his words were not just wind. Now he has made it clear exactly who he is and what opportunities he has. It's not all that simple. The girl began to beg because she did not want to lose her job and no longer knew how best to act in this situation. But then they simply called security and they began to carry her away. After all, she made it clear her motive and her behavior simply rejected everyone from her. The chief doctor said that there was no need to talk about this incident, and the patient was operated on correctly and there were no problems with it. Lin was able to get a 10% promotion in his profession. Now he can sew stitches like a professional doctor and do it very quickly. Then the girl came up and asked what Lin was doing because she wanted to give him a test, and for this, she would need a microscope. Lin said that he is ready to undergo any tests that are necessary. Just let him be told what needs to be done and what the requirements will be. When the girl heard that Lin would have such a test, she was shocked. After all, doctors must work for at least 5 years for such checks. The girl ran for a microscope in order to be sure to have time to help Lin with these test tasks and checks. Then she came running and said that there was no such microscope and it would be difficult to do a check without it. After all, there are no necessary materials. They began to think what they should do in such a situation, because it is really difficult to solve this problem and it is impossible to carry out a check. Lin said that he did not need a strong microscope. An ordinary one would be enough to do this test task. Lin was confident in the warrior's capabilities, so he was ready to do and complete this task in order to show his strengths. The guy started laughing that he couldn't do it with a simple microscope because it was very difficult. Not everyone can do this with special equipment. Lin made it clear that this was not difficult for him and he could figure it out very quickly. The main thing is to do everything confidently and quickly. The doctor who assigned this task began to think about how best to do it. After all, not everyone can decide to do this in such conditions. Lin was given the equipment he asked for so that he could accurately understand and complete this task. But it won't be easy for him. Lin began to try and figure it all out so that he would definitely be able to do everything correctly, and that his assignments would be accepted correctly. Everyone was shocked when they saw how Lin handled it all. It was really very cool and strong. And when the doctor began to look, he was simply in shock because LMN really put everything on very correctly, and it looked very good. They started asking Lin how he did it, because it was really very strange and incomprehensible. After all, not everyone has such professionalism. Lin said that it was not as difficult as he thought. He did much more complex things, but this was not difficult for him. The girl was left with a lot of questions after this, because it was her first time seeing something like this, and it was very surprising for her. The girl was simply in awe of what Lin could do. It was really very surprising for her, and she didn't know what to say. Lin sat and simply watched everything that was happening around him and wanted to understand how everyone worked in the hospital. After all, he wanted to know everything. Then he received an SMS which he immediately began to read because it could be something very important, and he needed to understand what and how. Then the head doctor came up and asked how Lin would feel about helping the girl deal with the stitches and help with the operation. But Lin asked again because he was not sure whether his abilities and the skills of others were interesting. After all, he is not very knowledgeable about this yet. But Lin first needed to understand the problem and how best to solve it. After all, he can't sort everything out in his head at once. Then the girl began to speak for the patient, and Lin began to study him in detail to understand who he was and what he was like. Then a guy came in and started calling the doctor because he obviously wanted to ask and find out something. But it was not clear what he wanted. The girl immediately turned around and was perplexed as to what this guy wanted from her and how he even ended up here. "Guy, doctor, bring her food. It's already afternoon and she hasn't eaten anything yet." In this way, he wanted to show his care and how much he loves her. But the girl said that there was no need for this because Dr. Lin had already ordered food and she would eat with him. it would be easier. The guy wanted to know where this Lin came from and who he was. After all, it didn't exist before, but now it creates problems. But the guy still wanted to invite the girl to eat with him. After all, he tried so hard to bring food and feed the girl. But then girls suddenly come in with trays. They brought out some dishes, and it was not really clear what kind of dishes were there and what quality they were. These were very high-quality dishes straight from the restaurant. They clearly looked very dignified and appetizing, because not all doctors in the clinic try this way. For some, such a table was very surprising, and they had not seen doctors try this for a long time. But only Lin has such a lunch. He couldn't even imagine that they would bring him so much food. Link really liked it. He really appreciated it. The guy was very upset that his gifts and food were not as valuable as he wanted. He understood that he would still take what was his. The guy left because he didn't really have a choice, and he didn't know what to do next and how to act. Lin began to study the case that was given to him in order to understand how and what works. And in general, what is the patient's problem? But the operation will need to be done immediately, and this will be very harmful for Lin. He was simply shocked by this information and did not know what to do. His information was simply shocking, and he understood it very seriously for him. Not everyone can decide to do this and perform an operation on their superiors. But there will be assistance, so there is nothing to be afraid of. But the difficulty will be that it is not all that fast, and everything needs to be done very carefully. The girl began to show who would need to do the operation and when. Dino began to carefully study everything. He was very interested in learning about the patient completely in order to understand how it all works and what the problems might be. The girl wanted to hear recommendations on this matter from Lin. Perhaps he could give good information. The girl wanted to know what Lin thought about this whole situation. After all, she expects useful information from him and then immediately uses it. Lin said that he would make a plan and it would have to be used. This will be much easier and more convenient for the girl. As soon as Lumni got up from the table, the girl asked if he wanted to eat together. She just decided to just suggest. But first Lin wants to write because he will think about what is going on with him and how. Lin worked on all this for a long time to make her look adequate and normal. But it was very difficult for him to do and not so easy. The doctor came to ask and find out how Lin was doing and how he was able to do what she asked. After all, this is very important for her, and she needs to have time to do it. The doctor said that she would need to go on the night shift, so it would be best to wrap Lena up with a report. Then he will have time to do everything. But Lin quickly finished and said that everything was ready and everything he wanted had already been done. So there are no problems. Everything is ready. The girl thought that Lin was lying to her, but it was not true and Lin really did everything that was needed. The doctor began to check if everything was fine, and if Lin could be trusted, because this was his first task that was given to him. Therefore, everything had to be checked. Lin said that it was not difficult for him. The main thing was to do everything on time and not waste time. This is very important for them to complete the task. The girl dismissed Lin as a lady because the report was excellent and she really liked it. So he was completely free. Then, in one of the companies that competes with Lin, a girl came to report information to the boss. After all, this is her job and she needs to do it well. She said that she recognized the owner of the company and it was definitely Lin. She can show it on the computer to make sure everything is clean and true. The guy didn't believe the girl because it could just be a deception and she was trying to lead him astray. He won't wash her completely. The girl said if they don't believe her, then let the boss himself take a look and see that the company is registered in Lin's name. And she really speaks the truth. The guy didn't believe her because he knows Lin and he couldn't do it. Therefore, he did not believe a single word that the girl said. The boss wanted to look at this information because he didn't believe that Lin could be the owner of the company. For him, he is just a waste of a lot of money and that's all. But the girl proved different information because everyone doesn't work like that. The boss is very wrong in his words. The boss was very surprised by the aggressive facial expressions that his employee created. After all, he could not even think that she would behave this way. The boss told his secretary to find out about this information. Otherwise, it all looks very strange. The boss was very interested to know whether everything the girl said was true or not. After all, such things are not something to joke about, and you need to think very carefully before speaking. The boss was disappointed in the girl's behavior and could not think that she would behave like that. It was very strange for him. The information about a completely different person was knocked out on the computer. It was very strange because the girl claimed something completely different. This information simply amazed her, and she received a huge shock from it. I didn't even know what to do next or how to think. The boss wanted to understand the motive for such an abandonment, since he seemed to have done nothing wrong. But they so easily want to fool and deceive him. In her defense, the girl didn't know what to say to her boss. Indeed, the situation is very deplorable. But the girl began to prove that she really wanted to help. But everything changed very quickly, and she did not think that Lin could do such a thing. But the guy didn't believe the girl, and didn't even want to believe her. After all, she very brazenly fooled him, and it's difficult for him to perceive the girl the same way before. The girl felt guilty before her boss and was very uncomfortable. After all, she behaved incorrectly, and her reputation and trust changed. The boss simply shrugged it off because this situation was very funny to him. He clearly could not even think that his employee could do such a thing. The next day, Lin came to work and began to see what was new at the hospital. After all, he was interested in studying and understanding everything. Dr. Linu told him not to go anywhere and wait for her because this is very important. He said that it would be good to wait and see what happens next. There were many people in the meeting room and everyone was listening to the chief doctor. After all, he makes very important decisions and you need to understand this and carefully study what he says. The doctor said that the most heard operation is the operation of suturing blood vessels. This is very difficult to do nowadays. But one guy said that it's not that difficult, and the main thing is to know what to do and how. Therefore, you need to be well-versed in this. For him, it's not that difficult, because there are operations much more complicated than this. Perhaps he's just given the best ability to do something, and that's all. The doctor said that then there are no questions, and they need to prepare for the operation because it is very important for them. Without her, nothing will work out. But the girl said that there is a problem with the seams. It's not that simple. There are no good people who can do this so easily, because a large number of people can give and not everyone will have time to receive the services. The guys in black suits looked and didn't even say anything because it was difficult to say anything. They didn't really understand what the girl wanted to say. The doctor who does these stitches well began to be indignant because he thought that the girl doubted that he could do his job. The girl gave the plan to the doctor so that he could look at it, because this particular plan is much better. And he can reduce risks by 20%, and then everything will be fine. But this was Lin's report, and he only started work yesterday. He definitely can't understand this well. It sounds funny. The doctor began to ask if he wrote it because he had read it all and understood it. And from the look, one could understand that he was clearly interested. The girl began to tell all the possible steps of suturing as possible. After all, in this way you can understand which stitches can be applied and which cannot. But the guy started screaming because if a guy was lucky enough to get a good stitch, it doesn't mean that he can become a professional so quickly. The doctor asked the guys what they thought about it, because they had also heard everything and could say their answer and, in general, what they could accept in such a situation. But the guy said that he is not a doctor and he cannot say what and how this is a difficult question for him. He doesn't know what to do better. The doctor said that Lin would be an assistant and the operation would begin in 30 minutes. The main thing is to do everything correctly and without unnecessary mistakes in this matter. They all began to leave the laboratory and leave to get ready for the operation. After all, this is a very important and complex operation. Not everyone can take it and do it. But the guy didn't fully understand anything and was left at a loss as to what to do next and how to live. After all this is not so easy to understand and understand. The girl made it clear that Lin's report was the best option at the moment, and it is safe to work with and there are no such big problems. When Lin was working and receiving a client, another client came to him and he began to complain of stomach pain. He asked to be taken quickly because he would die from stomach pain. The girl kicked out the previous patient so that he would not interfere, and she herself sat down and began to say what was wrong with her and how long her stomach had been hurting. Link didn't like this at all, and he didn't even want to look in this woman's direction because it's really not good to do this to ordinary people. The guy said that he remembered everything and let Lin still examine this woman. After all, she is really very bad and she urgently needs help. Lin asked if the woman had a medical card because without it, he would not be able to accept and examine her. Every patient should have it. But there was a long line and the woman couldn't register. She felt very bad. Therefore, I couldn't do it in any way. Lin told this woman to get out of here. She has nothing to do in this hospital. After all, she will only get in the way and that's all. Then, Lin had another patient who was very embarrassed. Lin began asking questions to understand what was happening to her. The girl asked for a female doctor and Lin asked if another specialist was needed. After all, they have other doctors. But the girl said that there was nothing wrong with this. The main thing is to know the reason and work on it. It is very important to know the reason. When the girl confessed, Lin told her to lie down and they would examine her. This is very important for the doctor, first of all. The nurse said that if you need help, she will be there and will be able to immediately give you everything you need. Lin was fully prepared and knew that the girl would need to be examined in detail and not rush into this matter. This is very important. Lin was quickly able to help the girl, and she gradually moved away from everything. After all, it's really not easy to go through such a difficult time. Lin said that the problem was not very big, but quite troublesome. The main thing was to do everything carefully and quickly so that the girl would not be hurt. When the nurse heard what illness the patient had, she was simply shocked. After all, this is difficult to cure alone. But for Lin, it was not particularly difficult. The main thing was to do everything as needed and according to all the requirements. After all, a mistake can be very costly. The girl didn't even know what to say, because for her, such behavior was very washed out. And she also hadn't seen such doctors for a long time to do everything so quickly. Then Dean received a call and was told to go up to the 13th floor because he needed help urgently. But people themselves cannot cope. They need trusted doctors. Lin didn't understand whether he was allowed into the operation or not because he couldn't even think of letting him in there. Although he shows good results, he is new to this business. Lin began to leave and told the girl that she would be in charge and should look after everything. After all, this is very important for them. Lin came where he was told and was immediately met by a girl who was already standing and waiting and knew that he had to come for the operation. But she didn't know what the doctor looked like and didn't understand who should come. After all, the doctor must be very experienced because he needs to apply stitches. Lin introduced himself and said who he was and what he treated people. The girl must understand who he is and how he got here in general. The girl did not expect Lin to be just such a guy. She actually had other pictures in her head. She couldn't even think about it. Then a guy appeared who also recognized Lin and said that he was good at seams about the night. After all, this skill is very cool for him. They shook hands because the guy understood the value Lin brings to this world with his work as a doctor and professional. But the girl was very surprised that it was Lena who was chosen to perform such an important operation. This is very important for management. The guy said that there is no need to doubt Dean. He copes well with his tasks. The main thing is to do everything on time. The most important doctors of the clinic were walking along the corridor and preparing to go into surgery. This is very important for them, and everything needs to be done very light and of high quality. Everyone was ready, and they could begin this operation because it was important for them to do everything according to the plan that they had built in for themselves. But the guy couldn't do his job properly because the patient had inappropriate blood vessels. It is very difficult for a doctor to sew them up by hand. They were at a loss as to what to do and how to proceed. After all, it was not possible to do normally what the doctor should have done. The doctor began to argue that it was difficult, and it was not clear to him whether he could do it himself and in general how it would help him. He also did not know. They decided to complete the operation because they realized that they could not do anything and it was impossible to sew up the vessels. It requires other skills for this. When the doctor came out, he said that they tried very hard, but they couldn't do it. They cannot close the stitches properly, and the operation is over. When the guy heard this, he was very angry and didn't know what to do because he hoped that everything would be fine and they would save his relative. They began to ask for forgiveness because they did not want to do anything bad. He tried his best to do everything for them, but it didn't work out for them. The guy was very angry and couldn't find a place for himself because it put him under very strong stress. So he wanted to fix the situation himself. They tried to stop him so that he would not do anything stupid or do anything bad. After all, he is not a doctor and does not know how to do this. He began to open the doors to find out how things were going on there, and in general what had changed because he was very worried. The doctors tried and continued to fight for the patient's life. After all, they did everything possible for a better result and tried. The guy was controlled by emotions, and it was very difficult and almost impossible to stop him. After all, he was furious and very angry. The girl said that they still had time to study with Dr. Lin and maybe everything would work out for him. Wendy has no other choice anyway. The doctors began to say that it was no longer possible to save the patient and let the doctors come in and see what was there and how. After all, this is very important now. But the guy didn't let anyone in because he didn't want to disturb Lin. He believed that he could save this situation and do everything as it should be. The doctor began to say that he was in charge here and he knew what and how to do. Therefore, let the guy not prevent him from entering the middle. The guy resisted and the doctors could not get into the middle, and none of them could get into the middle either. It was very difficult to do. Lin didn't know if his method would work, but he had to try, and then he would definitely understand it and deal with it. But in any case, Lin had a plan that he stuck to and knew that it would work. The main thing is to make every effort to save the person. Lin used the luck card to make this operation go very well. After all, without it, it will be very difficult to do this. Lin said what he needed to prepare for his assistant so that they could do everything exactly and know what was happening and how. After a couple of minutes, Lin came out and it was very difficult for him to perform the operation. After all, this is not the case for him, and it's just that not everyone can withstand this. Lin said the operation was successful and the patient will have surgery for several more decades. The main thing is proper care and a healthy lifestyle. The girl was very glad that the patient would now be alive and live for many more years. This is the best news for them. Everyone was shocked when they learned that the patient was cured by Lin, and not by the main doctor who was at the operation. It was a shock to everyone. But the doctor said that this could not be because the vessels were very thin and it was simply impossible to sew them up. He doesn't believe Dr. Lin did it. But Lin was very modest, and he didn't want to get much attention. He simply helped save a person in such a difficult situation. People began to watch the patient because they had been waiting for him in the corridor for so long. But everything went well and without serious consequences. Lin was very tired because of his work, and he simply could not find a place where he could lie down and rest a little and get away from everything. But then he was given achievements, and he realized that now he has a different level and he became even more powerful, stronger with. Lin then fell asleep at his workplace because he could no longer do anything. It was very difficult for him to get around and do it. Then Lin heard some sounds and decided to wake up to see what was going on and why he got up so quickly. This was a girl who was very worried about her relative, and she clearly did not come empty-handed. After all, there was some kind of box on the table. Lin slept very little time, and he was interested to know why the girl came and what she wanted to get from him, because she clearly came for a reason. She brought Lin some food so that he could eat and be okay, because he didn't really have time to do anything and immediately fell asleep on the table in the office. Indeed, this was food for Lin. He did not expect this from this girl. Veli was still sleepy and didn't really understand what was going on around him. The girl asked how she could thank Lin for being able to save a person very dear to her. After all, she doesn't want to remain in debt. Lin said that let her sign documents that are very important to him. This will be the only thing he wants to receive in return. He let her study these documents so that the girl would understand what was going on. After all, you need to study everything first, and only then act. When the girl started reading, some of the information shocked her. She couldn't even think about this, and it's new to her. She asked Lin that this was the result of his research. Otherwise, she didn't really understand that she was not a doctor being on these papers. But Lin said that let the girl take care of one project because it would be better for Lin and for her. The girl said that she could take care of it without any problems. What Lin said would be their agreement, and they thus agreed. Then Lin walked and met a person very familiar to him, and didn't even know what to say because he was a little shocked by this meeting. The girl offered him lunch and he began to think whether to agree or not. After all, he himself doesn't really know whether he will succeed or not. Then a guy came running and said that he wanted to invite a girl to the races today. After all, this cannot be missed. The girl said that she couldn't go because she had agreed to go to dinner with Lin today. That's why she's not sure if she'll go to the race. This made the guy very angry, and he didn't even understand what to do or how to react to it. He can't just agree. He was absolutely angry with Lin and didn't know what to do and how best to deal with Lin in this situation. He said that this is a very important event, and it's better not to miss it because it won't be very cool. Lin said what kind of races there would be and what kind of cars he would be interested in finding out and seeing too. He really likes faster cars. Lin said that it wouldn't be a bad idea to go to such a cool event because racing is always cool. The main thing is to have a great time. Lin decided to go and take the girl with him so that she wouldn't get lost. They went straight to the arena through the main entrance. Lin took the girl to a very nice place in the arena where all the sports cars are parked. This place is really very cool and expensive. The girl asked if she could go there with him because perhaps ordinary people cannot get here. After all, this place is not for everyone. Then the girl got a call from the same guy who encouraged her to go to this event. He clearly wanted to impress the girl with this. The girl told him where they were, so that he would immediately know where to go to them. After all, they came to this event stronger. Lin said that everything will be fine. He knows this place well, so there will be no problems with anything. The main thing is to be near him. Then suddenly a guy runs in hysterically and starts screaming loudly as if he's crazy. After all, you can't go into this place, and he immediately started shouting that he needed to leave. The guy said that security would come and there would be big problems. Therefore, you need to leave quickly. You can't stay here for so long. But the girl said that Lin said she could be calm, so she doesn't worry and feels calm. The guy didn't understand who this Lin was and what opportunities he had if he behaved like this. This is not very good, and it is not clear how he does this. But Lin said that there should be no concern about who Lin is or what he does. After all, it's none of his business and he doesn't need to know. At this event, there was that guy who really dislikes Lin, and he noticed that Lin had brought a new girl, and it was very strange. Lin decided to look at what cars there were because he really loves big and sports cars. He's a fan of these brands. The league immediately began to recognize the guys who arrived in these cars. He has long been known as the owner of this arena. The guy was simply shocked when he saw who Lin knew because they were very cool racers. And he even shakes hands with them. The guys started talking about who would be racing today. They were interested in talking because they had not seen each other for a long time. Lin said that the rules are like a kindergarten. Let the one who loses the race set his car on fire, it will be very epic. The guys were shocked when they heard this from Lin, because these are very strong rules for the game. Not everyone can do this. All the corgis couldn't even say a word because it's really not just that easy to do. It is very difficult to take this step. But the guy suggested the following. Whoever wins simply takes the opponent's car, and that's it. This will be most beneficial for everyone. The guy really wanted to take Lin's car, so he came up with different ways to do this as quickly as possible. Lin also listened carefully to this guy to understand what he wanted to say and what other words he wanted to come up with. Then the guy said who would participate in this battle, so that everyone could compete for the opponent's car. This will be fair for everyone. The guy called everyone because the game is starting and you will need to be ready at the start. After all, this is a very scary competition. You have to win it. But one guy was very scared because he was afraid of losing his car and understood that this could be his last race and nothing would happen after that. Some guys were already ready for the race and wanted to start it in order to understand who of all of them was stronger and better able to drive a car. The girl made it clear to Lin that these racers are professionals in their field. It will be very difficult to fight with them in this satization. Lin asked the girl how she knew racers so well. After all, he could not even think that she knew them all so well. The guy got very angry because they were deceived. One guy called the professionals and they will go, not him. Then the guy noticed how Lin was standing and decided to say something to him because he really didn't like him and he couldn't just remain silent and stand there. The guy very aggressively told him not to just stand there and walk, to do something because he was behaving like a girl and didn't understand anything. But Lin looked at him and said that he was going crazy. After all, he doesn't understand who he's communicating with and who Lin really is. But Lin told the guy that it was all his, and he did what he wanted at his airfield. He doesn't really care what or who tells him. But the guy said that he would not believe that Lina Airfield was simply not real. He would never believe it. People simply didn't understand who Lin was if he could afford to buy something like this. This is worthy, and no one could attach Lin's capital. But the guy took Lin away and said that he shouldn't waste his time on deaf people. It is best to discuss tactics and understand how to proceed in this situation. They all began to discuss a plan of action and what to do next. After all, everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. It will be really difficult. Lin said that his girlfriend could take part in this because she would definitely be able to figure it out and go around quickly. The girl didn't even know what to say because it was her first time fitting in like this, and for her it was very difficult, and it was generally not clear what and how to do. The girl asked why Lin trusted her so well, or what she couldn't understand. It's very strange to do this to her. Lin said that he believes in the girl and knows that she will only be able to complete 2 laps. It's not as difficult as it seems at first glance. The guy said that first we would need to discuss the race, and only then chat and talk about different things. After all, a whole car is at stake. This is very important. There is no need to discuss anything. Lin has already thought of everything. The main thing is to do everything on time and quickly. After all, without this, they will not be able to win normally, and that's all. The steam racing has already begun, and the cars have been delivered. Everyone was ready to fight for their first place. After all, no one wants to lose. Everyone was ready and in full tension, and no one knew what would happen next and who would win. But everyone wanted their share of it. The race began and they quickly started driving, didn't even look back and drove like crazy. It really was a very entertaining race. Then another race immediately began, and there too, everyone got into their cars and began to prepare for the start. After all, everything is not so simple. The girl was ready to start and had already thoroughly studied the car. In this matter, the main thing is to be controversial and know what and where to press. Before the race, the guy was very nervous and worried about losing the car. After all, he understood that there would be no other chance to win. He immediately went to fight and try to win the race with the girl. After all, it turns out to be not as easy for him as everyone around him thinks. Lin believed in the girl and hoped that she could win this guy. After all, this race for the girl, he thought, would not be as difficult as it could be. But Lin didn't like the guy because he constantly came up with different options to get around the system, and no one liked that. Lin decided to bet that there would be an 11-second gap between them. But the guy did not agree and said that this could only be in his dreams, and that's all. This guy was determined to win Lin no matter what the cost. He had a specific goal and nothing more. The guys thought that Lin could not beat them by more than 11 seconds. It's simply not realistic to do this in their conditions. Lin tried to catch up with his opponent as quickly as possible in order to definitely win him and more, so that there would be no problems and no problems. No one understood how Lin could control a car like that. It was simply impossible for an ordinary person. Lin drove very fast, and it was not human speed at all. It was very fast for such a machine, and it was clear that Lin was a master at operating such a machine. Lin was already before the finish line, and no one could have thought that he could win. After all, it was practically impossible to do. Everyone thought that his car would break down right before the finish line, and he would not be able to finish. After all, this is very difficult to do with a gap of 11 seconds. But Lin was able to do it and win the race by 11 seconds, and it was his victory that he came with in the end. Everyone was in great shock because this was the first time they had seen something like this. This was very unexpected for everyone who watched this race. Lin was still able to win by 11 seconds, and this was the best result in all the races that took place there. The guys realized that they had lost, and now they would have to give the car back. After all, they simply have no choice and will need to do something. The guy gave the car into the guy's hands because everything was fair to them, and they had no choice. I should have given the car to Lin. Lin was very pleased that he was able to defeat this guy in this battle. This is a big ride for him, and he is very pleased with himself. The guy left very angry because he understood that he had disgraced himself in front of everyone. This was very steamer for his reputation at that moment. Lin was very pleased because Panin received what he deserved for his actions and attempts to harm Lin. All this will come back to him in any case. But the guy said that he still saw who would win who. He hasn't finished his job yet, so he still has time to take revenge. No one could understand what kind of person was doing this. It's not realistic to drive a car so well and at the same time be so rich. Then they called Lin and told him not to go to work tomorrow because there was no great need for it. He was very happy to hear such information. But Lin said that he just performed the operation, and everything did not turn out as bad as everyone thinks. Therefore, he told everything as it is, without exaggeration. Then the guy arrived as a lady and didn't understand why Dad distracted him so quickly. After all, everything was fine and there was such a quick rush. Dad said that the price of the medicine for tomorrow's negotiations has already been set at $289 per box, he said. This is the main thing to remember and not forget. The guy said, okay, there's nothing complicated about it. The main thing is to remember everything and that's it. He understood and studied everything. There was no need to rush into it. Dad took his son by the ear so that he knew the measurements and didn't whine anymore. After all, he has begun to allow himself a lot lately. But Dad said that the higher the price, the more they can get. So you need to pay attention to this, and this is very important. The son began to say that he understood everything and would not say anything more unnecessary in front of his father. After all, he already understands and knows everything perfectly. The next morning, the tench was already collected and on its way somewhere. After all, he had important matters that needed to be resolved and sorted out. A girl came for him and told him to sit down, and they would leave right away. After all, there are still very important smoldering issues that need to be resolved quickly. Lin decided to eat before going to the Rotu and deciding important matters. After all, he is a doctor and he needs to always be on his toes. The girl said that she would need Lin's strength and would need his help in some matters. After all, the girl herself will not be able to cope with this normally. Lin immediately started asking for the price because he wanted to understand what exactly the girl had in mind. After all, it's very difficult to immediately say and understand what and where. The girl named the price for a box of medicine so that Lin would understand what and where to invest and invest. Lena and the girl were already waiting near the table because they had a meeting at which they needed to buy medicine and agree on what and how much it costs. The guy was very surprised when he saw Link and how he was so welcoming to them. Everyone knows Vadlina as a businessman, and not only, he worked in many places. They confidently walked straight to the office and the table at which they would negotiate. It was very difficult to understand who was trying to deceive whom. Some could not understand why the myrrh came from some person. After all, according to the idea, he should come to his local destination himself. Everyone sat and started meetings and their conversations in order to somehow agree and understand who would buy these medications and at what price. The girl said that the company had conducted research on the medicine, and their results were such that the price for one box was 459. This was very expensive for the mayor, but they did not immediately say anything in response. They took such a pause specifically to think. But Lin controlled the whole situation so that everything was under control. Otherwise, everything could be very bad. So he calmed the world as best he could. The girl was quite calm, surprisingly. She trusted Lin to be in charge and tried to tell her what to do next. The man began to prove why this drug has such a high price. After all, they didn't set that price for nothing. There is a logical explanation for this. The girl began to say that this is the lowest price for this medicine. It's impossible to find and come up with something cheaper, because quality equals price. Then the girl walked away to talk and tell her boss to lower the price for customers. After all, they want to sell goods and they need to reduce the price. The girl came and said that their company was ready to reduce prices, and now the price of the medicine would be 400 apiece. It's very cheap in their time. But a company representative said that if the price drops below 300, then they have nothing to say. They will leave immediately, and it will be pointless. The girl continued to remain silent and did not give the opportunity to show herself. She just sat quietly and was silent, so as not to say anything unnecessary. Lin observed this situation to understand what and how it worked. After all, it's not all that easy to do. The girl said that it is very tedious to underreport health problems, and this is outrageous for her. She can't look at this. But the mayor stood up abruptly and said that if they were against it, then these conversations would be over. Then the girl said that she contacted them, but she herself did not understand anything. What was going where and how? They offered 299 per box, and that is their last price for today. They were very scarlet and strange. Lin realized that he was urgently being kept focused. Otherwise, in this regard, it is simply meaningless. The girl began to think about what she should do next and how best to act in this situation. Then the man turned and asked the mayor if they could discuss this in a different setting. They are willing to go and understand everything from their side as buyers. And the girl began to leave because they made a common decision to just leave. After all, it will be much better for both of them. After the meeting, they began to discuss the situation that had occurred. They were interested in understanding what customers would do next. But the guy said that raising the price of medicine is a good technique. This way he can make good money for them, and everything will be fine with them. After a short pause, negotiations can continue. Everyone was ready to bring them to the end in order to understand what and how. As soon as the girl arrived, the guy said that she was not very happy with the price for one medicine. This is very expensive and we need to come up with something else. The man said his price, and it was 40. So valuable he saw it and thought that it would be relevant. He simply has no other choice. The girl said they couldn't accept that price. This is very low for them, and it is quite difficult to simply accept this. The girl immediately turned to Lin to hear what he had to say about this. His opinion is very important, but he was just silent and didn't say anything. It was very strange. Nico and Neil understand what will happen next and how to act in such a situation. Lin didn't want to say anything and simply ignored everything and waited for it all to end so that he could go about his business. Lin was a little tired from yesterday's surgery, so he couldn't speak normally and was constantly yawning. But it was understandable why he did it. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin would say and what could be expected from him. After all, everyone wanted to hear something, but it was not clear what. When Lin found out at what price the girl agreed, he was shocked. After all, it was all very expensive and really difficult. Lin immediately intervened when he realized that the price was difficult to beat and the girl couldn't handle it. After all, urgent help is needed in this matter. The girl also began to aggressively answer that the cost of raw materials is very expensive and they cannot sell this product at such prices. This will be at their loss. Lin took it and wrote everything out so that it was clear what and how. After all, he knew the components and thus made it clear that all this was not expensive. The representatives were shocked because it was really true, and Lin Rock was exactly as it was. And the price was very high. He just made it clear that they urgently needed to lower the price for the medicine because they set it very high. And that's bad. That's why Lin set his price. The girl was shocked when she heard what Lin said and what price he began to offer. She didn't even want to talk about that kind of money. But Lin spoke the truth and there is nothing wrong with that. The main thing is to reduce the price as much as possible. But the man said that it is necessary for the measure to decide how everything will happen in the future. Because this is the most important thing. Everything depends on the measure and everything. The girl said that Lin is the best cardiologist, so he knows exactly what to say and he couldn't make a mistake here. No one could have thought that the mayor would say such a thing because for them the price was very low or they wanted to earn a lot more. But here comes a different turn of events. The girl said, even if he is the best, he is not good at it. After all, she knows how this whole system and this business works. The girl said the final price that Lin said. After all, this is the only way to win these negotiations in your favor, and that's all. The girl didn't even know what to say in such a situation, because no one had set such prices before. It was very scary for them. But the girl stood her ground, so she didn't want to change the price in any way. She knew what she wanted, and that was all. The girl said that it was very expensive for them, and they could not afford to buy it at that price. Therefore, they need to change the price to a lower one. Lin explained the measure that the price he gave is the most optimal price for this. After all, it is at this price that if you buy a product, you can make money on it. But the girl said that not one company would agree to this. These are very unfavorable conditions and they simply don't know how to negotiate, that's all. Lin said that then let them leave their market. There is no point in being there anymore. These are very unfavorable conditions for Lin. It is also very expensive to buy such medicines. To catch up, the girl said that they hoped for another meeting with the mayor. After all, this is very important for them in this situation. The girl said that in 3 days she would have the opportunity to make another meeting. After all, then she will definitely be able to talk normally and make decisions. After that, the girl left and Flint left with her, because they were never able to come to an agreement normally and understand each other. The girl was very angry that everything turned out this way and they couldn't come to a normal agreement. This upset her very much. The girl asked Lin what the real price of this medicine is. After all, what he called is very little, she simply doesn't believe it. The girl began to think about what would happen if they did not agree because she did not know what would happen next. And the medicine must be bought at any cost. Then Lin began to think about how to do all this, to really do it all in Dad Showed form without any complaints. Lin said he would think of something to make this deal successful. But so far he doesn't know that he can come up with something good. Then the girl said that one of the doctors wants to see Lin, so the girl will take him quickly to the right place. The security immediately recognized Lin and began to greet him in order to always be kind to the doctors. After all, Lin showed himself to be a good doctor. Then Lin went to the patient who called him to help him. Valley, he understood that this was all done for a reason. He clearly wanted to say something important. They started asking Lin what he thought for the future and what his plans were in general. Who does he want to be and what does Somov need to figure out? The guy asked Lin if he wanted a promotion and he could really do it in very short terms. The guy knows how to do it. But Lin said that he is comfortable where he is. He doesn't need to go and become the most important doctor. He's already comfortable. But the man said that youth is not eternal and you need to leave on time for another position. You could work like this for your whole life. But in fact, Lin doesn't even know where he grew up because he only grew up in his grandfather's house. He has no parents and he does not know them or where they are. The man was shocked when he found out that Lin grew up in his grandfather's house, something he couldn't even imagine. After all, Lin had a completely different upbringing. and this is very strange for him. If Lin is an orphan, then the girl could not understand where he got so much money from. After all, this is not a decent amount for an ordinary person on Earth. The man told Lin that as soon as he was healthy, they should go for a drink. After all, this is Lin's duty, and he must fulfill it for the man. The man said that Lin can go because the man is a little tired and needs to rest. Otherwise, he doesn't feel very good about himself. Well, Lin went with the girl because they still had a lot of work to do, and it had to be completed and handed in on time. After all, this way they can do everything and be free. The man noticed that the tench is very smart, and this is his ability to solve problems. After all, for him, there is no problem that he cannot solve. He is a very strong person. But Lin is also very rude and impudent. He is clearly not an ordinary guy. He has many useful skills with him. The man agreed there are very few such people left in the modern world. Even more so, not everyone can reason like that. Lin was waiting for his girlfriend and couldn't understand where she was because he couldn't find her. This is very strange for him and he doesn't understand it. But then he suddenly heard a very familiar voice and could not understand where the girl was. He had been waiting for her for so long that he could not find her. But since Lin was in a hurry, he took her hand and they began to run very quickly. Lin had no time to communicate at all and began to do everything quickly. The girl gave her bag to Lin so that he could carry it because it was a gift for the guests, because you can't go on a visit empty-handed. So they bought something for them. When Lin came to visit, they did not want to receive them. Otherwise, there was no need to spend money on gifts. After all, people are not very comfortable in front of them. But so that they did not all stand at the entrance, they were called into the middle so that they could talk and turn gray. Otherwise, standing at the entrance is not very good. They sat and started talking to each other about different things because Lin very rarely goes to visit other people. He just doesn't have that much time for it. But Lin said that he didn't just come, but came to ask some questions. Otherwise, they have been bothering him for a long time and need to be solved. They immediately thought that Lin had health problems if he started talking like that. But in reality, everything is different and different. But the man said that he would still examine the guy and make sure that everything was fine with him. Otherwise, anything can happen. But Lin told the whole truth why he came and why he wanted to talk to the doctor. Otherwise, he wants to make medicine and needs good advice from a doctor. But the man said that he is just a man and he cannot do this. He needs to have a license. It is not as simple as it seems at first glance. But Lin said it's actually not as complicated as it seems. After all, the medicine can be released and everything will actually be fine. Well, the doctor thought and said, okay, they will go to the hospital and there they will decide this issue. After all this is really not so easy to do. They came with this doctor to the clinic where they would decide the issue regarding the medicine. After all, Lin himself cannot do this. Lin said why he came to this doctor and what his motives were for creating the medicine. After all, he himself will not be able to do this. The girl took the prescription for the medicine to understand what it was, but she was surprised because it was the first time she had seen such a recipe. But Lin said that this recipe is written in the emperor's yellowish pharmacopoeia. It was difficult for him to get this recipe, but he succeeded. But the girl couldn't believe it, because such recipes are impossible to get in the modern world. It must take a lot to get hold of a recipe like this. Lin said that this is all that is left to him from his family. He has nothing more, and he would like this to come true and this recipe to help people. The girl began to think how all this could be done and turned into reality, because you need to have good equipment for such actions in the hospital. Lin began to ask the girl to help him because he wants to give the girl a gift and wants to have time to put the medicine to work. The girl didn't know how to answer this because she understood that it was very difficult to do it in such a short time. After all, everything is not as simple as it seems. Then Lin said that he wanted to donate money to the hospital where his medicine would be made. After all, this is very important for him. The girl said that it would be good, so she was ready to help Lina with the medicine. After all, she realized that Lin could help her. Lin and the girl shook hands because they thus agreed and made their intentions clear to each other. The next day, Lin was ready to go further to learn about his medicine and work on it to bring it to the best level. Then Lin saw a very strange situation, that the guy was on his knees and asking his grandmother for something. But Lin could not understand what the problem was and what happened. The grandson begged his grandmother to buy medicine, otherwise she would feel bad. After all, she really needs these medications, but she doesn't want to buy them. The grandmother said that she could not buy her own medicine because she needed to pay for her son's education. After all, if she buys medicine, she won't have enough money. Then the girl who was with Flint came up and started asking what happened and why they were acting so strangely. After all, they clearly have some problems. Lin realized what had happened and asked to be given a document on which it was written what medicine to buy to treat his grandmother. When Lin saw what the grandmother was prescribed, he was indignant because it was the doctor's mistake. She should have been prescribed other medications altogether. The guy said that this was prescribed to them by a doctor who works at the hospital, and she is considered one of the best specialists. But Lin said that this was not correct information, and this was not what they should have been given. It's all just to make money, and that's it. The guy was shocked when he learned all this from Lin, because he had hopes of buying his grandmother's medicine and making her feel better. Lin said that next time he would need to change his doctor. Otherwise, they clearly chose the wrong doctor. The guy and grandmother were very grateful to Lin that he was able to help them and make them understand how everything works. After all, everything is not as simple as they thought. Grandma was happy that they could buy pills to cure themselves. After all, Lin told them that it is best to buy it so that it becomes much easier. After all, the pills turned out to be not expensive, and the grandmother will be able to afford them and buy them constantly. Otherwise, expensive medications are not always effective and useful. Grandma really liked the price of the medicine because it wouldn't really lower her budget, so she will feel good now. After that, they said thank you to Lin and left, because they had no more problems and they were able to solve the main one with Lin's help. Then people started approaching Lin on the street and asking what medicine they should buy. Otherwise, they doubted what their doctor prescribed for them. They understood Dean and said okay, then they will go to Dr. Lee and ask him when he will work at his workplace. Then Lin realized that because of one guy, there were a lot of problems. After all, he incorrectly makes predictions and diagnoses for people. The girl tried to calm Lin down so that he would not behave like that because he was very aggressive and did not know how to behave out of anger. But Lin didn't want to listen. He was very angry and started throwing everything in different directions. After all, he didn't like the way other doctors worked. Then the girl knew and asked why Lin was behaving this way because it shouldn't be like that. So a guy shouldn't have this kind of behavior. Then Lin was told that he was not behaving very well and that he needed to calm down a little. After all, Lin behaves very impulsively and this is very bad. Lin came to the chief physician's office to find out what the problem was and why he was called directly to the hospital's chief physician's office. The doctor was already sitting in the chair and told Lin that he was behaving very impulsively, and there was no need to do that. After all, this is a hospital. Such behavior is not acceptable. The head doctor wanted to convey to Lena that all this has a very bad effect on the hospital, and such behavior is not very good in the hospital. Lin began to ask what he had done that was so bad that they immediately wanted to demote him and say that he was so bad. After all, in fact, he didn't do anything wrong. But the chief doctor said that Lin had given up the gap in the team, and it's very bad that this happened to Lin. The league was very affected by this, and he did not know what would happen next. After all, his head was all red, just like himself. Then they told Lin that he was going through a stick because he shouldn't behave like that. But he didn't want to listen and simply went about his business. The doctor said that he wouldn't just let Lin go and now he would watch him very closely. The girl asked Lin that he would now have problems because he began to behave very rudely, and this was not good towards the head doctor. But Lin said nothing serious. The main thing is that everything worked out and there was really no bad thing. But Lin needs to be careful. But Lin understood that he had his own goal and did not want to listen to anyone. So he thought he was doing everything right, and there was no need for him to listen. The girl was shocked when she heard what Lin said and couldn't think that he could say such a thing. Lin didn't care who said what to him. He had his own vision for a certain action and did what he wanted. Lin wanted to understand what was wrong with the girl, why she had a lot of red dots. After all, she became very scarlet because of this. The girl said that she had these bumps after the trip and she doesn't understand why they didn't appear. Elmanen said that you need to buy girls so that all this will go away. After all, he knows what the problem is and can give the girl a point, help quickly. The girl was surprised why she would have to pay so little for the medicine. But Lin said it was a mistake, and you'll need to add a little more. Lin made a compliment that the girls didn't like. Therefore, he needs to watch your tongue and what he says. Then Lin was able to complete the tasks by 35%, and his rank in this profession improved. This is very good for him. But then Lin realized that if he completed all the tasks that were needed, he could receive a big reward. This will help him a lot. Then Lin received a phone call and learned that major international pharmaceutical companies had collectively raised prices on 25 drugs. This is not very good. Link didn't like this very much because such a quick increase in cents is not very good. Moreover, it greatly affects the pockets of offending citizens. Then Lin called the girl and said that she urgently needed to meet at the hospital in 10 minutes, so let her go down quickly. Lin quickly began to get ready to meet the girl in time. Otherwise, he realized that he might simply not have time and left the clients to his assistant. A girl was already waiting for Lena right at the table because they were supposed to meet and discuss important matters. And this had to be done quickly. Lin came and they began to communicate and talk because they had an important problem that needed to be solved. And for this, you need to agree and figure out what to do next. Lin saw the prices of medicines that would soon increase in price. Otherwise, people simply won't have the opportunity to buy them because prices have risen so much. Lin said that the girl should break all contracts with all the people who work with her. They also have a direct relationship with these drugs. But the girl said that because of the contracts, there won't be problems for long because they really don't have the right to interfere in extraneous matters. Lin explained why it is best to refuse contracts because in this way, they can influence the prices of drugs. The girl agreed because she understood the whole point that Lin was trying to convey to her. And in this way, they will be able to regulate prices for medicines normally. Lin said that all cargo is waiting at one border. More than 80% of all medicines go there. And this way, you can easily understand and deal with the medications right there. The girl asked how what Lin described would affect what he wanted to do. After all, she doesn't understand what connection there is between this. Well, Lin explained that the delivery deadlines would be overdue and thus it would be possible to decide for yourself and see what and how. Lin made it clear to the girls that this was the only way to solve the problem with prices. Otherwise, he simply doesn't know any other method. Lin gave the girl a task and said that let her do everything. It was very important for both of them. After all, then prices will definitely be able to decrease in price. Lin talked a little more with the girl before she had to leave on her own business. After all, everything needs to be discussed on time. The girl understood that a lot of things depended on her, and she also needed to make a lot of effort to help people in this regard. Then Lin sent the girl by car because she was in a hurry and did not have much time to communicate and talk about different things. After all, they have only one task now. Then Lin went to another girl for help because she could help him in one matter. The main thing is to do everything right. Lin told the girl what would be needed from her, and she was shocked that their servers could not be used to distribute such not very important information. But Lin said that he would also help the girl so that they would have mutually beneficial interest. Otherwise, they definitely won't be able to do anything if Lin is on his own. The girl asked if Lin had hacking abilities because it's not as simple as it seems to him at first glance. Lin said he would watch and try what he could do and come up with. After all, this is not an easy task, but it is doable. Then Lin showed her card that he was a doctor and that the girl should come to see him, and she was just in shock. She couldn't understand what kind of person Lin was if everything in his life was changing so quickly. How he does it all. After 2 hours, Lin was able to create addresses at which it would be possible to run advertisements and try to do what Lin said at the very beginning. The girl said that the addresses would need to be verified, and she would check them together with her marketing department. Lin did his part of the work and said that the rest would depend on the girl. After all, he will no longer be able to do anything or help. The girl who sells medicines was very pleased that soon medicines will be more expensive and they will be able to make more profit. Then the girl received a phone call and she realized that it was her boss calling. After all, he very rarely just bothers her. She picked up the phone and said what her next assignment was. She's ready to do whatever the boss says. The boss said that nothing needs to be done yet. The main thing is that prices rise on time. Otherwise, some companies have already begun to stock up on medicines before prices soar. The girl said that this was expected because prices should increase anyway, but the reaction of the companies is clear to everyone. The boss said that the girl would soon have a promotion, and she would need to get ready to accept it and continue working, but in a new position. The girl was very surprised that she could be given a promotion. She couldn't even think about this, but here was the answer right away. She was very pleased to hear these words addressed to her. After all, she hasn't received a promotion in her position for a long time. Then Lin met a girl who was supposed to help him in one matter. After all, There is no way he could have done it himself. Lin took the folder, and the girl said that he should not drag her into problems and into his affairs. After all, the quality of the work done is very important to Lin. Lin said that everything would be fine and that he would definitely not contact him about such issues again. After all, he doesn't want to set anyone up. The girl diagnosed the medicine, and it turned out that it was a very good medicine. It helps the body a lot. Lin really wanted to make a medicine, but it was all very long and tedious. Not everything is as easy as it might seem. But Lena's medicine must undergo clinical trials. They wanted to understand how it would work in people and what side effects it might have. Lin said they hope everything goes well and his medicine passes the test. Otherwise, he tries very hard to make sure everything is good and everything works out. Then Lin met that same girl and decided to talk and communicate with her. After all, it is important for him to find out how things are going. The girl asked Lin if he was prepared because she was ready and did almost everything that was needed. After all, they don't have much time left, and they need to get everything done. Lin called the girl and said that now she would witness a miracle. She doesn't really understand anything yet. The people who came to the negotiations were already waiting in the hall. They were clearly interested in selling their medicine at a higher price and as quickly as possible. But when Mr. Lin came in, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect to see him. He appeared very quickly, and no one knew about his appearance. Lin said that they would not communicate for a long time. They did not have time for this. The main thing is to say everything they wanted, and that's it. People did not understand that Lin meant why he would not communicate for a long time. After all, they seemed to communicate normally before this. But Lin is clearly determined to communicate differently and not for long. Lin said that they won't talk long if they don't lower the price. The main thing is for them to agree and find a common solution so that everyone benefits. But the girl said that everyone already knows that prices should be raised. Why should Lin say such a thing? She just can't understand and figure it out. But the girl asked if they did not discuss the price. Then what would they talk about? After all, in fact, this should be their main topic of discussion. Lin gave them documents describing a new medicine that is better than what they are serving, and it has much fewer side effects and works better. The girl was shocked when she heard this from Lin, because making the medicine yourself is bordering on science fiction. Moreover, in the modern world, it is not so simple. Everyone was very surprised by Lin's providence, because not everyone can repeat and do this, but they wanted to understand what kind of medicine Lin suggested they look at. The prices are almost exactly the same as what people are selling, and they inflate the prices. This is an almost identical medicine, one and the same. They immediately started asking the girl what to do because they were in a big stupor from which it was not so easy to get out. This will be very difficult to do. Lin proved that this is not just clinical data, but these are real facts that confirm the work of this medicine and show its effect. Lin showed them the medicine that they themselves had developed and said that they could take it to the laboratory and test its effectiveness themselves. After all, Lin doesn't hide anything. The girl was very angry and didn't even know what to say or answer to the guy because it was a hopeless situation. She was completely stumped. Lin said that he had not studied this medicine before, but now they were able to do even better than they expected. The main thing was to choose the right materials. After this, people were completely speechless because it is very difficult to make such a cool drug in such a short time. For ordinary people, this is impossible to do. The girl asked Lin if he had come up with this story about the medicine. After all, this does not look very believable, and perhaps he wanted to deceive everyone. But Lin said that it was really real medicine and it was not a joke. It was just necessary to do everything so that they would definitely believe it. The girl was very surprised how Lin was able to solve this problem so quickly. After all, she definitely wouldn't have been able to do it herself, but Lin did it. The girl didn't know what to do and what to do next because she would have very big problems because of this. They actually had other plans, but then this happened. Then the boss called and was already very happy because he hoped that the goods were sold at a good price and the medicine would bring him profit. That's why he was very cheerful. But the girl called and said that their plan had failed and he couldn't sell them what they wanted. She doesn't even know what to do. The man got a big panic because he was hoping to make money, but it didn't turn out at all as he planned. The girl explained that Lin was able to create his own medicine exactly like theirs. And now they also have such a medicine. The boss began to argue that it was impossible to create such a medicine in such a short time. He could not simply believe it and accept this fact. But the girl said that it was true, and she didn't know what to do now or how to proceed. After all, she had run out of ideas on this matter. The boss was very angry that his deal fell through and he couldn't do anything. He began to think about how to solve this problem and beat Lin in this matter. There was a doctor and his son in one office, and they were wondering what to do because the prices for medicine were very high. It turned out to be very expensive for them. The doctor said he didn't see the point in working with these guys if they were selling their medicine for so much money. It is very expensive if you buy in bulk. The son told his dad that he would try to solve this problem if he succeeded, but it turns out that it is not as easy as it seems at first. The next day, Lin went to work at his hospital to understand how things were going there. After all, he has an obligation to do everything on time. His assistant brought him 2 bananas so he could have a little snack and feel better. He's clearly not in a good mood. But Lin said that he didn't get enough sleep. That's why he felt so tired and tired. After all, a lot of work has piled up lately. All the doctors gathered and came to the chief doctor and they wanted to talk about Lin. After all, he clearly bothers them and they want to remove him. The doctor said let the 2 go with him. They will try to solve this problem so that the doctors definitely don't have any more questions about such things and complaints about other doctors. Then, all these 3 doctors got together and went to a more important doctor who is in this hospital. He will definitely help them with solutions to the problem regarding Lin. The guy asked the doctor if he knew about the trainee Lin and how he would succeed. After all, he clearly does not do everything as he should in the hospital. The doctor said that he knew that many people had called with complaints. And this is very bad for the reputation of the hospital. It urgently needs to be addressed. Otherwise, it will be very bad. The doctors began to complain that they could not tolerate him anymore. It was very difficult. He was already tired of everyone in this clinic. Then someone called the guy and he realized that he needed to answer this call urgently. Otherwise, it was very important for him. He immediately began to leave the office because he wanted to talk to the one who called him so furiously and wanted to get involved with him at that second. They called the doctor and asked if the medicine would be sold, otherwise he was making big losses. Nobody can continue to act like this. The guy said that they have a new doctor in the department and he has no new patients. Therefore, he cannot sell the medicine and cannot get new clients. But the guy needs to come up with something, otherwise he simply has no choice. After all, he has already agreed that he will sell someone else's goods. But the guy heard the whole conversation of the man, and he asked why he was doing this against Lin. This is very bad and should not be done. After all, it is not profitable for them to involve others in this. They will have nothing left. Why is he doing this? The guy cannot understand and figure it out. But the man must report everything when the guy cooperates. Therefore, it will not be possible to do everything at once. The guy's only goal is to hand over everything to someone else. Some people stood and waited because their dad was in a coma and they wanted him to come out with her. After all, they were very worried and did not know what to do. Then the doctors came into the room and wanted to check if everything was okay with the patient. After all, you always need to make a round of the ward. The doctor began to see if everything on the equipment was working well and how the patient was feeling. After all, you need to be very vigilant about how and what is happening in the ward. The girl started asking how her father was and if everything was okay with him. After all, she is very worried about him, and it is important for her to know how the treatment went. The girl in the ward began to behave very inappropriately. After all, she required an operation that could cause great harm to her father. The girl started shouting even at her friends because they didn't want to do what she said. So she started shouting at them very loudly. The guy finally said that he needed to have an operation. It would be their decision, and they thought it would be better. They all listened to the girl. The girl told them that lives are at stake, but if these are their decisions, she can't do anything about it. You'll need to have surgery then. They all started to leave the office because there was no point in staying in it anymore. Lin saw everything with his own eyes and understood a lot. Lin was in such a hurry to get to the girl that he didn't even have time to eat properly. But she said that after the meeting, they would go and have a normal meal in a restaurant. When they arrived, everyone was already waiting for them, and everyone wanted to start negotiations. After all, we had to wait a long time, and this is not very good. Everyone was waiting and wanted to hear the girl, what she would say and how she would behave. After all, everyone is interested in hearing her opinions. The girl gathered everyone so that everyone could say their opinion about the new medicine. After all, you need to understand how others will react to this. One person asked Lin where this recipe came from because it couldn't have just appeared. This is a very interesting question from a person who was sitting in the hall. Lin answered in plain text that this was a pharmacocopy of the Yellow Emperor. He got this recipe for a reason, but directly from 7 generations to generations. But in fact, it was lost long ago and people were interested in understanding where Lin was able to get it from. After all, this didn't just happen. Lin said that they shouldn't even discuss this. It certainly wouldn't be of interest to anyone sitting in the hall and looking at it all. After these words, Lin began to leave because they infuriated him very much, and he could not just listen to them for so long. And he began to simply leave the offices. The girl ran out to stop him because perhaps Lin just misunderstood everything. And some points just need to be discussed and that's it. But then some guy comes out and starts talking to Lin. He was simply delighted with the way Lin was digging about his product. He really liked it. The man hasn't heard from him for a long time. Such a discovery and good people. After all, Lin was very successful in answering the questions and this touched her husband. Lin did not expect such a reaction from the man. He was a little confused and didn't know what to say. This is the first time this has happened for him. They invited Lin to dinner to answer and discuss some issues. After all, Lin was able to tell them a lot of new and interesting things. Link received a call and was told to come to dinner and a man wanted to talk to him. After all, there are some issues that need to be discussed over dinner. The girl asked what happened because Lin didn't speak for long, but it was the owner of the pharmacy and he explained the link why he wanted to meet. But Lin was not used to going to such dinners himself, so he invited the girl to go with him. This will be much more fun and comfortable for them. The girl was a little embarrassed and didn't even know what to say in response. After all, this is the first time she's going to something like this with a guy, and she's not very comfortable going there with Lin. The girl agreed and they went to meet the guy who works at the pharmacy. After all, Lin needed to meet him. He sat and waited for them near the table and the table was completely covered in food. So the guy got ready and was waiting for the guests at full speed. When the guy saw that Lin was with the girl, he had a question about who she was. But Lin said directly that she doesn't understand anything about medicine, so they don't have a problem with that. The man said that he had a batch of medicines that needed to be sold. If Lin figures out how to sell it, he will give 20% of the proceeds. Lin said that 20% is very little for him and he is not ready to agree to such a small percentage. He needs more, so let him offer something. The guy asked the question directly to understand how much Lin wanted. After all, he needs a specific percentage figure. Lin said that 30% and he would agree because this is a good percentage for him in this situation. But the guy said that this is a lot, maximum 20. And then if you manage to sell a large batch, then 23%. Lin agreed, but he will only work once he signs the contract. Only after this will he be able to act and look for an opportunity to sell the product. But the guy said that he could be trusted. He had been in this business for many years. Therefore, there will definitely be no problems with this. He personally vouches for this as the owner. From that moment on, when they signed the documents, they became partners. This made it possible to work together and start a new business. Lin said that now everything is protected by law and everything will be fine. So the main thing is that everyone does their part of the work and that's it. The guy said that this agreement is a very strange thing and it's best not to joke with it. Otherwise, there could be big problems later. Then Lin introduced the girl with whom he came to this meeting, and she said that she is an economist and works officially in a position. The guy was simply in shock because he couldn't even think that a girl who worked in such a position had come with Lin. He was very scared after that. Lin immediately started asking where this guy got his number. After all, Lin doesn't know him, and it's very strange that he was able to find him so quickly. At first, the guy didn't want to say anything and just remained silent. After all, he was very afraid of saying something unnecessary and letting it slip. The girl started shouting at him so that he could answer questions faster. Otherwise, he was silent and didn't want to say anything to them, and they were afraid to even look them in the eye. The guy started telling how he got Lin's number. After all, this number was given to him by doctors from a completely different department, and he doesn't really know who. But the guy also named names that were also involved in this. It was very strange and difficult for a guy to bear. Lin told the girl that she needed to check all the departments and understand who was working and how. And it looks very strange, to be honest. The girl said that there was no problem with that. She would do whatever was required of her. After all, he understands the whole essence and why it needs to be done. The guys had already begun to escort him out of the building, and he was clearly not in a good mood. It was very difficult for him to survive. Then Lin found out that for completing tasks, he could get a fashionable rickshaw. He was in shock because he didn't understand what it really was. But Lin liked working at the hospital, so he will work there a little more. After all, he sees no point in going to another specialty. Then the guys began to communicate with them regarding Lin, that he had signed an agreement with one person, and now it will be much easier to get rid of it. One guy said he would call the police and Lin's life would be ruined. The guy knows what to do with people like him. After 15 minutes, Lin came and started asking what was going on because he didn't seem to have done anything wrong, and perhaps he should be given a new task. The doctor said that flirting is not worthy of being a doctor at this hospital, and he should leave. After all, he can no longer work in this hospital and there are no places for him. But Lin said that without proof, these are just empty words that are worthless. And he behaved very calmly and wanted to continue working without any problems. Then the man showed the phone, and it was not clear what was written there. After all, the font was not very large. And the link said that it was a pity that they would no longer be colleagues. After all, now he will definitely be fired and nothing can be changed. The police immediately came after the flood and began to find out everything and ask questions. After all, there were many outside questions for them. The police were called by the very people who really don't like Lin. They clearly wanted to set him up very badly. But the police came not for Lin, but for those guys who set the police on him. They were simply shocked when they heard this, because they had done nothing wrong. But in fact, they are to blame for some things. The police began to quickly turn them around and take them to the department themselves. After all, there is something to sit them down and talk to them about. They've already done a lot of things. Then the guys were given an arrest warrant for everything. After all, now they will have real problems because of from. After these words, the guy's jaw began to drop. After all, they couldn't even think that they had such problems. The man said that they should know more about their crimes than the buyer, and this is very important. Grandfather was very angry because he realized that he had done it. After all, he promised to return and take revenge on Lin for all this, because he won't just leave it like that. But Lin was completely indifferent to what was happening there. After all, he did his part of the work he wanted, and now he is free. Then the girl started looking for Lina because she couldn't really find him. He disappeared and did not let anyone know where he was. This worried the girl a little. But one guy said that there was no point in waiting for him because he would not return. But the girl didn't want to believe it because she knew that Lin was simply lost. But she was interested to hear what the guy would tell her and what version he could tell. After all, in any case, information has value. The guy said that Lin planned to meet with the owner of the pharmacy, but most likely Lin had already been arrested, and he will not come again and will be behind bars. But the girl didn't want to believe it, because Lin is not that kind of person, and he is unlikely to do such things so that he would be put behind bars. Another girl kept the conversation going, saying that Lina couldn't just be arrested for no reason. After all, he is not the kind of person who can be imprisoned so easily. But he didn't want to listen to them and knew that Lin would be imprisoned anyway, because they had a plan to read Lin. It should work in such a way that Lin will be accurately imprisoned. Then, Lin unexpectedly enters the office and no one expected this. After all, everyone thought that he had disappeared for a long time and no one could find him. The guy was very surprised when he saw Lin enter the office. It was very strange for the guy. He was very surprised and shocked by this. Behind Lin were all the people he was able to arrest. After all, they wanted to go through everything and put Lin in jail, but apparently they couldn't do it. But the guy thought that the police had come to arrest Lin because he definitely deserved it. But apparently the guy didn't know and understand everything. Then the officer began asking some questions to the people who were in the building. After all, I wanted to understand some information for myself. A lot of people gathered and everyone wanted to understand what happened there, why the police came and who they wanted to arrest. This happens very rarely. Lin immediately gave a tip to the policeman so that he understood what he needed to do and who needed to be arrested and imprisoned. The policeman drew attention to the guy who also said a lot of unnecessary things, and he was against line. He also had a bad idea and needs to be dealt with. But the guy began to claim that he did nothing and he was not to blame. Therefore, he does not need to be judged. He clearly was not involved in this. Then a girl came into the office and was talking to someone on the phone, and I decided to tell you what she managed to find out during this time. The girl was promoted and now has a better position and has new opportunities in terms of work and power over employees. But Lin said that they should not talk too much because they still need to prepare for the operation. But this thing is not very fast, and it takes a lot of time to deteriorate. The girl said that it is best to prepare for the operation because it is very important now. They cannot step away from work so quickly and think about distinctions. The whole family was waiting for the doctors to find out how the operation went. After all, everyone hoped that the operation was successful and everything was fine. But fortunately, everything went well, and the operation was successful. Everyone was very pleased that it was not very difficult and could be carried out easily. Everyone was very happy to hear this, because their dad would live many more good years. This was very good news for the whole family except for one person. The girl was clearly not happy that dad was able to survive and the operation was successful. After all, she was hoping for an inheritance. But then everything turned the other way. The girl was very upset, but her boyfriend said that she was great for insisting on the operation. After all, if it weren't for her, then everything would not be as good as it is now. But the main thing now is to keep an eye on the patient because the first night after surgery is very important. Therefore, this needs to be taken seriously. Lin and his assistant were on duty and waited for everything to be normal with the patient. After all, they can't just leave him and go away as a lady. But then a guy runs into the office and starts shouting that he has problems. He needs urgent help, otherwise he has become very ill and needs to be checked. The doctors quickly came and began an examination to understand what happened and why the patient had such a reaction. After all, before that everything was fine and normal. The girl began to accuse the doctor that it was their fault that dad was feeling bad now. After all, it was their father's life that they could not save that depended on them. But the girl began to tell the truth that it was not her fault, and she could not do this to the patient. After all, when the operation was over, everything was fine. But the girl then began to accuse the doctor that it was only he who did the operation incorrectly. Only doctors are to blame for my dad's death. The girl tried to understand the cause of death and why it happened. After all, the patient could not die on his own. They carefully checked everything to ensure that all the patient's medications were connected. Lin hit the girl so that she would calm down and not behave like that again. After all, her behavior really interferes with her work, and you can't do that. Lin made it clear to the girl that this was a hospital, and she couldn't behave like that. It is necessary to observe correct behavior in the ward because they are strangers. The man began to roll his hands because the doctor hit his girlfriend, and he wanted to avenge her because it's not normal when this happens. But Lin quickly calmed the guy down so that he wouldn't interfere or try to hit Lin. He calmed him down. And he said, "If you climb, you will end up where your father is." Lin wanted to know what was wrong with the patient because it was very important that they could save him. But the doctor could not say anything because the situation was very critical. But the girl did not understand what to do and how best to correct this situation. After all, she simply ran out of ideas on what to do next, and her attempts were not successful. Then they began to notice that the patient's face was starting to turn slightly blue. This was a very bad sign, and perhaps it was too late to act and try. After this, Lin realized that the situation was clearly not a bad operation. Other methods were involved here, and the police need to be called so that the reason for such a providence of the patient is clearly understood. The girl said that she would call the police and would definitely be able to call them directly to the ward. This will make it much easier for everyone. And the girl who behaved abnormally was told not to touch anything. After all, she has already done something worthy, and now the police will come and sort it out. The police arrived and began to figure out the reason for the patient's behavior. After all, for all of them, this is really very strange for the first time. The police looked at the patient and said that the reason was not the operation, but strangulation. After all, someone strangled the patient, and this needs to be sorted out. And at that moment, the girl began to run out of the room. The police immediately began to chase the man in order to catch him because such behavior was very strange. We need to understand everything and understand why this is so. After the girl was caught, the doctor began to ask the policemen what was required of them. After all, they will be able to help with everything you need. The girl told her employees that tomorrow there would be a very serious conversation, and they needed to be mentally prepared for it. After all, it won't happen just like that. Then a very familiar girl, Linu, came to the reception. This is the same girl who sells medicines at very inflated prices and does not want to bargain. Lin immediately recognized this girl and remembered her because she was clearly very bad and did not want to compromise. And so Lin had to look for other solutions to the problem. As soon as the girl saw Lin, she immediately began to boast that they had signed a contract with a Chinese company. Now all they have to do is receive the goods and sell them. But Lin was not surprised because he knew the truth, and he had his own plan for some things. Therefore, he was clearly not nervous and did not agree to these provocations. Then the girl received a call and was told that her goods were delayed and they would not be able to arrive on time. Therefore, there will be a delay and you will need to wait some time. But Lin said that their contract stipulates that if they fail to deliver on time as specified, they will violate the contract. That is, not only will Lin not have to pay for it, but the company will reimburse the expenses. After these words, the girl felt bad and began to faint. She didn't know what to do because she couldn't even think of such a thing. Lin was shocked by the girl's reaction because she clearly didn't do it by accident. But she needed help because this is their job, and they need to save and help the girl. While the girl was being taken to the ward for treatment, Flirt decided to write to a friend who was also involved in this matter. And he knew what would need to be done. Lin sent messages to one person that the work has already begun because they still have time for it. Everything needs to be done very quickly. Then after a while, Lin saw that the job was well done. After all, everything that needed to be done was done within the specified time frame. When Lin realized that everything was going according to plan, he decided to ask how the patient from Ward 804 was doing. After all, he is interested in finding out and understanding how he feels. Lin said that he would look at it and prescribe medicine because he needed to make sure that the patient was receiving the correct treatment. This is very important to them. But the girl wanted to go with Lin because she wants to learn a lot from him. That's why I wanted to go and see how he works in order to take something new for myself. When Lin looked at the girl, he realized that at this rate, the girl would need to be transferred to another department. Otherwise, she will definitely go headlong this way. When the girl saw Lin, she thought that he had come to show his superiority and seemed smarter than her. Then Lin showed the girl that the stock price began to fall very quickly. It fell 3%. This made the girl very worried and she got a shock from it. Even if the goods are delayed, this should not have happened. It is very strange. The girl didn't know why this happened. It shouldn't have happened. But Lin just laughed at this girl. After all, he knew perfectly well how it would end and his actions were deliberate against their companies and their shares. Then the girl felt even worse, and she no longer knew how to react to what Lin was saying. After all, he said very bad things to her, and she received enormous stress from this. The girl admired Lin and the way he handled certain things. After all, he has a lot to learn. He really knows a lot. Then Lin recognized the patient who was lying not far away in the ward. After all, he hasn't visited him for a long time, and he's interested in finding out what happened to him and how he's doing. Lin then came to the girl again to find out how she was feeling. After all, the last time she was very bad, and she was even suffocating. The girl asked if Lin had a cigarette. Otherwise, she had not smoked for a long time and really wanted to smoke. She had a lot of stress and needed some rest. Lin explained that smoking is not allowed in the hospital. There are rules that cannot be broken. Therefore, it is best to follow them and everything will be fine. But the girl wanted to talk about the prices of medicine. After all, he understands that in any case, they need to agree and make a common decision. Lin understood from the voice that the girl was forced by her superiors to talk to him. After all, they simply have no other choice and need to solve this problem. The girl said that she could only reduce the price to 138. Below that, she could not do anything. After all, this is already very low for them and this is the last price. But Lin has already said that he is willing to pay only 9 and no more for a box. The price of 138 is a lot for them, and if they don't want to agree on 9, then the contract is over. The girl started shouting at Lin that he had gone crazy because it was impossible to offer and sell medicine at such a price. This is very low and they cannot afford it. The girl said that the main office is ready to reduce the price to 139, but it's impossible to lower the price. It's already very cheap. At that price, they won't be able to buy anything. Lin said that he agreed to these conditions, but there was one nuance that he would tell him later, and now there's a lot of work going into it. The girl was very scared because she doesn't know what to expect from Lin. He has great capabilities and he can come up with anything. The nurse began to worry about the patient, but Lin said that tomorrow it would be possible to discharge this girl. She already feels much better. All the girls were shocked how Lin was able to do all this skillfully. After all, not every person manages to treat other people so quickly. Then Lin called someone and invited him to dinner. He clearly knew who to invite and wanted the person to see him. Lin invited the girl to eat with him. After all, he had long wanted to get to know her better and invited her to dinner. But the girl could not understand why he called her so late, especially to his home. She has a lot of things to do and she doesn't have the opportunity to spend time on it. But Lin said that he has good news, so the girl will be happy when she finds out what it is. Just let him wait a little. Lin said that now there is very good and cool water. Let the girl go get a swimsuit and swim. It's very cool to swim at night. Lin persuaded the girl to go buy a swimsuit, but she agreed only because she wanted to know the news that Lin would tell her in detail. Lin gave the girl an envelope so that she could look at it and sort it out. After all, there may be useful information for her. He said that he should take a look and say what she thinks about it, and in general, whether Lin did a good thing or should have done everything differently. The first question that came to the girl's mind was how Lin was able to do this. She never thought that Lin would be able to do this. But Lin said that the company was ready to do anything because the price of the shares began to fall, and they agreed to any price just to save their reputation and stock price. The document also contains a list of those who took bribes, but it is not complete. But Lin thinks that the girl will be able to add to the list because her connections will definitely be able to do this. The girl told Lin that she should discuss this with her grandfather, so she cannot make decisions herself. But this will take her time and opportunity. Lin offered to stay with him because it was already very late, and it was very dangerous to let a girl in at such a time as a lady. Otherwise, there may be bad consequences later. The girl agreed to stay because it was already night and it would be difficult for her to get there as a lady. So it's best to let her stay at Lin's place to sleep. The next morning, the girl had to be taken to work, and Lin realized that the girl would need help because everything could not be done so easily and quickly. Then Lin himself went to work because he needed to work a little and work out his part of the shift. After all, there was a lot of work. Then Lin saw a guy approaching a girl who works with Lin. He didn't like it and realized that it was best to let the guy know his place. Then the girl introduced Lin to the new deputies of their department. They were clearly very businesslike and strict, as Lin thought at first glance. One guy was friendly, and the other not so much. But that was understandable because everyone is different. But one clearly wanted to become closer friends with Lin. They heard from Lin that he occupies a very high position in his field as a doctor, and recently completed a very complex operation. But Lin didn't like the new deputy and looked away with a stern look. After all, he realized that he definitely couldn't make friends with him normally. The girl was very worried that there would be no conflict between the guys. Otherwise, they behave very strangely and look at each other very sternly. The girl suggested that Lin see one patient to see if he was being discharged from the ward, and perhaps Lin would need help, like a doctor. Lin said, "Okay, he'll go and see what's wrong with the patient. Otherwise, anything can happen, and it is best to check it personally with the doctor before discharging the patient." The girl was already packing her bags and wanted to leave. After all, she has nothing to do in the hospital. She feels great and is no longer bad and quite good. As soon as Lin walked in, the girl immediately changed her behavior and didn't even want to talk to him. After all, she thought Lin was only coming to mock her. The girl could not understand why Lin constantly comes to her room. This confuses her very much, and on the other hand, it's worth thinking about why. But Lin said that he just liked being an eyesore to the girl and nothing more. After all, he knows perfectly well what he is doing. The girl clearly did not like to hear this addressed to her because she did not expect such an attitude towards herself. But she couldn't say anything. Lin told the girl that she shouldn't be put under too much pressure because her health should return to normal. In the meantime, let him rest at home. The girl said that she no longer wants to see Lin, and she is leaving the hospital. She definitely wants to leave and won't come back. Lin told his assistant to pay the girl's hospital bill for her treatment. After all, she must give money for everything that is needed. The girl was told the price, and she was shocked because it was a lot for her. She could not even imagine that she had to pay so much for her treatment. It was very expensive for her, and she didn't even know what to do because she had never paid such sums for her treatment. But then the girl was told that it was Lin who asked the girl to be treated with expensive medicines. After all, it will be better for her. This made the girl very angry because she was already very angry, and Flint found a reason to get at her and do something bad to her. Lin asked the girl if everything had already been done, because he must understand how much work still needs to be done and finalized. The girl said that she took several people so that Lin would not have problems and would have a free schedule. It will be easier for him and for others. Then a new intercessor came in who wanted to talk to his work colleagues. After all, he had prepared a surprise for them and wanted to tell them about it. The new patron ordered food for lunch for all the doctors to treat them and show his care and kindness. After all, he ended up in a new team. He showed where his food should be placed to make it easier to eat. After all, first you need to distribute everything to people and give them some. He said that everyone could help themselves and eat because he tried very hard to please everyone, and so that everyone liked it. He gave one girl who works with Lin coffee with milk because he wanted to show her his attention and care. Then the girl noticed that one portion of Linu was missing, and she wondered why. After all, it seems like everyone should get their food. The guy said that he forgot to order food for Dean and let him order food for himself. After all, it happened by accident. He didn't think about it a bit. But everyone understood that he did it on purpose, and not by accident. After all, this was evident from his behavior. He didn't just start behaving and saying things like that about everyone. The girl decided to give her lunch to Lin because she saw how the guy treated him badly. So she decided to help Lin in this way. But then suddenly a girl named Lena comes in, who came very unexpectedly. After all, no one knew that she would come at that very moment. Everyone was shocked when they saw what kind of girl Lin was, because she was really beautiful. But no one could have thought that the girl was so beautiful. Lin never thought that his girlfriend would come to his work. After all, he definitely didn't expect this and couldn't even think about it. Everyone around began to envy Lin that he had such a beautiful girlfriend. Indeed, this is exactly how it was. Lin told everyone that he needed to go away and talk a little. Otherwise, he had not seen his girlfriend for a long time and wanted to spend a little time with her and chat. Lin decided to ask how the girl was able to find him and why she came. After all, she didn't say anything about her arrival and came very unexpectedly. She said that she wanted to talk to him and meet him because she had not seen him for a long time and wanted to find out how he was doing in general. Lin was very pleased that his girlfriend came to see him and see how he was doing. After all, not everyone does this to their boyfriends. Lin started chatting a little and asking how the girl was feeling. After all, he was also interested in talking to her. Then he saw her off as a lady and said that he would pick her up in the car in the evening so that she would be ready and waiting for him because he would definitely come. They immediately started asking Lena what kind of girl it was because she was very beautiful. The girls were all shocked by this, but Lin said that this is just his friend and after all, he has known her for a long time and she constantly runs after him. That's why she constantly runs after him. After all, Lin said that he is a very handsome man and many girls follow him. That's why it turns out that girls constantly run after him. But everyone around was very angry that Lin always had such beautiful girls. After all, this is a lot of competition for men. The girl said that the girl Lena had good and very new clothes. After all, she had a skirt from the new collection and it is very expensive and not cheap. Lin said that she has her own company and this is normal, so there is no need to be surprised by this. After all, each person has his own level of income. The girl was shocked when she found out that Lin had such rich fans. After all, she couldn't even think such a thing about Lena and his fans. Then the head doctor came up and said that everyone should be ready for the operation tomorrow. After all, you can't treat operations like that. They are very important for the clinic. The girl apologized and told the doctor that everything would be done at the highest level. The girl just forgot about the operation, so she was a little confused. Then Lin left work and joined his old friend Katora, whom he had not seen for a very long time, and he asked where she was in such a hurry and running. She wanted to know how Lin was doing because she also wanted to talk to him a little. After all, he disappeared, and then not a word was heard about him, and the girl was strange where he could disappear so quickly. Lin said he became a doctor and wants to gain medical experience. But for this, you need to go through a lot of practice because medicine is not a simple science. Then Lin found out that the girl could not win the tender and decided to help her with this so that she would not suffer and would definitely be able to get it. But the girl didn't want Flint to interfere because he would only make a fuss and it would be very bad. But for the girl, that's not the main thing. Then Lin called and said he needed 10 trucks to be at the same address in a few minutes. This is very important to him. Lin explained the situation that does not allow him to solve the girl's problem, and he explained the problem over the phone so another person could solve it. Then the flag and the girl arrived at the desired location. They were fully prepared to solve that very problem. The driver immediately recognized Lin and started shouting to him from afar so that Lin could immediately find this guy near the truck. They told the guy that Lin should come and send his photo so that the guy wouldn't be mistaken. After all, it is very difficult to solve such problems. 10 trucks were delivered directly to where Lin asked, so there were no problems with this at all, and he was happy. There was a lot of it, and Lin didn't even know where best to go so as not to miss anything. He was clearly surprised by how quickly he worked. Then they were noticed by some guys who were standing opposite. They started pointing their fingers at Lin and saying something incomprehensible. Lin clearly didn't like it that they were acting like that. But Lin didn't understand why there were so many people because all these people weren't there before, and now there are simply a huge number of them. The girl was also confused about what happened and where such a large number of people came from. It's very strange for them. Then some guy friend recognized Lin right away. He was very frightened and did not even know what to say in turn and how to say it correctly. The girl and Lin immediately asked why there were so many people. What was the reason that they all came here and stood right here? This seems very strange to Lin. The guy said they heard that they were giving 100,000 for a painting and decided to take part in it too. That's why there were so many people. Lin said that let everyone stand still. He will go and sort it out. After all, it's not a good thing to do something like that in broad daylight and create such problems. Lin wanted to find out who was in charge in this herd so that he could go out and talk to him and understand how to solve their problem so that he would not create problems for others. The guy said that they don't have any demands. It's just that they won't go anywhere. They only want money and nothing else. But Lin said that the guy shouldn't try to scare him. He wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Lin has already been through a lot. He is not afraid. The guy asked that they shouldn't waste their time if they had such a treasure. After all, no one needs this, and other people's time is very valuable. Lin said that they would not be allowed in until Lin spoke and gave the correct command. Everything is not as simple as it seems to them. The guy thought that Lin wanted to scare him, but this was not at all the case, and Lin simply had his own plan, which he came up with recently and wants to use it. Lin said that the guy can check whether Lin is threatening or not. After all, everything can change very quickly and you need to act quickly. The guy told his friend to attack the guy who had recently spoken to them. After all, then the personal boy will receive a good amount of money. The guy went and began to come closer and closer to Lin. He was clearly determined to hit Lin so hard to make sure he got the money. Lin walked away specifically to look at all this, because it's interesting to see what the fox guy will do next. Then suddenly some kind of large yellow camion comes out in front of the guy. He doesn't understand what's happening and why this is happening. The guy became very angry and realized that he was being prevented from doing his job. This increased his adrenaline and made him stronger and more aggressive. But the guy did not give up and began to run straight to the yellow ledge to definitely resolve this issue once and for all. After all, he had his own task. The guy started filming this and forced him to do it. It was very strange of him to act like that and act like that. When the guys took him, it was clear that he definitely needed to go to the hospital. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to survive. After all, the guy lost his creation. Then the guys started leaving because they tried and it didn't work out. But Lin realized that everything would not end so easily and they would not calm down. Lin told his man not to stop working. After all, it is very important to do everything and manage it as planned at the beginning. Lin said goodbye to the girl and went about his business because he doesn't have enough time to solve other people's issues all the time. The next day, the girl Lena came to her office at work to check if everything was going well and what their plan was for the day. But then the girl saw on her phone how her boyfriend was beating some guy right on the line where she had different houses being built. The girl received a call and was told that her boyfriend had severely beaten an employee at a construction site yesterday. So if she doesn't want problems, let her act. This was not what made her very angry, and she was simply not in a humorous mood. After all, Lin behaved very badly, and she didn't like it at all. Then the girl told Lin that his girlfriend knew about what happened yesterday, and she found out about the fight that took place yesterday at that same construction site. The girl immediately started calling somewhere to find out and ask something. After all, the situation is very strange, and it needs to be resolved very quickly. But she was very angry and started screaming into the phone to quickly resolve this misunderstanding. After all, the situation is not very simple. Lin immediately began to gather himself to understand how this happened in the first place, because he had never experienced anything like this. And here it turns out that Lin is a very bad person. He gave the plant to the girls who were at the entrance and guarded the entire hospital. It was very difficult to manage to do everything and get to the desired destination. No one could understand where Lin was in such a hurry. He had not run like this for a long time and was not in a hurry to get anywhere. He started to behave very strangely. The girl has known Lin for a long time, and she has never seen him like this, because it is very strange and generally not like him. He has never behaved like this. The other guys were sitting at the table and discussing something because they clearly had their own interests and common business affairs. But it was clear from them that the thoughts towards them were bad. Then a girl, Lena, whom I know as the director of the company, comes into this restaurant. They didn't expect to see or hear her there. The guy was very happy to see the girl in their company and immediately offered to sit down and talk and discuss important matters. After all, they just have good food on the table. She said that there was no point in this because she wanted this horror to end, and she wants them to sign the contract, and that's it. The man was very unhappy with the girl's attitude towards them because she came and immediately started throwing documents and started talking to them very strictly. The girl wanted to save her boyfriend because she values him very much and does not want him to be sent to prison and then not be able to be released. The girl understood that this issue was very expensive, and everything needed to be discussed very well in order to solve this problem and sort everything out. But she insisted on her own way and did not want to listen to anyone. Veli understood that everything had already gone too far, and she needed to act quickly to solve the problem. The guy tried to come to an agreement with the girl because they had not yet begun to negotiate, and the girl was already very angry. This is very bad for both of them. The girl was ready to receive a contract and immediately began to cooperate to solve this problem. After all, this is really not very simple. But the girl realized that they were not ready and began to leave and said that if they could not cope with the project, then they should not take on it. But the guy said that no one had ever left him, and he immediately called security to stop this girl so that she could not leave the building. The girl could not understand what these people were up to, that they were behaving this way. This is very strange behavior towards a girl. The man said that let the girl sit with them and talk. After all, revenge on Lin is more valuable to them than this contract that the girl offered. They grabbed the girl and tried to stop her in this way. After all, they couldn't think of any other method to talk to her. The guys decided to give the girl some wine they had. After all, they want to lure Lin so that he will come and see this picture. The guy decided to film himself drinking wine with Lena's girlfriend and then send him the video. Let him know the video, and then he will be very angry. The girl did not want to drink the wine they offered because these people are very strange and very bad for her. She started screaming loudly at them to let her go and not touch her anymore. After all, she can do something very bad to them, and they will regret it later. But the guy then started trying to get the girl to drink wine, so that she would definitely be under the influence of bad substances. After all, these guys definitely put something there. They tried to continue to hold the girl because they wanted to do their eye business against the innocent girl. It was very bad of them. But then Lin burst in and everyone realized that it wouldn't be easy. After all, Lin is not as simple as a rival as it seems at first glance. Everyone started shouting in his direction and threatening Lin that he wouldn't get out of this room alive because he would be completely finished and that's all. But the guy gets kicked right in the face, and he understands that this won't just happen. After all, Lin doesn't mean to joke and will extinguish it in full. Lin very quickly began to throw everyone into the corners and made it clear that he was not just a guy, and it would be very difficult to fight and resist him. All the guards came running and began to grab Lin so that he could not escape and so that they could beat him. After all, he allows himself a lot on foreign territory. Lin easily began to demolish everyone in his path and fight with them. It wasn't difficult for him to do this at all because he had good skills in combat. The man began to threaten Lin for hitting him in the stomach. After all, this guy cannot be beaten. He is a very respected person and no one dares to beat him. But Linu didn't think long and hit him again right on the head, so that he would definitely not be able to say unnecessary things to Lin anymore and would not stop him from fighting. Then he attached his hand and began to press hard on her. You could just hear it start to crack, and the guy was in a lot of pain. Lin was very upset that his girlfriend was touched by these guys because he took care of her very much and respected her. And then such scum began to touch. The guy began to apologize to Lin that he didn't want to offend anyone. It all happened by accident. He was clearly not involved in this. It all just went this way. Lin didn't want to listen to anyone. He had his own goal in this regard. He clearly understood that his fighting skills would give him the opportunity to win everyone. None of the guys touched Lin again or resisted him. After all, everyone was very afraid of him and did not want to touch him. Lin didn't listen to anyone and took the guy and hit him straight into the ground. He did it because they all deserved it and should get what they deserve. Then some people came in. Lin immediately turned his attention to them. After all, you need to always be on alert if something happens. These were Lin's acquaintances who were very worried about what would happen to him and his girlfriend. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation. The guy tried to stop Lin so that he would not touch the guy anymore and would not break the bone in his hand. After all, it won't look very good. Lin didn't even want to listen to anyone and continued to cut the guy's hand. After all, he knew perfectly well that no one could stop him at this stage. Lin was able to break the guy's bone completely to the point where he couldn't even do anything. It was very fast and unexpected for the guy. The guy was in a lot of pain, but he clearly deserved it all. After all, there was no need to go after someone else's girl, so it's his own fault that he did it. People turned to Lin so that he would calm down and not do this again. After all, it's not normal to be people to death and so strong. No one was happy with Lin's behavior and what he did, but it was clear that he had no choice but to fight and fight for his lady. Lin wanted to continue throwing punches to show everyone his power and strength. After all, everyone must answer for their words and actions. But a girl he knows stops him and doesn't let him fight anymore. After all, no one else would like this kind of behavior, and it had to be stopped quickly. Lin's girl told them to leave quickly because Lin could no longer control himself and was behaving very strangely. He listened to her, and they began to leave from there, where there were full of corpses of different people. Otherwise, it was very difficult to stop Lin from doing different things. The two of them began to leave so that there would be no more fighting and fighting. After all, Lin has already proven to everyone his power and strength in battle. The girl was very grateful to Lin for saving her, but she asked him not to do that again. After all, she is very afraid for him because people are different, and everything can end badly. Lin began to shout at the girl why she went alone to such an evil place. After all, it is very dangerous for her to be in such a place. Then they called Lin and started telling him who sharpened the knife on him and in general what they wanted to do with him. But the plan fell through and the people didn't succeed. The girl told Lin that if he had such problems, he would immediately call her and she could solve them. After all, she understands what and how it works. Then the girl decided to call Lin to the port so that he could see how the first stage of construction was completed. This will be very interesting for him. In a few days, Lin will perform the operation himself with his assistant, without the head doctor. This will be his first independent operation. Then the guy decided to invite all the girls who were in the department to relax with him. After all, he wants to show them the new port and decided to invite them all. Lin let the girls rest for a while and go to the new port. After all, they need to see him too and see how beautiful he is. But the new doctor didn't want to go because she needed to stay on duty and work a little, and let others relax and have fun in the new port. But the doctor did not want the girl to remain on duty. After all, he was ready to stay too, so that she wouldn't be bored and lonely. He didn't want to go without. Everyone understood that he was simply approaching her, and everything was clear and understandable from his reaction. Lin could also immediately understand this from his actions, but the girl still agreed to go with them and look at the new port. After all, she was also interested in seeing it, and in general, what new things had been built there. The guy wanted to get that girl at any cost. The main thing was to come up with a plan. But his priority was money and everything, and in this way, he wanted to attract her attention. When they arrived at the new port, everyone was shocked by what they saw. After all, it was truly luxurious and very beautiful for such a city. The guy began to say that more than 800 million were spent on this port, and it took quite a long time to build and take shape. The girl wanted to find out how the guy knew everything, because not every person who works in the clinic has such information. The guy said that he has one very influential friend who tells him a lot of things, so he knows and receives a lot of information. All the girls were very surprised at what information this guy knew. They admired him very much and knew that this guy had many acquaintances. One girl needed to buy a swimsuit, and she decided to ask Lin if he knew where to buy one in this port. After all, the girl herself doesn't know how to do this. But then they found a store and decided to see what was there. After all, a girl really needs a swimsuit, and she can't do without it. But then when the girls chose their swimsuits, Lena was forced to pay for them. After all, he will definitely be able to afford it because he is a gentleman. Lin said that there was no problem, and bought himself another t-shirt and shorts. Otherwise, he didn't have swimming trunks and shorts, and he wouldn't be able to walk normally on the beach. The girls went to the beach to relax a little and have fun. Otherwise, they had not had a normal vacation for a long time and had not had a good vacation. The guy was shocked when he saw the girls because he even started drooling when he saw the head doctor. He was simply shocked by it all. The girl began to struggle so that the guy wouldn't give a damn about her. It's very bad when he does that. He puts the girl in an awkward position. The girl was very angry that the guy looked at her like that. She clearly didn't like it, and she no longer stood near him so that he would not behave like that. Then Lin came, and the girls were shocked by his uniform and the fact that he was hiding it under his t-shirt. He clearly doesn't need it and can show her off. The guy said that Lin was just shy about his uniform and didn't want to show it off. In fact, he does not have a pumped-up body. But all the girls were simply shocked by him and didn't even know what to say because they were simply speechless. They wanted to take off Lin's clothes. The girls immediately began to run towards Linu to take off his clothes, and he no longer hid his body. He didn't understand what was going on and how he should react to it because all the girls went to undress him. He didn't know what to do next. Lin was in excellent shape and did not look scarlet ahead of schedule. After all, his uniform looked very good compared to others. All the girls were shocked when they saw Lin completely without a shirt. Not every person can achieve such a background because it takes a lot of work to get it. The guy who was jealous of Lin was simply amazed and destroyed. After all, before this, he himself said that Lin did not have a normal shape and a good body. Then everyone began to relax. Some girls began to play volleyball, while others began to simply sunbathe in the sun. It was a very cool vacation for them. Lin said that he would go for a walk a little because he had some work to do that he wanted to finish. So he'll go for a little drive along the beach. When Lin entered the office, the bosses immediately took notice of him. After all, everyone knew Lin, and it was difficult not to recognize him and not notice him. Lin came and said that he needed to check how things were going. Therefore, he asked to give him all the documents so that he could check and understand how things are now in general at the port. Link was interested to understand what had changed while he was away. After all, he was busy with his own affairs for a long time and could not normally come to see how they were doing. The man began to tell me that the first stage of the expansion was almost completed, and the next stage of the project would definitely be no worse. Lin began to look at everything himself to understand how it all worked and how things were going. After all, he knows what to pay attention to. Lin sat and thought, what would happen if we built an artificial sea? After all, it would definitely not be superfluous. And even more so, Lin liked the idea. The guy was shocked and didn't even know how to answer Lin to this. After all, he does not know what or how he can even do in order to build the sea. Lin said that he was not joking, and it was true that he wanted to build an artificial sea. After all, no one has ever done this before. Then he said that he was waiting for a plan for a new project and we would begin construction of the sea. After all, he thinks it will be a good idea. At this time, the girls were resting and wanted to find out what Lin was doing and, in general, where he went because he had been gone for so long. And it was not clear where he could have gone. But he told the girl that he just went to look at the territory and was interested in what it looked like. So nothing special. Then a guy appeared and said that their things might be stolen, so they needed Lin to stay and look after them while they were not around. But Lin replayed this story and said that the doctor is very kind. He paid for everyone and also wants to look after their things, which is very cool. But the guy began to react very strongly and scream because that's not what he meant, and Lin didn't understand him. That's why he didn't take it that way. But then someone approached them and clearly wanted to communicate, because the person was interested in talking about something with all of them. It was an acquaintance of Lin and the same doctor who doesn't really like Lin. They had known each other for a long time and communicated well with each other. The guy immediately ran up to him to say hello and talk. After all, he just wanted to go to him and talk, and he himself came to the beach. Then the guy found out that the entire port was built by Lin himself, and he was the main financier. So he is a very influential person in this place, and the guy was shocked by this. At first they didn't believe him, but the guy was able to convince him that Lin was indeed a very influential person and that he had built everything. The girl couldn't even imagine who Lin really was and where he got such opportunities in his young years. Then Lin went and said hello to the same guy who told everyone about him. He was very happy to see Lin and talk to him in person. Then Lin decided to suggest going on a yacht, and the guy supported his idea, and it would really be more fun together. Moreover, Lin knows how difficult it is to work as a doctor. Lin said that he would call the yacht for now and let the others gather, and they would all go to relax and ride in the sea while there was such an opportunity. They brought everything to the yacht that Lin called for them all. After all, none of them had ever sailed on such a large yacht on the open sea. Then the girl decided to ask if the doctor wanted to go with them to the yacht. After all, it will be a lot of fun and cool, especially for such a big place. But the guy said that he would look after things because it would be calmer and better for him, and let everyone else go have fun on a yacht at sea. Then Elemen approached the girl to ask if she wanted to go diving. After all, the water is so beautiful and warm, plus there is good swimming equipment on board the yacht. But the girl doesn't know how to do this. But Lin said that he could help her figure out this matter and make her understand what and how to do. There's nothing complicated about it. The girl agreed and began to put on the mask and all the accessories for this. After all, you need to properly prepare for this and put everything on yourself. Lin checked whether the girl had done everything correctly to understand whether she could go into the water. After all, everything has been done correctly for a long time without errors and nuances. Then Lin took the girl and pushed her straight into the water. This was very unexpected for the girl. She clearly did not expect this from Lin, that he would do it so quickly in a couple of seconds. Then the girl was already in the water in 2 seconds and was completely underwater. It was very scary and unexpected for her. But Lin said that let the girl relax and enjoy the fact that she is swimming. This is very cool and cool for her. But they were deep enough, and it was already difficult to see them from land. After all, they got off and went to the depths to see all the beauty of the sea world. But then the girl became scared because she felt fear and immediately hugged Lin to hold on to him and feel calm. Lin was also worried about the girl, because all the responsibility is on him and he decides and looks after the girl. That's why Lin was constantly by her side. Then Lin returned with the girl from diving, and they came to the yacht. After all, the girl was afraid, and they could not stay on the yacht for a long time and swim underwater together. Lin did not tell how scared the girl was, so as not to reveal all his cards and not put the girl in an awkward position in front of her friends. But then they began to say goodbye, and Lin began to go about his business. After all, he also needed to return to work and continue working. The guy was very pleased when he saw that his friends had already returned from their vacation on the yacht. After all, he stayed there to guard things himself. Then the girl told how Lin dived underwater with the chief doctor. But Lin didn't want the guy to know this. For him, this information would not be pleasant. After that, the guy felt really bad, and it was clear from him that he didn't feel very good, and he wasn't pleased to hear it. Then the girl said that they had to go back to work. Otherwise, they won't have time to do anything, and then they will get it from their superiors for not doing the work. Then the girl met her uncle, and it was a very unexpected meeting for the two of them. They did not expect that their meeting would be in such a place, but the guy said that they came for help because his uncle had heart problems, and they would need to help him with this. Otherwise, he won't be able to cope on his own. The girl said that she would come up with something and help her uncle with this matter. Otherwise, this needs to be resolved quickly, and hardships can begin. This is no joke, and you need to undergo an examination. After all friends and relatives know that their niece works in a hospital and is well versed in the treatment of various diseases. But the girl understood that this would be an extra hemorrhoid for her, because all this is not so simple and easy to do. Otherwise, you need to spend a lot of time on this. Lin saw how difficult it was for the girl to perceive this and generally communicate with these people. Otherwise, they put a lot of pressure on her and she got lost. But the girl said that she needed to call her friend and she could receive them. Otherwise, she is currently at the hospital eating and will not be able to receive them quickly. But then her loved ones started yelling at her, so she started making up excuses not to help her and just throw them off on her own. The girl was scared and she didn't know what to do and how to act. Otherwise, if she starts deciding everything, it won't be very good. But then the girl said that they should go to her waiting room, and there they would solve the problem and agree on treatment. Lin said that he would go with the girl on duty and if he could help her. After all, he understands that it will be very difficult for her alone to do everything and arrange it so quickly. Then the relatives went to register with their relative at the receptionist, and they started the registration process, and they were immediately told the price and how much it would cost. But then the man was simply in shock and didn't even know what to do next. After all, the price was very high for him, and he clearly did not want to pay it. But then they explained to this man that this was done so that his relative could earn money and receive her share of the salary. The guy realized that this was a hopeless situation, and he had to pay. So he took out his money and said that he should be registered. It was not very convenient for the girl to receive her relatives in front of Lin, because he would see all this disgrace. But Lin said that there is nothing wrong with this. The relatives need to be cured and helped. Otherwise, there is simply no other way out. But the girl was very upset that this happened, and she would have to help her relatives. It was difficult for her to organize it all, but she had no choice, and she had to do it and help them. Therefore, the girl went to the reception and began to communicate with her loved ones to understand how to help them. The girl told them to go to the 4th floor and take a picture, so that they are checked and it is clear how their hearts generally work. Then suddenly an angry relative appears who says that they went to take a photo, but they were forced to pay. They refused to pay and nothing was done to them. The girl was simply in shock and didn't even know what to tell them, because everyone visited to pay for themselves, but they didn't want to do it. Then the relatives began asking for free medicine so that the girl could give them. Otherwise, they know that they do this in hospitals. But the girl didn't understand what to do, because they don't have such services in the hospital. They do not give free medicine and will not be able to help in this matter. Lin has already intervened and said that either they do what the girl says or he goes to buy sleeping pills. Otherwise, he simply has no other choice. Lin has already begun to shout and prove to them that they do not have the kind of services they want. They can only help them figure it out, but no one will pay for them. After Lin said this, the guy began to go to him to fight. It was very hurried to observe and see because it was all in the hospital. But Lin said, if they don't want to do what they were told, then let them leave and never come back to this hospital. This really frightened one of the relatives, and he clearly did not feel very well. He had not observed or seen such behavior for a long time. Well, these relatives left and said that the girl should forget that she has any relatives. They are no longer a family and will never be the same. Lin said that this is a game of choice. He does not force anyone to do it. After all, they are the ones to blame for their providence, so there is no need to be surprised. The girl was very pleased that her loved ones had left, and she could calmly continue to work. After all, she understood that there was no other choice either. Lin said that he is nearby and the girl does not need to be afraid. If anything happens, he can help solve the problem and everything will be fine. The main thing is not to lose heart. The girl was very grateful to Lin for his kindness and the fact that he helped her solve this problem. She couldn't do it herself. The next day, the nurse must have seen one doctor begin to leave and take his things. She was interested to know why he did this, but the guy said that he himself decided to do this and go to another country to study because he liked it better. Moreover, he simply has no other choice. But then the police came into the target, which no one expected. And the doctor was immediately shocked and didn't even understand what to do. But the police came to him personally because they had a clear reason and they wanted to talk to him about some matters. Therefore, it was necessary for him to leave with them. Then they took him away and began to take him away. And the doctors were in shock and did not understand what happened and how it happened. That his colleague had been taken away and was being taken away. Lin realized that his friends began to act and worked as needed without any problems. And it was very good for Lena that this doctor was removed. After that, everyone began to disperse and go about their business. After all, this is not the first time that doctors in their department are arrested and just taken away to prison. Then the girl decided to find out what Lin would eat and what could be brought to him. Otherwise, the vow was almost over and no one had eaten yet. Lin said that he had business and would not be at the station and would need to leave. Therefore, he will not have time to sit and eat. The girl said that he could go, and the girl would stay and be at the clinic. After all, anything can happen and you need to somehow be on duty. Lin changed his clothes and went about his business. Otherwise, he didn't have time to sit and wait. He needed to do everything very quickly and efficiently. Lin came into the office and decided to check how his friends were working, because he hasn't been there for a long time and a lot of things have probably changed. Lin told the girl that she should bring him all the documentation. He wanted to see what was there and how it was. After all, the numbers definitely won't lie. Lin said that he would solve other problems a little later, but for now he has some problems that need to be solved now. The girl said that the order for 3 billion has already been almost processed and will be ready soon. The main thing is that everyone follows their terms, and then everything will be fine. Link was pleased to hear that his plans were working and everything was working out for them. The main thing is to have time to do everything that needs to be done and that everything goes according to plan. Otherwise, it won't be very good. Lin said that he would look at all the documents he needed because he had nothing to do anyway. Therefore, it is best for him to take a look while he has the opportunity. Lin began to carefully study everything in order to understand what was moving and how it was moving and where money was being invested and spent. After all, in the future, all this should pay off. Then Lin began to study projects that were still in progress and realized that perhaps they did not have enough money to build everything. Therefore, you need to spend everything sparingly. Lin settled on one school to study it in more detail and understand how it worked. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to do everything at once. But the girl doesn't know if going to school in a small town is a good idea. After all, it may not be very promising, and plus it is very far from the city. Lin said he understands, but children also need education. So this doesn't change anything. Children also want to study and gain good knowledge. According to Lin, the girl realized that perhaps Lin wanted to build a road and a bridge. To get to school, it was very convenient and fast. But this is a lot of money. It will be more expensive than the school itself, so it will not be clear whether it is profitable or not. The girl did not understand how Lin thought. Lin said that he would settle this issue and solve all this because he has such an opportunity. Therefore, there is no need to worry about all this. The girl was surprised every day with Lena because he became more and more influential. She didn't understand how he did it and how he did it. Then they agreed, and the girl went about her business so as not to interfere with either Lin or other people's work. Otherwise, nothing can be done then. Then Lin went to another university to resolve matters in order to understand how everything happens there, and he will agree on the school and find out what and how. The rector of the university just wanted to contact Lin to talk to him and invite him to an event. After all, he hadn't seen him for a long time and wanted to talk. But Lin said that he couldn't come because he had other things to do. Therefore, he will not be able to get to this event, no matter how much he wants. The man said that there was nothing wrong. The main thing was that they could come to an agreement and find a joint solution to the issue that Lin came with. Lin said that he couldn't stay long and they would discuss the details a little later. Otherwise, there is no way to communicate for so long now. Then Lin saw a very familiar girl who seemed to have known him for a very long time. After all, he has already seen her somewhere and wants to communicate with her. But it turned out to be his employee, and he decided to scare her so that she would not be so relaxed. Otherwise, she was clearly very calm and kind. Lin began to come closer and closer so that his joke would definitely succeed and he could scare the girl. Otherwise, nothing will work out. But the girl couldn't help it and quickly dodged and avoided the blow. It was very fast and unexpected for Lin. He couldn't even think that about a girl. The girl immediately hit Lin in the stomach because she didn't know it was him and defended herself as best she could. After all, every girl should be able to do this. Lin was very scared and didn't even know what to do next and how to act. After all, he himself is to blame for this, and we need to somehow solve this problem. Lin's heart sank a little from such a cool girl's trick. After all, he certainly didn't expect this from her, much less to do everything so abruptly. The girl asked what Lin forgot in this area and especially at the university. Perhaps he picked up young students and that's why he came here. But Lin said that he had already hooked up with the youngest student and now she works with him in the same office. So he is definitely not afraid and is not looking for anything else. But the girl came to an event to which she was invited. So she invited Lin and asked if he wanted to go with her and have some fun. They sat down in the middle and began to watch everything that was happening there. It was quite interesting to watch because Lin very rarely comes across something like this and happens to do something like this. Then the girl told Lin if he has anything to say to the girl, let him speak. While she has time for this, otherwise later they will not be able to communicate normally. Lin told the girl that he noticed a town that was located not far from the city, and there he wants to build a good and modern school. The girl asked if he really wasn't joking and what kind of school he was planning to build and how big it should be. But the girl said that she didn't have as many connections as she would like, but she would help in any way she could. Otherwise, first you need to think about everything and understand who can help her with this. Lin was very grateful to the girl for such help, because not everyone could help him in this matter. It's not so easy to do everything. But then the girl began to look at Lin very strangely, and this began to confuse him, and he began to feel unpleasant and very uncomfortable sitting. Then Lin asked why she was looking at him like that. After all, it seems very strange to him and he does not understand what she wants to tell him. The girl said that Lin needed to put on a good show, otherwise she won't believe him and won't trust him. Then this is very important for her. Moreover, the girl is very interested to know what Lin can show and tell about herself in this way. Otherwise, she doesn't understand anything about it at all. Lin said that he would be able to show the emu performances without any problems, and it would not be difficult to do so. The main thing is that the girl appreciates it. When the girl began to see that Lin stood up, she began to think because she couldn't even think that he would go play the piano in public. Lin was fully prepared to go play this musical instrument. I hadn't played for a long time and wanted to surprise the girl. Then all attention was directed directly at Lin, and everyone wanted to understand what he would do and how to play further. After all, everyone is interested to see what he is capable of. Lin began to play and show what he could do on the piano. It was very beautiful to listen to for all the people who were in the hall. Lin played excellently and drank because his skills are very rare for all people. Therefore, not everyone can repeat and play such a melody and song. The more Lin played, the more beautiful he got. It was impossible to repeat and convey because it sounded very beautiful. The girl sitting in the hall couldn't say a word. She was simply captivated. Listening to this was very beautiful for her at that moment. As soon as Lin finished playing, the girl immediately started running towards him because it was very beautiful. She didn't expect to hear this from him. But Lin didn't stay long because he had his own business to attend to, and he began to leave and say goodbye to the girl. He could not sit and watch and listen any longer. Then Lin decided to come and check how people work in order to understand what kind of successes they have and what he can best count on. Otherwise, the situation is not clear. The workers recognized him immediately and started talking to him. After all, it was necessary to tell about the successes of the company and what they do in general. Lin was also glad to see everyone and began to ask how things were going with them and what should he expect in the future. Otherwise, he has already invested a lot. The guy said that they are now improving their chips, although they are not the best on the market. But they work on them every day to achieve the desired result. Link was interested in finding out what the company's current problems were and what they could do best to change or improve. And the main problem was the light. But the guy said that it's not worth it because even if they develop and find better light sources, it won't help them at all. Lin said that he would come up with something and do something to solve all these problems with the light. Otherwise, this is not normal, and we need to get rid of such situations. Then, 2 laboratory assistants whom Lin was looking for came into the office. They clearly came for a reason and wanted to find out why Lin was looking for them. He said their technology was stolen by another company. This is very bad, and it is not clear how they managed to do this. They were simply shocked by this information and could not even think of such a thing. It is very bad for them that such technology was stolen from them. Lin said that he knows what to do in such a situation. The main thing is not to forget and do everything according to Lin's plan. Then everything will be fine. Then Lin went to the site to quietly find out some information for himself and so that his plan would definitely work. The guy met Lin and decided to ask what and how he was doing. After all, their meeting was planned and they definitely agreed on everything. Lin noticed that the guy was wearing a seal and this suit suited him very well. After all, he looks like a very influential businessman in such a suit and clothes. But the guy was there for a reason. He came to carry out Lin's orders and requests. After all, this is not his job to do. Lin told the guy something to do for Lin, and Lin said this quietly so that no one would hear and there would be no questions later. The guy asked Lin if it was too much of what he came up with. After all, the guy thinks it's too worthy. Lin began to leave and say goodbye to everyone because he had business to do. He could not stand or talk with other people for long. The girl sat and worked herself and did not touch anyone at this time. After all, I was very busy and not small during this time, so I wasn't distracted. Then the girl saw Lin and was very pleased with it. I didn't even know what to say to myself. And that meeting was very unexpected. Lin came to check on the general situation at the workplace and how the girl copes with it all alone. He was very interested. But the girl said that everything is not as cool as Lin thinks. After all, the workshop and warehouse are already controlled by other people. Therefore, everything is not so good. It was difficult for the girl to say such things to Bass, because the ori are not very good and the boss may react differently. Sometimes it's not easy to say that. The girl admitted that she no longer does anything because their warehouses are no longer theirs and they cannot do anything about it. Lin said that there was no problem, he could solve it. The main thing is for him to get the boring information and then everything will work out for him. Then people came into Lin's office and decided to find out what he was doing there and how he was feeling in general. After all, they didn't really understand anything. Lin said that everything was fine, he was only checking how the work was going, and he did nothing else. He needed to conduct a work report. But some people were very angry with Lin, and they clearly didn't want him to come and watch others work. They understood that this was all for a reason, but Lin said he knew better what to do and when. After all, only he can decide what actions are best to take in a given situation. The guy began to present something to Lin, but he did not take offense and quickly put the guy in his place. After all, you can't behave this way towards people. Then the man found out some not very pleasant information for himself and realized that it was the girl Lena who said it. That is, his secretary, and she told everything. But the guy said that he could easily take them to the warehouse and show them everything. After all, he is not afraid of anything, and he always has everything under control. Then Lin decided to go to the warehouse to see everything for himself and understand how the work was going and at what stage it was now. After all, Lena really needs to know this. Lin came and said hello, that he was very glad to see everyone. He had not seen this for a long time and did not know that he would be able to see such a large warehouse of his company. Everyone was very happy to see Lin and talk to him, otherwise he obviously hadn't seen his workers for a long time and was a little bored with them. One guy didn't like Lin's behavior at all because he thought that he was deliberately sucking up to people in order to make it clear how kind he really is. Then more people came to say hello to Lin and talk to him about how he was doing and how he was generally feeling. Lin said that everything was fine, and he only came to check everything and understand what level of development it was at. It's hard to keep such a big machine under control. Then they decided to walk further and see what was going on and where and what was going on. After all, not everything is as simple as it seems. Lin saw that the warehouses were not completely full, and you definitely wouldn't earn much from this, even if you sold everything. And he didn't know how best to proceed. The guy said that this is a small business, and it can't be compared with Lin's business. After all, they work differently, and each has their own capabilities in this world. Lin told the guy that at first glance he was a smart person, but he still had a lot to learn. After all, everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. The guy didn't like what Lin said about him, because not everyone can take this to their advantage and simply remain silent. After all, this guy was hurt. Then Lin said that the tour was already over and let everyone get to work. After all, you need to have time to do everything. The guy said that he understood everything and he needed to leave because there was still a lot of work and he needed to do everything and figure it out. Then one guy noticed Lin and said that Lin didn't belong here and in general that they forgot here. After all, this is private territory and you can't easily get here. The guy said that they only came to look around and they didn't need anything else. After all, this was their main task and nothing more. The guy really didn't like the fact that Lin was walking around his territory, and it really infuriated him. He said that he didn't like that they just came here. Lin said that they didn't come here for long and were already thinking about leaving. After all, they have nothing to do there, and plus they've already looked at everything, there's nothing more to do. Then Lin came to his office to find out how things were going and what to do next. He hadn't been to his job for a long time. Then Lin's phone rang and he realized that he urgently needed to pick up the phone and find out who was calling. It was a very unexpected call. He picked up the phone and it was a girl who decided to call him to a meeting. After all, there will be interesting people there, and he might also be interested in going to it. Lin said he would pick up the girl, so let her be ready and dressed. After all, he obviously won't wait and will go straight away. I just drove my car straight to work, where the girl was supposed to get out. Otherwise, he didn't want to wait for her outside the gate and arrived right under the buildings. The girl began to get into the car and did not do it very noticeably. After all, her niece can see that a guy has come for the girl in a very expensive car. Then, someone called the girl, and she told Lin to keep quiet and not say anything else. Otherwise, she might have big problems. The girl picked up the phone and started talking to her mother and wanted to know what she needed. After all, the girl was very scared when her mother called her. The girl told Lin to be silent and not say anything else to her. Otherwise, she could not concentrate on the conversation with her mother. Then the girl saw her mother driving a nearby car and was very scared. After all, she didn't know what to do next or what to say. The girl was sitting in the car and didn't know what to do. And Lin asked whether she was coming or not, because something needs to be done in this situation. Link was also uneasy because he was worried about how he would talk to someone else's mother. It was very difficult, especially getting to know her so quickly. Lin got out of the car and started talking to her and communicating because he needed to get to know the girl's mother and understand how she would behave. The girl was surprised that Lin began to communicate with his mother. She was afraid that Lin would say something unnecessary because there might be problems later because of that. Lin saw the girl and invited her to participate in the conversation and talk to her mother. Otherwise, it's not very nice on her part to communicate like that at a distance. The girl began to come up and apologize for such a misunderstanding because it all happened by accident. And the girl did not expect that everything would turn out this way. The girl's mother wanted to invite her to dinner. Otherwise, she was at a meeting and then wanted to meet her daughter. And here it turned out to be a not very convenient situation. The girl began to apologize to her mother and wanted to explain everything so that there would be no unnecessary problems or unclear situations between them. Lin said that they could all go out to dinner together and have a good time. After all, Lin just wanted to eat well, and they will have such an opportunity. The girl didn't know what to say, but her mother agreed and said that they could go and have a boring meal together without any problems. "This is a very good idea," said the girl's mother. The girl said that it's good that they can go have a delicious meal, and she can postpone all unnecessary things to another day. They sat down and began to communicate with each other, and the girl's mother began asking different questions to Lin to find out a little more about him. But Lin eventually learned that the girl's mother was a very influential girl, and she had many connections and opportunities. Lin wanted to see if she could help him. The girl's mother said that the things that Lin needed for his laboratory and making chips were very difficult to get. After all, she has very strained ties with the company that can give what Lin wants. Lin said that he was contacted by people from the Chinese department and wanted to see if they could help, but they couldn't help Lin solve this problem. The girl told Lin that if he wants to sit down with these people at the negotiating table, he needs to offer something of equal value so that they would also be interested in taking part in it. Lin was very grateful to the girl for her help and the fact that she helped him understand this problem more extensively, and he found the answer to his question. The girl was glad to help him with this because she understands that Lin does not have much experience, and he clearly does not know a lot of things in this world and has little understanding. Lin said that he had business, so he had to leave and couldn't stay long. So he said, "Thanks for the consultation," and left. Then Lin went to the marketing office to ask some questions for himself. Otherwise, he is still not sure about some things. He entered the office with a very stern look and clearly not very happy face. But he did this on purpose to show his intentions and so that everyone would understand who he is. There were already some people waiting for Lin who wanted to talk to him and negotiate. But we first had to find a common language and understand who wants what. Some people didn't know what to expect from Lin because they didn't know him very well, and that's why they were even a little afraid of him as a person. The girl began to introduce Lin to everyone who was in the middle. After all, it was very important to understand with whom Lin would talk and communicate. Lin began to get acquainted with everyone who was in this room. After all, I wanted to leave a good impression of myself and show myself. Lin noticed that people were very kind to him, and he clearly wanted to make friends with Lin and agree on something important and very interesting. The girl said that if they are ready, they can sit down in their seats and start communicating with each other. After all, this was the essence of the meeting. But for Lin, it was not just a meeting, but a whole interview in which Lin just had to give answers to the questions that the girl would ask. When Lin was asked why he was building a school, he answered so that his childhood dreams would go astray and everything would be fine. The girl carefully watched Lin to make sure he did everything right. After all, it is very easy and simple to run into failure, so you need to be sure. An hour later, they were already leaving and said that everything was just super. Ori is very pleased with the material we were able to film. Then the girl stopped Lin and gave him some paper in his hand. He could not understand what it was and why he needed it at all, but it turned out to be a check for 10 million that Lin received from the girl. He didn't even know what to say to her face after that. But this is not ordinary money, but money from the girl's mother. After all, she found out that Lin wanted to build a school and decided to give it to him for repairs and for the road. Then the girl asked if Lin had any plans. And then there is one person who really wants to meet Lin from doing this. Lin said that he would think about this proposal, because not everything is as simple as it seems to everyone at first glance. Then Lin went about his business because he didn't want to annoy the girl and interfere with her work. After all, it's already difficult to do it yourself, and then there are others. Then the flirt comes into the office and sees the girl changing clothes, and he was very scared by this and did not know what to do next. The girl was also in complete shock from this moment of the meeting. No one would have thought such a thing could happen to Lin, but it all happened by chance. Lin asked the girl why she changed clothes at work. Otherwise, it's not convenient on his part, and he was clearly surprised by this. The girl didn't know that Lin would come, so she thought that she could change clothes calmly. But not everything is as simple as it seems. Pot from Lin gives a check for donations for the school and says that all this money should go there. This is what they told him, and he must do all this. The girl said that in this case, they would not have to spend any money at all. After all, they already have the necessary amount to pay expenses. But the girl was wondering where Lin got such a check. After all, the person of the company is very influential and the richest in this city, as he did. Lin was simply shocked when he found out the condition of the girl's mother. He couldn't even imagine that she had such a big company. It was just a shock for him. He told the girl not to transfer the money yet. Otherwise, he first needed to find out and study everything. After all, this is very old for him. Compared to her company, Flint is just a small kid who can't even compare with her. This is a very big company. Then Lin met a girl who should take him to one place. But first, they will need to sort out transportation. Lin said that everyone should follow him because they first need to buy a car in order to travel further. Therefore, you first need to find a car, and then you can go. The girls sat and waited for Lin to choose a car for their trip. Otherwise, without a car, it will be very difficult to get to your destination. Lin looked at one model for himself. He really liked the model, and he decided to find out what the price was and how much it would cost him. The girl came up and immediately said that this model would be more expensive because of the bright color. Therefore, you will need to overpay a little, but this car has good equipment. Lin said that he was buying it right away because he was sure that this car would definitely suit him, and it would be good to drive it to the point he needed. Then the girl who was with Lin began to leave and asked to go to the restroom. Lin said that let him go because you need to be ready for the trip. Then the girl called her boss and said that Lin had spent money that was supposed to go to charity to buy a new car. But the boss started yelling at the girl and asking what kind of jokes were in her head, because this couldn't be happening. After all, Lin will definitely not do such a thing. Moreover, the boss said that Lin does not yet have access to the money that should go to charity. So don't be so nervous. From that moment on, the girl did not understand anything and did not know at all what to do next and how to act. Otherwise, it turns out she said too much about Lin. Lin had already prepared a contract for the purchase and sale of the car and all other documents. It was ahead of schedule quickly. Lin took the pen and already wanted to sign the documents that would confirm that this was his car. This way, everything will be clear. But then, Elemen suddenly changed his mind and wanted to give the girl this car so that she could ride and be happy. The girl looked at it all and didn't understand where Lin got such money for such gifts. It is very strange to give such an expensive gift to your lover. The girl began to sign so that the car was definitely hers, and especially so that everything could be registered in her name. It will be much more convenient this way. The girl congratulated them and said that now they could go and look at their new car. The girl will guide them and show them everything. They all started to get into the car, and Lin said that let the girl get behind the wheel and go first. After all, this is her car now completely. The girl wanted to sit down, but Lin said that now they no longer needed her escort. Therefore, they will go on their own and go. After that, they left the girl at the car dealership. After all, she was clearly very bad and not very kind towards Lin. The girl really liked the car and was glad that it was hers now. No one has ever given her such emotions in this life. I just showed her the map that she would need to follow to get to the right place on the map. Therefore, you need to hurry to be in time. Then, when the girl realized where to go, they gave a little speed and began to accelerate. After all, they wanted to have time to complete the plans they had. When Lin arrived, the children immediately recognized him and started running up to him. After all, they have known him for a long time and remember his kindness. Lin was very glad to see them all, because he had long wanted to communicate with them and generally find out how they were doing. And then a lot of time has already passed. The children all ran to Lin to hug and rejoice at him because for them, he is like a second father to everyone. They are very happy about him. He wanted to give everyone attention so that none of the children felt disadvantaged, because it's very bad when not all children receive worthy attention. The woman who looks after the kids was very shocked when she saw Lin. After all, he obviously arrived very unexpectedly for her, and she had not prepared for his arrival at all. But the woman was glad to see Lin because he had not visited them for a long time, so they wanted to spend some time with him and see how he was doing. Then Lin introduced the girl who was with him. She also wanted to meet the kids. After all, they were all very nice and good. The woman was very happy about such an unexpected visit because Lin is actually a very good and kind person, and everyone is always happy to see him. The woman immediately began asking how Lin was doing in general and how long he had come to see them. Otherwise, they didn't even think about accepting such guests. Lin was immediately fed delicious food so that they would not be hungry because the road was long and they needed to eat tasty food. And Lin was immediately offered to stay with them and sleep. Lin said that he would definitely come back because he had a lot to do in the city and would still have time to see each other and chat a little. Then Lin already began to leave and go about his business because he needed to have time to get to his destination and get there in order to be on time. Lin took 2 rooms so that they could rest properly. After all, we are very tired from the road and need rest and good sleep. But the girls said that there is no need to spend money because 1 room is enough, and it's an extra expense and it's not worth it. Lin took 1 room to make it more convenient for them because the girl didn't want Lin to spend so much on her. Moreover, he did not want them to be far from each other. Lin began to sort through his things and see what was best for him to wear and change into. After all, it's difficult to wear the same thing all day. Then the tench changed clothes and was completely ready to go about his business. After all, you need to look exactly the way you want. This is very important for him. They started driving and doing their own thing along the way. And then suddenly they saw a lot of people standing right on the road, and it was very strange. These people stood on the road with some strange round boxes, in which there was clearly something, but it was not clear what. Lin shouted for them to get out of the way so he could pass the girl in the car. This is very important for him, otherwise he really can't do anything. People all immediately started running to the car so that Lin could buy something from them. After all, the main thing for them is to sell their goods at any cost and as quickly as possible. But the fish had a very smell of not fresh fish. Lin realized that he would definitely not buy this fish because it was not good and there was no need to spend money on it. But the woman said that this is how it should be. It's the smell of someone else's fish and this is normal. There is no need to be scared. This is how it should be. Lin realized that they just wanted to fool him and this is all not true and the fish should not be the way it is now. This is very bad. Lin began to aggressively ask them to remove their boxes of fish and get out of the way, because he could not drive normally because of this. But no one wanted to leave until Lin bought fish from them. This was their demand. Otherwise, they would not let Lin in, and they would not be able to go anywhere from this place. The girl was very unhappy that in her hometown, people behaved in such an uncultured manner. After all, Lin is in fact a guest, and it is very rude to behave this way. Lin told the girl to let him in, and he would get behind the wheel of the car and solve this problem. Otherwise, he sees that it is clearly impossible to do without his salvation. Lin got behind the wheel of the car and realized that he needed to quickly solve this problem. Otherwise, he simply had no other choice. The main thing is to do everything very quickly. People didn't want to go anywhere because they knew for sure that the car wouldn't be able to get around them because it was already very large and bulky. But Lin was still able to go and some fish fell to the floor. But in fact, people are to blame for this. And Lin managed to drive through it all. A lot of fish left, and people were very unhappy that Lin did this. After all, they had been selling this fish for a long time, and they needed the opportunity to get money for it. Lin was in a hurry, so he didn't have the opportunity to talk to those guys for a long time. He wanted to get as far away from them as possible. They raced very quickly in the car to ensure they had time to do everything they planned and wanted. Otherwise, it will soon be evening and you need to have time to get everything done. Lin stood with the girl and tried a little to trim her, because the girl was at her mother's grave. It's very difficult to bear everything because she's been gone for a long time. Then the girl heard some sounds and saw someone riding along him on a motorcycle. It was very unexpected that he would appear right here. Lin didn't understand who he was and what he forgot. because it was very strange to see him in such a video and at such an unexpected time. It turned out to be the girl's brother, and he clearly wanted to know or ask something. After all, he didn't just suddenly appear out of nowhere. The girl thought that perhaps he needed something and he came to ask the girl for something. That's why he ran so fast and raced on his motorcycle. The girl was not very happy that her brother came, otherwise she was not on very good terms with him. But it was clear that my brother already needed something. She began to communicate with her sister and say that he was very happy to see her. After all, she had not come for a long time, and he knew that the girl would come for him. But the girl understood perfectly well that her brother doesn't care about his sister. He always just needs something, and that's all. He doesn't want anything else. The brother began to ask the girl for money. Otherwise, he doesn't have enough of it and needs help in going to his mother's grave and buying fertilizer to cultivate her grave. The girl said that she gave a lot of money this year too, but she knows that her brother is simply losing them and nothing more. The guy didn't like that the girl didn't want to give him money, and he started demanding it because he simply had no other choice. The girl hit the guy in the face so that he would come to his senses and stop saying nonsense. Otherwise, he clearly says a lot of unnecessary things. The girl said that she would not give money to her brother, no matter how much he asked. After all, she understands that it is pointless and he constantly loses them. But her brother began to threaten the girl that he would go to the hospital where she works and tell everyone that she is a very bad doctor and ruin her reputation. Lin said that he would help the girl solve this problem so that there would be no more such misunderstandings. Otherwise, this is very scary for a girl. Lin asked the guy where they live. Let him show him because Lin has one very good idea, which he wants to pay in reality. The guy said that they should just follow him and nothing else would be needed. This will happen very quickly, and they will be able to solve this problem with money. Then Lin began to look around to understand which house the girl's parents lived in. This was very important to him. Then Lin found a boring house and kicked the door off. It was very effective and unexpected for everyone who was there and saw it. Then Lin went into the middle of the house to see what was there, and what he saw did not surprise him at all. A drunken father was sitting at the table who had obviously been drinking for a long time. He was like a real drunk, and it was very clear from him. Lin started asking if he was asking the girl for money, because he wants to know this information very urgently. But the man said that if the daughter hurts the family, then that's normal. But it's generally not very normal to behave this way. Lin took the knife and threw it directly on the wooden table and made it clear that he definitely came with very serious intentions and without conflict. But Lin very much intimidated the guys so that they would no longer ask the girl for money. Otherwise, it's not always possible to earn enough money. The guys realized that it was best not to touch this edge at all, otherwise it was very scary for the guys. They immediately got scared and realized that they were wrong and this couldn't be done anymore. Otherwise, you can't be rude to others. Then Lin began to leave with the girl and said something under his breath, but it was very difficult to figure out what he told her then and suggested. Then Lin saw a lot of very angry people and did not understand where they came from and what they should do in this situation. Otherwise, it doesn't work out very well. There were a lot of people, and they all clearly wanted something from Lin, but it was not very clear what they all wanted from him then. He began to ask what was the matter and what happened then, why people began to behave this way towards Lin. In general, it turns out. Some very angry guys had already started to tighten their elbows because they were planning to start a fight right there near the guy's car. The guys wanted to attack Lin and fight him. He clearly did not behave very well, although in fact he was not guilty of anything. The girl was very afraid for Lin, so that he would not be killed later, because he was alone. And there were a lot of people who wanted to beat him. And it was not clear what to do next. Then some guy appeared and started saying something and communicating with everyone. But it was not clear where he even came from. He was a decently big guy and he was clearly popular in this town. After all the people were very glad to see him, and everyone was watching what he would do with Lin. He wanted to understand what happened and why there was so much noise around and everyone was so aggressive. After all, before this, everything was good and normal. But now it's not. And one local resident began pointing his finger directly at Lin that he owed them money for the fish because he had spoiled it, and now it could not be properly sold to people. One guy even felt bad because of this. His fish disappeared and he couldn't sell it. It was very bad for him, but it was not Lin's fault. This guy started demanding money from Lin so that he would fully reimburse him for everything and give the money to people. This is very important. But Lin said, since when is highway robbery a business? They themselves got what they wanted and there is no need to be surprised, it is so. Then the guy began to shout at Dean very loudly and behave aggressively. After all, he realized that Flint was unlikely to give him the money he should give to people. The guy said that this matter could only be hushed up with a converted bag, and it was 200,000. That's how much he should give him, and then everything will be fine. After these words, Lin simply hit this guy right in the face so that he would not say anything like that to him and the girl again. The guy was surprised that he was hit so unexpectedly because he didn't think that Lin could do such a thing. It had been a long time since he had been hit in the face. The guy said that he would call his father and he would decide everything for him. After all, the guy understood that it was difficult for him to fight against Lin. Then his father arrived in a police car and wanted to find out who had offended his son, because his son had been offended and he needed to solve this problem. But this man recognized Lin and was very pleased that he was able to find him. And before that he tried, and he couldn't do it in any way. Lin told the truth that his son was demanding money from Lin, even though he had done nothing wrong. And he acted fairly to himself and to others. Then the father himself gave his son a slap in the face so that he would not touch respected people again. After all, Lin is a very influential person and cannot be treated like that. The guy felt very bad because of this, and he couldn't even speak normally. But the guy got his way and couldn't teach him anything like that again, because his father wanted to teach him a lesson. Everyone was shocked when they saw how the guy hit his father. It was very rude, and now everyone realized that Lin is a very influential guy and not simple. And Lin just left with his girlfriend and didn't want to come back to it anymore. After all, he understood that it was useless if you treated him like that. Everyone began to swear to him to show their respect because Flint really had good intentions and did not want harm to anyone. Everyone was very scared because Lin very quickly changed his status in this small town. And everyone understood that he was not an ordinary guy and should be treated with respect. Then Lin explained the whole situation that happened and made it clear that this was not an accident. People started doing everything intentionally and just wanted to fool him and rob him. Then they went to a restaurant to have a quick meal, and the man wanted to make amends to such people who live in his city. After all, it was not convenient for him that this happened. Lin said who wants to invest money in building a school and named the company that wants to do this. After all, this is indeed the case. The man was surprised because he had known this company for a long time, but did not understand how it invested part of its money in Lin's project to build a school. Lin said that he would send his man later to discuss the construction and come to an agreement with everyone. Otherwise, there will be situations that are not very clear. The man agreed, because it's freedom itself to go through such a long time at the highest level, because it's all just for children. Therefore, everything needs to be done very well. Then the girls began to go about their business because they had a lot more to do, and they obviously didn't have time to do everything planned. While riding, Lin taught the girl to drive well and follow all the rules. After all, it was clear that she was a little afraid and was not confident in driving the car. Then, Lin came to his work and brought souvenirs to everyone who was in the office. After all, it was a small gift from him. The girl was very glad that she had such a caring boss and that she could receive such gifts just like that from him. She thought it was very cool. Lin told the whole truth about the city, that it is very poor and everything is very bad there and they definitely need school more than ever. Therefore, you need to hurry very much. All the employees were very happy to see Lin at work because he had not been in their office for a long time, and then unexpectedly came with such a visit. At this time, the girl was working and trying to figure out the delivery of the cargo so that it would come straight from the warehouse and be delivered to where it needed to be on time. Lin said that soon their competitors would collapse and they would definitely have nothing to do. Lin knows the best way to destroy their company. Lin's employees really like this attitude. They wanted to destroy competitors. This is very cool and you need to have courage to take such a great step. The next day, Lin decided to go to an event and see what some people were doing. After all, their actions can greatly hinder him, so he needs to act. There were a lot of people at this event, and it is very strange that there are so many of them, and they are all standing and waiting. After all, this is not a simple event and quite expensive. Lin also had this event to find out some information for himself. Otherwise, he doesn't have much about her. especially since he will see a lot of people new to him. One girl I knew saw Dean and immediately asked what he forgot in this place, and how he was able to get here is very strange. But Lin said that he only came to see what would happen next, and that's all. There will be no more problems at all, Lin actually said. He said goodbye to the girl and began to leave because he simply had no time for all this. It's very difficult to get everything done. The girl was very angry because she doesn't know what to expect from Lin and what he can come up with while she's gone. There were so many people in the building that there was practically no place to go or go. It was very difficult to sort everything out and find the right people among others. The son and father began to communicate with each other and discuss various events. But my father was a little nervous, so it was difficult for him to concentrate and behave calmly. The man told his son that later, when his father could no longer own the company, his son would own it. After all, he will definitely be able to do everything and have time to work everywhere. Then the girl began to say that she came for a reason. They will start the conference soon, and then everything will be fine and they will be able to start. The girl immediately started talking about the product and its advantages. After all, he is very good and cool, so this project will be better than the one that was. The girl then began to talk very nicely and well about the product. After all, it is really very good and durable. Then a guy appeared who wanted to ask some questions. He clearly knew and wanted to chat with this girl. The main thing was to know what to ask, and then everything would be fine. Lin looked at it all and was completely surprised because he was interested in understanding how it would all end and where it could go and how far. And this guy started asking his insidious questions in order to find out the whole essence and a little more than he wanted. But the main goal of the guy is to knock the girl out and make her shake on stage. The guy said that this girl stole a patented technology from one company. After all, only one company had such technology, and that's it. People were shocked when they heard this, because they did not expect that someone would be able to say such a thing and tell it to the public. It seemed very strange to them. The girl said that she couldn't answer this question, and that's it. And the guy was pleased with himself that he managed to find a way and a question to get to the bottom of this company. Therefore, the girl decided to invite another guy to answer this question, and he began to go on stage to tell everything as it is. Then Lin came out, and no one expected this, because he was clearly not in the plans. And no one could even think that Lin would come out and answer questions. The guy was simply in shock and didn't even know what to say to him or what excuse to come up with for this. After all, this was really very unexpected for him. The father asked his son if he knew this guy who just came on stage. After all, something was clearly visible from the facial expressions and was not really clear. The guy said that he would be responsible for all his deeds and the spokes in the wheels that he put. After all, Lin is not an ordinary person, and he will clearly be responsible for his actions. The girl began to introduce Lin and show him as a representative so that he could accurately answer all the questions and prove his project as the best among others. The girl was also shocked when she heard that Lin had become the director of another company. For her, it became very strange and not understood how this happened. Lin himself began to speak into the microphone and communicate with everyone to make it clear his intentions and how he generally sees the future of some companies and more. People asked that Lin could give an answer to some questions because they are very angry because of this and are waiting for someone to help them in this matter. Then Lin said that he was going to release on that day, and it's not as easy as it seems. The main thing is that everyone listens to Lin and understands him as a director. Lin also started talking about chips and that they were also being developed. All this will go to a very large production, and soon all people will know about them. Everyone began to listen to Lin very carefully, and everyone wanted to understand what he was talking about and where he got it all from. After all, no one really knows him. The guy was shocked when he began to hear what Lin was saying. He clearly did not expect this from him. After all, he simply underestimated him, and that's all. But the guy tried to ask provocative questions so that the audience would definitely not listen to Lin. But the guy wasn't very good at it. Lin answered everything very confidently, so it was difficult not to believe him and disagree with his opinions. The main thing was to understand what Lin was saying, and that's it. When the guy realized that he was not succeeding, he no longer knew how to behave, because any of his questions Lin could always find an answer to them. The girl realized that her company would soon be over, and they would no longer be able to work normally as they had done before. Then Lin ended the conference and said that everyone could leave because he was no longer holding anyone, and that was all. Lin's competitors were very angry with him because he said things that were very difficult for them and ruined their reputation. They didn't know what they would do next, but in fact, Lin told the truth and nothing but the truth, so there was no need to be surprised by all this. The main thing is to accept it as it is. The competitors were very angry with Lin that he had so cleverly deceived and fooled them. He clearly knew how to make sure they couldn't do anything against Lin. Lin approached the old man and said that times are changing, so let him take his son and go as a lady. They won't be able to do anything to him now. Then they called Lin and asked how he did it to eliminate his competitors. This was his doing, because Lin did everything very quietly and inconspicuously. But Lin said that he had been preparing for this for a long time, and this all clearly did not happen by accident. The main thing was to do everything on time and take some steps correctly, and that's it. The company has a lot of capital and soon there will be nothing left of it. The girl understood this immediately as she saw Lin's performances. But Lin said that let the girl dress nicely because he needs to know that he will be rewarded later and he will get a good prize for dinner. Then Lin went to eat with the girl who called him right after he finished his conference. It was quite fast and unexpected. The girl made a very tasty dinner for Lin because he was very hungry and wanted to eat properly. Therefore, he needed to eat well. Then Lin had a very serious conversation that he really needed because everything was for the sake of this call from one person. The girl was able to learn a lot about Lin and realized that he did not want to run away from his competitors. He wanted to reach this particular person. For the girl, it was not a big shock. Even she could not think such a thing about Lin. So it wasn't very good for her. Lin then immediately called his man and told him to start acting on his instructions, as they had agreed before. And now they don't have much time. Then, after a while, the competitor's warehouse began to burn, and this was very unexpected for them, because now they will fail faster. No one knew how this happened and why exactly this was the case, because before that everything was normal and there were no problems with it all. Everyone was very frightened and did not understand who could come up with this and do it, especially in such a short time for them. It was very strange. The guy recruited people and told them to quickly start putting out the fire, otherwise everything would completely burn out and there would be big problems and losses. The next day, Lin went to work to sort out his affairs. Otherwise, he has a lot of problems now, and it's tedious to solve some complex issues and find out information. Then Lena is a Starkita girl and immediately started trying to figure out where he had disappeared. Otherwise, there was a lot of work piled up, and he was still nowhere to be found, which was very strange. Lin said that he would do everything that was needed, and everything would be fine. The main thing was to have time to finish everything and solve some very important problems. Therefore, he must hurry to get everything done. Then the girl gives Lin the entire list of the patient so that he can study it and be able to cure the patient. After all, it is his job as a doctor to do everything. Lin was simply shocked when he saw a patient who needed treatment. This is not as simple as it seems, and everything needs to be thought up and done very quickly. This was the same guy whose company he squeezed out of and essentially destroyed. It was very powerful to remove a competitor the way Lin did. The girl said that he heard that the guy is an entrepreneur and quite a rich man. Therefore, you need to be careful with it and not do unnecessary actions. Lin realized that they would meet again, and Lin would again be an eyesore for this guy. Lin realized that he would definitely not feel very well at this time. But Lin said that he would perform the operation and everything would be fine. The main thing is to study everything for him and understand how it works, and there is nothing more about people. When Lin walked along the corridor, he saw one close to the man who was now undergoing treatment. And he couldn't bring up what Lin forgot in this hospital. Lin said that let the guy look at him carefully and be able to see the white robe Lin was wearing. This will be a clue for him, and he will find out who Lin really is. They were shocked when they learned that Lin was the chief surgeon in this department. For them, it was a complete shock and surprise how this happened on that day. The girl thought that Lin just wanted to destroy his dad so that he would definitely not be able to do anything. It's very sad for the two of them to watch. Lin said that this is a very risky operation and is not easy to do, but you need to try to do it in time if everyone agrees and no one is against it. But they immediately started aggressively pointing fingers at him and discussing him. This is very bad for them because Lin knows what he is doing for others. Lin said that even if their father dies, there will be no claims against him. After all, they signed agreements regarding the death of a person during an operation. After these words, there was no end to people's anger. They were very angry and didn't even know what to say or how to solve this problem because they couldn't do anything. The girl lost consciousness and fell straight to the floor, which was very strange for Lin. After all, everything seemed to be normal and without any problems. Lin asked why the doctors weren't doing anything because the man was ill and needed help quickly. Because it's their job to save other people's lives. The family was very worried about what would happen to their father and how he would survive all this. After all, not everyone can do it so easily. Relatives wanted to know how to find my father there and how his health was in general. Otherwise, everything was very unclear what, where, and how in general. The guy was very worried about his business and didn't know what to do or how to act. And then a lot of problems fell at once. Then Lin attended an event and was interested in relaxing and chatting for a while. After all, he always has business conversations that need to be discussed and discussed. The guy called to Lin to come to him, otherwise they were all moving in together and for him to come over. It will be very cool for all of them. Then the guy introduced Lin so that everyone would understand who he is and how to contact him. After all, this is very important when you are in a new company. The guy told Lin to sit where he was comfortable and where he liked. After all, they certainly won't go to David sober, that's for sure. As soon as Lin sat down, he said that he had words that he wanted to say. And for this, he needs attention so that everyone can hear and understand. The guy said that Lin could talk and say what he wanted. They listened to him attentively and give him all his attention at that moment. The main thing is that it does not last very long. Lin said, "I don't know anyone from the bank because he wants to take out a loan, and for this, he needs a little help. Otherwise, he himself will not be able to cope with this in any way." One guy said that he had one friend who could help Lin in this matter and solve his problem. You just need to find out everything and give a specific answer. Lin said that his capital is already very large and he does not need help. After all, this will not be enough. You need to have other opportunities to get money quickly. The main thing for Link is to have time to do what he planned. This will be his calling card, and he will be able to solve one problem that worries him so much. The guys were surprised, and when they heard how much money Lin owns, it was very strong and powerful on his part. Not everyone can repeat this. But during the conversation, the guys understood why Lin needed money and why he came up with all this. He wants to attack one person who has been sharpening a knife on him for a very long time. Then, one guy sat down with Lin and asked him if he could help. After all, he has the opportunity to get a couple of billions to give them to Lin. There's no problem with that. And the guys have a couple of billion and they can also help Lin, so there is no need for this. Everything can be solved very quickly and very easily. But Lin said that he didn't need help. He could handle it himself and sort it out. He knows how it all works and roughly understands how much money he needs. He just said that it wouldn't be so fun for him if the guys got involved in this business. He wants to completely resolve this issue himself, and he knows how to do this. The guys began to ask if Lin was confident in his abilities and that he could deal with such a person. After all, this will not be easy to do and quite difficult. But the battle has already begun and Lin will not retreat and will go all the way to the end. He simply has no choice, and that's all. But the guy said that if there are problems, let him call and they can help. There is no problem with this because they are all friends. Well, if necessary, they can help Lin with a loan and the guys know how to do this. So if he needs help, they can quickly help him. Lin said he could pawn everything he had to get exactly the amount he needed and work with it in the future. The guys couldn't understand why he needed such a lot of money, because it was a really impressive amount of money that Lin wanted to put together. But Lin said that he is going to start a big game, and for this he needs to understand a little things, and that's it. The guy calculated that all that Lin wanted to pledge would be about 45 billion, and this was all his property. The amount is very large if you think about it. Lin said, "The main thing is that the bank keeps this all secret and then everything will be fine. Otherwise, there may be some problems later." But one guy said that there would be no problems with this at all. The main thing is that he does his part and signs everything correctly. This is the most important thing, and that's all. Lena would be lucky not to use the chip for her own purposes to solve the problem with this guy. After all, this can be done if used correctly. But Lin said he didn't want to play all the cards and let some be up his sleeve. After all, he cannot have a plan B and must adhere to other tactics. Everyone drank to their health so that everything would work out for everyone and Lin could achieve his goal. This is very important for him, and not only for him. The next day, Lin immediately went about his business because he was a little busy. Therefore, I could not rest properly. Then Lin got a call and was told that the people had done what he asked. And Ding said that this is very good and let people continue to do everything on time. The guy told Lin how much he could get if he pledged part of his capital. After all, in this matter, the main thing is to calculate everything correctly and find the number. Lin said that he cannot pledge everything because he only has part of the capital, and he has the other part but cannot pledge it, and here he needs to think about how and what. Lin said he would call when everything was ready and give a sign. After all, this is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Then a girl who works for Lin came running and said that we urgently needed to go and talk. Otherwise, she has important information. There is a problem with one company, and it does not know how to solve this problem. And we urgently need to come up with something for this while there is time. The company's shares also began to collapse and shares were being sold. So we need to come up with something and solve this situation. Otherwise, the company will be over. The girl was simply shocked when she saw how Lin calmly reacted to this situation. Therefore, it was very scary for her to see this. He told her to keep an eye on the market index and not to panic. This is very important to do in such a situation. The girl was very surprised that Lin behaved so calmly. It was very cool, and she could not think that he could control himself in such a problem. Lin wanted to try to stop this and solve this problem. Otherwise, it is not so easy to understand and difficult to understand everything. Everyone was waiting for Lin because they wanted to hear what he would say in such a situation and what they should do next. After all, it's not all that easy to digest on your own. The shares began to fall and fall every minute. It was very difficult to understand why, after all, before that everything was fine and there was no need to be afraid of it. Link was interested in understanding why this was happening and what caused such providence on the chart. It's very strange, to be honest. The girl also wanted to understand how to help Lin. In order to solve the problem, she needed to think about what to do correctly so that everything would work out. The guy said that he had already destroyed the company of competitors, and now it would be much easier to move to try new ceilings. Therefore, Lin said that war had been declared on them, and they would need to prepare because there would be battles and perhaps difficult times. The girl was shocked when she heard this from Lin, because that's a point, and the company itself may suffer badly from this, and nothing else can be eliminated from it. This is very bad. Lin said that he could solve everything. The main thing is to have time to do everything as he says, and then it will be very cool. After all, he has a good plan, and you just need to stick to it. Then when people found out that Lin still had 45 billion, they were simply shocked. After all, he obviously did it very unexpectedly, and everyone could not simply believe it. Other people began to discuss what Lin was doing and talk about the war that was between them. This is very important for both of them to understand. The guy said that his friend would not calm down until he got the desired result. After all, he has known his friend for a long time and has been with him for many years. The guys were well prepared to beat Lin and win it, but this will clearly not be easy because everyone has their own plan for each other. The guys realized that this game would be very tough, because in every business, there is no mercy, only suffering and work. This has always been and will be. The guys were ready to fight to the last because they knew that there would be nothing left of Lin alive. They had a very strong plan against him. The guy said that they need to hurry up and do everything with the securities. Otherwise, they may not have time to do what needs to be done and be very late. They all began to quickly figure it out and learn detailed information about what works and how, to understand and then study everything and beat everyone. Everyone hoped that the boss would win and began to believe him because for them, he is the most important guy in the building. And there is nothing wrong with this. The main thing is to perceive everything correctly. But everyone understood that something was wrong with them because the shares they were selling began to immediately be bought back. This is not good for them. Then the boss told the guy to buy another 10 billion worth of shares, and then they would have a chance to win. And now the chances are simple. They thought that Lin didn't have enough to buy back all the shares they were selling. It will simply not be possible for him to do this. The guys realized that they would have nowhere to get another 10 billion, and therefore Lin would not be able to win this battle against these guys. The guys realized that Lin could not win this fight at all. It will simply be impossible for him to do this with such little capital as he has. The guy decided to call Lin and find out how he was generally feeling and how he was feeling. After all, it's clear that it's definitely not easy for him to achieve what the guy achieved. The guy wanted to laugh at Lina and how he lost to him in this battle. After all, the guy won it and Lin completely lost everything he had. But Lin said that as the guy gets older, how many more shares can he throw into the market? After all, Lin wants to buy all this, and he has the money. The guy was very offended, and he didn't like Lin's tone and what he told him. The guy obviously expected to hear a different voice and words. The guy told him the same thing that Lin told him a minute ago, directly into the phone. It was very strange to watch from the outside and understand it all. The guys were already on edge because they clearly didn't like what Lin said, and they had to think something else to understand how to proceed. They continued to throw money away to sell the shares, but their goal was to crash the price so that it would fall and they could not do anything. The guy said to continue throwing because they simply have no choice and need to act quickly and continue, as long as they have the opportunity. The guy said that he understood what he was told and immediately went to carry out the order that he had just received from his boss because it was very important. The guy said that they definitely don't have enough money, otherwise to buy all the shares they need to have 40 billion. And this is a very large amount and few people own it. So there is no point for them to get upset and even think about losing. After all, Lin definitely won't have the same opportunities as them and there's no need to work yourself up like that, said the guy who was standing next to him. The guy understood that if he lost to Lin, then his reputation would be completely over, and it wouldn't be anything at all. He needs to win this battle at all costs. Then they all went together to rest a little. Otherwise, they were very tired of working all day and it was tedious to give themselves a little rest. The girl carefully studied how Lin was doing and how he was feeling in general. Otherwise, she wanted to understand whether he had a chance or not. The man thought that Lin took out a loan because there was simply no other way out. And Lin can definitely do this because he is a very risky guy. But the girl thinks that Lin did not take out a loan and this cannot happen. He clearly knew what he was getting into and prepared, but no one knows Lena well. But the man said that, in fact, Lin could have mortgaged all his businesses and so received money. There was nothing difficult about it, but it's very relaxed. Or he simply won't have all or nothing else to choose from. So this method is not very good for Lin. Lin felt very calm because he understood that he would win this battle. He had a plan that would definitely not let him down. Then the guy called and he wanted to find out if Lin had taken out a loan and in general how he got that amount of money. It was very strange for him. The guys couldn't understand how Lin was able to get that kind of money and what he did. After all, his company and business are in operation and he continues to buy out everything he wants. They said that Lin could not keep so much to himself. It would be very strange for him to do such a thing. The guy said that he should throw away the shares. They want to see how long Lin will last and how long he can withstand, because it's not easy. At this time, a friend of his came to Lin, and Lin did not understand why she needed him at all. Before this, she had not looked for him at all and did not know where he was. He wanted to understand why she needed him at all and what she wanted to do. After all, he has a lot of questions and few answers for the girl. But the girl asked if Flint had mortgaged his company in order to buy back all the shares that were needed. After all, he is fighting with very powerful guys. But Tink took the girl's hand and said that let her follow him and understand everything in time. The main thing is to do everything as quickly as possible and without any problems. Lin said that he has time and will soon receive a large amount of money to continue fighting with the guys. He will have 30 billion in his hands, and this is very cool for him. The girl did not expect such a large and impressive amount from Lin. After all, 30 billion is a lot, especially for one person. The guy told the girl not to worry anymore and then everything would be fine. The main thing is to stick to the rating that Lin has and then everything will work out for him. The girl wanted to ask Lin if she could help Lin with something. After all, she understands that everything is already difficult for Lin, and it's not so easy to cope with everything. Lin told the girl to tell everyone that she was pregnant by him and would soon give birth, and the fact that they are getting married soon, and then Lin will definitely win. The guys were nervous and didn't know what to do or how to act. Otherwise, they understood that Lin could unexpectedly beat them, and they would lose money. Lin took the market completely under his control and now everything is normal and stable. But he plans to win this war completely. But Lin plans to completely buy out all their shares in order to finish this show and be completely calm and satisfied with his result. The guys also threw away 32 billion, and Lin was able to handle this amount without any problems. He was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. The guy who saw this himself was shocked and did not think that Lin could do this in such a short time. The guy started to get very angry because Lin shouldn't have that much money. In this case, something is wrong, and the couple simply don't understand how he does it. Plus, the guys didn't give Lin a loan, and they especially don't understand where he could get the money. This is very strange and incomprehensible to all of them together. Perhaps the guy has other financial sources that no one knows about. And perhaps that's where he takes the money, and that's the only way he invests and buys shares. The guys began to understand that this was not Lena's money. And perhaps this was just his trick to deceive everyone, and how offensive it was to come out on top and get a good profit from it. The guy said that he could borrow another 60 billion, and in this case, Lin would definitely not be able to resist him. After all, this is a very large amount of money. The guys were interested in understanding how long Lin could hold out and how long he would last, and then they don't have much time either. Then one guy appeared, who clearly wanted to find out information that was very valuable to him. And he decided to bribe the girl with money so that she would go for coffee with him. The girl, of course, agreed because this was her annual salary, and she could get it in a couple of minutes of communication. This is very beneficial on her part. Well, the girl decided to take this step. The main thing was simply to finally get money for this meeting and for this communication. The guy immediately started asking if the girl knew Lin and if she even knew such a person. After all, the guy really needs information about him. The girl said that he changes women very often, and that's not very good. After all, a man shouldn't behave this way and change girls so often. The guy said that as far as Lin knows, he's not even married, and maybe he doesn't have one, and only different temporary girls appear, and that's all. The girl said that Lin bought his friend a car as soon as she arrived on the plane. It was very strange to look at from the outside. The guy immediately began to write everything down in order to have notes regarding Lin and how he generally behaved. This is very important in analysis. But then the girl took the card, and the guy told her the password, so that she can safely use it and spend money wherever she sees fit. Lin was talking on the phone at this time and discussing important points for him regarding work, and concluding a new agreement to buy medicine. Then they called Lin and said that they had stopped selling shares and the market had become stable and normal. And their competitors stopped selling and there are no strong jumps. Lin said that it was time for him to move on and destroy his competitors a little bit so that they would no longer put spokes in his wheel. Lin came and immediately asked if everything was in place because it was important for him that everyone was one of those people who would take part in this matter. The guy said that everyone was already waiting for Lin in the hall and wanted to hear his opinions and generally communicate with him. It was important to understand everything and understand what and how. As soon as Lin entered, he immediately began to look around to understand who was sitting in this room and with whom he would have to do business. Otherwise, he must analyze it all. The girl began to introduce Lin and tell him who he was and what he did. After all, people also need to understand this. But the flirt didn't want to talk for a long time. He said right away that it was best to get down to business and start discussing important matters that need to be resolved. After Lin said a few words, the atmosphere in the hall changed greatly. And this was very noticeable to everyone who was there. One guy started introducing himself and saying who he was and what he did. After all, first of all, you need to show yourself correctly. Then another guy stood up and said that their main task was to create an international laboratory. After all, it will be much easier for all of them. Lin did not understand why these people needed him and what relationship he had with them. LMN could not understand this and figure it out. The guy stood up and immediately began to look towards Lin with a very angry look. And Lin realized that the man was not very happy with what Lin was saying. But Lin didn't like something and said that they should all leave. Then he has nothing to talk to them and communicate if they do not want to come to an agreement. All the people were shocked when they heard Lin say this. This was very unexpected and strange for them. It's a shame that their negotiations don't work that way. The girl began to ask what requirements Lin had that needed to be adhered to. After all, it is very important in a contract that everything is clear and understandable. Lin said that he will participate in drug disassembly and he thinks this is a good way for him to learn a lot of new things and control the whole process. The girls said that this is difficult for them and not very convenient, so they need to come up with a little light brown hairstyle. But Lin said they would remove the price of rare disease drugs. After all, if not, then it will be very expensive for him, and there is no point in buying it. Not everyone understood what Lin wanted to say by this. Otherwise, some did not immediately perceive everything correctly. And they need to explain what and how it works. Lin told you that first he wanted to see what kind of poultice they had and what quality they had. It is very important for him to check everything. Lin said that he wanted to tell him nothing more and that he would not continue the conversation if they did not agree with him. But he sees the situation and solutions in his own way. Then the girl asked Lin when he was leaving if he knew the owner of this hotel. Otherwise, she needed some information and needed to find him at the hotel. Lin said that this was entirely his hotel and no one else's. If they agree to its terms, then they will be able to sign all the necessary papers. But the man began to speak his version and communicate that he knew the best way to do it and, in general, the best way to act. So, it's better not to joke with him. But they all didn't like only the third condition, and everything else seemed to suit them. Otherwise, it is very difficult to work according to other people's conditions and requirements. The girl realized that only a really strong and very smart guy. He does everything and thinks it through very carefully before doing it. One guy said that what Lin came up with makes no sense at all. After all, he doesn't see anything good in this, so there's no need to do it. The girl said that there was nothing wrong with Lin's approach. The main thing is to understand how to join him and get used to it, and then everything will be fine. Now you need to understand his methodology. When it comes to money, morality is not as important as it seems to others. The main thing is to resolve the operational issue and come to an agreement so that everyone is happy. Then the man stood up and said that they should discuss the terms and agree on everything that was needed and what they came up with together and with Tench. After that, Lin went about his business because he needed to resolve some issues, so he did not have the opportunity to communicate and negotiate for a long time. Then they called Lin and said that they had started selling shares again and that they urgently needed to sort this out and understand what and how. Otherwise, if you don't buy it on time, then it will be too late. Lin was a little shocked by this information. He didn't think that the guy would sell shares again. I just thought that the guy had already run out of money to sell. The employees had already given Lin and clearly wanted to communicate with him and talk about some topics. After all, he is their boss, and this is normal during working hours. But Lin was only interested in the situation on the market and how much more shares began to be sold, so that he understood how much more money needed to be invested in all this. Lin was told that about 500 million had been thrown in, and it was not clear how and how so quickly. After all, the amount is not small. The guy started watching the news and wanted to see what the situation was, and he realized that everything seemed to be fine now, and there wasn't as much bad news as it could affect the sale. Lin wanted to understand when those people would run out of money and would no longer be able to submit their shares. Otherwise, Lin also has restrictions in terms of money and cannot waste it. The girl said that this is a game of large scale and it is very dangerous if you constantly increase your investments. This can play a very cruel joke. Lin began to think about what he should do in this situation and how best to proceed. Otherwise, he didn't understand what to do next, and it was tedious to think about everything very carefully. But Lin said it's okay. Let everyone continue to buy back shares. He knows that it will be much better this way because Lin's competitor is a very influential person. And at that moment, Lin decided to go to sleep because he had not slept for a long time and would like to get a good night's sleep. Then LMN called and said that he wanted to mortgage his company because he needed money in order to continue buying back shares in the company. Then he got together with his friends and they decided to talk him out of discussing some issues and matters. After all, this is very important for them. The guy was interested in understanding how things were going with the stocks in general and at what stage it all would fall apart. It's hard to say anything here. Then the guy began to talk about one very rich family that has very great opportunities and power, and they have a lot of money. This says a lot. Without them, the guy would not have been able to find 40 billion. This in itself is clear to anyone. One guy wanted to get an idea of how much money they might have left, but it is very difficult to give a specific answer to this top-growing question. But not everyone can repeat what Lin does, and it's really not easy to invest such an amount. So it is ahead of schedule, strong and courageous to do so. The guys told Lin that if he needed help, they could quickly help him. It was not as difficult as he thought for all of them. But the guy said that he didn't understand Lin's actions and why he was doing this. After all, they can help him, and it will be much easier for him. But he doesn't want that at all. After all, if they can help, then why not use this help? This is a normal phenomenon, and there is nothing special about it. The main thing is to agree correctly. Then they called Lin and asked where he was and how he was feeling. And guy replied that he went to have a little drink and talk. Then a girl came to Lin, and he was very glad to see her because they had not seen each other for a long time. And this was a long time between their last meeting. The girl said that she heard the situation regarding the market and what the situation is on it now. And she's not very good, as the girl realized. Lin told the girl that he also wanted to mortgage the company because it would be much better and there would be more money to buy shares and stay afloat. The girl said that she would help Lin figure out this matter and understand how it all really works and would help him find more money. But Lin did not accept such generous gifts because this was help from the girl. But he doesn't perceive this. It's not normal for a real man. But the girl started screaming at Lin that she wouldn't let them ruin his life. It's not very good that they do this. Lin didn't even know what to answer to this, what the girl said. After all, this is really not true, and it's easy to refuse her this because she can help a lot. The guys said that they could help Lin with this matter and they would also raise money. So there was no need to worry about this whole matter and they would succeed. Then Lin went to work and he needed to have an operation, and it's not as simple as it seems at first glance. The main thing is to do quality work because the patient is very influential. The guys who were against Lin are a little stressed and very smelly. After all, they didn't know how events would continue and, in general, how it could all turn out for them. Then a guy ran in and said that the purchase was for another 100 million, and it was all happening very quickly and not in their favor. The guy was very angry and didn't know what to do or how to continue to live. After all, if they lose, they will lose absolutely everything they have and all their money. The guy said that perhaps Lin was already running out of money and there was not such a big gap between them. Therefore, you need to keep your momentum low and try to continue selling. One guy thought so too and said that you can't take a step back and continue to work and act as they wanted before. The main thing is to reach the end. The guy said that he would completely end Lin's reputation and he would never be in business again. This is his last opportunity and it won't happen again. The girl told Lin that the market had stabilized and was much better than before. Therefore, it is a good sign for them that little by little everything will become stable. Lin was confident in his abilities and that the guys would soon run out of supplies and they simply would not be able to bargain with Lin and fight. But then Lin left and said that he would have an operation very soon, so there would be no way to disturb him or call him. Lin began to get dressed and fully prepare for the operation because it will begin soon, and he needs to be able to immediately go and do it as quickly and efficiently as possible. The operation is not simple, so it was necessary to prepare to treat it more responsibly, because it is not as simple as it seems at first glance. But the problem was that no one had ever performed such an operation, and this would be the first time at such a time. That's why even magazines want to see and watch it. But Lin told you that they were all only interested in popularity, and that's all. After all, they don't want to get anything else out of it. This is their main motivation to do everything. After all, Lin said that if they had no way out, they wouldn't have done all this. This is already clear, so you don't even need to invent anything, and everything became clear right away. The girl said that she would try to deal with all the problems and those who create them. After all, first of all, there will be a problem with reporters. Lin began telling everyone that he was taking this operation very seriously and would do everything right. After all, he doesn't want to spoil his reputation. After the tench calmed the patient down, he went about his business. After all, it is very important to prepare correctly so that everything turns out exactly as it should, and that's it. But then people with cameras appeared, and it became unclear what they wanted to do and why they behaved so strangely. It was not clear at all. Lin began to get very angry why she allowed journalists into the buildings because this is not good. Why do this before the operation? Because Lin asked not to let it happen. People with cameras became more and more aggressive and angrier because they were not allowed to film normally. And because of this, they became less and less visible. But then Lin heard that the girl would not be able to cope and urgently needed help with this whole matter. And he decided to help the poor girl. He began to put away the phones that were very disturbing to him and did not allow him to live in peace. And he realized that he needed to act quickly. He took these people who were very disturbing and raised them a little so that they calmed down. Otherwise, they started to fight very hard and be impudent. Lin took them and simply threw them in the other direction so that they could not work for him. Otherwise, they clearly created problems and discomfort. But the guy said that it was the end of the couple because his fans would figure him out and do very bad things to him. After all, he clearly deserves it. They think so. But Lin said that let them go their own way from soon, and so they will survive and deal with them. After all, they took a lot of time from Lin, and not only from him. Lin started the operation so that everyone would be ready, and they would finish it quickly. After all, it will not be easy, and you will need to try a little. Then the girl Lena found out that her boyfriend divorced her. But as it turned out, this is all not real news that does not carry anything valuable or good. When the guy came in and saw this, he immediately said that he would contact the legal department and resolve this issue. Otherwise, it's not at all clear what and where. The girl said that she was returning to the company and let her friends solve other problems that had arisen. After all, it will be much faster and better. Then people who wanted to make a contract with Lin found out about the news. After all, the news immediately spread throughout the internet, and almost all people learned about it. The girl became interested in what kind of news appeared there because of Lin and what he had already done. After all, everything seemed to be fine until that moment. When the girl saw the news, she didn't feel very well, and she clearly didn't know what to do next and how to act. After all, they practically had everything ready. But one guy said that's how reporters always work because they want to make money. They create these fake news sites. Another guy said that if Lin was drowned and his reputation was completely ruined, then he would not be able to cooperate with the company normally. The girl said that she needed to talk to the managers and find out what they would say about this whole matter. It is also interesting to know their opinions on this matter. The guy said that at first they would not sign the contract because they need to tell everything to the managers and explain the whole situation, and only then it will be clear what goes where. The operation was successful, but it was very difficult for Lena to perceive what was happening around him. It is not so easy to carry out such an operation. Then the phone rang, and Lin found out that his mother would soon fly to him, and he should be ready to meet him. After all, I haven't seen her for a long time, and this is very bad for my son. But the girl Lena met his mother and helped him splurge with bags. After all, Lena's mother is already elderly, and we need to help her figure everything out. Mom was surprised that such a small girl could lift such a large suitcase. It was very strange to watch all this from the outside. The guys noted that what they did against Lin was quite good and fast. After all, such information is not so easy to obtain. They were very pleased with themselves that they were able to do this to him because now he definitely wouldn't be able to win them and buy back all the shares. But the game is not over yet, so it may still be ahead. There is no need to rejoice in advance. Everything can change and change very quickly. Everyone was sure that Lin would no longer be able to win them, especially since they had ruined his reputation so much that there was nowhere else to go. It was very strong and powerful. They all did this on purpose to make sure everything worked out for them regarding the promotion. After all, the plan must be carried out precisely so that it does not cost them. Even if Lin manages to improve the situation and remove the news, his reputation is already ruined. It is very difficult to resume and solve this problem. Then he wrote as a gift to the lady and was very pleased with himself that he could fool Lin so easily. After all, he thought that he had already won it, and everything would be fine in the future. But then they called the couple and told him some information that he didn't really like, and his mood immediately changed, and he changed. The guy said that he understood and immediately began to think about what he should do next with the information that he was now given. After all, the situation has changed very much again. Then the guy realized that Lin had prepared an answer and that he would now also have problems. After all, Lin has the ability to create problems. Then, journalists immediately began asking Lin about what had been written about him on the internet. After all, absolutely everyone who uses the internet has seen the information. But Lin began to give simply stupid answers, like he didn't understand what the conversation was all about and what the woman meant. After all, she already sees herself very strangely. Lin was constantly bombarded with questions, although he really didn't have time to finish anything properly. How they forgot to ask him a new question. Lin's answers surprised him a little and stupefied the people who asked them. It was very strange to look at from the outside. Then brutal guys came up and were stylishly dressed. He was clearly in a serious mood to resolve some issues. They began to fence everyone off from Lin so that no one would disturb him, because he was already a little busy. And then there were extra people gathered. Then his workers saw Lena and immediately began to approach him. After all, they did not understand what to do and how best to act in that situation. Then the girl approached Lin and asked if he was ready for the conference. It will start soon, and you will need to say something and communicate with people on various topics. But Lin was interested to know how much money was left for the shield, and in general, how much more he would have to buy shares. After all, if the money runs out, you need to find more. The girl said that there were almost 20 billion on the balance sheet. And this is worthy of a lot, but it is not clear how much money the competitors have, and perhaps they have more. Lin said that he would need to buy up all the fallen shares that were still left. This is very important for Lin, first and foremost, because everything will depend on it. The girl asked if Lin was sure that he wanted to spend all the money on this. After all, it won't be so cheap. If they don't win this battle, then it will be a complete failure and bankruptcy. But Lin said that let the girl do as he said because he clearly has a plan, and all this will need to be done on time. The girl realized what Lin meant and went about her business. After all, you need to deal with this more quickly and organize all your purchases. Then a girl met the league and said that everything was ready and he could quickly sign the agreement and then everything would be fine. But before that, the girl said that she wanted to introduce one person. And the Tench needs to look at all this and understand. Lin became interested in understanding who it should be so that he could figure it out and be able to understand everything. It's strange because he doesn't really know who or what. Then a guy appeared and started introducing himself. After all, it was necessary to make it clear to Lin what kind of person he was, and in general, what he did. Lin told the guy that if he came to have fun, he would give him a seat in the front row. Perhaps Lin realized what kind of guy he was and how to deal with him. The guy began to apologize to Lin for causing some inconvenience to him. He just didn't expect it to turn out like this, so he apologizes very much. But Lin could not understand what happened and what apologies he made. After all, nothing like this seems to have happened, but the person apologizes. The guy asked the girl what turned on and why the guy started apologizing because it looks very strange from the outside. But the girl began to talk about some kind of icing and that this was how it should be. They just didn't have time to say it to Lin directly to his face. Lin asked the girl why she thought it was bad because perhaps she thought that this could affect the relationship and cooperation between them. Lin realized that he had not yet managed to do it, but he had already fallen into his trap. It happened very quickly for him. He did not even expect such a turn of events. The guy said that he would not attend the press conference and his employees would. So don't let them be surprised by his absences. It will be normal. Then his friends approached Lin and asked why he was leaving so quickly. And he said that he saw no point in wasting his time on them. He did everything he wanted. Lin said that let people enjoy the intrigue and they will be much more interested. Otherwise, they won't understand anything and won't be able to figure it out. But the guy told Lin that he was just showing off, and that's all. He only wants to show his power and his capabilities in terms of money. Then, everyone began to come in and take their seats, so that it would be convenient to watch the performances and it would be clear what was what. Otherwise, there will be a lot of questions later. There were a lot of people. No one thought that it would be so popular that there wouldn't even be a place to sit. It's very good that the audience is so large. But the girl thinks that the public did not come so easily. After all, someone clearly invited them, and they certainly didn't come themselves. This might be someone's plan. Then some guy came on stage, and they told him to come out and talk a little and answer some questions, as a representative of the company. When everyone saw the guy, they were simply shocked and didn't even know what to say. He was very surprised and amazed everyone with his appearance on stage. The guy began his story and said that everything was not just like that, and he clearly knew what he was doing. The main thing was to finish everything on time and distribute the information correctly on the news. The guy said that all the negative information was invented by him, and he did all this on purpose with his people. The man couldn't understand why the guy was apologizing to everything because Lin's business could have come to an end, and so he will live and prosper longer. If this information reaches other people, then the stock prices will simply go through the roof, and it will be very expensive, and Lin will be able to sell them very profitably. The guys who wanted to remove Lin were waiting for what their familiar person on stage would say. After all, they all had a plan that had to be done. But when everyone heard what the guy said, they were simply shocked. And they didn't even know what to say, because they had only discussed everything with him yesterday. The guys were very angry and understood that now Lin would definitely win and would be able to defeat them no matter what. After all, everything will turn out the other way. Then a guy ran in and said that the shares began to rise in price very sharply, and everything began to change very quickly and incomprehensibly. The guys realized that they needed to act quickly and solve this problem. Otherwise, it would not be very good for them later. Moreover, their situation is very bad now. At first, the guys couldn't believe that prices could rise so quickly because not much time had passed, but everything could change so quickly. But the guys said that after the conference, people started buying shares, and it was clear that prices would start to rise very quickly. The guy was very angry that everything happened like this and didn't even know what to do and how to proceed. Otherwise, they were cheated out of money. Everyone was very angry because they understood how much money they had lost and that they would never get it back. It's all very bad for them now. Through large purchases, there are not many shares on the market that can be purchased. The guy said that the market has changed a lot now precisely because of the flow of people. They don't know what to do now, how to move on, or what to do at all. After all, everyone is very scared and I don't understand what will happen next. Then, my daughter and mother also watched this broadcast and said that it turned out better than it should have been. It's a good thing that everything turned out this way. Then the girl decided to show her mother the documents that Lin was able to organize with 7 global companies that make medicine. This is so that there is an opportunity to cooperate with them. But the daughter's mother was very excited after that and even got up from her seat. It was clear that she was a little shocked by this information and was clearly not prepared. The daughter's mother immediately asked for Lin's phone number so that he could tell her the answer to some questions that she had. At that very moment, she started calling Lin to find out what he was up to and came up with because she didn't really like it. She doesn't think this is a very good idea. After all, the girl understood that if Lin went very far, then it would be very late. Therefore, you need to understand where he got into and what problems there might be. Lin at this time was discussing important issues regarding his shares that he had purchased. After all, he had a lot of them and needed to figure out what to do with them next. But Lin realized that he had already won because the shares had skyrocketed and they were worth a lot now. Therefore, there is no need to continue buying them in large quantities. Lin was very pleased with this result because he understood that this led him to a good outcome and to victory. He wanted to defeat them, and he succeeded. But the guy told Lin that he didn't think it would be ahead of schedule and that you might still need to come up with something or create something just to be sure. But Lin said he already knew what to do and how best to proceed. After all, he understands the essence of this whole game and, in general, how best to play it. Then a girl came and decided to ask what Lin had decided and what his plans were for all this. After all, perhaps everything can change on the other side. Lin said that they would need to make full use of all the possible resources they had. And now, everything has become very unclear. The girl said that Lin is a genius in his field, and he knows exactly what to do in a given situation. The main thing is to stick to your plan and everything will be fine. Another guy said that Lina understands how promising there is to invest in the company. And that's very cool. The main thing is not to stand still and constantly develop. Lin left and said that he had important things to do, so he could not stay with them for a long time and communicate. Therefore, I am forced to leave them. Then Lin wrote to work and decided to chat with management. After all, he has a very important conversation and he needs to talk. Or he said that he just wants to quit and won't work anymore. After all, he now has other plans and he needs to move on and not stand still. The girl was shocked by such information and did not even expect to hear such a thing. After all, Lin had never said such a thing before, and that's why he just wanted to quit. He said that he was very tired of working in the hospital and wanted something more, so he would move on. And the girl said that she would prepare all the documents now without any problems. I just decided to reread everything that was written to understand what kind of information it was, and in general, what he was going to sign. After all, it won't be immediately clear. Then a man ran in and started asking Lin why he decided to quit because he didn't like it. This is very bad news for the hospital. Lin said that that's not the point. He just wants to do his other things. And work in the hospital needs to be postponed for a while, and that's it. The girl even started crying that Lin was leaving because she was very upset and didn't want to lose such a work colleague. After all, they have already gone through a lot together. The man said that it's time to think about it. Lin might change his mind because you can't make such decisions right away. This is not very good for them or for him. The man said that he would give Lin a long vacation so that he could think normally and decide whether he was ready to continue working or not. Lin said that he would think about it and then decide later what and how it would happen. Otherwise, now nothing is clear to him at all, and he can't say anything. The man said that to agree to any of Lin's conditions, the main thing is that he does not leave completely. After all, it will be very difficult for them to solve everything. Everyone began to thank Lin that he was able to help everyone so much. This was a very friendly act on his part, and therefore everyone is very grateful to him for his work. But the tench could not stay with them for long and had to leave. So he said goodbye and began to go about his business and do his own thing. The girl said that she would miss Lin very much because she was very used to him, and it would be very difficult without him. But she'll think of something. Everyone said goodbye to Lin and said goodbye to him, so that he is definitely satisfied and does not hold a grudge against anyone. This is very important for everyone. Then the girl said that someone donated a large sum of money for the boy's treatment, but it was done anonymously and no one knew who did it. Everyone was very surprised that such a large amount of money was donated to the patient. It was a lot and no one had ever given such a lot of money. Semyonka was very glad that this happened, and it turned out this way, because if it weren't for this money, it would have been difficult to pay for the treatment. And everything turned out very cool. Lin was pleased that his money reached the patient on time. He deliberately did this anonymously so that no one would know that it was his money that was sent. Lin's career as a doctor was over, and he was pleased with himself that he had done it this way. After all, such things are really difficult to repeat. Then Lin's level and combat power increased, and he now became much stronger than he was before. After all, his opportunities are completely different now. And over time, Lin will become very powerful and strong because new opportunities will open up for him, and he will be a completely different master. Then the girl's mother called Lin and said that there was no need to run so fast and rack his brains. After all, everything could suffer from this later. The girl made it clear that such actions are not very good, because then they could sharpen a knife on Lin and he would have big problems. Therefore, you need to stop and not fly so fast. Lin said that he understood everything and realized his mistake, so he would not do such things. The main thing is to understand this and not rush too much. Then the guys saw news that upset them very much because the stocks rose and their loss also grew. This was not very good for them. They could not understand who released the news that the shares had risen in price again. It was very strange for them. They did not understand what to do next in such a situation. They began to think about this situation to understand who could do this and come up with it. After all, there is a person who benefits from this besides Lin, but they won't be able to buy back the shares because they haven't had time yet, and all the shares have grown a lot. Now they cannot be bought due to great growth. But the guy said not to panic. He would think of something. After all, the situation is complex and it takes time and effort to sort everything out. Then their boss called them into his office, and they realized that there was going to be a very strong conversation, and they would need to be prepared for it. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. They started asking the guys why they did this because there was no positive result from it. Only one loss and nothing more. The guy was very scared and didn't know what to answer to his boss because everything didn't go according to plan and the situation was very complicated. The more questions from the boss, the more lost the guy became. He was scared and did not understand how and what was best for him to do next, so that the boss was satisfied with his course of action. Then the girl found out that Lin wanted to spend all the money on resources to earn even more money. He wants to invest all his money. The girl gave money to the guy so that he would return all the shares that were on the site. The main thing is to do this as quickly as possible while there is such an opportunity. The guy told you that everyone understood and he would quickly start doing everything. Otherwise, there will be problems and troubles later. He definitely doesn't need it. Lin gathered the meeting room to understand and sort out some issues. Otherwise, this is not very easy and good because they too can be outwitted and fooled. That they are decently smart to retreat so quickly, and they will definitely come up with a way to outwit Lin and fool everyone in this game. Then Eleman decided to start a new career, and he realized that he was completely ready for this. And the main thing was that he definitely managed to do everything he planned. Then on the street, Flint saw Pink Hair singing and realized that his work would be very interesting and even energetic. Then Lin saw some folder and realized that it was very good, and now he could study his work more seriously. Then he picked up the paper and began to study it to understand what it was all about. After all, he sees it for the first time, and he realized that this is some kind of menu. There were different ingredients and very interesting for Lin, but he was surprised that he would have to carry food, especially for such a low price. Then a girl began to approach Lin and ask him what it was all about. After all, he was standing near the bicycle and it was strange to see him there. Lin said that this is his new vehicle on which he will travel. He's wanted one for a long time and now he has one, and it's big ahead of schedule. Lin said that he wanted to try himself in a new profession, so he bought himself this vehicle. He thinks it will be a good idea. The girl asked Lin if pink would suit him. Otherwise, he obviously looked very strange. The girl thinks that he is a little unsuitable for a man. But Lin replied that he is still a little princess at heart. So this transport suits him very well and he likes it. So there are no problems with the color. The next day, Lin went to his office to see how his employees were working in order to understand how things were going in general. He got dressed and looked very good because he wanted his knees to appreciate his outfit and see that their boss was good enough and took care of himself. Link immediately became interested in finding out how to defend the case, and they were able to find information about the person for whom Lin was asking. But the guy said that there is nothing new. Everything is the same. Apparently, the guys don't want to think or do anything against Lin, and therefore everything remains as it is. The girl said that some money could be returned later. Therefore, in fact, they do not lose anything, and on the contrary, got what they deserve and destroyed their competitors. Lin said that there is no need to focus on guys. After all, they are already in the past and they already decided everything a long time ago. Then Lin said that it would be necessary to organize a listing as soon as possible because it is very important to do this on time so as not to lose money later. Then Lin went to do a little work and generally figure out the job for which he had just gotten a job and left. While Lin was minding his own business, some guys were arguing behind him. They were clearly dissatisfied with something and wanted to prove something to each other and show their opinions. Lin came in and saw that the room was a complete mess, and it would be very tedious to work hard to clean it all up completely. Lin asked his assistant if it was possible to remove all this so that everything would be cleaner and less dirty. Otherwise, he sees that there is a lot of cleaning work to do. Lin had a task. If he managed to transform the shop in 24 hours, then he would get a lot of points in his favor. This will be very good for him. Lin realized that he needed to start working right away. Otherwise, he might simply not have time to do everything that he had planned, and then it would be very late. Lin realized that he would need help because he certainly couldn't cope on his own. Moreover, he has so much work to do and needs to act quickly. Then the girl Lena came and started looking at the buildings he had, and the girl realized that the building was large and the territory was not small. Lin said that now he would dry himself off and would open up because he understood that he needed to finish everything that needed to be done within a certain time. The girl decided to help Lin in this matter so that he would not guarantee himself, because this is not as simple as it seems at first glance. The girl will only deal with decor. It's better that Lin could offer her because there was no other option. They immediately began to formalize this whole matter because everything had to be done with dignity, well, and very high quality. Then, Lin and the girl began to look at the kitchen and everything that was there. After all, they wanted to understand what and in what state they were in general. Then people came who were supposed to help Lin with the design of some aspects and completely clean the territory, because he definitely couldn't do it alone. Lin said that this is his new establishment, and he just wants to decorate it nicely, so that they have some style and everything is well done. The guy said that he would help Lin turn all his ideas into reality, so that he can be sure that all the work and the whole thing will be done as needed. Lin said that he would tell them how to do it so that it turns out the way he wants. After all, in this matter, you need to understand how best to do it and think it through. Lin asked if everything would be fine, because he pulled the guys out very sharply, and he clearly didn't expect everything to turn out like this. This was not very convenient on Lin's part. But Lin said that he would pay everyone 1,000 so that they would definitely do everything well. After all, Lin understood that people needed to show gratitude for their work. The guys were able to quickly cope and solve this problem. After all, they had an exact plan of how everything should look, and that's it. Then some guy came and asked where Lin was. After all, he really needs it and wants to sell it quickly. Lin immediately paid attention and asked the guy what he needed and what he wanted from him. After all, he listens to him carefully now. But the guys brought a sign and wanted to understand if everything was okay and what they should do next. After all, they don't have much time to wait. Then people began to notice the establishments that Lin had almost opened. After all, it is still new and you need to look at what is in the middle. The guy said that you need to go in and see what's in the middle because it's very interesting to figure it out and try what kind of cuisine there is. But as soon as they entered, they realized that it was best to go somewhere else. They clearly didn't even want to sit down, and it's not clear why they had such a reaction. Then the girl noticed that new visitors had arrived and they needed to be served and helped them choose a place to sit. Otherwise, they might get confused. But then they decided to stay and eat where he was. After all, we realized that this would be the best solution in this situation. Then they sat down and began to think, what is the best thing for them to order? Because they are decently hungry, and they need to figure it out and understand what they want to eat best. The girl told the price to the people, and they were a little shocked because the price was quite expensive. But they decided to try because they need to try something new. Then they were brought 2 plates of fried rice, and it was beautiful on the table ahead of schedule. They never thought that rice could glow so much. It shines very strongly and looks beautiful on the table as if painted. People didn't expect everything to be so beautiful, which made them very happy as visitors. When the guy tried the rice, he was simply shocked. He could not have imagined that rice could be so tasty. He was very pleased with the taste of fried rice. Then the girl decided to try it because she also became interested in finding out what kind of rice it was and how it was generally prepared. And she too was shocked and could not think that it could be so tasty. Her halacha began to rejoice and she really liked it. They began to eat the rice very quickly because it was very tasty and better than this rice they had never eaten in their lives. It was very tasty. The visitors said that although their food is expensive, the quality and price are combined and they are doing well with it. After all, they had never eaten the best rice yet. Link was pleased to hear this because he is the head chef, so he was pleased that his work was appreciated and people liked it. Then Lin increased his power and strength and he became more capable. After all, he had his first clients, and this brought him a lot of useful things. But then Lin chose one elixir to increase his strength and power, because he knew for sure that he wanted to improve his cooking skills. He wants to become a good chef in his restaurant. The elixir gave him good power and strength, which was evident from the fact that he became more energetic. The increase in strength and improvement in skills was immediately visible. Lin realized that now he would have a lot of new opportunities, and he would be able to make better dishes than he did before. It's very cool that now he can cook food even better. On the first day of the opening, there were a lot of people, and they clearly didn't even know how to deal with it all because they still don't have much experience in this matter. Then, before closing the restaurant, a guy came to them and wanted to eat. He was clearly hungry, but did not know what was best to order. He was interested to know what kind of dishes there were and what he could order for himself. He had not eaten for a long time and was hungry. This guy also decided to order the chef's signature dish. After all, he became interested in finding out what it was and how it would taste. Then, when they brought rice to this man, he was also delighted and could not think that rice could be cooked so deliciously. This was the best rice he had ever had in his entire life. He liked everything very much and was pleased that he was able to eat such delicious rice. He didn't even know what to say because he was very pleased with such a delicious meal. Then the girl told the guy to pay because it was already very late to leave, and the girl said the final amount. The guy was shocked when he heard the price for donated rice because he thought it was all much cheaper and didn't even look at the prices. The girl told the visitor that all prices are indicated on the menu, so there is no need to say anything unnecessary. Everything is clear and no one wanted to deceive anyone. Then the guy saw the prices himself and was simply shocked. When he found out how offended he was by all this. After all, he had never paid that kind of money for fried rice before. The guy was very possible. What is so expensive and why they are coming so many people? This is not fair to people. But then, Lin intervened and said that the guy should pay for the food he ordered and then sat down. After all, he held the menu in his hands and could look at the prices of the dishes. The girl began to calm Lin down so that he would no longer get into a fight or fight. After all, there may be more problems because of this later, but the guy was torn and began to run away so as not to have any more problems. He said that he would come again, and then Lin would have more problems. But Lin didn't say anything. He just took the money that was supposed to be given to him, and that's all. He did everything right, and this is the problem of the visitor himself. After that, Lin's level began to improve and he became much better at cooking. Therefore, now he can cook better and the dishes will be much tastier. Now Lin can get energy from the dishes he cooks and improve himself as a chef. The better the dish, the more power it will have. The girl told Lin not to pay attention to people who are constantly dissatisfied with something. After all, it is very difficult for her to change. Then a girl he knew came in for Lin, and he was surprised that she came to his restaurant. It was a complete surprise for him. The girl was interested to understand that Lin had forgotten in this place. He told her that he worked here and cooked food. He was bored and opened his own restaurant. The girl offered to work for Lina. She works in the entertainment industry, so she can find a good place for him. The main thing is that he is ready and wants it. Lin didn't even know what to say because he was very uncomfortable listening to this, and he said that he would think about it, although he was not interested at all. The girls began to think about what to order. After all, there was a lot of choice, and they began to think about which dish was best for them to try. The girl ordered noodles and had something to drink because the day had been difficult, and she wanted to relax. Moreover, you need to try everything at a new establishment. Lin said that he would soon bring everything he needed. The main thing is that they wait and be able to appease their hunger, because Lin needs time to prepare food. Then the girls began to tell Lin that he was quite handsome for his age, and she wanted to take him to work because he had prospects. Then Lin brought food and started asking if they liked everything. After all, it was important for Lin to know how the girls liked the food he was able to prepare for them. Then the girls began to think about how best to pay for the food. After all, they had almost all eaten, and they had to come up with something. Then Lin's girl came, but she was already completely changed and came to talk to Lin. After all, she had news for him, so she needed to talk. The girl told Lin that she was able to transfer almost 80 billion to his card, because so far only this amount has been possible. But then she will try to transfer more money. The girl was shocked because she thought that Lin had no money. But as it turned out, he has a lot of them, and it's difficult to grow old with it all. Lin was interested to hear what the girls would now say to him because he appeared differently before their eyes, and he was no longer poor as he was before. The girls said that they were just making jokes and there was no need to take it into account. It just happened that way and there is nothing wrong with it. Then they paid and went about their business because they didn't want to delay Lina any longer, especially since they had other plans. So they left and didn't interfere anymore. After this, Lin's level improved even more, and he became a better cook, and his rating as a cook also became much better. The girl Lina noticed how girls pester him and are even ready to support him. This was very strange and not very good for Lin because he clearly has no interest in them. But the girl told Lin that he should watch carefully, otherwise she would find out if he cheated on her. So you can't flirt with other girls. Lin told the girl that he wanted to invest money in technology to understand how it all works, and then make more money from it in the future. The girl said that she had found several good companies in which she could invest money for promotion and improvement. Lin said that it would be better if he gathered everyone for a conference and discussed all the points, so it would be much easier and faster, otherwise everything would not be clear right away. Then Lin gathered everyone and said that he wanted to talk about investments. Otherwise, he understands that this is not a simple matter, and you need to know well the companies in which you invest money. The girl immediately started talking about projects and companies in which she could invest money. After all, she thinks this is the best option at the present time. Lin immediately asked what the girl had in mind and why she was so confident in this company. Let him then express his opinion so that the tench understands everything himself. Well, the girl began to tell her why she thought it was best to invest in this company and what the chances of success were in general. The girl said that there are really few such enterprises as the girl named, so you can safely use them and invest money in them. Then the girl added that we need to invest in old time-tested companies that have not fallen apart and are working well these days. Lin did not like the plan that was shown to him, and he forced him to redo it. After all, he understood that he would not invest money this way. The girl realized that she urgently needed to change it because Lin really didn't like it, and she needed to come up with another way to find companies in which to invest. The guy said that they were studying one system to create a new technology. It takes them an hour to understand everything in detail. Lin said that he could solve some of the nuances, but the main thing is that he create a system with which they can already work. Then you can change it and understand it in more detail. The man said that if this project is approved, then it is not a fact that it will bring great benefit to the company. This also needs to be understood. Lin said that let the man continue to deal with the system. It would be better for the two of them. Otherwise, the tench cannot watch everything and understand everything. Lin gave everyone tasks so that they all understood what would need to be done and who would need to do it. Otherwise, everything is not as simple as it seems to them at first glance. Then the girl brought her classmates to hold Lin and his new restaurant that he was able to open. After all, it won't be convenient if you don't hold it on the strat. The girl said that this solution would be best to cut Lin completely. Otherwise, she understands perfectly how difficult it is now. The girls immediately fell in love with Lin because they saw how handsome he really was. They had never seen such a handsome guy like him. Every girl admired him and understood that there were no such guys anywhere. And they said that now they would collect money to eat rice and see Lin. But Lin fed everyone because he understood that it was necessary to prepare his signature rice, because everyone wanted to try it. Lin said that he is the head cook here, but sometimes they come and help him. So this is normal, but the main thing for him is that people like what he cooks. The girl decided to ask if Lin needed waitresses because the buildings were large and the waiter alone couldn't handle it all. We need good people who can definitely help. It was a little difficult for the girls to recruit, but they understood that they needed to help Lin because this would all allow them to develop in the future. Then the line closed because it was already late and you need to close your restaurant and go to rest. After all, he cannot work constantly. Lin was able to complete this career 100% and received his reward for which he worked so hard. He was interested to know what his next career would be and what he could get. After all, he had already worked a lot and learned a lot. Then the tench went for a walk with the girl. After all, he had not been with her for a long time and had not gone out anywhere. This will make it much more interesting for her to spend time with Lin. But past them, there were many other people in the forest, and they were also all in pairs. Apparently, this place is very popular among young people. Then someone called Lin, and he was very scared because he didn't think that he would get it so quickly. He just walked away and was immediately noticed. Then Lin was invited to play basketball because he didn't look bad. And the guys asked if he knew how to play and could beat them. Lin said that there is nothing difficult about it. He knows how to play it and can easily beat everyone. The main thing is that they share, and there are teams. And Lin started playing with them to show what he is generally capable of and what his capabilities are in terms of basketball and what kind of player he really is. Lin started throwing the ball to try and remember how to play basketball and what it really was. By some miracle, he was able to hit the target directly. It was very powerful and strong on his part. No one would have thought that a tench could do this. The girl began to rejoice that her boyfriend was able to hit the target. It was very cool. Then Lin decided to highlight the throw of his girlfriend. He wants to make it very beautiful and legendary. After all, not everyone can repeat this. The guys said that he had become very far away and it would be impossible to do this. After all, they can't do anything. Especially since Lin won't be able to do anything either. Another guy said if the ding hits, he will completely sit the ball. But he was sure that hitting the target was simply unrealistic, and it was very difficult to do. But Lin managed to throw the ball in such a way that he was able to hit the target. It was very powerful to watch from the outside and very effective. Everyone was simply shocked by how Lin was able to do this. It was simply fantastic and unrealistically cool. The girl was pleased with her boyfriend that she was so strong and powerful. She was completely pleased with him, especially since he was able to throw the ball into the hoop so professionally. Then the guy invited Lin to play basketball with them, because just throwing the ball is not so much fun. Moreover, they will be able to understand and follow how Lin plays. But Lin said that let the guy wait. Lin wants to throw a little, and only then they can play good basketball. Lin took a big swing and decided to do one trick that is very difficult to repeat. But he was confident in his strengths and capabilities. Lin bent down very high and was confident that he could do a decently good and proven trick so that the girl was satisfied with her boyfriend. He did a very good trick and managed to beat the ring with this jump. It was very spectacular to watch. Everyone was shocked when they saw how high a skater could take the ball and throw it into the hoop. This was a big surprise for them. Then Lin asked the guys again if they wanted to play because he was now more free and could not take long to try to leave the ball with them. But the guys ran away and said that they couldn't do it because they were in a hurry. And all the guys who were on the site quickly ran away. The next time Lin came to the girls to talk about work, she was very surprised why he came so quickly. But Lin came to the girl to find out if he could get benefits, and if so, how. But the girl didn't understand what he was talking about. But Lin said he wants exclusive naming rights for the events. That's why he needs these benefits. The girl asked why he was planning to run advertising. After all, everything is not as simple as it seems to him at first glance. But Lin said that he plans to do it on telephone systems and thinks that it will be a good idea in his opinion, and especially since he knows how to do it. The girl became interested to know how he plans to advertise all this. After all, this requires huge resources, and it's not that simple. The girl left and told him to wait for her in the living room. She needs to make one call urgently, so let him give her time. Lynn decided to relax a little and watch TV because there could be a lot of useful information there. You need to be aware of what is happening and where. She came to the girls and said that she would help Lynn apply to some companies, but perhaps this would not be easy. When Lynn saw this, he was simply shocked, because these are all very large industries and it's really not so easy to contact them and find out something. Link was a little scared because this is a very complex project, and he doesn't know if he can do it, and turn it into reality is not so easy. But the girl held Lynn, and he said, okay, he'll try because you need to test yourself to the maximum, and all this is not given for nothing. Then Lynn came to the office to take a look and understand at what stage they were in the development of the system. After all, it was necessary to find out such information. The man said that everything was fine and they were finishing their work a little bit. The main thing is to do everything on time and then everything will work out as it should. Then Lynn said that he wanted to enter a new area, telephones. Therefore, they need to buy new equipment and figure out what's what and how it works. Let the software use them, and in other problems, Lynn can figure it out himself and understand how it all works in practice. Then the girl approached Lynn and decided to ask if he wanted to close. Otherwise, she heard his conversation, so she decided to ask again. Lynn wants to try himself in something new, so he needs to leave this business and try something new. He already knows what he wants to do. Then Lynn heard some sounds that someone was coming in and immediately said that they were already closed. But apparently people clearly came for a reason and not by chance. Lynn was very surprised when he saw those people who entered the middle. They were clearly familiar to Lynn and he knew them well. These were Lynn's classmates, and they were surprised that Lynn was working in the kitchen. After all, they couldn't even imagine that he couldn't find a normal job. The girl was also shocked that Lynn worked as an offensive cook. This looked very strange and incomprehensible to her. But Lynn said that he had not worked there for a long time. It just seems to them, in reality, everything is a little different. The guy began to humiliate Lynn so that he could find a normal job because this is not a very good opportunity to earn money. Lynn asked the guy that being a chef was not prestigious because he didn't see anything bad in it. This is a good profession for a man. But the guy said that Lynn needed to study because that way he could get good grades and work at a good job. And now he's drawn to such an opportunity. But one guy stopped the guy so that he wouldn't say too much in front of Lena. After all, it's not very good to behave this way from the outside. Moreover, the girl said that for a start it's very good, and the main thing is to know and understand all the rules. And even more so, then you can open your own restaurant. But the guy said that there is very high competition in the city, and it is very difficult to make a good product so that people will love it. But the girl said if Lynn will build a restaurant, then let him say so and the girl will invest her money in it. She knows that Lynn is a smart guy. But Lynn said that it's not worth it. He won't do it, so everything is fine. He wants to do slightly different things. Then the girl told Lynn that you can't do this, and you need to work hard to achieve your goals, and not only that, it's not easy to do, and you need to work hard. Lynn said that the guy should not swing out prematurely because it is not good to do this. He doesn't know Lynn well enough to behave like that. Lynn said let them order whatever they want, he will feed them all. While they have this opportunity to sit and chat, the girl asked why Lynn decided not to close because he had said something completely different before. Why did his opinion change so dramatically? He said that he doesn't see old acquaintances very often, so he's interested in talking to them and finding out how they're doing in general. Everyone was very pleased with how quickly the tench fed them. After all, the food was very tasty and everyone was very pleased with it. Then one guy said that let the tench take the money. It was better to have money than to have nothing. After all, Lynn already has no money, but he needs it. Then they began to close, and Lynn began to see off his old acquaintances directly with the lady. After all, as a classmate, everything had to be done with hydration. Then the girl continued to throw him where he needed to go. After all, he obviously does not have a car, and it will be difficult for him to get to his destination. But Lynn said that he has a car, so there is no need to help him. He himself will be able to get there with the lady, and decently quickly, so there is no problem with that. Everyone began to leave for their cars because it was necessary to go ahead because it was already very late. Then the tench began to pour into his car, and then everyone was in shock because his car was not simple, but very expensive. Everyone who didn't believe that Lynn had money is now simply silent. The car that Lin got into was very expensive and there were very few such cars in the city, so everyone was shocked by such a car. Lin got into the car and left on business because he didn't have time to communicate with his classmates and talk about anything. He had a lot of his own business to do and was in a great hurry to get it done. The guy was very upset because he called Lin bad names and laughed at him for not having money. But now everything has changed dramatically. Lin arrived under the office to pick up the girl and take her where she needed to go. This was his good friend who constantly helps him in various matters. Lin began to inspect the building in which the girl works and said that it was large enough and many employees could be accommodated there. Then they walked and saw a lot of people and could not understand why there were so many of them in one place. After all, it seems like this hasn't happened for a long time, and there are so many people here. The girl decided to immediately find out all the information in order to understand the reason for such a large number of people. After all, this never happened before. Lin said that some people work much more than the girl, so you can expect a lot of things, and it's difficult to say right away what and how. Then Lin went up to the 50th floor with the girl, and he was interested to know who was addressing them. After all, as soon as they got up, people immediately turned to them. The guy asked if they wanted to rent an office, and he could help them with this. He knows who to contact with this question. Lin immediately asked why the guy was asking because he had never said such a thing before. But Lin told him that they had just come and were looking at what and how it worked. The guy said that he also wants to open his own business, so they will still bump into each other. It's not clear how it will be in the future. Lin said that he liked this whole floor. Let them go and look at other floors. After all, they are already here ahead of schedule, so this is normal. The guy didn't say anything and just left because he understood that creating a conflict would not be the best idea, and you need to be understanding for each other. Lin from the girl walked on and did not pay attention to the guy who was already behind him. After all, they had other plans for this floor. The guy was very hurt by this, that Lin behaved this way and treated him this way. After all, he thought that Lin was a show-off and that's all. Then Lin came to his office and began to get acquainted with everyone so that he could immediately get down to business. After all, they have important issues that need to be resolved. Lin immediately began to go through working moments to understand how things were going and at what stage. After all, this is not so easy to solve. Lin said that in the city, he noticed that they had built a production center, and it was not good for all of them. After all, they will possibly interfere with them in the future. The girl began to clarify where it was and how it all worked in their time. After all, they understood everything perfectly and needed to sort everything out. The girl said that this is not a very good place to open a new business because it will be very difficult to scale and there is a lot of competition. Lin said that it would be necessary to use all the resources because he is the owner of the cent and he knows the best way to do it all. The girl was surprised that Lin was able to buy a production cent. After all, this is also not a cheap purchase and you need to have good opportunities to do it. But Lin said that he didn't buy it completely, he made it a little differently, so he doesn't need to think about what's missing. Lin said that he will be the owner only when he has completely completed all the plans he has in mind, and then yes, he will be the owner. But this is only for 20 years, and then it will have to be returned. The girl said that in 20 years they could accomplish a lot. The main thing is to do everything right and fulfill all the plans that they have in mind. And that's it. Then Lin told everyone to get back to work. After all, everything needs to be done on time and very quickly, otherwise they don't have much time left. Then Lin went with his friends to relax and have fun because there were a lot of difficulties and he needed to relax and talk about work. The guy said that they would eat, drink, and have fun because he had long wanted to relax. There just wasn't a good opportunity to do it. Lin said he started working on a new phone system and had problems that needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. The guy asked Lin why he makes phones, because this area is already very much forgotten and it's difficult to make money in it. He just said that first he wants to create a system and only then telephones. A simple theme needs time and opportunity to bring it all to fruition. The guy said that now it is important to create a system on the ecological system. Otherwise, it's difficult to perceive all this. Lin said that he should take this very seriously and work closely on this matter. Otherwise, he won't be able to do anything because this is a complex area. Another guy continued the discussion and said that it was a good idea, but it was boring to focus on applications. After all, now there are many who use them, and it has become popular. Another guy said it would be cool if we created dating apps. Moreover, many people use such applications. Then it will be possible to create a browser, and even more so, it will be more convenient for people to use it and work in such a comfortable environment. If you create your own browser, then it will not be blocked and they will be able to use their applications and people will not have problems with this either. Lin said that this is a good idea and he thinks he will need to think carefully about how to translate it all into reality so that it works better. After all, we need to create comfortable conditions for people. Then the guy told Lin that there would be discounts on some items and products in the app. This way, there will be a lot more people interested in taking advantage. Lin liked the idea of doing promotions and then reaching out to people that way. It will be much better. They raised their glasses and all drank them together to success because this is not an easy project. You need to have good connections to make everything come true. Then the guy noticed that the name of the building had changed and became a little different. He wanted to know why he rented offices there. The guy saw how equipment was brought in there yesterday, so he thinks that everything is already ready, and he will come to everything ready and will not have to wait. Then Lin saw these guys that he didn't like yesterday. They were with some gifts. It's not clear where they came from or for whom they were. Lin behaved calmly and very confidently because he understood that one must always be calm, regardless of the situation. This is very important in any business. The girl was interested to know why the tench was alone, and without that same girl. It was very strange for her, and it is not clear why this was so. But then the guy said the phrase that rich women don't have time for people like him. That's why he goes on his own. It's logical and understandable to everyone. Then the couple walked into the middle and congratulated the company on its opening. After all, they have an office not far away, and he decided to give them such a small gift. Then Lin came in with his assistant to check how things were going and help with some questions. Otherwise, you need to keep everything under control. When they saw Lin, they asked him what he had forgotten here and why he came right after them. Perhaps he will follow them or they don't know something. Lin said that he is the owner of the company. Where else should he be? He should be in the building and control everything as the main person. People were shocked by this information and they could not think that Lin was such an influential person. This surprised them very much. Lin said, because the corporation also belongs to him, and he is the main one in all these processes, and there is no point in arguing with him. These people didn't even know what to say in their own defense, because they had said a lot of unnecessary things and could no longer think of anything to answer. Lin surprised them very much. Then they began to bow to Lin and show their loyalty and respect. Although Lin no longer needed this, he had already seen and knew enough. Lin wondered what the main activity of the company where the girl worked was. After all, it is very interesting to find out in detail because Lin has the opportunity to have information and he knows her company. The girl is studying online applications for learning on the internet. They are preparing one application that will soon be launched to the masses. Lin wished him luck and went about his business because he always has a lot of them and needs to solve everything on time. Then Lin said it was time for them to enter the market. They have a specific goal and need to get it on time. After these words, Lin sat down and left for his important business. After all, they had already called him and told him that it was time to go and solve other important problems. Then, Lin suggested that the girl go to the shelter to visit that same woman. After all, they haven't been with her for a long time and it will be much better this way. The girl said that it was good that she had long wanted to visit the children and the very third one who received them last time. The children were very happy that the tench came to them. They had not seen each other for a long time and missed him and his girlfriend. After all, they always bring them gifts. They all sat down and began to eat at the table because it was necessary to feed the guests, although they very rarely come. But it was necessary to feed everyone who arrived. Then the girl Lena talked to his sister because they all see each other very rarely, and they need to have a good conversation. Because the girl asked for a job, she doesn't want to find a new one. Lin said that he should not let his sister talk nonsense. After all, she can do everything, and she understands everything well. There is no need to slander herself. The third said that Sister Lena is just very modest, and that's all. So there is nothing strange in this, that she has such a reaction. It is normal, and there is no need to fight it. Moreover, the girl has a guy with whom she will introduce everyone. After all, she had wanted to do this for a long time, but never got around to it. Then the girl began to ask them to stay one more day. After all, she wants to take a walk with Lena and chat a little, and she needs time for this. One evening, Lin sat and decided that he needed to start a new career. And I decided that I needed to start now because later there would be no time. Then there was a knock on Lena's door. He couldn't figure out what it was and who knocked. Perhaps it was his friend who was getting a well-deserved reward for a new career. The girl brought the package and said that it was intended for Lena. Let him see what's there because it's for him. But Lin didn't know what would be there in the middle. He didn't expect that a package would be brought to him so late at night. This was very unexpected for him. Then the girl started shouting at him, what he thought up, because she heard that it was a woman's voice, and there were no delivery people who would bring the package so late at night. Lin revealed that it was indeed a phone, and that he had not deceived anyone. So there is no need to invent something against him that did not happen. He is not guilty of anything. In the morning, Lin went to get ready and brush his teeth because his girlfriend didn't want to get out of bed and go anywhere. She continued to sleep. My sister came and asked if they were ready because she had been waiting for so long and was already fully prepared. So let them gather too. The girl didn't understand how she could sleep for so long and do nothing. They're like students who just want to sleep and relax all the time. But Lin said that they felt right at home in this hotel. That's why it's so difficult for them to get up and do something. But this is normal, and there is no need to be surprised by it. Lin said that he would leave the girls alone today, and he would go to the shelter and see what was going on there. Perhaps he will need help, which is why he wants to go and see everything for himself. He came to his mother and asked if he needed help. Otherwise, he is free all day and can help her with something difficult. He definitely wants this. But my mother said that she could handle it herself, and she wondered why he didn't go for a walk. After all, the weather is so good, and he decided to come to the shelter to work. Lin decided to look at the list of those people who decided to take the child from the orphanage and shelter him. He saw different people on the list. Lin was interested in the question regarding infertile women. He hadn't seen or heard anything like this for a long time, but here it was right away. Aunt decided to ask what was wrong with this list because she looked at it and everything was fine. Perhaps something has already changed or she made a mistake. Lin doesn't believe them, and he decided to call to find out all the information. Otherwise, this seems very strange, and you need to check everything and find out so that there are no problems later. Lin called and decided to find out through his connections about one person in order to be absolutely sure of them, and so that the child would not fall into Lazin's hands. But then Lin found out that this guy has a son, but it's not clear how he can't have children. This angered Lin very much. Aunt also didn't know that this guy had a son. It was very strange. No one could have imagined this. The information became new to everyone. Then a guy came and said that there are people who want to install a child. Therefore, we need to make it clear and see what kind of people they are. Then Lin said that it was very bad that the guy decided to exchange them like that. This means he is clearly hiding something and wants to fool. Then a man and a woman came and they asked what about the check. After all, they were interested to know whether they passed it or not. Lin decided to ask directly whether they had a son and, if so, where they got him from. This is very strange and incomprehensible. After this question, they were immediately confused and did not know what to even say. After all, it was in fact the truth that they wanted to hide, and so that no one would know about it. Now they needed to give a reasonable explanation as to where they got another child. This is very strange, and it is not clear how this happened. After all, there is no such data, and it is very strange why this happened. This is not accepted at their shelter, and they will not be able to take away any child for lying. But they wanted to take one child for an eye transplant. After all, their child has eye problems and needs urgent surgery. Auntie was very angry and didn't even know what to say to them because this is a very vile act and normal people don't do that. They will need to answer exactly for their words. Then they offered to buy the child for money and immediately told me the price for which they were willing to do it. After all, they understand everything perfectly. But the woman was very angry and said that they didn't know what they were talking about. These are simply incomprehensible people. She began to threaten them and say that she would put them in prison. But they said that they would go to another grandfather's house and would not just wait. They will definitely take the child no matter where. Lin said that he wrote down the words that these people said and now he has every opportunity to imprison them. After all, now there is evidence and there is something to imprison for. But the man said that if he didn't have connections, he wouldn't even try to do this. So he can't just be intimidated, and he generally has other options now. They said it as if they were proud of it. This will end very badly for them. Lin knows his capabilities and he will do everything to destroy them for a long time. Then Lin started calling out some names and people got a little scared. After all, they had already heard them before. So they were scared and didn't know what to say. Then the guys in uniforms came straight into the office. They already knew why they came in, and most likely nothing would help people, because Lin knew who to know in this situation. They immediately prepared handcuffs and put them on the people because they understood that this was a hopeless situation, and they had to obey everything they were told. Then the policeman drove with Lin for a bit and told him that Mr. Wu said hi to him. After all, he is aware of all this, so he was grateful that Lin called. The guy said that people will receive the punishment they deserve. So don't let him worry. They'll do everything right. Lin was very grateful to the guys that they were so dedicated to their work. After all, they must finish this matter once and for all. Lin helped his mother a lot because she definitely would not have been able to find such information about these people. It's good that the Tench paid attention to them in time. She was very scared because this rarely happens to her, and now she will need to very vigilantly check each person so that such situations definitely do not happen. But he just said that everything worked out and that everything was fine. Don't let Mom worry. After all, it could have been worse, but now everything is normal for them. Mom began to blame herself for not being careful, but this is not such a big reason. The main thing is to find such people in time and deal with them. Lin began to reassure his mother and say that everything would be fine. This happened by chance, and there is nothing wrong with it. The main thing is that it won't happen again. Then Lin said goodbye to his mother and said that he urgently needed to pick up the girl. Otherwise, she would already be childish on him, and it would be very inconvenient if he did not come for her. The sister introduced Lin to his boyfriend because they had not met yet and it was necessary to introduce his brother. After all, they are still one seed. Lin said that they should not stand and wait for a long time and let them go to the restaurant. After all, it will be much easier to get to know each other and communicate together. The guy immediately recognized Lin's girl and began to communicate with her. After all, I realized that she was already part of the guest and wanted to ask how she was doing in general. Then the guy realized that this was a family meeting, and he would need a large table for all of them. After all, there are a lot of them, and you need to accommodate them all comfortably. They all sat and began to communicate with each other. After all, they wanted to know more about each other and figure out who does what in general. The girls said that in this place they cook meat that is not scarlet, and you need to try it and understand what it actually tastes like. Lin said that let the girl order whatever she wants, and he will look at what kind of food there is and how it should be eaten and with what. The girl immediately called the waiter to place her order and immediately take what she liked and what she wanted to try. Then people came up and started asking Lin because they recognized his corporation, and they wanted to talk to him and understand who he was. Lin wondered what they needed from him because he had done nothing wrong and did not understand how he could help them and with what. The man introduced himself to Lin and said which company he was from, so that Lin would understand at least approximately who he was and where he came from. The guy was shocked when he found out how much Lin was able to lose on stocks. It was simply fantastic and incredible, because not everyone has such opportunities. But Lin told you that this was a family husband, and he would talk to them when he had time. So don't let them bother him, otherwise he's always at work anyway. Yes, people understood everything and said that they would come next time so as not to disturb Lin. Otherwise, they understand how difficult it is to control everything. Then Lin had to complete one task for the stream. This means finding a streamer and donating money to her for one service. Lin was looking for a suitable streamer for a long time. Otherwise, there aren't many, and it's difficult to find a good and proven one who will do the tasks. But it was quick. Lin was able to find a streamer who very quickly agreed to his conditions, and for her to complete the tasks that he gave her in exchange for gifts that could be exchanged for money. Then Lin realized that he could eventually get a Bugatti. This made him very happy, but he understood that it would not be so easy to do. After that, Lin returned to the conversation so as not to interfere with discussing family matters at the table. After all, they all see each other very rarely anyway. Then Lin talked to his sister's boyfriends and he offered to go have something to drink together. After all, this will be a very good reason to talk and get to know each other better. Then the girl said that she wanted to go shopping. She has been waiting for this moment for a long time, so she is ready to go for a walk and look at new things. The guy wanted to take Lin to the shelter, but he said that he still had work to do, so he would go and mind his own business. Let them all rest and gain strength. Finally, Lin said not to offend his sister, otherwise he obviously wouldn't like it. So let him know what and how to do and not think about doing bad things. Then Lin went into a tile that was not far away, and he had a meeting there with one person to whom he donated money. It was the same girl who streams. She wanted to see the person who was able to give her such a large sum. Lin immediately said hello and said that there were traffic jams and he was a little late. Therefore, it was not possible to arrive normally and on time. Then the girl's friend left and left her alone with the Lean. After all, she had urgent business and some issues needed to be resolved. But Lin didn't come to meet the girl. He had completely different goals. He came to find out if he too could start streaming and what he needed to have for this. The girl was simply shocked when she found out that Lin also wants to broadcast live. This is very strange for a guy. Moreover, he is quite handsome, and it is strange that he wants to do this. Lena's girl asked why he needed all this because he was already rich, and it was not clear why he should do streaming and what it would bring him. But Lin said he has a goal of reaching 200,000 audiences. To do this, he needs to understand this well in order to understand how and what to work. The girl said that it would be difficult for a beginner, but she would help him so that he would come to this faster. So you need to take time to figure everything out. Lin said that without any problems, he was ready. They could pack up and go. He will help the girl, and she will help him, and then everyone will be happy. The girl came to meet Lin, but people were not aware. They didn't understand who he was and what this guy had forgotten in this place. The girl said that everything is ready to hold events. The main thing is that they are all happy and like everything. The girl asked Lin what his name was and how he was going to dress for the stream. After all, you need to prepare properly so that everything is beautiful. Lin said he plans to wear a full face mask. He likes it better this way, and the more he knows what he will do next. The girl said that it was too bad that the tench would not show her face. After all, in this way, he will not be able to properly gain an audience and no one will watch him. Lin said that he could sit like this and that it was a good idea. The main thing is that she shows him how it all works, and that's it. Otherwise, he's very bad at it. Lin sat down and said that he was ready and they could start the live broadcast because Lin was already interested in understanding how it all really works. Then they started talking and greeting their fans. After all, they had to show up and say what they were planning to do on the broadcast. The girl began to introduce her audience to Lin, but he called himself a man in a mask because he did not want to show his face to the audience. At first, Lin didn't feel very well because he didn't know how to behave correctly at such events, but he tried not to do anything unnecessary. The people who invited the streamer did not understand what was happening and why she started talking about the guy. After all, he shouldn't be in the frame at all. The guy immediately became indignant and began to go to the girl to talk and communicate with her. After all, he understood that he still had many questions for her. The guy couldn't understand why Lin and not the girl would broadcast the live broadcast. This is very strange because everything should be different and not the way they imagined it. But the girl said that he was just learning to be a streamer, and there was nothing wrong with that. Let him be in the frame and talk a little. It won't be superfluous. But Lin said that no one should worry. Everything would be fine and without any problems. The main thing is that they understand what the tench wants to do. Lin said that he would sell 10 cars from this car dealership, and it would not be difficult for him. Let them not worry about the fact that they won't be able to sell their cars. What Lin said was shocking to people. They never thought that Lin could sell so many cars from a car dealership. The girl asked if Lin could sell the cars because it's not that easy. It's difficult to sell 10 cars ahead of schedule even for an experienced seller. But Lin said that he could sell it and there was nothing difficult about it. He knows how to do it, so let them just not interfere with his work and that's all. The girl wished him luck in the broadcast because she understood that the tench would not be able to do or sell anything. It's simply impossible to do. Then Lin began to tell everything he knew about each car. Although he had not studied these machines much, he already had knowledge about the machines. People didn't understand how he knew all the information. It's very complicated and it's not clear how Lin studied and understood all this. It's simply impossible to understand. Then Lin began to talk about the economy of this machine. It was very profitable to buy this model precisely because of the savings. The guy noticed that the tench knows quite a lot, and perhaps he has been doing this for many years. It was very strange to watch from the outside. But the girl said that what Lin said was nothing strange. It was an offensive instruction on the car. She can do this herself. The girl said that people don't believe in the power of the car, and they want a test drive. So that the tench shows them how to properly drive this car and, in general, how to drive it. Lin decided to find out if it was possible to take this car for a test drive in order to understand and show the real power of this car. The girl was very scared because she thought that it was very dangerous, and even more so, it was not clear whether the Tench could cope with such a machine. Perhaps there will be problems later. The guy said that they have a test drive service and they can take the car for a ride. The main thing is not to crash and not to drive very fast. The girl said that if the Tench goes out for a test drive, they will expose him and find out who he really is. This will be very bad for himself. Lin immediately started asking for the keys because he was sure that he could calmly go and show a good result and drive the car at full power. The popularity of the broadcast began to grow very quickly, and no one could even imagine that there would be 200,000 people on the broadcast. This is a very popular broadcast. People began to get very worried because they didn't even understand what would take longer to happen. They didn't know how the Tench would behave on the broadcast. Lin got behind the wheel and was ready to start driving. After all, it was necessary to keep the people who were on the broadcast. Lin was interested in finding out how many viewers attend the broadcasts to get an idea of the total number of people. And then he had a lot of questions. There were already more than 220,000 on the broadcast, and Lin told the girl to hold it very tightly. Otherwise, he will now accelerate very strongly and take off. They started driving very fast and accelerating at speed. It was very efficient and fast, because such a machine is worthy of having horses. Lin was very accelerated and didn't even think about stopping because he knew that he could quickly overtake everyone and do a good and powerful trick. The girl was simply shocked by such a fast speed and could not think that such a car could accelerate so much. Even the employees were shocked and did not know what to say or how to proceed. After all, the Tench began to move very quickly, and it's just a lot of adrenaline. Lin was confident in his abilities and did not lighten the gas because he knew that he could quickly pick up speed and thereby increase the coverage of the broadcast. Lin began to turn very sharply to show maximum skill. Thus, people will also like it all. Then Lin decided to switch the mode to show everything he has in the car. It really wasn't simple or easy. The girl said that if they take this car, they will have a lot of gifts, and they will get cool emotions because these will be completely new cars. After the test drive, when it was all over, the guy was very pleased with how the Tench rode and made such a popular broadcast. That was very powerful of him. Lin was able to understand a lot of things while he was on this stream, because he was able to learn a lot of new things for himself. Moreover, I discovered such an interesting area for myself. But Lin could not understand what exactly people wanted from him and what they expected. After all, you need to conduct a clear analysis of what exactly his fans want from him. Then the girl said that the fans really want to see the sports car. They have clearly been waiting for this for a long time and really want to see him on this broadcast. Lin said that she could show a car that would delight all spectators. Everyone even began to wonder what kind of car this could be. Then Lin analyzed what people wanted to see and realized that they needed to show Bugatti. After all, they are asking for this particular car for the stream. The girl was very surprised when she heard that Lin wanted to show people the Bugatti. After all, there is simply nothing like such a car, and it is very difficult to find. The girl began to ask if she knew a person who had enough money to buy a Bugatti. After all, it was necessary to reach an agreement abroad regarding Bugatti. But Lin said that he cannot be the same person who owns a Bugatti. After all, he has every opportunity to drive such a car. The girl said that only a few people could afford such cars. Therefore, it is very rare for me to see a car like a Bugatti. Lin told the girl to share this live with her friends. This will be an opportunity to show everyone who this masked man is. Then everyone will understand everything at once. Then Lin began to enter one of his hotels, and the girl did not understand how he planned to enter. After all, this is a very expensive hotel and it's tedious to wait for security. But Lin said that this is his home, so there is no need to be surprised and shout too much. After all, this has been his home for a long time and many people already know it. Then Lin was able to drive out in a black Bugatti and clearly no one expected this. It was very unexpected for everyone who was there. After that, the popularity of the streamer grew greatly and people began to watch the stream. This was very noticeable to everyone who was there. Lin was simply shocked when he saw how many people were watching the stream. He never thought that he could develop to such a large scale. Then Lin was able to receive an award for his skill. After all, he definitely did more than was necessary, and he did not expect this from himself and from the people who came to the stream. Then the girl said that there were more than 1 million people on the broadcast. It was very strong and popular for all of them. Then Lin told the girl to follow him because he had an idea. Therefore, we urgently need to bring it into reality before he forgets it. Then Lin showed the bumper and it was the power system. After all, not everyone can show a girl exactly the same Bugatti as Lin did. The girl was very grateful to Lin for such a cool live broadcast. After all, he was able to show a lot of cool things. So the girl was very shocked by such things. Then Lin said goodbye to the girl and said that he was also very grateful to her for her help. After all, he understands that he could not cope without her. Then they called Lin and said that they needed to meet, and he said that he could come and talk. So let them set a date and place. Lin quickly arrived where he needed to go to understand what the problem was and why he needed to drive through the entire city so quickly and what the reason was. Lin was a little anxious and didn't even know what he could say. After all, he was very quickly excited and told to come to the designated point and place. The guy told Lin that some of the companies they had negotiations with went very smoothly. So this is very good for them. But they called and said that they would not cooperate with Lin and all of them, and it's not clear why they decided this. Lin was simply shocked by such information and did not even know what to say or where to go. After all, this was the first time he had come to such an establishment. I just couldn't understand why people decided not to make contact and refuse so abruptly. This is very strange, and it is not at all clear why this happened. But the league employees themselves do not understand why everything has changed so dramatically. After all, before this, everything was fine, and it's not clear where this came from. Lin realized that something was wrong in this matter, and everything needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, there may be big problems later, but he doesn't need them, and he wants to turn his plan into reality. The girl began to offer versions of why this all happened. After all, perhaps someone intervened in this matter and everything changed so dramatically. Lin demanded, perhaps someone has suspicions about who could have done this. Otherwise, the Tench itself does not understand what the problem might be. The girl said that this could be the revenge of one person who once decided to cross Lin's path. And now maybe he's just taking revenge and that's all. But he said that if there is any problem, they should tell him right away. Otherwise, he should be aware of everything that is happening. Lin realized that the road he had chosen would definitely not be smooth. And you will need to carefully study and understand everything. Otherwise, there may be problems and many different nuances later. Then Lin said that he urgently needed to stream. Let them go do their thing while he stays busy for a bit and talks to his audience. The girl was very surprised when she found out that Lin wanted to stream. This was new to her, and she had never heard anything like this from Lin. Lin began to prepare to look good and be able to show himself to the audience as he had before. After all, he has the nickname the Masked Man. Lin became interested in finding out what the rating was and what people were talking about in the comments. It was very strange for him, and he wanted to figure it out. Then Lin wrote that let people suggest different variations in the comments, and he will try to arrange it for them or show it to them. Lin was very surprised that they started throwing so many gifts at him. It's very unusual for him, and it's nice that people appreciate him on the internet. Then they brought Lena something to eat so that he would not be hungry. After all, he's been sleeping for quite a long time, and it's difficult to sit in one place and talk constantly into the camera. Then strange things started happening to Lin during his broadcast. They started sending him gifts in huge quantities. He could not understand what kind of rich woman was helping him so much. The girl continued to give Lin large and very expensive gifts. He was simply shocked by it all and didn't even know what to say. Lin began asking his audience to be more active because he wanted to get to first place. And he needs good support on stream. Then the guy saw that his competitor simply took him and surpassed him. After all, the man in the mask became popular very quickly, and this is not very good for him. But the guy said that he could very easily regain his title. So there is no problem, he knows how to fix it all. Then the girl said that the guy in the mask had already been sent 40 missiles and that was not very good. This way he can quickly get around and overtake everyone. The guy realized that he urgently needed to intervene in this matter. Otherwise he simply would not be able to fix anything later. Things went very badly and his popularity began to decline. Then the guy in the mask gave him more rockets, and he already had more than 500 rockets on his stream. It was very powerful and unexpected for the guy who was watching the broadcast. Lin said that he is ready to compete for the title of the new king of streams. After all, he has every chance to do it and repeat it. because he already knows approximately how it is. Then Lin was offered a bet that he found difficult to refuse. Whoever loses the two of them will leave the city forever and will no longer lead the old way. Lin agreed on a certain date to show the guy what he is capable of and in general what opportunities he has. Otherwise, it won't be easy for one person to do this. Then Lin decided to rest a little because he realized that it was not easy to do everything and he needed to take a rest. After all, this is all very tiring. Then they called Lin and asked if he would like to go and see some inventions that were already up and running. Lin came where he was told to look at different technologies. He was interested in understanding this and studying everything. But some people needed to be reassured, and Lin said he could do it very quickly. Let the girl give him a couple of minutes, and he will come for her. Lin came and saw two people discussing and arguing strongly among themselves on various topics. It was very strange and incomprehensible to Lin. The guy said that the components he added were much better than those that I advise him to add. He knows better how it all works in practice. But another guy said that the sublimation method is much better and it will be many times more effective. So there is no need to even argue here. The guy said that Mr. Lin would come now and he would give all the recommendations and answers to questions. This will be much easier and more convenient for the two of them. But the guys said that they know Lin and read about him. But he is clearly far from all this, and he will not be able to help them or suggest anything good. But one guy said that even if Lin understands, it's not a fact that his opinions can solve anything. After all, they won't listen to him anyway. Science is not a joke at all. And ethicists need to study for a long time and figure out what and how. Therefore, not everyone can understand all this and figure it out as needed. Then the girl assigned Lin and showed that he could help them figure out such problems. He knows how to help them and can give advice. The guy said that he doesn't care who he is. When he's in the laboratory, he has to follow the rules. And this is not discussed with the world. Let him do everything as it should. Lin said that he could then go and no one would bother him. After all, he heard everyone's opinions and he understood and drew certain conclusions for himself. The girl didn't want Lin to leave because he was going to solve this problem. But it's difficult to say how to persuade them all to communicate with each other. The processors did not believe that the Ling knew anything about what they were studying. After all, he has no skills and perhaps he has only read a couple of books and thinks he understands this. The girl said that she remembers the authority of these professors, but they can no longer solve this problem. A lot of time has passed and they need to come up with something. The professor was a little surprised by the girl's answer, because it's not just as it seems to them. But they did not fully understand each other, and they had little misunderstanding. Lin said that he was ready to solve this problem, but then the last word would always remain with him. And this will not be discussed in any way. The girl was afraid that there would be a new conflict because of Lin. After all, anything can happen, and it's simply not realistic to predict it. The girl said that they shouldn't argue because it's just a waste of time. There is no need to start doing this because they are all adults. The guy said that this is not a matter for the girl. They themselves can decide what to do and how. They understand everything perfectly well themselves. Lin said that he knew how to solve their problem and said what it would take. Vedi understood perfectly how it all really works. No one could understand what Lin was up to and what his purpose was. After all, everyone was afraid that he would do something bad and come up with something. Link needs a test tube and a separate room. He already knows what to do and how to behave and how to work with components. He has already been able to study a lot. Everyone thought that Lin had simply gone crazy and was doing who knows what. After all, no one has ever repeated such experiments, and no one has ever done them. He took all the components and simply left, and told everyone to wait for him while he returned and did everything that needed to be done. A few minutes later, he came out and said that the process was completely finished, and he is ready to show what he achieved as a result. He just said that all that remained was to calculate the degree of purity, and that was all. In fact, he did what he promised simply in a very short and quick manner. No one could believe that Lin still managed to do it. After all, it simply didn't fit into anyone's head about what and how it worked. Lin said that if someone doesn't believe him, they can check everything themselves using their own special analyses or similar technologies. And they immediately set out to check how the Tench was able to fix it all and whether this was really what he himself said. After all, you can say anything. After checking, the guy would be simply shocked because the test tube contains pure enzymes. They were simply shocked by this information and could not even think about it. Everyone started shouting that it is not impossible to extract 100% pure enzyme. They've been trying for a long time and they can't do it. The guy told them to look at the result. There could be no mistake. He himself carefully checked and looked at everything, and everything fits together as it should be. Then the guys took a look for themselves and were convinced that everything was going there as it should be. For them, it was not clear at all, and they did not know how Lin could have done this. Lin said that now this center will be completely under his control, and he understands this perfectly well because they had argued before. The professor said that Lin was right. They had an agreement and a dispute, so now everything agrees with them. Everything is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Lin said that they were not the best at finding material to find enzymes. We could have come up with something better. The girl didn't even know what to say to Lin because he was able to solve a big problem. And it was not quite easy for him, but he was able to solve it. Lin said that if she wants to change jobs, she should just call him. He knows how to arrange her and where he has a place for her. Then Lena was scheduled to stream in the evening with the same streamer who challenged him. They must prove which of them is the best and strongest. The guy on the other side of the screen was also completely ready to start this hack. After all, they understood that this would not be easy to do. Lin used the luck card to win the guy for sure. This will be much better for all of them, and especially Lin will be much calmer. The guy was a little scared because he saw how the tench began to quickly gain its popularity. This was very strange for him, and he did not know what to do next. The guy realized that there was no point in fighting anymore, and he lost in the end. So he became very depressed and didn't know what to do next. Lin was very lucky that he was able to win the guy, and now he is the main winner in this whole thing. And his competitor should leave this streaming forever. The creators of the platform were very interested in what Lin began to do. After all, the opportunities that he had on the stream are not available to anyone who streams in general. The creator of the platform was interested to know about the guy who created such a big stir. After all, he is clearly the most popular person on the streaming site. The guy said that the guy in the mask was able to reach 100,000 viewers on one broadcast. This is a lot for a beginner, especially for someone like him. The creator was simply shocked and didn't even know what to say. After all, he sees this for the first time, and it's new to him, and it's not clear what will happen next. Then the girl told about the dispute that was between the streamers, and the masked man won it, and thus threw him out of the platform. When they looked at the statistics, they were simply shocked and didn't even know what to say, because they were very high and sharp. They didn't notice any stability at all. Then the guy realized that another streamer was losing to a man in a mask. It was very strange to watch from the outside, and it was not clear what would happen next. At this time, Lin ended the broadcast and said goodbye to his fans. He started streaming often, and it became very popular, and people began to recognize him more and more. Lin was then able to receive improvements in his condition and capabilities, and now he has become even stronger and more experienced, which has made him much stronger. But in order for him to continue completing tasks, he needs to get 200 million views and get more attention. This will not be easy, and it will be quite difficult to do. Then they called Lin and offered to collaborate because the platform saw great potential in him, and they wanted to sign one contract with him. But Lin said that he won't stay long on the platform, so he thinks it's a bad idea. Moreover, he now has completely different plans. But after he was offered promotion and development, he realized that this was a good opportunity to try himself in this. But Lin decided to go to this meeting with a girl who has been understanding this for a long time. Moreover, she will be able to help Lin in some matters. Lin was a little anxious and didn't know what or how best to do. After all, he didn't know what would await him and what opportunities he would be given. Then Lin saw those people with whom he was supposed to meet and talk. These were people he knew, and he had known them for a long time. Lin immediately recognized Mr. Yang and was pleased with their meeting. After all, he thought it would be a completely different person. But now they all agree. The man didn't expect that it was the tench that would come because he was told that there would be a streamer, but they didn't say which one. And then Lin appeared and everything immediately became clear. Then immediately after that, they started interviewing, and it was clear and visible what and how it worked for Lin. Lin said that let the girl say hello and at least talk to people, and from the outside it doesn't look very good. The girl greeted and said hello, Grandpa. He was very surprised by this, because he didn't think that he was so old and looked so bad. Lin told her not to call this guy that again, After all, he is not a grandfather and therefore let him not talk about him like that anymore. The girl said hello and said hello again, only with respect. After all, it was very rude on her part. The guy said that everything was fine, but no one had ever called it that before. Therefore, there is nothing scary. Let it be as it is. There is nothing bad in it. Then a guy came out and said that there was a place to stream the head and let him come in. After all, everything is as it is, and there is no need to change anything. You can broadcast right away. The man said that he was ready to watch how Lin would stream. He was already interested in how this all actually happens in our time. Even the reporter became interested in finding out how they wanted to do all this and what they had come up with in general. This is very strange and incomprehensible to her. The man said that he just wanted to see how it would all happen, and that's all. He doesn't need to give anything in return, and he just has to look, and that's it. There are no more buildings built, so Lin can take off his mask and no one will see him again. So his face will remain behind the scenes, and no one else will know about it. The girl was a little shocked when she saw how close the line was with this man. Woody. She has known him for a long time and understands what status and strength he has. Lin started talking to that same guy about his personal life. After all, we haven't seen each other for a long time and there was something to discuss. They clearly know each other well and there is no problem with that. The girl asked Lin if she could start a live broadcast. After all, she had wanted it for a long time, and she had some questions that she would like to know from Lin. Then the man decided to invite Lin to practice. After all, he saw good potential in him and knows that Tench is capable of much. Lin said that this could end badly, and he doesn't really want to fight. It might work out another time, but right now he doesn't make sense in this and thinks this is not the best solution. The man thought that the Tench was a little scared because such a reaction was very suspicious. The man thought that the Tench was a little bolder. Lin said he didn't want to seriously injure anyone and knew what he was capable of. He just holds his own well, and he could see that it would obviously be difficult for the guys to fight him. But the man said, if the Tench is so confident in himself, then let him get into the ring and try to fight. If he is so strong and ready to show himself to everyone. Well, Lin said that he could try without any problems because he was very confident in his abilities and knew what he could do. But the main thing is to fight according to the rules and not make mistakes. The girl was a little worried that Lin would not be able to cope and that he would not be able to work normally in the ring. After all, everyone thinks that the Tench will not be able to withstand it. The girl decided to find out what Lin was up to because no one called him. But he said the opposite, that he was invited to fight, and he could not refuse this matter. The girl asked what Tench could do if he was just a streamer. It would be very difficult for him to do. After all, everyone understands perfectly well what and how it works. Lin asked the girl that streamers couldn't fight properly. This is definitely not intended for them because they don't play much sports. The girl said, okay, let the Tench continue to mate. There is definitely nothing wrong with this. He clearly knows what he is doing and he is a strong man and will be able to show a good result. Lin said that he would not go to spar because he needed a much stronger opponent. He knows his capabilities and strengths and wants to show them. All the guys were shocked by what Lin said because it all hurt them very much. They didn't expect Lin to be a strong opponent, but here he is still saying things like that around them. The girl said that Lin is mistaken. He has a good opponent. Let him not talk nonsense. After all, he definitely won't be able to fight him in any way. Lin quickly jumped over the rope and realized that he would have to fight against a strong opponent. It won't be easy, but he can do anything to win. Lin was ready to start fighting and fighting for his victory and show everyone who he really is and what capabilities he has. The guy immediately began to attack him and fight with him because he understood that it would not be as easy as he thought. Lin easily began to evade these blows because he understood how it all worked, and he already had experience in battles and fights. Therefore, he felt quite calm. But then Lin found an opportunity to hit the guy and told him that he was not attentive. After all, he missed Lin and led him very close to him. The Lin hit the guy right in the stomach, and it was very unexpected for him. After all, you also need to be able to hit so hard and have good coordination. The guy was no longer at ease after the first blow, because Lin knew where to hit in order to quickly calm the enemy. It was a very accurate strike. He just warned that it would all end very badly for the guy. But alas, no one wanted to listen to him or even talk to him. Everyone was shocked when Lin was able to knock the guy straight to the ground with one blow. It was simply incredible and ahead of schedule, fast, like for one battle. The man clearly underestimated Lin and didn't know how he was holding up at all. But now everything has changed and became completely different for him. Then they brought in another guy to rotate with Lin. After all, you need to give him a strong opponent so that it is clear who is really stronger. Then Lin was offered sparring. If he is ready, then they can start, because it is in their interests to figure it out and understand which of them is stronger and more powerful. And they started fighting each other. It was decently strong and effective. Before this, there weren't as many battles and combat skills involved as there are now. Lin took the guy and started throwing him over his shoulder so that he would be definitely hit and would not bother Lin anymore. After all, it was necessary to quickly end the fight so that everyone would understand who the Tench was. The guy fell far ahead of schedule and didn't even expect to get it like that. But Lin had no intention of sparing anyone or playing games with anyone. Lin knew what to do in such a situation and immediately began to act according to his plan, which he had in his head, and he came up with it on the fly. The girl who watched this fight didn't even have time to understand anything. Everything was happening very quickly for her, and it was strange, and it was not clear how to react to this. When the Tench began to defeat the other guy, everyone was simply in shock and then began to think. After all, the opponent was worthy of strength, and the battle was powerful. The guy Lin was fighting with was surprised at the speed at which he moved. After all, it was difficult to react and understand what was happening around. Everyone around underestimated Lin, but now everyone realized that he is not an ordinary guy, and it is clearly not so easy to win and defeat him. He has good training and great strength. Then another guy comes out against Lin who also wants to fight, but this opponent is already very strong, and he is practicing at a professional level. I just thought that he had already won everyone, but it turned out that there were still people with whom he could fight. But he was not afraid of anyone. He peed everything perfectly. Before the fight, the guy began to warm up because he understood that he would need to work hard and show a good result. And this will not be so easy to do. The guy began to strike the first blows at Lin, so that he would definitely no longer be able to fight and resist him. After all, the rules of a fight are to always be first. The guy started trying to fight Lin and try to hit him. He knew that it was possible to harm him well and hit him in the right places. But the Tench held good protection, so there were no problems with this and everything was fine. So there is no need to be afraid of him. He fights to the last. Lin began to try different blows so that he could hit the guy well. After all, with one kick you can immediately chop down your opponent. The guy also had good defense and tried to resist and maintain his strength and fighting skills. But Lin's opponent still couldn't stand on his feet, and he fell. It was expected by Lin that he would be able to win it very easily. The guy was simply in shock and did not know what to do, because this behavior was very strange, and it was not clear how it happened. This was very strange for everyone. Lin said that he didn't really want to continue because there would be a lot of blood, and no one needed that. So let them just go their separate ways and understand who is stronger and who is not. The guy said that the Tench saves his reputation and he is very grateful to him for that. After all, not everyone would do something like Lin did. The girl admired Lin very much because he was so strong and so cool. He clearly knows a lot about battles and battles because not everyone has such skills. The man was shocked that the Tench was able to defeat his man so quickly. It was just a miracle, and Tench looks very powerful, a really cool and strong guy. Lin said that he was still able to get off very easily. But it wasn't very difficult for him. He already had strong opponents, so this is normal for him and there are no problems. The man was interested in how Tench was able to learn to fight like that, because this is a very strong skill and something that not everyone can repeat. Lin said that he was an orphan and there were no people to teach him, so he learned everything on his own, and that's normal. He was just in different conditions. The man said that Tench is a very cunning guy, and you can't get an answer out of him. He clearly knows something that no one else knows, and this gives him more of an advantage. But the Link had to leave because he didn't have time to communicate. Therefore, he said that later they would be able to talk about different topics. The man began to ask his ward if everything was okay with him. After all, he understood that he needed to find out how the guy felt. The guy was very uncomfortable talking about this because he didn't show himself very well. But he didn't want it to turn out that way. The man said that the guy wanted to preserve his reputation, so he didn't fight any further. Moreover, he only spared the guy and also did not want the edge and severe pain for him. But the guy's body hurt a lot after the battle, because the Tench was like a stone and it was very difficult to fight with it. This is a pretty strong opponent, and not an easy one. The man realized that the Tench was clearly not just a guy, and he had very great abilities. He was able to do something that other ordinary people cannot master, and this is very surprising. The man took his phone and decided to talk about Lin because he just couldn't leave this situation. This worries and interests him greatly. The guy said that perhaps the Tench had learned an ancient skill that not everyone can learn. After all, it's not so simple and you need to understand it well. The guys began to think how the Tench was able to learn this skill because it is simply impossible to do in their days. You need to understand and know the methodology of such training. The man said that it is simply impossible. Understanding this situation, it is not so simple. But in this case, they cannot understand where Lin got such opportunities. Lin, at this time, spoke to the person to meet and sign a new contract. He understood that he needed to move on and try new things. But since Lin is constantly busy, he postponed the meeting a little until the evening and said that then he would discuss all the issues with the person. Then a guy came to Lin and started asking him about something. Apparently, there was urgent information and a problem that needed to be solved urgently. But Lin immediately wanted to understand what happened because he was in a bit of a hurry and did not have free time to chat. The guy came to tell Lin that their contract had been signed and it would be fulfilled according to all the requirements that were specified in it. Then Lin became interested in how much money they were able to spend. After all, he must understand the community's expenses for all production. It turned out that they spent 80 million on the plant, which is a lot ahead of schedule. And now I just realized that all this is very expensive. Then Lin began to study the action plan in order to understand when he would be able to judge the first result and fruits in the company. Otherwise, he only invested money and wants to see the result. Then Lin came to the conversation to talk with the person and understand some of the points that were specified in the contract. The girl waved her hand and said that the Tench could go to the table to sit down and chat. They will be able to come to an agreement then. The guy didn't like that the Tench came again wearing a mask. After all, this image is very strange and does not have a very good effect on some aspects. Lin walked over and began to sit at the table to start talking to people. After all, I understood that it was necessary to conduct quick and high-quality negotiations with people. The girl suggested taking off her glasses and mask to make it easier to talk and communicate with each other. Otherwise, they have some barriers to communication. But Lin said that he did not want to take off the mask. It would be much more convenient for him. Otherwise, he doesn't want to show his true face to everyone. Then Lin saw that he was aiming to sit on the phone a lot and broadcast. The girl said that Lin would then have a fee of 5 million, and he could earn a lot from this. So let him think carefully before taking action. Lin asked the girl if she looked like a person who needed money. After all, Lin is already quite rich and he doesn't need these handouts, small contracts. The guy started asking Lin why he became a streamer if he didn't want to make money from it. They simply cannot understand this and figure it out. Then Lin heard that the man started talking about investments, and this interested him very much. After all, he is interested in making money from this. Then Lin said that they could definitely forget about investing in their company. After all, he will make it so that they cannot get anything. But the man said that the line doesn't solve anything because he simply doesn't have the ability to solve such issues on such a large scale. Then the phone rang sharply, and it was clear that it was the same girl who was in charge of investing in the company calling. Everyone was very scared at this moment. The girl immediately picked up the phone and started talking to her because she needed to understand what happened and why this girl was calling. Anything can happen. After this call, the girl's face changed a lot, and she realized that something was wrong and maybe someone was involved. After all, before that, everything was very good. The guy was very scared when he realized that the girl was very upset after the call. There was clearly something wrong here, as always. The girl said that there would be no investment in their company and streaming platform. Investors changed their minds about investing money and said they simply didn't want to. The guy couldn't understand why this happened because before that everything was just fine. And now it's not clear what happened. Lin said that if the guy quits, Lin will return all the investments back as it was before. So let him think what he wants. The guy started shouting at Lin because he imagined himself to be a very influential person. This guy was teased a lot, and he didn't like it. Then Lin wrote to his friend asking her to return the news. After all, Lin needs to prove that he has influence on this whole matter. A couple of minutes later, the girl received a call and was told that they had again decided to invest money in the company. So everything is in force, as it was before. Lin then asked the guy if he could keep his word and just leave work, so that he doesn't see him anymore and he just doesn't bother him. The guy said that he was not going to answer this question because he didn't care about it. He has a lot of work to do, so he can't say anything. But Lin was too lazy to continue this conversation, and he simply said that he would leave, and that's it. After all, he doesn't have all the time and energy for this. The girl tried to stop Lin so that he would think about the proposals that he presented to him. After all, the contract was binary, good and profitable. But Lin made it clear that he was not interested in payment at all. He had completely different goals and interests. So let them look for other people to do this. Then Lin was told that they would soon have an event and all the main streamers on the platform would be there. Therefore, if he wants, he can come. Then Lin was told to come to the opening of the medical faculty, because as a doctor, he should also be there. Lin said that he would definitely, although he is no longer a doctor. Lin was met by a girl who worked with him. She was clearly interested in talking and chatting with Lin. After all, I haven't seen him for a long time, but here is such an opportunity. As soon as the girl saw Lina, she immediately gave him a gift because he definitely deserved it. She had long wanted to please Lina, and now she was able to do it. Lin was interested to know what kind of papers these were, and in general how it all actually worked. Everyone was interested in learning and understanding, and now, Lin, the head of the secretariat, this was gratitude not only from the hospital, but also from the girl herself. After all, he did a lot for everyone. Lin thought that the girl wanted Lin to enter the pharmaceutical industry. After all, this is all very strange for him. The girl thinks that this definitely won't hurt Lin. He can do many things at the same time. Let her try. She thinks everything will work out for him. But Lin said that he was in no hurry for now because he had his own tasks, so he must first solve them and get everything done. Then Lin went up to the top floor because people were waiting for him there, and he needed to communicate with them and talk about what and how. When Lin came in, he was very surprised because there were a lot of people in the building, and he didn't understand where so many of them came from. But he expected it to turn out this way. All the people who were there were standing and waiting for someone. They were clearly preparing for some kind of meeting in order to turn with someone. At that time, they even broadcast live from the scene of the crash to make it clear who and where they are and why people have gathered at all. The introduction to the laboratory was over, and everyone understood how the laboratory was structured and why it was built. As soon as Lin saw his friend, he immediately asked if he could take her contact. After all, he has been watching her for a long time and wanted to meet her. The girl immediately recognized the voice and left her head and saw Lin. He didn't expect to meet him like that in such a place. It was a very unexpected meeting. Everyone was very pleased that Lin came to greet them and chat. After all, everyone really appreciates and respects him as a doctor. The girl decided to find out if the tench was free in the evening. After all, she wants to have dinner with him and chat a little, not only about work. Lin said that he was very pleased that the girl could meet him and communicate and talk. He hadn't seen it for a long time. When Lin approached the girl, all the guys were very angry. After all, they were clearly aimed at something else, and the tench possibly prevented them. But the girl said that she did not have time for this because she was very busy. Therefore, she will not be able to give her contacts to others and get acquainted. Lin was surprised that so many people still knew him and wanted to chat, but he didn't have time to communicate with them. One guy asked who this guy was and came up to her and said he didn't really like it either and didn't understand why. But the girl said that this was her old friend, so she wanted to talk to him. We haven't seen each other for a long time and wanted to discuss some issues. The guy was interested to know where the tench works and where it even came from. After all, this was very unexpected for everyone. Lin said he quit his job at the hospital to work as a streamer. He thinks it will be better for him and more convenient for everyone else. The guys were shocked when they heard this answer. After all, being a doctor is much more prestigious than being a streamer, and everyone understood this. But the guy said that he thought that the tench could not work much in the hospital. After all, for this you need to have good skills and knowledge. The girl said that Tench is very good at medicine and he is better than her. He was able to go through a lot and achieve a lot, so there is no need to discuss it. But the guy said that he talked about it with the chief doctor, and he told him that surgery is very difficult. And not everyone can succeed in this matter. Lin asked the guy how he thinks Lin is better than the chief doctor they even have. After all, Lin is confident in himself and knows that his skills and abilities are very good. But then everyone started shouting at Lin that he didn't understand anything because he was very weak for all this. There is no way he can be better than their chief doctor who is in the hospital. But then the head doctor heard their conversation and decided to come over and find out what happened to them. Otherwise, they behave very violently and speak loudly. The doctor said that the tench is very good at what it does, and you can't argue with that. He is clearly good at dealing with false problems that the head physician would not be able to handle. And this charity center was created thanks to Lin. So he brought a lot of useful things to the hospital and not only to it. Everyone was shocked when they started listening to this. They could not even think that a tench was capable of such a thing. They were clearly thinking about something else and didn't know this. Even the journalist couldn't understand why Lin became a streamer if he was so capable. It was very strange and not clear to anyone. But Lin said that this classmate is very weak in mind, so he is not worth his attention. He took the girl and began to leave the event. Then the man gave Lin a recipe to develop a medicine. The guy said that he really wants to work hard so that everything works out as it should. After all, the man hopes that this medicine can change the world for the better. After all, they have one common idea that needs to be implemented. But the guy said thanks to Lin and went on to work. After all, he is already full of his own tasks, so he doesn't have much time to discuss medications. Then a guy appeared who clearly wanted something from Lin. He said that he wanted to talk to him and would be grateful if he would give him a couple of minutes. But Lin let the girl go and began to talk to the guy personally one-on-one. After all, a girl shouldn't listen to this, much less stand next to her. He explained the battleship and where he was going and why he wanted to talk to him. He simply flatters Lin with one offer that he may not be able to refuse. After all, the point is that the guy created his own team in the biological department and wants to invite Lin to work there. They told him to see what potential he had. But Lin decided to ask directly because he wanted to find out what exactly he wanted from Lin and how he could be useful to him. But the guy said that he could give Lin all the power, opportunities, and resources. Let him just go to them and he can get everything. Lin asked the guy if he thought Lin would be able to take all this seriously and take it as he says. But Lin told him that he was simply not interested in it, so there was no point in enticing him. He is clearly focused on other goals and is not that interested. The guy tried to stop Lin and still somehow persuade him, perhaps somehow to lure him to himself. But this was not so easy to do. Lin said that he is not interested in any of this at all. He generally has other goals and interests, so this is not so important to him. The guy couldn't stop Lin because he had a completely different attitude, so he didn't really manage to do anything. But the guy doesn't decide to take the test because it's very important for him so that Lin can work for him. Perhaps the guy will come up with other ways. But then Lin returned to his girlfriend who was waiting for him in the office. He was there for a very long time because it was boring to talk a little more. Lin really liked the office he came to. It was very beautiful there and he realized that he liked it. He had not been so surprised for a long time. Then Lin got ready to go on a business trip because he had matters that needed to be resolved. To do this, I had to go to a slightly different country, but Lin was traveling by robot and streaming event. He needed to figure this out a little more. After all, he is not yet a full-fledged streamer. Then the girl saw those streamers whom she couldn't stand at all. She clearly doesn't like them very much and simply can't stand them. But the streamers immediately noticed them and realized that they needed to say goodbye to them and have a silent conversation. Because they haven't seen each other for a long time, although they broadcast on the same platform. They wanted to talk to them because they realized that this was a good opportunity to get to know their competitors better and understand who they are. The girl and Lin tried not to pay attention to them because they understood that they were a little busy and did not want to communicate with them one-on-one. But the guy laughed a little and realized that he wanted to make fun of him. After all, he has his own plan and his own jokes regarding other streamers. And the guy started shouting to them so that they would understand and pay attention to him. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time, and there was an opportunity to chat a little. The guy said that when he's not broadcasting live, they have the opportunity to get their fans. This is a very cool opportunity for them. Lin said that if they are flying to the same place, it does not mean that they are flying on the same plane. These are all very different things, and they are not the same thing. But the guy said that now, there is only one flight to that same island. Therefore, they have no opportunity to come up with anything else, because there is nothing else. Lin was very surprised, but said that it didn't mean anything and let it be as it is. Lin doesn't want to prove anything to anyone. Lin went to land his plane because he was about to take off soon. He needed to catch the girl. Otherwise, they don't have much time. The guy was shocked that the girl and the guy went on a private jet. It was very convenient for them. They haven't seen people using private jets for a long time. But the girl said that they needed to go get on the plane because they would have to fly soon. So they don't have a lot of time. The guy couldn't understand who this Tench was, that he could afford a frequent jet. It was very brave of him and really powerful. Then Lin took the girl on a frequent plane. After all, Tench has such capabilities, and it's very cool that he shares them. The girl was very surprised that Lin could afford a real private jet. This was very powerful and impressive for her. Lin told his friends that he was flying to the island to film a live broadcast. Therefore, he wants to be very involved in this event. Lena's friends were shocked when they heard this, because it's very strange to shoot streams for Lena's status. After all, he already has a lot of money. And here is this opportunity. Then Lin invited everyone to subscribe to his page, which is located on the platform where they can stream. He wanted to get more subscribers this way. Then they arrived at the right place and were able to land very smoothly. After all, they have frequent jets. All the guys got out and started leaving the airport and moving towards the city and industry. After all, they had different cases that needed to be closed. The exhibition starts only on the working day, so the guy has time. He can do useful things and more. They started calling Lin to come with them and rest a little too. But he said that he was a little busy, so he could do it another time. Then Lin began to inspect one large cruise ship. It was very large and quite large and large for ordinary airliners. Lin said that he was very pleased that he could buy such a large aircraft. It's worth the money, and Lin knows that for sure. The girl was simply shocked when she saw that big cruise ship. It seemed very big and unusual to her. Lin suggested examining him a little and seeing what he might look like. After all, this is really very interesting for Lin and not only for him. The girl asked Lin if this airliner belonged to him and if he owned it. After all, he behaves very strangely, and perhaps this is his liner. The girl said that this is very good content, and there will be a lot of Millet Smith ditch and new subscribers. So we urgently need to remove all this. Lin also started broadcasting this kind of broadcast in order to understand how people like such content or not. After all, everything needs to be studied in detail. The girl actively began to communicate with everyone who was on the broadcast in order to raise interest in the broadcast, and people began to come in more and more, and there was more coverage on the steamer's account. Then the girl said that it would be possible to go into the middle of the cruise ship. After all, it will be very interesting to see how everything looks in the middle. Then, a guy noticed and said that this was the second largest cruise ship in Villachena. More than this is very difficult to find on this port. He knows what he is talking about. But the guy said that no one is allowed on this liner because it is quite large and not everyone can enter. Entry is prohibited for outsiders. Lin asked the guy if he wanted to go on deck. After all, he sees how he walks near her, and it's very strange that he just walks in the port. The guy said that he didn't go on deck, and the guy in the mask couldn't do it either. After all, entry is prohibited for everyone, and no one knows who the owner is. The guy was sure that Lin would definitely not be allowed on the Starfish. This is not available to everyone, and only owners can find the middle. But Lin told the guy that he was just a dumbass, and that's all. Otherwise, he couldn't say or do anything else. Everything was clear, what and how. Then the line began to come closer and closer to the entrance to the liner. He wanted to go to his ship and start streaming there. But the guy at the entrance said that they couldn't enter because the territory was closed and everyone was prohibited from entering. Only the owners can come in and see what's there. But then the Tench took off his mask and showed his face, so that it was clear who it was and that it was the owner. The guy was shocked when he saw that it was a Tench, but Lin told him to be quiet and not say too much, otherwise there might be problems later, and no one needs them, so you need to behave quietly. They started going into the middle of the liner to see what was in the middle and make a good stream, so that everyone can see and understand what and how it works there. All the streamers were simply in shock when Lin was able to calmly board this large airliner. This was something incomprehensible and very strange for them. Then they began to notice that they began to have fewer and fewer people on the broadcast, which is very sad to realize and understand. The guy started coming up with other ways to get people to find his streams and stay where they were. After all, then it will be difficult to collect them all. The girl was very happy to be on deck with Lin. She had never felt such good emotions before. Then Lena began to meet the working staff. He clearly wanted to say goodbye to them and find out how they were doing in general, so that he could understand this too. Lin said that a little later. Otherwise, he doesn't have time to communicate and talk about something now. People shook their heads and said that they understood everything and would not deal with Lena anymore. After all, they understand everything and don't want to create discomfort. Then the girl noticed that they began to lure away their fans, and this was not very good. After all, they had fewer and fewer viewers on the broadcast. Then Lin told the girl to look on his stream to see how much money he was offering. Otherwise, it is not possible for him to double the amount after others have outbid his amount. Lin said that he had to accept this challenge and there simply wouldn't be another chance. So you need to quickly start battles, otherwise it will be too late. Lin said that he would do anything to win this argument and defeat the guy. He knows what to do with it, and he has good tactics in his head, but he said that there was no point in competing against him. After all, he will be able to win and beat everyone because he will have more money. Lin was very angry because the guy said that Lin could not win him, and for Lin it was very offensive and not pleasant to listen to in his direction. Lin told the girl to start a raffle for 1 million. He thinks this amount will be enough to win and win. Then the girl said that one sweetheart had been sent, and now she would wait for someone to win and win. After all, it became very interesting for everyone. The guy was shocked when he saw that the masked guy started sending 1 million to his fans. He realized that he simply could not offer more and capture the amount. He asked the girl to lend him money, otherwise he didn't have enough to play 2 million. He knows he can do better than the guy in the mask. The guy decided to destroy the reputation of the guy in the mask. He understood that he needed to act quickly and win it. The guy has already collected the required amount and said that he will soon be able to send 2 million to his fans. So let them all join in and watch it. The popularity of these guys began to grow, and they realized that they could win Lena very easily. Victory is already in their blood, and they know it. Lin didn't like it at all, and realized that he needed to come up with something else. After all, this is not how things are done, and you need to win these battles. He realized that he needed to give away 4 million, so that it would be clear who won and who was stronger of the two. Otherwise, the Tench is not used to losing to anyone. The girl realized that she needed to do everything he said, only because he was better at this than she was. Moreover, he knows where to spend his money. The guy was shocked when he realized that Lin had played another 4 million. He just didn't even know what to say in his own defense. After all, he has already run out of money. The guy said that he had things to do, so he needed to go, and then he would continue the stream, so he should finish it leaving. The guy realized that he had lost to Lin because he simply no longer had the opportunity to fight him. Lin turned out to be much stronger than the guy thought. The guy realized that he needed to find the boss. Otherwise, I definitely couldn't go on like this. Everything has become very bad, and we need to come up with something and find solutions. The girl was very glad that he was able to destroy this steamer so quickly and completely. It was monotonously strong and powerful on Lin's part, because he acted like a man. But then Lin told the girl to go about her business because he also has his own business. And then they can meet again and chat. Lin said that he would have to say goodbye in a more suitable place. Otherwise, they do not have the opportunity to speak normally in such a format and circumstances. Lin was interested to know how the preparations were going and how the progress was going. Otherwise, he still doesn't know and doesn't understand a lot about the project. The guy said that everything was fine and let Lin see what stage the project was at. Otherwise, you can't say it right away because there are a lot of things that are not clear. Lin began to study all the information that was given to him. Although he is not very competent in this matter, he will try to study everything and understand how and what. The man was very pleased that Lin trusted him with such large and important aspects of the project. This is very commendable of Lin. Then the man decided to tell Lin everything as it was and what difficulties there were in general, so that Lin could understand the whole picture of the work and the obstacles that existed. Lin understood them perfectly because he himself had to face a lot, and there were many obstacles on his way, so this is normal. Then Lin said that if there are any problems, let the guy call Lin and tell him, to make it clear what and how they are progressing and what difficulties they have. Then Lin met some girl and realized that she was standing there for a reason and clearly wanted something. Perhaps she is waiting to say goodbye to him in person. The girl was very friendly and very glad to see Lin. She had not seen him for a long time. Apparently, she had something to talk about and communicate with her. It was Gentleman Yang. Lin has known her for a long time and heard a lot about her. After all, they had known each other for a long time and needed to chat a little. The girl was clearly in a very good mood to negotiate something with Lin. Otherwise, they really hadn't seen each other and needed to talk. The girl said that it was not the television company that started a new expedition in which she would also participate, and she wanted to call Lin so that he would come at her too. League was interested in the fact that this was survival in the wild, and he had never tried this before. This is really very interesting. The girl simply knows that the Tench has the necessary skills, so she calls Yogo to come with them and study everything carefully. Lin said that if time permits, he will take part in this event, but for now he can't say anything. The girl said that she would write down Lena's name, that there was room for it. Otherwise, anything can happen, and then there simply won't be room, and it will be very disappointing. The streamers decided to meet and dissuade the guy in the mask. After all, it greatly interferes with them and does not allow them to develop normally. The guy knows that this streamer has already done a lot of bad things and taken away more than one streamer title. Therefore, he will need to be dealt with. The girl said that the guy in the mask has fans who constantly throw him big donations, and it is precisely because of this that he becomes popular. And another guy said that the guy in the mask just signed a contract, but in fact he simply doesn't have his own money, so no need to be surprised. The girl said that if this issue is not resolved, their career will be over. Then they won't be able to do anything and it will be very late. The guy said that they should invite the guy to chat with him. He will be able to negotiate with him in order to come to some kind of common opinion. The guy said that he would try to contact him so that he would come to the bar. Otherwise, there are so many things that are not clear now, and some issues need to be resolved once and for all. Lin arrived where he needed to talk a little with the guy about streaming, and it was still not clear how and what would happen. Lin was with that same streamer girl because if there were any problems, she could also help solve them. Lin came and immediately asked the guy what he wanted from him. Otherwise, Lin did not have time to communicate for a long time. Let him speak faster and the Tench will then leave. The guy told him to sit down and they could calmly talk and communicate. And there are some issues that need to be discussed. The guy said that the owner of a media company was sitting here and he wanted to make a deal with Lin. Therefore, they will need to agree together. Lin told the guy to immediately start talking about what he wants to get. Lin is interested in the approach and is ready to listen to it completely. The guy became interested in what kind of financing Lin had, and the guy could put in more. He needs to find out a good number. Lin said that he was not interested in discussing this at all, so let them solve their own problems. He doesn't have time for this and leaves. The guy didn't like this at all and he told the Tench to stop and not go anywhere. After all, the guy hasn't finished speaking yet and he needs to talk and find a compromise. The girl was very scared and did not know what to do in such a situation and what was the best way to proceed. Otherwise, nothing was clear and there were many questions. Lin told the girl that they should just leave and that there was no need to think about anything and everything was clear. The guy realized that he would need to communicate with Lin a little differently. After all, he doesn't understand anything about anything at all, and you need to let him understand who he's contacted in the first place. The girl took the phone and started calling someone to deal with that Lin, because he clearly didn't understand who he was talking to, and now he'll get what he deserves. The guy told them to go and watch the show because it was about to start soon. And it will be very interesting to see what will happen and how. Then some guy called Lin, and Lin got a little scared. But I realized that now something will happen, and I need to be ready for anything. He said that he wanted to have a little drink with him, and that he was not in a hurry and would wait for him. He knows what he needs to do. The main thing is to rest. Lin was very interested to know how this could all end. After all, he doesn't want there to be a fight, but it might be difficult to avoid. The guy told Lin that they should drink together, otherwise they wouldn't let him in if he didn't drink. This is a very important condition of this establishment. The guys were interested in watching this show and how it could end and what he foresaw. After all, anything can happen, even a fight. Then the whole hall started shouting for the Tench to start torturing this wine. After all, everyone wanted to see how one guy would drink one bottle of wine. The guy began to take Lin weakly, saying that he wouldn't be able to drink such wine and he simply wouldn't have enough strength. After all, he is already a very any guy, but Lin didn't want to drink it alone and invited the guy to drink this wine too, so that he also understands how it all works and what emotions he can get. The girl began to worry very much about Lin, so that he wouldn't do anything bad to his body. After all, anything can happen, and there will be problems later. The guy said it was not wise to dig for the bottle alone. Therefore, if the Tench can drink the bottle, then the guy will drink it completely. Lin took the bottle right out of the guy's hands and began to do something. The guy was in shock and clearly did not expect such behavior from Lin and did not know what and where. Lin opened the bottle completely and was completely ready to start feeding it. Well, he doesn't just let words go to waste. Lin decided to smell what it was like to be in the middle. After all, perhaps these are bad substances that the line is pushed out, and then it will be bad. But Lin decided to drink it all because he wanted to prove to everyone that he was responsible for his words. He will not deceive or fool anyone. Lin was able to drink the entire bottle and felt very good. But Lin wasn't particularly drunk. He felt very good. All the guys were shocked by this and couldn't think that a tench could drink such a bottle of wine so quickly. This greatly surprised them. They were clearly not ready for this. Lin was even able to prove that he drank everything in the middle, and it was very surprising for everyone who watched and watched it. Then the guys began to come up with various excuses so as not to drink and fight with Lin. After all, he clearly looks very strong anyway. Lin didn't really like that the guy refused to drink with him. After all, before this, he himself proposed to do this, but now he doesn't want to. The guys said that they were just joking and that's all and nothing more. So Lin is in vain to hope that the guys will drink and fight with him and prove it. Lin asked if he was being fair towards him. After all, he just broke it and that's it. But things obviously don't get done that way. Then Lin took it and threw the bottle right at the guy's head so that he wouldn't do that again. After all, in fact, they simply fooled Lin, and that's it. The guys who watched this were simply in shock, and they clearly did not expect that it could come to this. After all, it was really very tough. Then the girl started shouting at Lin and said that he didn't understand what he was doing. After all, this is foreign territory, and this cannot be done. He told the girl if she tells him too much, then she will repeat the fate of the very guy who is now lying. Lin gave the guys a pacifier and told them to keep the dust if they don't and refuse. They will have more problems, so they only have one choice. Lin held out the bottle and told the guy to drink in front of him, and for Lin to fully reveal the whole picture of what was happening. After all, Lin had very serious intentions. If they don't listen to him, they will all have problems. The guy started drinking wine because he understood that if he didn't drink, his whole face would be beaten. Therefore, everything had to be done quickly. The guy felt very bad. He couldn't even control or feel himself normally. It was clear from him that he had gone too far and could no longer even stand up. Lin told the girl to go already, because they had already done everything that needed to be done. The main thing is to leave as a winner and lose everything and nothing. And Lin showed the finger to the guys so that they knew that they couldn't behave like that. They should know their place and not behave like that again. The guys were completely shocked by Lin's reaction and providence. They didn't think that he could afford this because this had never happened before. The girl began to help Lin walk because he clearly did not feel very well and was clearly a little drunk. The girl put Lin in the passenger seat so that he would not interfere and would be calm. After all, he is very drunk and clearly cannot be allowed to drive, but the girl can handle it. Then Lin learned that in order to unlock a new career, he would need to end his career as a streamer. Otherwise, he will not be able to receive new tasks. Then Lin went about his business and wanted to do other things that had accumulated for him all the time. Therefore, he had to be in time. But then someone called him. It was Lena's acquaintance, and he obviously didn't come to life to meet her in such a place. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time, and it was a pleasant meeting. Lin just wants to buy a plane, and the girl appeared very successfully. So it's normal that they met like that. Lin said that the faster he can buy a plane, the faster he can communicate more with the girl later. After all, that's how it works. Lin started looking at the plane and he wanted to understand which one he should choose. After all, there are already quite a lot of them, but you only need to choose one. Lin was quickly able to choose a plane for himself and said that he was buying it right away because he was sure that he would like it and it would be very convenient to fly on business. The girl was very pleased to hear that Lin listened to her opinion and trusted her very much. And I immediately chose this plane. But then the manager came up and said that he didn't believe that a guy dressed like that could buy an entire plane. This is simply impossible and unrealistic. But the girl said that Lin would not lie for his broadcast. So this is the pure truth, and there is no lie with it. He really wants to buy a plane. But then the girl said that if the guy doesn't sell the plane, they'll all leave and won't come again. These are their terms, and let everyone know their place. And the guy didn't know what to do in such a situation, because he had a lot of things that weren't clear in his head. How can such a guy come and buy a plane? But then he came up and said that a man would come up and tell us everything about the plane, and then they will be able to understand which one suits them best. The man told the girl to tell her everything about the plane and explain what and how it should be. Otherwise, you never know if you miss something and then there will be problems. The girl didn't want to come up, but they still decided to come up and steal what kind of plane they wanted to get and what should be in it. The girl immediately said that she needed it so as not to detain people and so that they could quickly buy the plane they needed. Otherwise, you have to wait so long. But the girl realized that they simply did not have money, and they came just to look. That's why the girl didn't even want to try and tell her anything. And then the girl began to simply read from the book everything that could be said about the plane. She didn't want to tell them anything at all. Lin was very alarmed by this. He thought that in such places there would be much better service. But he was very wrong and realized that everything was much different. The guy was also not happy that the girl was behaving this way and couldn't tell her normally about the plane. After all, this is very bad on her part, and such a service is simply successful for everyone. Then she said that she could not tell anything more because she had no information and her services were completed. The girl said that if they don't like something, they can go to another company and figure it out there and buy a plane if they don't like something. The guy said that they would go somewhere else to choose a plane. After all, he doesn't like this kind of customer service. It's very bad. Lin from the guys began to leave because they understood that this was a very bad service and they did not need to stay here. They clearly don't want to be here anymore. People were very pleased with themselves that the program was for such poor people. After all, they really bothered them and they realized that they needed to quickly get rid of them. Then the guy himself was able to hear how he was underestimated, and it was very disappointing to listen to. After all, he understood that such a relationship was very difficult to endure. Then the guy took the vase and said that the candle would be very interesting. But the discussing staff became very nervous because this is an expensive vase. The guy took it and smashed it right on the ground. It was very effective, and he made it clear that he would not tolerate such an attitude towards himself and would definitely do everything to make it clear who he was. The guy got very nervous and was shocked by this behavior of the client. He didn't know what to do next and how to behave towards him. The guy said that it doesn't matter to him how much this vase costs. He made it clear to everyone that jokes with him are very suckers, and he definitely won't tolerate such an attitude towards himself. Then they all began to go about their business together, so that it was clear that the guys would not tolerate such an attitude towards themselves. But no one was going to get upset because it was nothing, and there was no need to think about the bad. Everything is happening so well and perfectly. The guys went to the club to relax a little because they hadn't rested like this for a long time and wanted to get a little relaxation and peace. Then a guy from the airline showed up and he obviously wanted to tell Lin about the plane, so that he chooses the best one for himself. Lin met the guy and said that he really wanted to buy a plane, so he was looking for a good and suitable choice. And now, there are not many companies that sell airplanes. The guy said that he could tell Lin all the characteristics of the plane and what it would eat in the middle. After all, he understands that choosing an aircraft is not an easy decision. Then Lin started asking what planes were available so that he could understand what and how. After all, everything is not as simple as it seems. But the guy said that Lin would have to wait a little to get the plane. After all, this process is not very fast and takes time. Lin said that let the guy give him a contract and he could sign it right away so as not to waste time. The guy didn't expect that everything would work out so quickly because no one had ever bought a plane so quickly. It's a shame that decisions are not made immediately a little later. The guy simply didn't expect that Lena would have so much money and he could agree so quickly. That's why the guy was confused and didn't even know what to say. But then the guy said that he would go straight away to get the contract and he could solve everything. He understood what needed to be done, so there was no problem. Then the guys started walking around the area and noticed that there were very familiar faces to them. Apparently, they were not very happy to see them in this establishment. Then they saw a guy they knew very well and realized that there might be a conflict. After all, they clearly didn't want him, but anything can happen. Lin was able to recognize the guy and realized that he was a very bad person. After all, he was able to bring a lot of bad things, and this is very bad, and the matter needs to be resolved with him. Then the guys found out that it was Lin, and he was able to think them over 100 billion. They understood me and didn't recognize him at first, but then they became very angry. Their mood changed very quickly, and they were very angry with Lin for the money they lost through him. It was very disappointing for all of them. The guy approached Lin and told him that he would definitely not come out alive and would get a punishment for the servants. After all, he deceived him very much. They will not be able to forgive him. The guy said that Lin will now have problems because he dipped them very hard, and now he definitely won't be able to think of anything to escape from them. The girl was very scared because she realized that because of this, there could be a very big fight, and that it was very bad. After all, she doesn't know how this could end. But one guy said that it's better not to play Lin because he can be very angry later, and there will be problems, so it's better not to start a fight. But the guy said that he is not afraid of anything, so let him answer for his actions and what he did with their money. After all, they won't be able to return them. But Lin took it and sharply hit the guy's head on the table so that he would understand his place and not touch him anymore. After all, they already have enough problems. Lin was very angry that the guy started saying bad words towards him. This hurt him very much, and he didn't like it at all and didn't know what to do next. The guys started shouting at Lin to remove his hands and not touch their friend. After all, then he will have problems and he will not be able to solve them in any way. But the line hit the guy, and he then fell straight to the ground. It was very fast, and no one understood how it all happened. Then the guy said that they could do the fight right in the arena. It would be much easier and more convenient, so that there are no problems or unnecessary questions. Lin said that he will fight well until he wins, and he is ready to fight any guy who comes against him. He won't be afraid of anyone. Lin said that he was already done with these guys and they could leave and go about their business. Otherwise, they have many issues that need to be resolved. Then the guys started asking why their boss couldn't do anything or come up with anything. After all, he had such an opportunity, but he could not do anything. But the boss said that he didn't have enough people and he didn't see any point in it. You need to try to come up with something different to beat them all and ultimately win. The guys clearly underestimated Lin and couldn't even think that he was actually so strong. Everything is changing a lot. The party realized that the Tench must be well trained. After all, he clearly has enough strength and a lot because the guy was able to feel it. The guys said that what Lin did to the guy was very impulsive. They themselves did not expect that everything could turn out this way. The guys said that Lin needed to be careful because anything could happen, and in the end, Lin could lose his title and status. Then Link called and asked if he could meet with some people. Otherwise, they have an important conversation and will need to chat a little and talk. The guy told them to take care of the girl who was with them. After all, Lin is leaving and you need to watch her carefully so that she is not stolen or taken away. The girl was already waiting for Lin to come and talk to her. After all, she has a good offer for him that he definitely cannot refuse. As soon as the Tench arrived, she immediately began to say hello, because she understood that this person was very respectful and she needed to behave very carefully with him. The girl decided to treat him to tea, which she was able to brew herself because she had brought it from her hometown. The girl said that she heard that only the owner of one company, and she would like to retweet her laboratory. But for this, she needs to have materials with which she can work. After all, the girl herself will not be able to create such a laboratory. She definitely needs good help in this matter, because there is simply no other choice. Lin said that he was not the face of the company and could not say anything regarding this project and what the girl said to go. But then Lin said that he was not interested and simply began to leave because he understood that he had nothing more to do here. There were so many nuances. And then there was this girl. But the girl only wanted to use Lin for her own purposes, to get benefits, and that's all. After all, she was not interested in anything else except this. Then Lin went about his business because he had already finished everything, and he needed to rest a little and stay in the room. After all, there was already a lot of work. He began to go into his room because it was already very late, and he clearly wanted to sleep. But for this, it was necessary to rest very well. Also, in this hotel, there were guys who also had a little rest and were drunk because they were already walking in an embrace. These were Lin's enemies, who he didn't like either. The guys said that this was a very good opportunity to be rude to Lina and fight back. After all, there are many of them, but he is already alone, and this is very bad for him. The guy said that first you need to find his girlfriend and ask where the Tench went. After all, they won't be able to do anything just like that, and it will be tedious to find him first. Then the girl came and they immediately realized that they could figure out where the line was. After all, it really won't be that easy to find out. The guys were very angry that this happened and understood that there was simply no other choice. And we need to resolve the issue with Lin very quickly. They began to interrogate her. But the girl clearly did not want to say anything, because she understood that then there would be a fight, and this would definitely not lead to good. The guy said that she could not protect him in such a situation. After all, Lin hit the guy and he wants to take revenge for this matter. The girl said that she would show where Lin's number was, but they shouldn't do anything with it because it would be very bad for all the people who will participate. Lin saw all the boys and the girl and was surprised that this happened. He clearly did not expect this and did not think that everything would turn out so unexpectedly for him. Everyone started walking straight towards Lin in the middle. It was very strange because he didn't actually invite anyone, but here it turned out completely differently. Lin didn't even understand what to do next because there really were a lot of people, and he was alone against them all. It won't be very fair. The girl explained the whole situation, why they all came here to him. After all, he himself would not be able to call them because they are enemies for him. The first guy started attacking Lin, and he thought that he could tear Lin completely apart. After all, he was ready to simply destroy him properly. But the line took it and hit him right in the face so that he would know his place and would not do this again. After all, it's really not good to do this, especially in a crowd. The guy fell near Lin's feet. It was very spectacular and possible. Everyone was simply shocked how the Tench was able to deal with this guy so easily. All the guys were very angry and scared at the same time. After all, they thought that everything would be different, and that such an outcome would definitely not happen. Lin saw that the guys had no ability to fight and they simply could not win him. After all, they lack power and strength. The guys had already started to run away because they simply couldn't do anything against Lin. After all, he is clearly much bigger and stronger than they actually thought, and he has more skills. The guys started to apologize very much because they realized that they couldn't do anything, because nothing had worked out for them anyway, and they decided to apologize. But Lin didn't think for long and kicked the guy right in the stomach, so that he understands that this is all for a reason. Lin was curious to know why they decided to attack him so quickly. After all, he hadn't actually done anything yet, but they had already fled and started to leave. But the guy said that he doesn't need to be so strong, because he understands that this is not a joke and doesn't want to continue fighting with Lin. After all, Lin clearly has more strength. But Lin said that his friend was rude to him and he should just forgive him. This is not at all reasonable and let them think that now they will be hooked on all that. Lin started to put them all on the left and on the right so that they understood their place and would not behave like that anymore. After all, they are very greyhounds and you can't behave like that. The guys began to scatter in different directions. After all, they clearly wanted it, deserved it, and got what they were supposed to get. Lin doesn't understand at all why they pestered him because they couldn't win him. They simply do not have good skills and capabilities for battle. Then the Tench's friends came, and they were very surprised why there was blood everywhere. This is very strange, and it is not clear why the Tench got up so late. Everyone was very surprised that the Tench rested so much and well. After all, they never thought that he could have such a good time. Everyone was very impressed with how the Tench was able to have a good time. They clearly could not expect this from him. This is very cool, guys thought he is a real bandit. But it made him very angry, and he clearly didn't like it. After all, it's very strange to behave this way. And even more so, it's Lin's personal business, and that's it. Lin got dressed, and they went on about their business. After all, there is so much to do and some issues to be resolved. They all sat down at the table and began to discuss various topics. After all, they wanted to discuss the things they had to do. Lin was interested to know when there would be a party on the cruise ship because they had not gone on a cruise for so long, and it was very strange and needed to be fixed. Then I broadcast live only with the girl to show people how they live, and so that they could see and hear everything for themselves. Then they were abruptly blocked. It was not clear why they did this and what was the reason for this blocking, especially if they did not violate any rights. They couldn't understand what was going on, how it happened that they were blocked so quickly for no reason. Lin immediately started calling why they were taken and blocked. Who could have done this and how could this even happen? This is very strange for all of them. The girl said that she would look into this matter to understand exactly why this happened and who was guilty of it. After all, it's not the right thing to do, and you need to find a reason. The girl began to worry very much and did not know what to say in such a situation. After all, there are so many problems, and then there's the blocking of the airwaves. Lin himself became interested in understanding who could have done this and why this happened in the first place. After all, this has never happened before and someone is clearly involved in this. The girl had a great fear of who could do this because Lin had many subscribers and they really loved watching his streams. And then everything broke. The girl told Lin that he was blocked for complaining. Therefore, this was the main essence of the problem. Lin realized that he needed to understand who would do it and solve the problem with this person once and for all. Lin then began to find out all the information about this situation with Steam. He didn't like her because he understands that this was done by bad people and his competitors.